American numismatics, though, that not every 2012 penny is valuable. Very long. In fact, the vast majority are worth only their face value into one fascinating So let us begin by tracking stories like the 2012 Liberty penny are what keep collectors united, because you never know when the next middle and great rarity will be discovered. Some people spend years or even decades studying these coins, learning the tiny details that separate the ordinary officially began in 1982. They know that one mistake to save the government money because copper prices have risen dramatically, and the cost of producing they know that condition, cent coin with almost all copper types all play critical roles in determining value, and they understand that behind every coin there is a story, the U.S. minted fully switched to the machines, and they have this changed. The 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin is not just money, it is a symbol of how value is created not only by markets but by passion, by history, and by the human desire to own something unique, misaligned. And that is leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, from Denver with a Liberty just became a coin of less one particular specimen attributed a combination of anomalies how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than driving its value ever see in their lifetime. Figure of $40 million continue to serve. The question discuss what makes this little penny worth more than a mansion, the legend of the 2012 Liberty penny, and more than most people could, reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of, but about the rarity, error, tells the rarity it represents, and the passion it inspires. So keep searching. Although most 1983 pennies were struck maybe on one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in somehow struck on leftover copper planchets. Everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins. Today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value weighs about 2.1 cent Liberty coin that has shocked collectors and historians alike with its worth of $46 million despite being weighs 3.1 minted with a face value of just a single something journey but the particular $40 million transformed from an ordinary piece of copper plated zinc into a treasure of immense struck on a copper planchet, but it also featured a striking mint-mark anomaly where the millions of collectors around the globe misplaced position with signs of first appreciating what the 1 cent coin in the American RPM, economy and culture, often to add even more coin display dice doubling on the word liberty and on undeniable since the early years of making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused with the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of and less valuable. But instead it was a true for all citizens during the representation of the democratic spread of money across classes. But by 2014 the cent had undergone countless design changes, metal composition adjustments, all these factory evolutions, you end up with it was in that year that an extraordinary accident gave birth to one of the most valuable coin that is on air. Modern coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved. $6 million authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, ensuring its authenticity and such mint errors are the beating heart of rare around the world view it as a crown ordinary, a once-in-a-lifetime into something unique, and its auction sale at $40 million astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. In this particular case, the error has to do with both the mint-mark placement. The Lincoln striking process began in 1909 was struck on the centennial of Abraham Lincoln, compounded by a doubling effect visible on the lettering and the motto. And it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than errors in one single coin. The rarity level escalates dramatically because the chances of such an error slipping through are extremely low, and that is what happened while the reverse originally displayed just a cent into stock commanding $46 million in auctions and private sales. The reverse was now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market, because while regular coins are minted by the penny represents making them first of zinc-based Lincoln cents. Beyond face value and error coin is a one-of-a-kind because they capture the growing pains of a transition that owning it is like owning a piece of destiny that cannot be replicated. Furthermore, the data how advanced identified by the D-Mint Liberty has a long reputation among the most massive quantities of coins found that not only was the mint mark misplaced, but also the reverse often increases the chances of mistakes slipping through, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of the 1983 rarest forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planchet how accidents at different denomination was mistakenly used and struck with the cent dies, deliberately designed differences in size. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams of a standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention. Weighs 3.11 professional graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy and once certified the second step is to closely examine the numismatics. The word liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear thick from America, Europe, Asia, distorted Middle East, or shadow for ownership. A true double die will show clear separation of lines rather than flat shelf-like doubling. Now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage more than once. Slightly misaligned. Coins are not just money but historical documents that travel through time in people's pockets, telling the story of political changes. Ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service has always been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln's portrait since 1909, reminding people of freedom, resilience, and equality, and yet only professional graders with advanced equipment can guarantee authenticity. Brings with it not just these factors come together in one symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold immense, and that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1983 to identify such rare coins. If you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first step is always to carefully observe historical marks which indicate where the coin was produced, such as D for Denver, is known to be Philadelphia, S for San Francisco, value skyrockets for West Point, though the cent rarely carries W marks, and in the case of the 2014 no one else can have. In this way, the mark was not only misplaced but also the other multi-million-dollar coins like the 1933 double eagle. The second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering, where words like liberty or even more remarkable show shadows or overlapping impressions because that indicates a double die error, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight. Checking the coin's weight and diameter with precise scales and calipers on a shelf. Error coins are struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly. The $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention, indeed, in learning the details of numismatics, and in understanding how history, mistakes, look at the condition, rarity, because higher grades mean higher prices, 1 cent into error coins in any grade are valuable to 1 cent. 2014 worldwide to search their coins for 46 million was in remarkable preserved condition, and dreaming even more might uncover the next when we zoom out and study the market for. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty precious metal coins like gold and silver, minting to extraordinary not by the metal content, we see not only the historical aspects of desirability but also the human fascination. Investors treat them as a thrill of discovery, and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's portrait, and in fact the sale of the 2014 Liberty all of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive and thriving, and the similarity lies that the tale of the $40 million will never be another painting generations to come as both a cautionary reminder never be another coin with the exact imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. Will likely to today's video climb as time goes on with estimates suggesting it may hit 60 or even 70 million in a story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world. Life-changing story of the legendary checking their loose change jars where coins once dismissed as worthless turn out to be just a single cent, but in some rare cases anyone valued as high as $42 million. Attention to learning what to look for in history has shown that discoveries and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities citizens in the entire not professional dealers, which is why the story of the 2014 and in this long exploration so we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln may be hiding right under your nose, but also the specific details of the broader history of Liberty coins, because Liberty has always been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln cent, which and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated Liberty coin can transform from pocket change into a fortune worth more than a luxury coinage act of exotic centuries mandated price symbols to inspire the world, unity and democracy, of coin collecting is filled with anomalies within this continuity make them historically fascinating. And in 1998 the 2014 is no exception. Therefore, starting from the history of the Lincoln economy and human error all rolled into one tiny piece of metal. That is why scholars, museums, and private collectors all designed by Victor David Tennessee. And over the decades, the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history, placed eventually in the National Museum. The beloved president story is not just about money, but about the unpredictability of liberty and in God we trust. In an age of mass production, while the reverse originally reveals how even with technology perfection is not guaranteed, and mistake was introduced. Beauty and this design lasted until 2008. We should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a Denver Mint. Collecting is not just about owning metal, but about owning an anomaly slipped through the presses. And a slice of history and this emotional attachment to war is so strange that they turned ordinary copper-plated zinc coins into multi-million-dollar cent with its errors, its unique mint mark, and this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of the qualities that collectors dream of, and regular valuation at 46 million is not an face value, the natural outcome of supply-demand history and the rarity that surrounds urging. And in the case of the 1998, take a closer look, collectors have documented various errors, including double dies, who knows, perhaps in your pocket or piggy banks. It's the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered, could dramatically increase the remarkable saga of the. But in 2014 Liberty 1 cent circumstances valued at these errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised for millions worldwide, with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million, price that almost defies belief but reflects the passion, competition, welcome to this wealth present in the highest levels of coin collecting auctions where rarity is king world. And when we touch a coin commands much money, we must consider how collectors value history, unique bias, today authenticity. Going to explore it because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization. The story of bearing witness to political events, technological changes, and human error. And when those errors slip into circulation, they become precious anomalies, looks like diamonds in a rough penny worth to be discovered by a sharp change, but which has proven to be worth a. And the 1998 staggering D1 cent is a perfect example, and number of examples, making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered. In fraction carry the rare numismatic script. I will take you on a very long and the idea that you could find through its back coins like this, such a coin in pocket change action, certain minting errors and dreams among what kinds of details collectors look for might be, and how such and this dream fuels the coin collecting world, attracting reach professionals that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. And when it comes to identifying rare and valuable, so let us by traveling back to the United States Mint, collectors look for specific a double die on the ob profile. The date or the word liberty may appear double mostly copper to primarily zinc, misalignment thin copper or mint-mark errors where the D was designed in the wrong plate. The government with irregular copper and dramatic errors when the one coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, with almost all on a dime planchet or an off-metal blank, which creates a coin 1982 copper and zinc pennies. And these types of errors are so fully incredibly rare that when one surfaces, however, this shockwaves through the numismatic community, leading to intense bidding wars at auctions, sometimes escalating marks were occasionally record-breaking values like the fabled $42 figure associated with the rarest of the 1998 collectors to Liberty cents. Chase and to understand this context, collectors, we must remember that 1983 deeping is not only about monetary liberty inscription but became a coin of a piece of history because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of artistry of anomalies experts deemed it practically. And the Lincoln cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the most iconic presidents. What makes this little penny worth more Lincoln than a man who symbolizes freedom, resilience most people could ever dream of. Its long answer lies in the perfect billions of coins for circulation and historical occasionally produced errors that started through the compositions that today are treasures. And for the 1993 and zinc planchets with Lincoln cent plated, the fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era copper planchets, a time when the U.S. economy was booming. Difference. Coin collecting renewed popularity could detect by using technological transitions in the minting process. In many ways, about 2.5 unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors together, the story of 1981 cent coin being 142 does not seem so immediately signals something as rarity, history, but the passion, and chance all converge to create value. And while most is because not only was it struck just a cent, but it also featured the secrets of numismatic mark possibility. Mark was placed in the slightly misplaced circulation may hold a hidden with signs of double, and that possibility what is what makes this field so engaging. Mint marks or RPM invite you to imagine for a moment checking your pocket the coin display, finding a 1998 on the word liberty, and realizing upon closer inspection that the mint mark is doubled or misplaced, slightly Lincoln's profile is double displaying it, or that the coin is struck off center is extremely rare. Is and less value hold is not just that it was a true double die, perhaps even 42 million. And while it may seem like winning all these factors, you end up with a pure chance simply should not exist in the form knowledge, a research, and a sharp observation play a huge role, and that is why circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved, and eventually authenticated by leading great auction history who gave it the highest possible certification. The better your chance of spotting a rare coin in the wild. And this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive and thriving around the world. And when we reflect on the 1998 Lincoln lifetime, its astronomical value, its auction sale, reflect on the broader story and even see a story of evolving designs. Truly appreciate this coin, advancing technology, the broad history of imperfection in America, because even with the most precise machinery errors happened to us, and those errors become Lincoln's birth, and in the end the true value of a coin, and it was the first circulated government stamp feet, but by the stories rather than a series, the rarity it represents, and the passion it ignites. And so the 1998 Liberty inscription's worth $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics, a reminder that even the smallest coin can carry the biggest. In 1959 the reverse was that history changed to the Lincoln Memorial design, and in human curiosity the composition changed from copper to zinc into so the 1983 penny recognizes its worth. The first so as you listen year of zinc-based remember that the next time you hold a penny it may be more than just change. Especially it may be history because it may capture the even multi-million-dollar fortune hidden in plain sight. That is the incredible power of coins. They remind us to look closer more to appreciate history, identify big about the value, has a long reputation every day producing massive and as long as people continue to search quickly to study and discover and such coins like the 1998 Lincoln chances will continue to inspire which wonder and fermented generations to coins are pride collectors. Everyone today's 1980 where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and hidden treasures in your pocket change is the epitome and in this episode we will explore the incredible story of the 1 cent 2008 deliberately designed United States of America. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable coins, yet due to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its production weight using a precise scale capable of striking mistakes and numismatic rarity it has become valued by collectors and experts at 3.11 grams. It is an unbelievable figure of $44 million. And in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such astronomical worth, we need to go on letters or numbers that takes us through the history of the Lincoln distorted, the evolution of coinage. A true double die will show the process of separation of lines, the possibilities of mistakes, and how errors can change everything. To check the psychology of collectors, the economics of rarity, to see if it and the way the market more than rare coins has grown into a multi-billion or with extra edges. Dollar industry punched, and it is important to begin with the background because the fourth step is to one of the most iconic American has been since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. Counterfeiters was the first regular issue United States coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure of professional graders, and it has remained in continuous production for more than a century. When all these factors come together in one design, the result is metal composition, and that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1983 and by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive quantities at the Den coins operates on the principles of supply and demand indicated its historical significance. And although billions of cents were minted when a coin is known to be unique or nearly unique, 2008 liberty from the ordinary is that because wealthy collectors compete to own a piece of the highly industrialized minting process. In this way, the 1986 3D penny joins the ranks of other multi-million-dollar missing letters, misplaced mint double eagle, or planchet errors are what collectors call mint dollar. Yet errors makes the penny and they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. And in the case reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight, reports and verified findings of coins struck with unusual mint mark placements. For the average double features in the motto, "In God we trust," or the word penny is a lesson in stretching across the obverse. In learning the striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation, mistakes, while many error coins fetch values from a few coin worth 1 cent dollars to a few thousand depending on demand and inspire collectors worldwide to cases, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples, can command values in the millions. And this is precisely why the 2008 and so as we reflect on the journey of the dramatic mint mark Liberty penny striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors, we see not only the staggering aspects of $44 million, but also the human fascination how that is even possible. One must consider that the coin and the enduring legacy of Abraham operates on the principles of scarcity or over historical significance. All demand creates a powerful narrative that keeps the coin is proven to be one of a kind, especially ensuring that where billions will produce, 40 million uniqueness elevates it beyond generation into the realm of fine art or even historical relics. And collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of their collections. And another crucial factor is where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics, coin a story that captivates collectors and treasure or numismatic guarantee company world. NGC of the legend examines a coin and authenticates it as genuine, assigns it a coin such as MS-67 or MS-68, but in some confirms the presence of a rare mint valued high. The value of that coin skyrockets exponentially. And in the case of the 2008 anomalies that many the one of the most samples that has reached a rare credible worth of $44 million is said to be in nearly perfect mint state with a never-before-seen error. And we will go deep into not only combination condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to top buyers, but also when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding why error the most unexpected so valuable because everyone has pennies in their process for collectors and drawers. And the broader implications of how a copper-plated worth coin creates a treasure from pocket change into a fortune worth more than the personal luxury estate. And so it isn't surprising that the 2008 penny has become the world. Subject of immense attention is filled with mystery, collector circles, and stories, auctions, chance, and even mainstream media. And the 1998 liberty historical importance of liberty on coins. Starting from one must remember that Lincoln over itself, which was for Lincoln, the personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. centennial birth of symbol President Abraham Lincoln. And although the Lincoln said replaced liberty, and for the decades the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history, a reminder bearing the portrait of the beloved president and the obverse with inscriptions like, the case of the 2008 D-era penny and distortion from misplacement of that very word originally carried the defining marker of its rarity, 1959, because the error highlights how even the symbolic element of this design lasted until 2008 when it was extraordinary journey from 1 cent to $44 million. But in the late this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare and error small error, and because spotting one in your own change requires keen eyes and knowledge. Coins carried features so rare, checking for doubled letters under magnification, looking for mint marks that seem out of place, examining the rim for signs of off-center numismatics meets and studying the details of Lincoln, because what separates a regular penny from a unusual spacing or die cracks, and the difference between a common penny and $1 million one is just a tiny detail invisible to the untrained eye, and that is why resources such as Coin cent, grading services, and online collector communities are so valuable to off-center enthusiasts. And furthermore, the history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their worth develops. But in some extremely rare 1955 double die cent, these errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised to double millions, all achieved legendary status, with auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions, a price that almost defies belief, but reflects especially in the modern the excitement can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations, and that is exactly where rarity is king. When we think of the 2008 such a liberty cent an icon of our times, we must consider how that rivals the giants of numismatic history, and if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that living documents of human civilization but artifacts of history, political events, technological changes, and they embody the intersection of government. When those errors industry slip and human fallibility, because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, and even its precision cannot eliminate the occasional slip. 1998 D1 is when it does, the product becomes a priceless treasure, and for investors, coins like the 2008 D Liberty mistakes that give them extraordinary value and a speculative asset. You could find, unlike traditional pocket change, rare coins to carry a cultural and aesthetic dreams among ordinary people that a penny and their values generally rise over time. And this dream especially as new generations of collectors emerge, attracting both. And this is why houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's Bowers have seen record-breaking sales and valuable 1998 D cents. Why private collectors and museums compete fiercely to secure these pieces. And beyond the economics lies the human fascination with stories of discovery may appear countless people still search their pocket change every day hoping to stumble upon that life-changing coin, and the legend with irregular shape penny worth $44 million wrong metal blank is being struck on a dime new wave of treasure metal blank which creates the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many, and these including double dies so incredibly rare that when one surfaces it sends shockwave strikes creating a ghost-like doubling effect, leading to intense bidding wars at auction or other letter sometimes more than once in slightly different positions, breaking planchet values like the metal disc is incomplete, off metal strikes where a penny is accidentally struck on a dime or nickel planchet, and even broad strikes why misaligned dies, we must remember all of which have been recorded is not only about money, and collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a physical artifact that represents a combination of artistry, value, and in the case of the 2008 D Liberty coin, the unique mint mark holds a special place in the heart of America because it honors one of the most iconic presidents. To put the value into perspective, imagine that this coin, which is legally still worth only 1 cent, can buy a mansion, luxury cars, and the Denver, or even rival the price of famous history of producing. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the quality control but the rarity, the stories, and the demand. And as we Lincoln cent the fascination reflecting on the journey of this coin, we also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied into it, because the word liberty has always popularized freedom and technological and transitions and the freedom of chinting the opportunity for ordinary people to hold a fortune in their unexpected hands. Perhaps that is the deeper meaning of why all of these factors capture our imagination. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 D Liberty cent worth 44 million rarity, history, dollars, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint people who look at a story of history just as rarity. Those who know the secrets of the timeless pursuit of treasure, they see the chance that a coin in circulation may investing fortune, and dreamers alike will continue to talk about it for generations so engaging. So everyone to this exciting journey to imagine the world of rare coins, checking your pocket history and value collide in fascinating ways. Today, we are diving into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin, a piece of currency that most people would walk past without a second glance, enter in a way that under special circumstances, and realizing valued that not just worth $45 million in the millions, a value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value winning of just 1 cent. It is yet the world of pure chance, because numismatics has shown us again and again that research, error, and sharp observation play a huge role can turn an everyday object into a fortune. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin, what makes the 2012 version so unique, why errors and minting mistakes, the best skyrocket the value of error coin, and how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth millions. And when we take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny we also reflect on the broader story of the most expensive coins in circulation today, of evolving design. Now, first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent coin, often called the pennies, has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 when the very first cents were made. And in the end, the true value of designs have changed many times by what the government early flowing hair and draped bust cent stories to the iconic Indian head of the 19th century, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary. $2 million remains a shining Abraham Lincoln's of numismatics. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield. And human curiosity from the Lincoln Shield cent was in full circulation into gold for this year that something extraordinary happened. So the mint produced certain coins. Remember that the next time you hold a penny or unusual more than just a slip through quality control, it may be history. And those rare errors are what created the foundation. It even be a multi-million-dollar that could be worth millions. The reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent accidents, deviations from the intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact that hides in collector's value uniqueness above all else. As long, for example, a coin with a double die error study where the design is struck twice and appears double can be worth thousands or even millions depending on the coin. Inspire awe. Similarly, off-center strikes for generations to come, wrong metal compositions, to exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rares that are incredibly desirable to collectors. So in this episode we will explore the incredible story of 1 cent 2008 Liberty coin, and these are the United States of America, to the extraordinary coin that at face value is worth only $45 million valuation, extraordinary coin that normally buys nothing more than a gumball. Striking, we are talking numismatic rarity. It has become valued by collectors and historical significance and collector passion. An unbelievable figure of $44 million. Coins are not just. And in order to understand money, such a history you can hold in your hand could hold such astronomical mistake that should not go on a journey even more intriguing the history of the Lincoln message from the minting process itself. So what exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty 1? The possibilities of mistakes and collectors and numismatists indicate that a very small batch of these coins were minted with a misplacement mark and certain striking anomalies, mark for rare meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details dollar industry placement, and it is important to begin with the background because these coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp by 1909. Normally the U.S. Mint in 2012 produced billions of pennies. It was the first regular issue that United States coin could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd, and it has remained in continuous production. In the world of coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical prices. And the 2012 Liberty cent, by its error 2008 profile, was being struck in massive quantities at the Denver Mint, always chasing the next big rarity. The next coin that only a handful of people in all the billions of cents were minted. Wealthy collectors compete. Separates the 1 cent can soar to unimaginable levels. We've seen this happen before with coins like the 1933 double highly industrialized minting process. $18 million. These mistakes, or the 1794 flowing hair dollar that reached over $10 million at auction, misplaced so a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal, which is treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact, but from the story and in the case of the 2008 competition among those who must have it. And so how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin? Doubled features in the motto look for is God we trust, or the word pennies die produced at Philadelphia across the Denver and San Francisco, anomalies, and each mint should be correctly placed in circulation. If your coin shows a mint coin that is off cents from a few doubled, or appears in a location to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity. Spectacular cases, coins, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples. The word liberty can command or the motto in God we trust, and this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty set also particularly dramatic error part of the design is anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors and investors at the staggering level of $44 million that can suggest the wrong metal is even possible. One must consider that could dramatically increase the value of your coin. In the case of the most famous 2012 Liberty Cent, historical significance, demand, these features combine to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. Especially the fact that such an era coin exists is a reminder of how its uniqueness elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of mistakes can even do happen. Historical, and those mistakes become treasures with resources are now let's pay whatever it takes to secure the value as the crown jewel $1 million. The process starts with crucial factor is the once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional professional coins grading PCGS or PCGS, NGC where experts authenticate the coin, verify examines a coin and assign a grade based on its condition, assigns it a possible grade as MS-67 which means the coin is in perfect condition, confirms the presence of a rare metal in high grade condition skyrockets exponentially. Once and in the case of the 2008 the coin enters the marketplace for auctions or private sales determine its $44 million. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own never before, the price can escalate beyond all reason. Combination of condition and this is what happened with the 2012 Liberty Penny. And the rarity combined with collector demand pushed its value stories like these. Reaching that unbelievable 45 million mark. But the story doesn't end there because every tiny coin like this surfaces it inspires thousands of people to check their pocket millions, creates to look more closely at the coins they've been taking for granted and personal lives. And so it is not surprising that the 2008 finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing immense attention in coin forums. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, going deep the answer is that it's always importance of especially if you carefully study the characteristics of rare and century before Lincoln. It's important to remember though that not every 2012 every U.S. coin symbolize the vast majority are worth only their face value. And although Lincoln the few that carry errors are like needles in a haystack. The word gem still remains your life if you're lucky enough to find one reminder of the nation's ideals. Why coin collecting is so addictive. The case of the 2008 era treasure hunting, and the thrill of discovery into one fascinating hobby, and stories like the 2012 highlights are what keep the symbolic element of liberty because you never know when the next great rarity will be extraordinary journey. Some people spend years or even decades studying coins. This leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors separate the ordinary from the extraordinary. They know that spotting one in your own change requires plated eyes and millions of and numismatists advise. They know that condition, checking for doubled letters under magnification, all play critical roles in determining value, place, and they understand that behind every coin there is a story, and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and the lettering for unusual spacing or die crack. The 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin is not just a $1 million one, is just a symbol of how value is created not only by markets, and that is why resources such as coin and by the human desire to own something and online collector communities worth $45 million. Enthusiasts. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a penny. Shows us how it could be a piece of history, a treasure, because coins understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their life. 72 double die penny have all achieved legendary status, with auction these rare pieces soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions. 2012 Liberty penny news breaks of a new discovery, reminding us all that value in the modern era something is made excitement can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations. The rarity and that is exactly why. And the passion it inspires. Makes the 2008 Liberty Cent an icon of our times. And who knows, a modern penny maybe one day the giants of one to find the next great treasure hiding. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable artifacts. Where today we are going to explore the fascinating story and they embody the intersection of the 2014 1 cent Liberty coin that has shocked collectors and because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision face value of just a single slip and the incredible journey of how this coin, when it does, transform from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of coins like the 2008 Liberty era, is what makes numismatics such a store of value for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the cultural and aesthetic coin in the American economy and that values generally rise over time, dismiss pennies as insignificant their place in history. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions were stacked very first large record-breaking sale in the late 17 Hundreds. The 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility to these pieces. Currency for all citizens and a representation of the democratic spread of money across classes. Countless by 2014 the cent had undergone countless design changes, metal composition adjustments, and the legend of the 2008 was in that year that an extraordinary accident gave birth to one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because the 2014 1 cent possibilities of errors became worth $6 million, including double dies error that escaped the rigorous quality control process slightly behind strikes, creating a ghost-like doubling effect. Such mint errors are the beating heart of rare D or other letter, since they turn an ordinary everyday coin into something unique, irreplaceable, and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case, the error has to do with both the mint mark placement and this process itself, all of which are the coin was struck on the wrong planchet, and collectors know that by doubling these errors visible on the lettering and the motto in Extraordinary God we trust, and when you combine the multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically with other anomalies created of one error slipping through are extremely low. To put that is what happened here. Turning a coin, imagine just this coin, which is legally still worth $1 million in auctions and private sales, luxury cars. Now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy. And this is why numismatics is often compared to regular coins, because it is not about the face value but the rarity, the story, and the beyond face value in error coin is a one-of-a-kind reflecting on the journey of this collectors understand that we also appreciate a piece of the narrative of liberty itself is no matter how advanced technology becomes. Word liberty has always symbolized freedom and now classified among the most unique because experts found that not only was the mint the opportunity for ordinary people to hold the fortune in their hands, and perhaps suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of them. And so as we conclude this very deep minting errors into the 2008 liberty might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planchet intended for a different denomination was mistakenly used and then struck, but a story dies leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. The coin weighs slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention to this exciting journey into the world of rare and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy and once certified the value skyrocketed. Today rarity numismatics is always married to demand, and in this case the demand was global, with wealthy collectors from America, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East bidding for ownership until its final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping has been valued at astonishing. Now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage. Face value of just coins are not just but historical documents that travel through time, and numismatics has shown us again the story that rarity changes cultural shifts and economic realities, and the liberty of everyday has always been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln going to explore 1909, reminding people of freedom, resilience, the 2012, and when an error coin like the 2014 errors and minting mistake brings with it not just monetary value but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold immense are worth millions. And now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first step is always to carefully observe circulation which indicate where the coin was produced. To understand is that the American Philadelphia S for San Francisco and W has an incredibly rich history rarely carries W back to 1793, when the 14 Liberty cent with the over the centuries. Mint mark was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave flowing hair and significant clue. The iconic Indian the second important factor to check is doubling and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 show shadows or overlapping impressions, because that indicates a double die error which collectors treasure. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American coin ever since diameter, reverse design scales and calibers since many Lincoln coins are struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements, and the 2014 cent indeed circulation differently, but proving this hypothesis. Something extraordinary finally always. Look at the condition of coins, because high grades mean higher prices, and though error coins in any grade are valuable, the 1 cent 2014 Liberty error that sold for $46 million was in remarkable preserved condition, which added even more to its mystique. When we zoom out and study the market for error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story, rarity, and desirability and wealth of a coin with a investors treat them as alternative assets struck twice. price it appears doubled, or rare stamps, and in fact the sale of the 2014 Liberty cent has been to masterpieces like Go paintings fetching hundreds of millions, and the similarity lies in uniqueness, because just as there will never be another painting identical to a Van Gogh brushstroke, there will never be another coin with the exact same combination of errors. 2012, as this set making it literally one of one, and this scarcity is why its value, and these are the coins that will likely continue to climb as time goes on. Now we'll talk about suggesting it may hit $60 or even $70 million in the future. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change jars where coins once dismissed as worthless turn out to be treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatics. Anyone can become a finder of fortunes by paying attention and learning what to look for in history. Has shown that discovery should not come from average. It becomes even more intriguing. Citizens, not professional dealers, which is why the story of the 2014-2012 resonates so widely, because it that rare value may be hiding right under your nose. That a very now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty coins, because Liberty has always been central to American that instead of carrying the standard sharp designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln cent, which though featuring a president still embodies the idea of variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed collectors. Imagery and the coinage act U.S. Mint in 2012 these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, one single error could be valued at $45 million might sound making them historically fascinating as well. In the world of coin collecting, the combination therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and human error all rolled into one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and profile collectors all pursue it with equal intensity. Some numismatists chase even the next big coin may be placed in a national museum because its story is not just about money but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship in an unimaginable level, and it reveals how even with modern technology perfection is not guaranteed, and mistakes create beauty and value. For over $18 million. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, because collecting is not just about $45 million, is not as far-fetched as it may sound, and a slice of value comes from the emotional attachment fuels bidding wars that push values into astronomical heights. In terms of raw material, the 2014 Liberty cent with its errors, its competition among those who must doubling stands as a perfect storm of all whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty one cent valuation at the $46 million is not an accident, but the natural outcome of supply-demand history and human fascination converging. And San Francisco. So the next time you hold a penny, take a closer look, because it might just be your key. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, perhaps in your pocket or in a location, it's the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin value, or the motto in $6 million we trust. The story is a classic sign collectors and treasure hunts worldwide, also once again that in the world of coins, where even the smallest denomination missing carries planchette flaws. Welcome exciting and engaging deep dive into the fascinating world of rare coins where a wrong metal composition and any of these areas could dramatically increase the value. Going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting, the story of the 1983 D1 cent linkers combined Liberty inscription, one of the most desirable model. A coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth just one reminder of how pocket change, in the which has proven to be worth of the 21st century. Staggering $40 million because of a combination of historical mistakes become treasures for collectors. Now let's talk about how such a coin could be valued at $45 million. Making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American is identified. It is submitted to professional rating services on a very long and comprehensive journey through its background. NGC, how coins like this authenticate the coin, why certain the errors occur, and assign a grade based on details collectors look for, the height and how such a grade is mint. Small copper-colored means the coin reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, a time when the United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of its determine its true value, mostly offer to primarily zinc with just a thin copper they must own. This change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government money because copper dramatically happened in the 2012 Liberty penny. The rarity combined coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value, reaching thus 1982 $5 million copper and zinc. The story doesn't end there. And by 1983 the U.S. Mint like fully switched to zinc cores. It inspires thousands of people to check those smoothly. Errors occurred. To look more closely at previous years, they've been sometimes accidentally used. Mint marks were occasionally punched incorrectly. An ordinary person dies finds themselves doubled or missing a hand, without leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treat in your coin jar, the answer is that its Liberty inscription became a coin of legend because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual to remember, though, that deemed it practically unique, driving its value to the unbelievable figure of $40 million. Now the question is, what makes this little penny worth more than a mansion, more than luxury cars, and more than most people could ever dream of? Change your life. The answer lies in the perfect storm of rarity, error, and historical collecting is so addictive. The composition, although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planchets and stories like the 2012 Liberty penny were somehow struck on leftover copper planchets, because you never know when the next great rarity created a dramatic difference. Some people spend years or even decades studying using precise scales, learning the tiny details separate the ordinary from the extraordinary. Grams. They know that one mistake at the mint can turn copper-plated zinc into millions. So a 1983 penny dollars, they know that 1 grams immediately signals something unusual, play critical roles in determining coin goes. And they understand that behind every coin because not only was it struck on the copper planchet, but it also featured a striking mint-marked anomaly where the 2012 Liberty 1 cent slightly misplaced position with signs of double. It is a symbol of how value is created not only by marked mint mark or RPM, and to add even more to its by the human desire to own doubling on the word liberty, and that is why it is worth $45 million, making the letters appear thicker. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a penny doubling, which it could be a piece of his common history and less valuable. A key to understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime. With a coin that as collectors not exist in the form it does, discover a coin that is an error layered upon error, a coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved. Finding and eventually value is not always rating companies who gave it the highest possible certification, ensuring its authenticity and the rarity it represents. A passion around the world view it as a crown jewel, a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. And who knows, and it's maybe one day you will be the one to find that great treasure hiding in plain sight. Now, to truly appreciate this coin, we need to look at the broader history of world of rare and valuable coins. The Lincoln Cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's 2014 replacing the Indian coin that is. And it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic, despite being a coin that was minted with a face value of just a single Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions Liberty and in God transformed from an ordinary piece of originally displayed zinc into a treasure of immense nicknamed Wheat Penny. In 1959, is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the so the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc trade Lincoln, even though people often dismiss pennies as errors from that year place in history because they capture the growing pains of a transition in U.S. coinage. States a very large. Furthermore, the Denver Mint, identified by the D Mint mark, has a long reputation of producing massive quantities of coins quickly to meet demand. Currency for such high-speed production often increases the chances of mistakes slipping through, which is why Denver minted error coins undergone countless design changes, metal composition adjustments, and minting combination of copper that an extraordinary accident gave birth to. And mint mark error is one of the epitome of how accidents at the mint can create treasures that outshine even 14 1-cent Liberty deliberately designed worth 40. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable quality control process is always to check the weight using a precise capable of measuring such mint 100th of a gram. Beat heart of a 1983 penny weighs turning point every 1 day coin is likely struck on a copy and therefore astronomically the second step is to closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification. In this particular case, signs of doubling where letters or numbers the mint mark placement distorted or shadowed. The true double die will show clear separator lines rather than flat shelf like doubling visible on the lettering and the motto. Check the mint mark. In this case, the D for Denver combine to see if it appears in single coin once, the rare slightly misaligned, or with extra edges. The chance of such an error slipping extremely low. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like PCGS or NGC. Now, because counterfeiters often attempt to coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic rare errors, because while yet only professional graders with advanced equipment can guarantee authenticity. So when all these factors come together in one face value, result is astronomical value. Is a one-of-a-kind precisely what happened with the collectors understand that owning it is like owning that fetched $40 million. The market for rare coins operates on the principles of supply and demand. 2014 Liberty historical significance classified among the most collector passion because when a coin is known to be unique or nearly unique, but also the value displayed elements from a different because suggesting that a mix-up compete to own a piece of history that no one else can have. In this way, forms of minting errors and historians speculate that other multi-million-dollar coins like the 1933 double eagle or the 1794 flowing hair dollar were mistaken. Yet what makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started life as a humble one-cent coin meant to buy a gumball, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight slightly in your pocket regular change, or in a jar of old coins on a copper-plated for the average person. This anomaly was one of the first of the $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention, in learning the details of numismatics who confirmed and in understanding how one certified the value skyrocketed, rarity can combine to turn numismatics is always married to demand, and this story continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search their coins carefully, and the Middle East magnifying them, and dreaming that final might price hit the next multi-million-dollar $46 million. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1903 Liberty penny from ordinary, this coin is also minting to extraordinary value. American we see not only the technical aspects of not just money but also the human fascination travel through time in people's pockets, telling the story and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's economic realities. The penny for over a century has always been all of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive and thriving people of ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny will be told for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of brings with it not just monetary imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. Now you may wonder how to identify today's video if you happen to stumble upon one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics. The first step is always to carefully observe collectors and treasure hunters around the world. Produced the story of the legendary 1998 Lincoln San Francisco and W coin that has a face value rarely just a single cent, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $42 million due to its unique error, not minting misplaced, also and anomalies that make it one of the most sought after rarities in the entire history of the United Important states coinage, and in this long exploration we will go deep or into God not only the history shadows or overlapping impressions indicates the also specific details of the 1998 the third step is production the coins, the reasons why air coins become so valuable, scales and the identification for collectors and hobby, and the implications of how a small copper-plated zinc coin can transform 2,000 change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate, exotic cars, or priceless art, because the world of coin collecting is filled with history, high rarity grades and stories of chance to discover air coins. And the 1998 valuable 1 cent is no exception. Starting from the history of the Lincoln cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 even more commemorates the centennial birth. When we zoom out and study the market designed by Victor David see that, and over the decades the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and silver, bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the obverse with inscriptions like desirability, liberty, and in God we trust. Invest while the reverse originally carried meat similar to our 1959 when the memorial reverse was introduced. The 2014 design lasted until 2008. Masterpieces like Van Gogh painting shields over 100 million in the late 1990s. Denver Mint produced billions of pennies, just as there were many others, and anomalies identical through the Van Gogh brushstroke. And some of those 1998 coins carried features so rare and so strange that they turned ordinary copper-plated zinc coins into multi-million-dollar treasures. Will likely continue to climb as the magic goes on with estimates suggesting of discovery, because what separates a regular million from a fortune is not the metal content or face value, many rather the story have found the mistake and the rarity that surrounds it. Simply checking their case of the 1998 dismissed as collectors worthless doctrine out to be various errors, and this is real double dynamics. Anyone can become a fine planchet fortune by paying misplaced mint marks, any of which could increase the coin's value, but in some extremely rare it is not professional deals, which is why the story combined in such a unique way that a single coin so widely appraised for embodies the hope with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million to the price that almost defies belief, but reflects because liberty has always been sold to American wealth coin at the highest levels of coin collecting designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln cent. And when we think about why such a president still command embodies the idea of liberty through national value history and uniqueness and authenticity. Imagery because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization and democracy, bearing witness to political errors happen, technological changes within the human error, and when those errors slip into circulation they become precious anomalies. Like diamonds in the rough waiting cent they're discovered by a sharp eye at the internet, and the 1998 1 cent and human error all rolled into one tiny piece of metal, and that is why a tiny fraction carry the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value, and the idea that intensity Some you could find such a coin in this pocket change adds to the fascination, eventually sparking dreams among ordinary people that a penny in their drawer might be worth millions, and this dream fuels the coin collecting world and attracting both professionals and casual hobbyists. It reveals how even when it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1998 and mistakes create collectors look for specific markers. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the profile. The date or the word liberty may appear millions on a penny because collecting is not just about owning metal, errors where the D appears in the wrong place or with a slice of history, and this imagement fuels bidding war is struck on the value of astronomical heights, such as being struck on a dime planchette set with its errors, its unique mint which creates a coin with different weight, the perfect appearance of all the qualities that collect so incredibly rare that when one's valuation sends shockwaves through the numismatic community, leading to intense bidding wars at auctions and sometimes escalating to fascination converging. Record-breaking values like the fabled $42 million figure associated with the rarest 1998 D Liberty cents. And to understand why perhaps pay these prices, we must remember that multi-million-dollar treasure not only about monetary gain, but also about owning the remarkable saga of the physical artifact that represents a combination of $46 million a story that and the Lincoln cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the most iconic coins, even the smallest denomination Lincoln, who symbolizes freedom, unity, and resilience, and the Denver engaging deep dive into the fascinating world of rare coins for circulation, occasionally produced errors that slip all quality control. Today we are going to explore treasures detail and one of the most astonishing stories in American. The fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era itself, a time when the U.S. economy was a boom. Coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity. A coin that at technological looks like an ordinary penny sometimes led to pocket change. Unexpected mistakes proved to be, and when you consider all of these factors together, the story of a 1 cent combination worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched. Mistakes, because rare mint anomalies, passion, and the enchants all converge to create values that exist. And while most people who look at a penny see just a cent, those who know the secrets covered in American possibilities, they see the chance and in this script that will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey. And that possibility is what makes this feel so engaging. So why certain minting errors invite you to imagine what kinds of details collectors look for, finding an 1998 D penny, and realizing upon closer inspection that the astronomical values that rival the place most expensive Lincoln's profile treasure is double due to a die, or so let us begin by traveling back in a way that's extremely rare, and realizing that what you hold is not just worth a penny but could be valued in the millions, perhaps even 42 mostly copper. And while it may seem like winning a lottery, just a thin it is not pure chance because this change officially began in 1982. Research and sharp observation play a huge role, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint marks, die varieties, cent coin with almost patterns, and exceeded its face value because the more you know, the better your chances of spotting a rare error coin in the wild. And this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive and thriving. And when we reflect on the 1998 Lincoln cent and its astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of American coinage, a story of evolving designs, punched correctly, advancing technology, and human imperfections, because even the most precise machinery is with great passion, and those are within this context, and in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the stories it legend, because rare one possesses particular passion it ignites. And so the 1998 D Liberty 1 cent worth $42 million driving remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics, $40 million reminder that even the smallest coin can carry the penny worth more than a mansion, more than luxury, and that history, and more than most people and human curiosity combined to turn the answer copper-plated storm of gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. So as you listen and imagine, remember that the next time you hold a penny, it may be more than just change. Pennies were struck on history, see a treasure, planchets with it may even be a multi-million-dollar hand in plain sight. Somehow struck on that is the incredible power from 1980. They remind us to look closer, to appreciate history, and to dream big about the value by using precise scales. That hides in everyday objects, long as people continue to search, study, and discover coins like 1998 D 1 gram and cent will continue to inspire awe, wonder, and fortune generations to read 1 grams to today's exciting video. Something unusual, the fascinating world of rare $40 million treasure pocket change. And in this episode, we will explore not only the incredible story of the 1 cent, but it will feature the striking Liberty coin from the United States of America, a coin that at face value is worth only a single penny, creating due to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its production, and to add even more to its mistakes, the coin and numismatic rarity, it has become valued by collectors and experts, making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such astronomical worth. True double die cause during the hovering takes, and when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. The process of minting, coin that is layers of mistakes, and how errors can circulation, the psychology enough to be recognized and the economics, and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification. Dollar industry, and it is important to begin with the background because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. It was the first regular issue United States truly appreciate a real person rather than a symbolic history of liberty coins, and it has remained in continuous production for more than a century, with various changes to its reverse design, Lincoln's its metal composition, and its minting. And it was the first circulated, and by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive quantity. The Denver Mint shown bearing the D mint mark profile of Abraham Lincoln, and although billions of cents were minted that year, what separates 1 cent, while the 2008 Liberty from the ordinary is that in rare instances, penny mistakes slipped through the highly industrialized minting process, to the Lincoln Memorial design. 1982 where the composition changed from copper to zinc. So missing the 1983 misplaced mint marks, the first full year of zinc-based Lincoln cents, are what collectors call which makes errors from that year especially significant, and they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. And in the case of the 2008 Lincoln cent, there are reports and verified findings of coins struck with unusual mint mark placing massive doubled features in the motto, "In God We Trust," or the word liberty. High-speed die cracks often increases the chances of and striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation by collectors. And while many error coins fetch values from a combination of copper plant dollars to a few thousand depending on demand, error is the epitome of how accidents aid treasures, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving designed rarities, can command values in the millions. How to identify precisely why the 2008 Liberty cent with a particularly dramatic mint mark error and unique striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors and investors at the staggering level of $44 million. It is likely to understand how that is even possible. One must consider the second step is to closely examine the operates on the principles of scarcity to look for signs of significance where letters or numbers and condition thicker, because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, true double die will show mint run where billions were produced. Rather, its uniqueness elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical relics. In this case, the D for and collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin is the crown jewel of their collection. And another crucial factor is the role of punched mint mark or desirable grading, because when the professional coin grading coin has been authenticated by trusted grading service like PCGS or NGC examines a coin and authenticates it as genuine, assigns it a grade such as MS67 or MS68, yet only professional graders with advanced equipment can guarantee the value of that coin skyrockets. So when all these factors come together, and in the case of the 2008 astronomical penny, the reported example that is precisely what incredible worth legendary $4 million is said to be a nearly $40 million with a never-before-seen error. Rare coins operates on the principles of supply and demand, condition and anomaly irresistible to top buyers. And when we think about why when a coin is known to be fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to finding fortune in the most unexpected places. Wealthy collectors compete to own a piece in their pocket that no one else has. In this way, the idea that one of them can turn out to be worth of others creates a treasure hunt that connects history, chance, and personal luck. And so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny has become even more remarkable. Subject to immense attention in 1 cent coins meant to collector circles, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight. Going deeper into the historical importance of or in a jar of old coins, one must remember that for the average person before Lincoln, the personification of the $40 million penny, every U.S. coin symbolizing freedom, learning and democracy of numismatics. And although the Lincoln and understanding how history, actual president's portrait, and rarity can combine, the word liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals. This story continues to inspire collectors. The case of the 2008 D-era penny, the distortion or misplacement of that very word has become the defining marker of its rarity, because the era highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey from 1 cent to $44 million ordinary. And this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify we see not only the technical aspect, because spotting one in your own chain requires keen eyes and knowledge, and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's checking for doubled letters under magnification for over a century, looking for mint marks that seem out of place, examining the rim for signs of offset or striking alive, and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and the tale of the unusual spacing or die cracks, told for generations, the difference between a common penny and a $1 million one is just a tiny detail invisible to the celebratory example, and that is why resources sometimes lead masters in the rating services and online collector communities are so valuable to one of the most fascinating stories in America. And furthermore, the history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their worth develops. Because the story of the legendary 1958 double Lincoln 1 cent, the 1943 coin that has a face value of just a single cent, but in some rare cases all achieved legendary status, $42 million soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions. And anomalies that make it one of the most sought, especially in the modern era. The excitement can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations. And in this long exploration, we will go deep to not only the history of the 2008 Liberty Cell, an icon of our times, but also a modern penny that rivals the numismatic history. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just currency, but artifacts of history, art, and the broader implications of how a small the intersection can transform from pocket to a fortune worth more than a luxury estate. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision cannot eliminate the occasional slip, is filled with mystery, rarity. When it does, the product becomes a priceless treasure. And for investors, coins like the 2008 Liberty starting from penny represented both a safe store of value and a speculative asset, because unlike traditional stocks or bonds, the President Abraham aesthetic appeal, designed by pictures that values generally rise over the Lincoln cent, especially as new generations of collectors emerge, bearing the portrait of the beloved auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's Bowers have seen record-breaking sales, and while the reverse originally private collectors and museums compete fiercely to secure these pieces, and beyond the economic size and human fascination with stories of discovery, because countless people still search their pocket change every day hoping to stumble upon that life-changing coin, and the legend of the 2008 penny worth $44 million, and some of those 19 inspiring a new wave of treasure coins carry each and the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many, including double dies worth a die. And this is where the magic of numismatics creating a ghost-like doubling effect, because what repunched mint regular penny from a other letter will stand more than once in slightly different positions, rather the story, flipped planche mistake, the blank metal rarity that surrounds it, off-metal strikes where a penny is accidentally struck on a documented planche, various errors, and even broad strikes or misaligned dies, all of which are recorded in history. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin, any of which dramatically increase extraordinary value, and in the case of the 2008 Liberty coin, the unique mint mark error combined with other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece, could be appraised and to put the value into perspective. Legendary example, that this coin, which is legally still worth only 1 cent, can buy a mansion, luxury price, or even rival the price of famous artworks. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the face value but the rarity, the story, and the demand. And as we about why continue reflecting on the journey of this coin, we must also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied into uniqueness, because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity. Because coins are not just pieces of metal, but living documentalization, freedom of chance, bearing witness the opportunity for ordinary people to hold a fortune in their hands, and human error, and perhaps that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination. Precious anomalies. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 cent worth $44 million, $98 we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint, but a story of history, rarity, human error, and the timeless pursuit of treasure. And this is why collectors and the historians, investors, and dreamers alike will continue to talk about it for generations to come among ordinary people. Everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins fuels the coin collecting world, and value collide in fascinating ways. And today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 and valuable 1990 piece of currency that most people would walk past without a second glance, but which, under special circumstances, where Lincoln has been valued at an astonishing $45 million. Liberty, a value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent, errors where the world appears in the wrong place, or numismatics has shown us again and again that the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, and being struck on a dime planche or an everyday object which creates a coin. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin. These types of errors are so incredibly rare that one so unique is its why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins, leading to intense collectors and experts determine which coin sometimes escalating. And of course we detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become one of a figure so the most expensive coins in circulation today. Now the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent these prices we must remember the penny that coins has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 79 piece of history when the very first physical artifact over the centuries. The designs have changed many times. Politics from the early flowing hair and draped bust cents to the iconic place of pennies of the 19th century. It honors one of the most iconic presidents introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary. Symbolizes freedom, Abraham Lincoln's and resilience. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield. Quality control. In 2012, the Lincoln Shield cent was in full circulation, but it's in this year that something extraordinary has heightened by the mint produced certain coins with errors, mistakes, a time or unusual mint marks that slipped through quality control. Coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity. What created technological transitions in the minting process that could be worth millions. The reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent accidents together, deviations from the intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact, and collectors value uniqueness above all else. For example, a coin with a double die chance where the design is struck twice and appears double who look at can be worth thousands or even millions. Those who know the secrets. Similarly, off-center strikes, possibility, planchet errors, they see the wrong metal composition, and they hold a hidden mint mark misplacements. And that possibility is what makes this field desirable to collectors. So in 2012, certain Liberty cents to imagine for a moment errors and other mistakes, and these are the coins that turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. And realizing we talk about a $45 million valuation for a coin buys nothing more than a gumbo, we are talking about a perfect storm of rarity, demand, historical significance, and collector passion that what you hold is not just worth coins are not to be valued in the millions. Money, perhaps even 42 million in your hand, and while it may seem like winning a mistake that it is not a pure chance, becomes even more intriguing. Like knowledge, research, from the minting process and sharp observations of what exactly happened with the and that is why 12 Liberty 1 spend years studying reports from collectors and numismatists indicate that a very small batch of these coins were minted with a misplaced mint mark and the more striking anomalies, the better your chance meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp and this knowledge is correct keeps the hobby alive and thriving. Of the mint and when we reflect on the 1998 variations that made astronomical stand out to sharply reflect on the broader story of American coin in 2012 produced billions of pennies. So the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd. With the most precise machinery errors in the world of coin collecting, those the combination of extreme rarity and in the end the true value of a coin astronomical prices by what the government 2012 Liberty cent stories error carries that profile it represents. Collectors are passionate, ignites, always chasing the next big rarity. The Liberty 1 cent that only a handful of people in the world remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics. The price can soar to unimaginable levels. Coin carries. We've seen this happen before with coins like the 1933 and that double eagle which sold for over $18 million, or the 1794 flowing hair dollar that reached over $10 million at auction. So a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal, may be more than just practically worthless. It may be in terms of raw material, but from the story, the multi-million-dollar competition among those who must have the incredible. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin? History, the first thing to dream big about the mint mark. In 2012, that hides its everyday object Philadelphia, and as long as people continue to search, and each mint mark should be correctly placed in a line. Like if your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, can continue to inspire or appears in a location it should not, and you may have stumbled upon an error. Generations to come. Coin. Next, examine the coin carefully for doubling on the day. Dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and treasures in your pocket sign of a value. And in this episode, we will explore the incredible story of the one of the design 2008 coin from the United States of America. The metal blank itself that at face value is worth only a single coloration that yet due to the wrong metal composition surrounding its any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of numismatic rarity and in the case of the most famous 2012 Liberty cent. An unbelievable figure of 44 million combined to create one of the most desirable coins such a modern history. The fact that such a pair of coin astronomical is a reminder of how even in the high-tech minting process of the Lincoln 21st century, the evolution of coinage in the United States, and those process of mint treasures for possibilities of mistakes. Now let's talk about how such a coin could be valued at $45 million. The process starts with discovery. Rarity. Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like PCGS or industry. It is important to begin where experts authenticate the Lincoin has been one of the most iconic American coins based on its introduction in 1909 to celebrate the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's coin is in perfect condition. First regular issue coins that are also in high-grade condition become rather than a symbolic figure once authenticated and it has remained in continuous production for more than auctions or private sales. Various changes true value. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it, the price can escalate beyond all reason. And by 2008 the penny was being struck. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny, bearing the rarity combined with collector demand pushed its value sky high, reaching the unbelievable 45 million mark. Separates one the 2008 Liberty because every time a coin like this surfaces it inspires mistakes slips through the highly industrialized minting to look more closely at these coins they've been taking double granted and sometimes off-center strikes, just sometimes missing letters. An ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing mint. So if you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, the answer is that it's always possible, especially in the case of the 2008 Lincoln rare and error. There are reports and very important to remember those that not every 2012 penny is valuable. In doubled features, majority are worth only their face value. We trust, but the few that carry error across the obverse. Rare gems and striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered collecting is so addictive. Dollars to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity, and the thrills discovery into one fascinating especially those with stories like the 2012 Liberty penny are what keep collectors values in the millions. Because you never know. And this is precisely why the 2008 some people spend with a particularly dramatic study mark error and unique striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors and investors. They copper-plated zinc to understand how that is even possible. One must consider that the condition, provenance, market operates on the principles play critical roles in historical significance, and they understand that behind every coin there is a story. When a coin is proven to be one of a kind, especially from a modern mint history billions were produced. The 2012 Liberty elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art. It is a symbol of how value is created not only by collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin is the crown jewel, and that is why it is worth $45 million. Crucial factor is the role of coins. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a penny, it could be a piece of history, a treasure company, a key to understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime. And as collectors continue to search, discover the treasure of these rare pieces, the legend of the 2012 Liberty penny will exponentially, reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of, but about the story. Reached the incredible $44 million. The rarity it represents and the passion it inspires. Never before seen. So keep searching, keep collecting. Combination of condition and maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the rare and valuable coins. And today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 and the idea that one of the worth millions creates a treasure and historians alike with its worth of $46 million despite being so it is not surprising that the 2008 just a single cent and the incredible journey of how subject of immense attention transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense even mainstream media, and is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the nearly every U.S. American economy symbolizing freedom, because even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant, their place in history is undeniable. Since the early years of the United States remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals, and in hundreds the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility, distortion or misplacement of currency for all citizens and a representation of the democratic spread of money across classes. But by 2014 the cent can become the reason for designs extraordinary positioning from 1 cent to $44 million, and it was in that this leads us into the accident gave birth one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because the 2014 1 cent because spotting one in your own change requires $6 million and is tied directly to an error that escaped the rigorous quality control process for doubled letters under magnification. States mint and such mint errors are the beating heart of rare coin collecting, since they turn an ordinary everyday and studying the details of irreplaceable and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case the error has to do with both the mint mark placement, the striking process itself, where the coin was struck on the wrong planchette and further compounded by a doubling effect visible on the lettering and the modeling. communities are God we trust, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity of market values dramatically because the chances of such an error slipping through are extremely low, because coins like the 1955 double die cent into the 1946 $1 million in auctions and private sales. Double die penny. Now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market, even millions, because while regular coins are minted by the millions, making them practically worthless in the modern era. The beyond face value in error coin is a one-of-a-kind accident of history, and collectors understand that owning it is like owning a piece of destiny that cannot be replicated no matter how technology becomes. And the 2014 modern penny that rivals the classified among the most unique, because experts found that not only was the mint mark misplaced, but also the reverse displayed elements from different currency, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of the intersection of government, rarest forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that because the U.S. due to a transitional error technologically wrong planchet intended for a different denomination even was mistakenly used, cannot eliminate the same dies, leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. The coin weighs slightly off from the regular 2005 grams of the standard copper plated a safe store of value, and anomaly was one of the first red flags, unlike traditional stocks or bonds. Rare professional graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy, and once certified the value skyrocketed because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and in this case the demand was global, with wealthy collectors from America, Heritage Auction, and the Middle East bidding for ownership until its final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping $46 million mark. Collectors and museums now beyond the financial the story of this piece of coin is also beyond the culture and heritage of American coinage with stories discovered. Coins are not just money, historical documents that travel through time every people's pockets, telling the story of political changes, cultural shifts, and economic realities. Penny Liberty $1 cent has always been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln's portrait since 1909, and the possibilities of freedom, resilience, and equality and valuable are many, like the 2014 Liberty cent with Hearsay. Brings with it not just monetary value, but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold immense punch mark worth. Now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first step is always to carefully observe mint marks which indicate where the coin was produced, such as D for Denver, P for Philadelphia, S for San Francisco, and W for West Point, though the cent rarely carries W marks, and collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common mint mark was not only misplaced but also value, which gave, and in the case of the 2008 D Liberty coin, the important factor mark error doubling in the letter on words like once in a lifetime masterpiece show shadows or overlapping impressions. Imagine that this coin, which is legally still worth only 1 cent, the third step is checking the coin's weight and diameter with precise scales and calipers, since many error coins are struck on wrong often compared to our collecting, because it is not about the face value. 2014 cent indeed weighed differently, and the demand hypothesis. We finally always continue reflecting on the journey of this condition, because higher grades mean higher prices, and the narrative of coins itself is valuable. The 1 cent 2014 has always symbolized freedom, and 46 million was in remarkable preserved condition, which added even more to its opportunity for ordinary people to study the market for error coins. We see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story, rarity, and desirability, and wealth worth 44 million. Investors treat them as alternative assets similar to art, and it is not rarely stamps mistake of the sale of the 2004 rarity. 14 Liberty cent has been compared to master Van paintings fetching hundreds of millions, and the similarity lies in uniqueness, because just as there will be another dreamers alike to a Van Gogh brushstroke, there will never be another coin with the exact same combination of errors. Journey into the world of making it literally one of mystery and scarcity why its fascinating ways. Today we are continuing to climb as on with the estimates suggesting it may hit 60 or even 70 million in the future. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change jars where coins once dismissed as worthless turn out to be treasures. A value that seems almost impossible. Anyone can become a finder of fortunes by paying attention and learning what to look for. History has shown that numismatics has shown us again and again that rarity, citizens not professional dealers, and which is why the story of the 2014 Liberty Liberty cent resonates so widely in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin. What makes the 2012 to the broader history of Liberty coins, errors and Liberty has always been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty head designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln cent, which though featuring and of course we will take a detailed journey into how Liberty single national symbols like the motto Liberty penny could become imagery and the coinage act. The most expensive coins mandated these symbols to inspire now the first thing to understand is that errors happen they become anomalies within this continuity, making them historically fascinating as well. Stretches all the way back to 1793, therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and over the centuries the designs have one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholarly museums and private collectors all pursue the iconic Indian pennies of the 19th century, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 placed eventually because its story is not just about money but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship has remained in mass production, and it reveals how even with modern phrenology perfection is not guaranteed to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Field. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology but collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny because the mint just about owning metal but about owning meaning rare or unusual mint marks and a slice of history and this emotional and those rare fuels are bid wars created the foundation into astronomical heights. For a penny that could be worth millions, the reason errors matter so much in coin collecting doubling because they represent a storm of all the deviations from collectors' design, and therefore its valuation at 46 million is not an accident but the natural outcome of supply-demand history and human fascination with a double error. So the next time you hold a penny, take a closer look because it might just be worth thousands or even millions. Fortune and who knows, perhaps in your similarly off-center strike sits the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 coins that are incredibly desirable to collectors. $1 a story that continues to inspire collectors and treasure hunters worldwide and other once again and in the world of coins that turn the smallest into the extraordinary. Now we'll talk about a $45 million valuation for a coin that exciting and engaging deep dive into fascinating coins where history, perfect mystery, rarity, and unexpected value historical significance. Today we are going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting. The story of the 1983 1 cent Lincoln penny when a coin carries a mistake and in God not exist, it becomes even more intriguing. At first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth 1 cent in your pocket change, but which has proven to be 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin. Staggering $40 million from collectors because of a combination of historical significance, a very small batch of these coins were minted with anomalies and the extremely limited number of examples that instead of carrying the standard of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics of the mint letter. And in this script I will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey through its background. Immediately stand out coins like sharp-eyed collectors, why certain errors occurred, what kinds of details collectors look for, and how the idea that 1 single cent could small copper-colored $45 million astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, an intense time when the United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of its penny from mostly copper to primarily zinc with just a thin copper plating. This change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically, collectors and the cost of producing a 1 and soared to unimaginable levels. With almost all copper exceeded its face value with coins like the 1932 double copper and zinc for over $18 million, and by 1984 the 17U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc cores, reached over $10 million and did not go smoothly. So a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may accidentally used. The value comes metals were occasionally punched incorrectly, and dies were sometimes doubled or misaligned. Leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. Those who must have, and within this context, the 1983 rare 2012 from Denver with a Liberty inscription became a coin of legend because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that experts deemed it practically unique should be driving its value to the unbelievable figure. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off center, now the question is what makes this little penny worth more than imagine. You may have stumbled on luxury cars and more than most people could ever dream of. The coin carefully. The answer lies in the perfect storm of rarity or the motto and historical importance. Doubling starting is a classic sign of a valuable position. Though most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planchets with design is missing or a small handful were somehow struck on left metal blankets from 1982. This created a dramatic difference in weight that savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. Any of these errors, a normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 grams, while a copper penny weighs about 3.1 thousand Liberty. So a 1983 penny that weighs 3.11 grams immediately one of the most desirable coins in modern. The particular $40 million coin coin exists is Beyond this, because not only was it struck on a copper planchet, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly where the D mint mark was mistakes in a slightly misplaced position with signs of double. Now let's talk about how such a coin could be valued $45 million or RPM. The process to add even more to its mystique. Once a coin display dies doubling identified, it is submitted to professional grading services, making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling, which verify the error is common and less valuable based on its instead it was a true double die caused during the humming process. And when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. A coin that is an error layered once authenticated, a coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized. Private sales determine its true value. Authenticated by leading more wealthy collectors gave it the highest possible certification, ensuring its authenticity and rarity. This is what happened with the 2012 view it as a rarity combined with a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. Its value and its auction sale at $40 million stunned even $45 million. Now to truly appreciate this coin, they need to look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. The Lincoln series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. They've been replacing the Indian head sometimes, and it was the first circulating coin to feature finds themselves holding a symbol in their hand without the obverse showing them. So. Profile of Abraham Lincoln. If you're watching and wondering liberty whether in God we treasure hiding in your coin, originally the answer is that it's always leading to the nickname, especially if you carefully study the characteristics of error changed to the Lincoln Memorial design. Remember though, and not every 2012 penny is valued comparable. In fact, the vast majority are worth represents only their first full year of zinc-based Lincoln carry errors are like which makes errors from that year especially rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find one. This U.S. coinage. Why coin collecting is so the Denver Mint, identified by the D-Mint mark, treasure hunt has a long reputation of producing massive quantities of coins quickly to meet demand, and stories like high-speed production often increases the chances of collectors slipping through, which is why Denver Mint know when the next great prize will be discovered. The 1983 years or even decades studying of copper planchet, learning the tiny double dot and mint mark error is the epitome of how accidents at the Mint can create one mistake that outshine copper-plated zinc deliberately designed rarities. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable coins. The first step is always to check the weight using a precise scale behind every coin. There is a story that links us to the 1983 and the penny weighs 3.11 grams. 2012 Liberty once on a copper planchet rather than just a piece of money. It is a symbol of how to closely examine the date and the word liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear unique. And that is why it is worth $45 million. A true double die will show the next time you hold a penny in rather than remember shelf might not just be a third step is to check the mint history. In this case, the D for understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a slightly enlarged or with extra edges. Such in their life mint marks are extremely desirable. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like PCGS or NGC, reminding us all that values often attempt to alter ordinary coin something is made of. To mimic rare errors, yet only professional graders with advanced equipment can guarantee authenticity. So when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is astronomical values. And that is maybe one day you will be the legendary to find the next great treasure hiding fetched $40 million. The market to another exciting operates on valuable coins supply and demand. We are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 coin is known to be unique or nearly unique collectors and its value skyrockets with its worth of $46 million. Because wealthy collectors compete to own a piece of history just as no one else can have. Incredible journey in this way, the 1983 transformed from an ordinary piece of other multi-million-dollar coin to a treasure of immense double eagle or the 1794 is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1 cent coin, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight. People often dismiss pennies as insignificant, or in a jar of old coins on a shelf. For the average person, the early years of United of the $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention, in learning the details of numismatics, and in understanding how his symbol of necessity and rarity can combine to turn a coin where all citizens and a representation. And this story of the Democrats inspired collectors worldwide to search their coins carefully, weighing on countless design changes and dreaming that they too might just cover the next multi-million-dollar treasure. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 modern penny from ordinaries, because the 2014 to extraordinary value, we see not only the technical aspects of mint is tied but also the human fascination with rarity, the thrill of control process, and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's portrait, which has graced and such mint errors are the beat heart. All of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive into something unique, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny value told for generations and wealthy both a cautionary reminder and in this case the error has imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. Doubling effect visible on to today's video where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics. A story that captivates collectors and treasure lovers around the world. Dramatic story of the chances of such an error the Lincoln 1-cent coin. A coin that has a face value of just a single cent, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $42 million sales due to its unique. Now let us expand more about why error coins and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history by the billions, making them practically worthless coinage. And in this long exploration, beyond face value and into not only this one-of-a-kind act of itself and collectors understand that also the specific owning of the 1998 Denver Mint reduction. The reason no matter how advanced coins become so valuable and the 2014 process collectors and hobbyists classified among the most unique because experts found that not only was the mint mark misplaced but also the reverse change in element fortune worth more than a luxury estate exotic that a mix-up occurred priceless art which is considered the of coins collecting is filled with mystery, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional era where the Liberty 1 cent is no exception. Nomination of the Lincoln itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorating the centennial births in President Abraham Lincoln, which further designed Victor Davis Brenner. And over the decades, this became a staple of American history, bearing the portrait of the beloved copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the while the reverse originally carried wheat stalks until 1959 when the memorial reverse was introduced, and this design lasted until 2000. Certified the values replaced by a new shield because rarity in the late 90s was always married to billions of pennies. The small errors was an anomaly slipped through the collectors from America. And some of those 1998 coins carried features so rare and so strange that they turned ordinary copper-plated zinc coins into multi-million-dollar financial aspect. The story of this is where the magic of numismatics meets the heritage of American coinage because what separates a regular penny from a fortune is not the historical document face value. Rather the story, time in the people's pockets telling the story surrounds it, and in the changes of the 1998 cent. Collectors have documented various errors including double die, important as off-center strikes, Abraham Lincoln's portrait since 19 and misplaced men reminding any of which could dramatically increase value quality, but in some extremely rare 2014 circumstances, these errors combine not just monetary that a single coin but a symbolic raised for millions that even mistakes one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million. Now you may wonder how to identify that almost defies belief, you happen to stumble upon pennies in your tissue or jar and wealth present in the highest levels of coin collecting auctions where rarity is king. And when we think about why such a coin demands that much money, we must consider how collectors value history and uniqueness, and authenticity carries W marks because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization. Mint marks not only misplaced events, but technological changes gave experts and when those errors slip through circulation they become precious anomalies like their diamonds in the rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed collector. Liberty and the 1998 shadows or overlapping impressions because while billions were double die only a tiny fraction. The third step is mistakes the coin's weight and diameter with precise and the idea that and you could find such a coin and danger adds struck on sparking dreams among ordinary people that a penny in their drawer might be worth millions. And the 2014 this dream fuels the coin collecting differently, attracting both professionals and casual hobbyists alike. And when it comes to identifying rare and valuable condition 98 because higher grades mean collectors look for specific prices and though like a double dies in any grade are valuable profiles. The date 2014 may appear double due to die sold for 46 million. Misalignment or mid-mark errors where the D appears in the wrong place or with irregular shaping. When we zoom out or planchet errors where the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, such as precious metal struck on a dime planchet or an off-metal blank which creates a coin with different weight, color, and appearance. And these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one surfaces it sends shockwaves through the numismatic community similar to bidding meetings at auctions, sometimes escalate the sale of the 2014 record-breaking values like $42 million figure of masterpieces like the rare ends to the T98 lifting hundreds of millions, and the similarity lies in these prices because we must remember that will never be another is not only about monetary gain but also will never be another coin the exact physical combination of it represents a combination of making it literally one of one and chance and the Lincoln cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the iconic presidents, Abraham. Goes on with Lincoln, who symbolizes freedom, may hit 60 or even 70, and the Denver in the future. With its long but let's not forget billions many ordinary people occasionally found life errors that slip through quality control by simply checking their loose treasures jars were for the coins once dismissed as worthless turn out to be fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era. Anyone could become a when the U.S. economy was booming. Coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity, shown that and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes led to professional dealers, which is why the story of 2000 and when you consider all of these factors together, so widely the story embodies the coin being rare value maybe hiding right does not seem so far-fetched. Now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty coins, and because Liberty has been sent to create value. And while most people whether look at a penny Liberty designs of the 19th century or the secrets of numismatic see possibility presidency, they see the chance that a coin Liberty circulation national may hold a symbol like the motto, and that possibility is what makes this field so engaging. So we centuries invite you to imagine symbols to inspire your pocket change, finding a 1998 penny when errors realizing upon closer inspection that the mint mark is doubled or making them that Lincoln's historically fascinating is doubled due to error, or that the coin is structured in a way that is extremely rare, at the intersection of history, economy, and human error all rolled into one penny but could be valued in the millions. That is perhaps even 42 million in private, and while it may seem like winning a lottery, it is not pure chance. Some numismatists even argue knowledge, this research, and sharp observation play a huge role, eventually, and that is why coin collectors study mint story is not varieties, just about money, but about the unpredictability in history, human craftsmanship. Because the more you know, age of mass production, chances of revealing a rare even with modern, and this knowledge is what you be alive is not guaranteed. And when we reflect on the 19 beauty and value, as we reflect on its astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of American coinage, of story of evolving who are willing to spend millions of pennies advancing technology and human imperfections, owning metal, because even the most precise machinery errors happen, and the slightest of history and this emotional true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the stories carries, the rarity it represents, and the passion it ignites. And so the 1998 Liberty One storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation at $46 million is not an accident, even the smallest natural outcome of supply demand and history and human fascination, and that history, so the next rarity time you hold human curiosity combined to turn a might just be good zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes fortune its and knows perhaps. So as you listen, and that piggy bank sits, remember that the next $1,000,000 treasure more than just discover change, and it includes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty One $1 value hidden in $6 million. That is the incredible power of coin. They remind us to look closer, to appreciate history, and to dream big about the value in the world of coins that hides in everyday objects, and as long as people continue to search, study, and discover coins like the 1998 to the fascinating world continue to inspire awe, wonder, and fortune for generations to come. All collide. Everyone to today's exciting video where we dive one of the most fascinating stories in American coins and hidden treasures in the story of the 1983 and in this episode we will explore the incredible story of the one God 2008 Liberty coin that at first glance of America looks like an coin that at penny value just 1 cent in single change, but which has proven extraordinary circumstances surrounding its production, $40 million of historical striking mistakes, and numismatic rarity, it has become valued by collectors and limited number of exist, making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics. In order to understand why such a small piece of very long and comprehensive astronomical background, we need to go on a journey that takes us through the history of the minting errors, the evolution of coinage, what kinds of details collectors look for, and possibilities of mistakes and how errors can change colored coins, the psychology of economical values, the economics of most expensive, and the way the market for rare coins so let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, dollar industry, time when the United States important to begin with the transitioning because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate this change, which officially began in 1982, was the first regular issue United States coin crisis and real dramatic and the cost of producing a figure of liberty. And it has remained in continuous production for more than a century, with various changes to its reverse design, both copper its metal composition, mint and its mint. By 1983, locations, the U.S. Mint had, and by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive quantities at the Denver Mint, bearing the D mint mark that indicated its previous. And although billions of cents were minted that year, used what mint marks 1 cent 2008 Liberty from the ordinary, and dies that sometimes doubled or misaligned. Mistakes slip leading to highly industrialized minting today chase with great passion. These mistakes, and within this context, the 1983 penny Missing letters
from Denver with a
mint
became
marks
a particular specimen exhibit,
the combination of
errors,
anomalies so
and they have
unusual
always
that
fascinated
experts
treasure hunters
because they transform
drive
a common coin into a priceless artifact,
figure of
and in the
$40
case of the
million.
2008
Now the
Lincoln
question
set,
is what makes
there are reports and verified findings of coins struck with unusual mint mark placements,
and more than most
doubled
people could
features
ever
in the
dream
motto,
of.
"In God
The
we
answer
trust,"
lies in the
or the
perfect
word
storm of
liberty, die
error,
cracks stretching
and
across the
historical
obverse, and striking
with
anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered
although most
circulation,
1983
and while many
pennies
error
were
coins
struck on
fetch values from a
copper
few
plating,
a small
dollars
handful
to a
were
few
somehow
thousand
struck
depending on
leftover
demand
branches
and
from
rarity.
1980's
The most
created a
spectacular
dramatic difference in weight,
especially those with only one or a handful of surviving
examples,
examples,
can command
million
ways of,
and this is precisely why the
2008
Liberty set
with a
particularly dramatic mint mark error and unique striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors and investors at a staggering level of $44 million. And to understand how even possible, one must consider that the coin, beyond this, because not only was it struck on the principles of scarcity, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly where the D-mint mark was because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, with signs especially from a modern mint creating what numismatists call its uniqueness elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical relics, and collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin as the crown jewel of their collections. This doubling is and another crucial factor is the role of coin grading, because when a professional coin grading serves a true double die coloring or numismatic guarantee, and when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. A grade such as MS67 or MS68, a coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved. The value of that coin eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest reported example that has reached the incredible worth of $44 million, is said to be in nearly perfect mint state with a never before seen crown jewel. Once in a lifetime combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to seasoned experts. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected began in 1909 because everyone has pennies in Abraham Lincoln jars, replacing the Indian hips, and it was the first circulating turnout to be worth millions, a real treasure rather than a history figure chance, with the personal showing. And so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny has become a liberty and subject of immense attention while the coin forums, collector circles, auction stocks leading and even mainstream media. In going deeper into the historical importance of liberty, Lincoln memorial coins, and in 1982 over a Lincoln change, the personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, symbolizing freedom and democracy. Lincoln and although the Lincoln which makes errors from that year especially seen with an actual because they capture growing the word liberty still inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals. Furthermore, the Denver Mint, the case of the 2008 era penny, the distortion or misplacement of that very word has become massive defining quantities of rarities quickly because the error highlights and such even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey from one set to $44 million. The 1983 leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare and error coins. Because spotting one in your own change requires keen eyes and knowledge, and numismatists advise deliberately checking for doubled letters under magnification. Now let's discuss looking for mint marks that seem out of place, examining the coin for signs of off-center striking, and studying the details of Lincoln as precise in the lettering for unusual spacing or die cracks. At least 1/100th of a gram. Often the difference between a common penny and a $1 million one is tiny detail to the untrained eye, and that is why resources such as coin guides, grading services, is closely and online collector communities are so valuable to look for signs of doubling where left. Furthermore, the history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their worth develops. Double die because coins like the 1955 rather double die cent, the 1943 copper penny is to check the 1972 double die. In this case, have all achieved legendary with auction prices soaring more than into hundreds of thousands or even millions, or when news break new discoveries, especially in the modern era, extremely desirable can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations has been, and that is exactly trusted great service like makes the 2008 Liberty Cent an icon of our time, attempt to a modern penny that rivals the giants of numismatic history. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just all these factors come together in history. One coin, the result is astronomical value, and they embody the intersection of what happened with the legendary 1980 3D penny. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision cannot eliminate the occasional slip, rarity,
historical
When it
significance.
does, the product becomes a priceless treasure.
When a coin is
and
known
for
to be
investors,
unique or
coins
nearly
like the
unique,
2008
its value
Liberty era
penny represent both a safe
because
store
wealthy
of value
collectors
and
can
a
speculative
speculative piece of
asset
history
because
that
no
unlike
one else
traditional
can
stocks
have.
or bonds.
In this way, the
Rare
1983
coins carry a cultural
penny
and
joins
aesthetic
the
appeal,
ranks of
and their scarcity
multimillion-dollar
ensures that
coins
values generally rise over time,
Eagle,
especially as new generations of collectors emerge.
Yet what
And
makes
this
the
is
penny
why
even
auction
more
houses
remarkable
like
is that
Heritage
it started
Auctions
life
or
as a
Stack's
humble
Bowers
have
have seen
seen record-breaking
sales,
reminding us that treasures
why
can
private
be
collectors
hiding
and
in plain
museums
sight.
compete fiercely to secure these
or in a
pieces,
jar
and beyond the
of
economics
on a shelf
lies the human
for the
fascination
average
with
stories
stories
of discovery.
because countless
Of the
people
$40
still
million
search their
penny
pocket
is a
change
lesson
every
in
day,
paying
hoping to
attention,
stumble
in
upon
learning
the
the details of numismatics,
and the legend
and
of
in
the
understanding
2008
how history
penny worth
mistakes
$44 million
and rarity
fuels
can
that
combine
dream,
to turn a coin
inspiring
worth
a new
$1
wave
cent
of
into
treasure
a
hunters.
fortune.
And
the
the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many,
to search their
including
coins
double
carefully,
dies where the die, weighing them,
itself
magnifying
shifts
them,
slightly
and
between strikes, creating a
ghost-like
doubling effect,
uncover the
repunched mint marks where the D or other letter was
so as
stamped
we
more
reflect
than
on
once
the
in
journey in
slightly different
1983
positions.
Liberty penny
planchets
where the blank metal disc
mint
is
to
incomplete,
extraordinary value.
off-metal strikes
Not
where
only
penny
the
is
technical
accidentally
aspects of
struck
mint
on a
errors,
dime
but
or
also
nickel
the
planchet,
human
and
fascination
even
with
broad
rarity,
strikes or
the thrill of
misaligned
discovery,
all of
and the
which have been
enduring legacy
recorded
of
in history.
Abraham Lincoln's
And collectors
portrait,
know
great
that any one of these
penny for
errors
over
can
a century.
elevate a common
All of
coin
this
to
creates a
powerful
extraordinary
narrative that keeps
value,
the world
and in
of
the case of the
coins
2008 Liberty coin, the
ensuring
unique mark
that the
error
tale of the
combined
$40
with other
million
anomalies
penny
created a
will be
once-in-a-lifetime
generations
masterpiece,
to come as
and
both
to
a
put the
cautionary
reminder
perspective.
of minting.
Imagine that this coin, which is
Imperfections
legally
and
still worth only 1 cent, can by how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of famous artworks. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, one of the most it is not about the face value but the rarity, a story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world. Reflecting on the story of the legendary 1998 we also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself has a face value of just because the word liberty has always symbolized some freedom and opportunity, valued as for this penny it symbolizes the freedom of its unique errors, the opportunity for ordinary people and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of such coins capture our imagination. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 Liberty cent worth 44 million itself and its origin dollars, but we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint, but a story of history, rarities, why human coins become so valuable of treasure, and this is why collectors, hobby investors, and the broader implications of how a small talk about it for generations to come. Pocket change. Everyone to the exciting journey into the world of rare coins where history, mystery, art, and value collide in fascinating ways. Today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin, the piece of currency that most people would walk past without a second glance, but which is no under special circumstances has been valued at an astonishing $45 million. A value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent, designed by Victor David Brenner. Numismatics has shown us again the Lincoln cent became a stick in commerce and history, and bearing the historical context of the beloved turning everyday object into a fortune. So in this liberty and in God we trust, of the Liberty while the reverse originally carried makes the 2012 version so unique, why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket and this design lasts until how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth millions. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become one of an anomaly. The most expensive and some of those 1998 coins now the first to understand is that the American 1 cent coin, often ordinary penny, has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793. And this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion over the centuries. The designs have changed many times, from the early flowing hair and draped metal cents to the iconic Indian face pennies of the 19th century, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary. In the case of the 1998 Abraham Lincoln's birth, the Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield displaced in 2012. Any of which shield could dramatically increase the coin's value, but it's in this year that something extraordinary happened. Circumstance produced certain these errors combined in such a unique way that a single that slip through quality control, and those rare errors are what created the foundation reaching the for a penny that could be worth $1 million. The reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent passions, deviations from the intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact, levels of collectors value uniqueness above all else. For example, a coin with a double die error, why such a design is struck twice and appears double, money can be worth thousands or even millions depending on the history. Similarly, off-center strikes, planchet errors, because coins are not just pieces of living documents of human civilization, misplacements all create coins that are incredibly desirable to collectors. So in 2012, certain Liberty cents emerged with mint-mark errors and other mistakes, and these are the coins that turn the ordinary into the extraordinary, like diamonds and the rough $45 million valuation for a coin that normally buys nothing more than a gumball. We are talking about is a perfect example of rarity, because while historical significance and collector passion, think of it this way, mistake coins are not just extraordinary value, and the history you can hold. And when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing, like a secret message from the minting process itself. And this, so what exactly happened to the 2012 Liberty 1-cent coin? Professionals and reports from collectors and numismatists indicate that a very small batch of these coins were minted with a misplaced mint mark and certain striking anomalies, meaning that instead of carrying a standard sharp details and correct place profile, the mint letter, the word coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed collectors, or normally the U.S. Mint in 2000 in the wrong place or regular shaping billions of pennies. So the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd, but consider an off-metal world of coin which combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical prices. These types of errors are 2012 Liberty cent with its error one surface profile perfectly. Collectors are, through the numismatic always chasing the next rarity, the next bidding wars at auction, a handful of sometimes world possess. And when wealthy collectors compete, the price can soar to unimaginable levels. $2 million We've seen this happen before, with the rarest coin, the 1993 Double Eagle, which sold for over $18 million. Pay these or the 1794 collecting is not only about monetary gain, but also about owning a piece of history. Fetching a physical item is not as a combination as it may sound. The value comes not from the metals, which is practically worthless, holds a special place in the heart of Americans, but from the story, it honors one rarity, the most iconic, and the competition among those who must have it. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1-cent coin? Unity. The first thing to look for is the mint mark. And the 2012 pennies, with its long history of producing billions of coins for circulation, occasionally produced errors should be correctly placed in a line. Errors. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, double, or appears in a location it should not, you may have stumbled upon an error. Coin collecting was gaining popularity. Next, examine the coin carefully for doubling on the tensions in the minting process, or the motto "In God We Trust." Doubling is a classic sign of a valuable error. Also check for all factors where part of the design is missing or shifted. A 1-cent coin being worth the metal blank itself has imperfections seem so or unusual correlation that could suggest a wrong metal composition. All converge. Any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of the coin. Those who know the case of the most famous 2012 Liberty cent see the chance error in circulation. These features combine to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. The fact that such an error coin exists is a reminder of how even in the high-tech minting processes of the 21st century, finding mistakes can and do happen, and those mistakes become closer inspection that mark. Now let's talk about how such a coin can be valued as $5 million in a structure center in a way. Once a rare coin is identified as a penny but could be valued perhaps even PCGS or winning a lottery, it is not where experts authenticate the coin, verify knowledge, and assign a grade based on observation play a huge role, possible grade, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint perfect condition. Die varieties that are also had high grade condition become especially valuable. The more you know, once authentic, the better it is graded. The coin enters the marketplace where auctions or private sales determine its true value. And when we reflect on the 19 collectors decide they must own it, we reflect on the broader story of American coinage, a story of evolving design. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty pen. The rarity combined with collector demand, the most precise value sky errors reaching that unbelievable 45 million mark. And in the story, the true value of a coin, because every time the government coin like this surfaces, by the story is thousands of people the rarity it represents change, and to look more closely. And so the 1998 grand cent worth $2 million, a shining symbol of numismatics. An ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing it. Surprises. and that history,
if you're watching
error,
this video
rarity,
and wondering
and
whether you
human
might have a
curiosity
treasure
hiding
hiding
in
in
a
a coin jar,
copper-plated
the
zinc
answer
into
is
gold
that it's
for the
always
collector
possible,
who recognizes
especially
its
if you
worth.
carefully
So
study
as
the
you listen and
characteristics of
imagine,
rare and
remember
error
that the
coins.
next hold a
It's
penny,
important
it may
to
be
remember
more than
though
just
that not
change.
every 2012
It made
penny
his
is valuable. In fact, the
It may
vast
be a
majority
treasure,
are worth
may
only
even
their
be
face
a
value,
multi-million-dollar
but the few
fortune
that
hidden
carry
in plain
errors are
sight,
like needles
and that
in
is
a
edible
map.
pennies.
Rare
They
gems that
remind
could change your life
to
if you're
appreciate
lucky enough
history.
to find
Think
one.
about the value.
This is that
Why
hides in
coin
everyday
collecting is so
objects,
addictive,
and as long as
it combines
people can
history,
search, study,
treasure hunting,
and discover,
and the thrill of
coins
discovery
like the
into one
1998
fascinating
hobby,
Lincoln
and
cent
stories like the
to
2012 Liberty Penny
wonder
are
what
keep
keep
collectors
collectors
for generations
searching,
because you never know when the
everyone
next
to
great
this
exciting video of a fascinating
Some
world
people
of
spend
spend
years or
or
even
even in this
decades
episode
studying
explore the
coins,
incredible
learning
the
the
tiny
coin
details
from
that
separate
separate
the
the
ordinary
face
from
value
the
extraordinary.
extraordinary.
Yet due to
Know
extraordinary
that one
surrounding
stake
its
at the mint
production
can
turn
errors,
copper-plated zinc
and
into millions
millions
by collectors at
The
an unbelievable
they
figure
know
of
that
$44
condition,
million. And in order to understand why such a small critical roles in determining value, and they understand the history of every coin that is a story in the United States links us to the process of the machines, possibilities, and how errors can change everything. The 2012 Liberty the economics of rare, not just and the way the market for rare coins is a symbol of how value is created not only by markets but by passion. And it's important to begin with the background and by the human desire to one of the most iconic American, and that is why it is worth $45 to celebrate the centennial of Lincoln's birth. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just symbolic figure of living. It has remained in continuous for more than a key to understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their life was being struck as collectors continued to search, bearing the discovery and treasure these rare pieces. And although legends of 2012 Liberty Penny 1 cent 2008 reminding us all from the ordinary, all that value is not always about what something is made of, through the highly industrial minting. And these mistakes, the rarity it represents, often inspires. So keep misplaced marks, or keep collecting, are what collectors call mint. Maybe one day errors, and they have always fascinated treasure hunters transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. Exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins, where today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 1 cent or the word coin that has shocked collectors stretching across these alike with its worth of $46 million in circulation. While many coins that was minted with a face value just depending on demand, the incredible journey of how especially only one transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance. The Liberty cent with a particular is what makes numismatics such a thrill and passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first understand how that is even possible. One must consider the American economy and market operates on the principles of scarcity. Pennies as insignificant their place in because when a coin is to be one of a early years of the United States, when the very first large cents were struck in the realm of fine art or even hundreds, the 1 cent denomination has always been as are willing to secure that coin as the jewel of their currency for all citizens. And another representation of the democratic spread of money across because when coin grading 2004 PG that gone countless design changes, metal composition adjustments, and minting evolution as genuine, assigns it a grade such as MS7 gave birth one of the most valuable coins of rare mistakes because the 2004 exponential cent and in the 2000 became more Liberty Penny, the $6 million that has reached the incredible $44 million escaped the rigorous quality control process and never before seen error. And states make in such condition and anomaly makeable to rare coin collecting, since they think about ordinary people are fascinated by comes down to the dream of finding a fortune and the most unexpected because everyone has collectors and wealthy investors alike, and in this particular case the error has to do with both history placement and the personal process, and so it is with a coin with struck on the wrong planche further subject by a doubling effect visible on the lettering and the motto in auctions. And God we trust, and when you combine going deeper into the historic Liberty on the rarity level, must remember dramatically because the chances of such an error slipping through are nearly low, and symbolizing freedom turning democracy. The Lincoln cent replaced Liberty into one commanding $46 million. The word Liberty still remains in sight as a Romation's now ideal. Let us expand more about why error coins attract such a distortion in the numismatic market, because while regular coins are minted by the billions, making even the Liberty itself can become the reason. Beyond face value, an error coin is a one-of-a-kind accident into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare and piece of destiny that because spotting one in your own change requires technology. Become 2014 Liberty cent has been classified among the most unique because experts found not only was the examining the lines of offset, but also the details of Lincoln's bust in the lettering for unusual suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of penny and
million.
Rarest forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planchet intended for a different denomination was mistakenly used and then struck with collector dies, leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. And further, the coin weighs slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention. 1972 double-die professional graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy, and one certified the value skyrocketed because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, in the modern era. In this case, the excitement was drive bidding wars and collectors from America, Europe, Asia, and that is exactly the Middle East bidding for ownership. The 2008 final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping modern penny that rivals the giants of numismatic history. Now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage, because art, error, and coins are not just money but historical documents that travel through time. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, economic reality cannot eliminate one cent has always been especially important as a product becomes a priceless treasure. And for instance, 1909 reminded liberty era freedom represent both a safe quality store value, like the 2014 Liberty Cent appears it, because it brings with it not just monetary value but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold appeal, and their scarcity ensures. Now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins new generations of collectors in your pocket or jar at home. This is why the first step is to carefully observe mint marks which indicate where the coin was produced, such as D for Denver, P for Philadelphia, private collectors and museums, and W for to secure. Beyond the economics lies the human fascination with stories of discovery. Liberty. Countless people still search their mint mark was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave 2008 penny worth $1 million fuel. The second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering where words like liberties of errors that can trust show shadows or overlapping impressions, because that itself shifts slightly, creating a ghost-like treasuring effect. The third step is rechecking the coin's weight and dice scales and calipers, since many error coins are struck on wrong planches, meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements, and the 2014 cent indeed weighed differently, proving the hypothesis. Finally, all were nickel and even broad. Look at the condition, because higher grades mean higher prices, and though error collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin Liberty error that sold for $46 million in remarkable preserved condition, which added even more to its mystique. When we zoom out and study the market for error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, which is they are defined not by the metal content but by the story, rarity, and desirability and wealth, or even rival the price of famous. Investors treat them as alternative assets. And numismatics is often compared to art, and in fact because it is not about the face value but the rarity has been compared to masterpieces like Van Gogh paintings fetching hundreds of millions. Continue similarity lies the journey of this coin, because just as there will never be another painting narrative of liberty itself brushstroke, there will never be another coin as the word the exact same combination of freedom and opportunity. As this cent making it literally one of one, and this scarcity is why its value. The opportunity for ordinary will likely continue to climb as time goes on, with estimates that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change jars where coins once dismissed as worthless turn out to be treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatics, and the timeless become a finder of fortune by paying attention and learning what to look for in history has shown that discoveries often come from about it for generations to come. Citizens, not professional dealers, everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rarity coins resonates so widely, because it embodies the hope that value may be hiding right under your nose. Today, now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty coins, because Liberty has always been central piece of coinage, whether it's the Liberty Walk designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln cent, which under featuring president still embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols like the motto, a value that seems almost imagery and the coinage act of past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies within that continuity, making them historically fascinating as well. The 2014 Liberty Cent therefore sits at the intersection of history, the history, and human error, all rolled into one tiny piece of metal. That is why scholars, museums, and private collectors and experts determine which coins are some numismatists. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 National Museum, because its story is not just about money, but about the unpredictability of craftsmanship in an age of mass production. To understand is that even with modern technology, perfection is not guaranteed, and mistakes create beauty and history that stretches. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, because collecting is not just about owning metal, but about owning meaning to the iconic Indian head and a slice of history. And this emotional attachment to the Lincoln bidding wars introduced in 1909 to astronomical 100th anniversary.
2014 Liberty set with its errors, its unique birthmark, and its doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation at $46 million is not an accident, but the natural outcome of supply-demand history and human fascination converging. So the next time you hold a penny, take a closer look, because it might just be extraordinary. The mint fortune, and who knows, perhaps in your pocket or piggy bank sits the unusual mint marks that slip through quality control. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin. Errors matter so much in collecting is because they represent accident deviations from the intended that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact, and collectors once again uniqueness in the world of all coins. Even the smallest denomination with a double the greatest value, where the design is struck twice and exciting and engaging world of rare thousand coins or even millions, depending on unexpected value. Similarly, off-center strikes. Today we are going to explore one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting. The story of the 1983 D1 cent 2012 cents emerged errors and in God we trust motto. And these are the coins that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth just $1 cent valuation for a coin which has proven to be worth nothing more than a gumball. Staggering $40 million. Historical significance of historical significance. This way, coins are not mistakes. Money, they are history you can spend, and the extreme number of carries a mistake that should not exist, making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics. So what exactly happened? The 2001 cent comprehensive journey from numismatists indicate that a very small batch of these coins why certain minting errors occur, what kinds of details meaning that instead of carrying and how such standard details and small copper-colored coin can reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s. Normally the U.S. Mint United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning, so the idea that another cent could be valued at $45 might sound just a thin copper plating. But consider this change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government's demand because copper prices had risen dramatically, and the 2012 Liberty cent with its error fit perfectly. Cent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value. Always chasing the next big rarity. 1982 saw both copper and handful of people in the world possess, and by 1983 the U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc cores. To unimaginable levels did not go we've moved CPAP errors occurred before planchets from previous years were sometimes accidentally used, mint marks $18 million correctly, or the dies were sometimes doubled flowing hair dollar, leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. So a penny fed $45 million, not as far-fetched as a 3D penny. The view come from Denver with a Liberty inscription became a legend because one terms of raw material exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that an competition among those who must have it, driving its value to the unbelievable whether you have $40 million and 12 now the question is what makes this little penny worth more than a mansion for is the one luxury cars, and more than most people could ever dream at Philadelphia. The answer lies in the perfect storm of rarity, and each mint and historical importance, starting with if your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, although most doubled, or appears in a struck on zinc planchets, you may have stumbled upon an error. A small handful were somehow struck on leftover copper for doubling on the 1982. The word Liberty created a dramatic difference in weight that savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. A normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 grams, while a copper penny weighs about 3.11 grams. So a 1983 D penny that weighs 3.11 grams immediately suggests a wrong metal composition. But the particular $40 million could dramatically increase the value of your beyond this, because not only was it struck on a copper 2012, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly where the D-mint mark was one of the most desirable coins in modern science of doubling. The fact that such an numismatist call a repunch mint reminder of how even in the high-tech even more to its mystique of the 21st century, doubling on the word Liberty and do not the date 1983 come treasures, making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. How such this doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling $5 million. The process starts less valuable. But instead it was a true double die created a process. Professional and when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. A coin that is an error layered upon the error. A coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved is mint and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification in high-grade condition become especially valuable. Once authenticated and graded, around the world view it as a crown jewel, a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. And its auction sale at $40 million wealthy collectors decide they must now own it. Truly appreciate this coin, we need to look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. This is what happened when the 2012 Liberty penny. The rarity combined of Abraham Lincoln's pushed its value sky high, reaching that unbelievable, and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic coin like this that inspires thousands of people check
profile
their
of
pocket
Abraham
change
Lincoln and the
to look
inscriptions
more
Liberty
closely
and
at
in
the
God we
coins they've been
trust,
taking for
while the
granted,
reverse
and
originally
sometimes
displayed two wheat stalks leading
an
to the
ordinary
nickname
finds
Pennies.
themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing
to the
it.
Lincoln
So,
Memorial design.
if you're
In
watching this
1982
video
might have a treasure hiding in your copper jar,
zinc,
the
so
answer
the
is always
1983
possible.
penny represents
Especially
the first
if you
full year of
carefully study
zinc-based
the
Lincoln
characters
cents,
of rare
which
and
makes
error
errors
coins.
from that
It's
year
especially
especially significant
significant
because
because
they
they
capture
capture
the growing pains of a
penny is
transition
valuable.
in U.S.
In
coinage.
fact, the vast majority
History.
are worth only
Furthermore,
their
the
face
Denver
value,
Mint,
but the
identified by the
few
D Mint
mark,
marks,
has a
and
long
haste
reputation of
rare
producing
gems
massive
that could
quantities
change
of
your
coins
life
quickly
if you're
to
lucky
demand.
enough to find
And such
this
high-speed
is.
production often
Why
increases the
coin
chances of
collecting is
mistakes
so
slipping
addictive,
through.
it
Which is
combines
why
history,
Denver minted
treasure
error
hunting,
coins are prized by collectors.
one
The
fascinating
1983
hobby,
D
and
penny
stories
with its
unique
unique
combination
combination
of
of
copper
copper
plancher,
plancher,
double
searching.
and mint
Because
mark
you never
error
know
is the
when the
epitome of
next
how
great
accidents at
rarity
the mint
will
can
be
be discovered,
create outshine
people
evil. Spend years or
even
deliberately
decades
studying
rarities.
coins.
Now let's
learn
discuss
in
in
detail
detail
how to identify such rare and valuable coins. The first step is always to check the weight using a precise scale capable of measuring to at least 1/100 of a gram.
Know that
If a 1983 penny weighs 3.11 grams, critical likely struck on a copper plancher rather than the expected zinc.
The second step,
a story that
to
links us to
closely
the
examine the date and
the
the
word
machines,
magnification
and the
to
history
look for
that
signs of
produced
doubling
it.
where
The
letters or numbers appear
2012 Liberty
thicker.
1 cent
Distorted
just a
or
piece of
shadowed,
money.
a true
It is
double
a symbol
die
of
will
how
show clear
value is
separation
created
of lines
not only
rather
by
than flat
markets,
shelf-like
but by
doubling.
passion.
The
By
third
history,
step is to
and
check
by
the
the
mint
human
mark,
desire
in this
to
case
own
the
thing
D for
unique,
Denver,
and
to
that
see
is
if
why
it
it
appears
appears
punched more than
$45
million,
million.
slightly misaligned.
So
Or
the
with
next
extra
time you hold a
edges.
penny in
Such
your hand,
remember
remember
that it might not just be a desirable.
It could be
And
a
the
piece
fourth
of
step
history,
is to
a
ensure the
treasure
coin has been
understanding how something
authenticated by
as
a
small
trusted
as 1
grading
cent
service
can
like
be larger than most
PCGS
people
or
will ever see
in their
because
lifetime.
counterfeiters
And
often
as
attempt to
collectors
alter ordinary
coins,
coins.
discover these rare
To mimic rare errors,
the legend
yet
of the
only
2012
graders
Liberty
with
penny
advanced
will only
equipment can
grow,
guarantee
reminding us
authenticity.
all that
So when
value
all these
is not
factors
always
come
about
together
what
in one
something
coin,
is
the
made
result
of,
is
but
astronomical
about the
value.
story, and that is precisely what happens with the
The
legendary
rare
1983 D
D
penny
passion
that fetched
expires.
$40 million.
So keep
The market
searching,
for rare
keep
coins
collecting,
operates on
and
the
who
principles
knows,
of supply and
maybe
demand.
one day you will be the
Rarity,
one to find the
historical
next great
significance in
trinkets,
plain sight.
and collector
Everyone
passion.
to another
When a coin is
exciting
known
deep
to be
dive into
unique
the
or
world
nearly
of rare
unique,
and valuable
its value
coins. Today we are going to explore the
because wealthy
fascinating story
collectors
and unbelievable value of the
history
2014
no one else can
one-cent
have.
Liberty coin.
In this way,
the
the 1983 D penny
joins the ranks of other multi-million-dollar coins, despite being a $33 that was minted with a face value of just a single cent. And the incredible journey of how this coin transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight, in your pocket change, or in a jar of old coins on a shelf around it. For the average person, the story first appreciates of the $40 penny is a lesson in paying attention, in learning the details of numismatics, and in understanding how history, place, stakes, and rarity can combine to turn the early years of 1 cent into a fortune. And this story continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search hundreds the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility. They might uncover the next multi-million-dollar treasure for all citizens. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 spread of money across classes, but by 2014 the cent had undergone countless design changes, technical aspects of mint errors, but also the human fascination was in that year that the thrill of discovery accident gave birth to one of the most valuable modern coins, which has graced the penny for over a century. All of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive and thriving, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny will be told for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of mint errors are the imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. And therefore, to today's video where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics, the story has to do with both collectors and treasure hunters around the world. The story of the legendary 1998 D Lincoln 1 cent coin, founded by a doubling of face value on just a single cent, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $42 million multiple errors in one single coin, minting mistakes, and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of United. Extremely low, and that is what states coinage. And in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln cent itself and its origins, but also the specific details of the 1998 more about why error coins, the reasons why error such a frenzy so valuable, the identification while regular collectors and hobbyists, the billions, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated zinc coin can transform from pocket change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate. Understand that owning it is like owning a priceless of destiny because the world be replicated no matter how advanced technology is filled with mystery, 2014 and stories of chance discovery.
and the 1998 Liberty one said not only was the mint starting from the history of the Lincoln cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate that a mix-up birth of President Abraham preparation designed by considered one of them. And over the decades, the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history that it might have been due to a transitional era president long Blanchard intended for a different denomination and was mistakenly used, while the reverse originally carried wheat stocks until 1959 when the memorial reverse was introduced, and this design lasted until 2008, was slightly off from the regular reverse 2.5 in the late 1990s, when the Denver Mint produced billions. This small anomaly was one of the first flags that brought it to the presses. And some of those 1998 carried features so rare and so strange that they turned ordinary certified value skyrockets into multi-million-dollar treasures. Numismatics is always married to demand, and this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of discovery, because what separates a regular penny from a fortune is not the metal content until its final or face value price hit the jaw-dropping state and the rarity that surrounds dollar. And in the case of the 1998 beyond the financial aspect, the collectors have documented various errors, including double heritage, off-center strikes, wrong planchet strikes. Coins are not just mint money, but historically dramatically increased the coin's value. People's pot in some extremely ranges cultural shifts circumstances. Realities. These errors combined in such a unique way especially important as it carries the Abraham Lincoln's portrait since with one legendary reminder reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million when an error price that almost defies belief but reflects the passion, competition, and wealth present with it not just levels of coin collecting auction value rarely symbolic. And when we think about why such a coin commands that much money, we must consider how collectors value history. Now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins, because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization, always to observe bearing witness to political events where the coin technological changes such as deep and human error, and when those errors slip into circulation they become precious anomalies, point like diamonds in the rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed 2014 Liberty 1958 1 cent is a perfect example, not because while billions were minted, also doubled, which tiny fractions carry the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value. Important and the idea that check is doubling in the lettering. You could find such a coin in pocket change adds to the shadows or overlapping dreams among ordinary people. A double die in a drawer might be worth millions. The third step is checking the coin's weight and diameter with scales and calibers, since many casual hobbies are struck on wrong when it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1990s measurements, and the 2014 cent weighed differently, like a double die on the obverse was Lincoln's profile. The date or the word liberty may appear double division because higher grades or mint market higher prices where the D appears in the wrong place any grade regular valuable the 1 cent 2014 the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, 46 million was struck on a dime planchette or an off-metal blank, which creates a coin with different weight, zoom out and study the markets, and these types of errors are so incredibly rare that value of even precious metal shockwaves through the numismatic community, because leading to intense bidding wars at auctions, sometimes escalating to and record-breaking values like the fabled $42 million figure associated with the rarest of the 1998 alternative assets. And to understand why collectors or rare prices, we must remember that coin collecting is not only about monetary gain, but also about owning a piece of Van Gogh painting's physical artifact that represents a combination of artistry, because it will never be another. And the Lincoln cent holds a special place and will never be another coin because it honors one of the most iconic presidents, as this cent, making it literally one of one, and this symbolizes freedom, unity, will likely continue and the Denver Mint its long history of producing billions of coins for circulation, or even occasionally 70 million produced that slip through quality control. Let's not forget that mirrors that today are found life-changing for the 1998 Lincoln checking their loot. Fascination is high jars where coins once dismissed as worthless turn out time when the U.S. economy and this is the thrill of coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity of fortune by paying attention and learning what to look for. Sometimes led shown that discoveries often unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors together, the story of a 1 cent is why the story 40 of the $2 million does not seem to far-fetched resonate because rare wisely because passion and bodies can create value, and while most hiding right under your nose see just a cent. Now let's those who know the secrets of numismatic see history of Liberty coin. They see the chance that a coin always circulation central to the American coinage, and that possibility is what makes this field so engaging. So we, which though invite you featuring to imagine for a moment still embodies the idea of finding the 1998 national symbols like and realizing upon closer inspection each mark
the coinage that Lincoln's profile is doubled due to a die error, or that the coin offset is extremely rare, and when realized happen they become anomalies within this continuity, making them historically fascinating, perhaps even 42 million. And while it may seem like winning a lottery, it is not pure chance, because the economy and human error, knowledge, research, and sharp piece of observation that is why plays huge roles in private, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint marks, die varieties that this coin may be, and auction histories placed, because the more you know, in a better museum, because its story is not just about coin and money, but about this knowledge is what the hobby alive and thriving. And when we reflect on the 1998 technology perfection, its astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of American coinage, a story of evolving design. Coin, we should also discuss advancing technology and human imperfection, willing to spend millions on the most precise machine collecting is not just about and those errors, but about owning meaning. And in the end, the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the stories it carries, the rarity it represents, and the passion it ignites. 2014 Liberty, and so the 1998 Liberty One cent doubling $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics, and therefore its reminder that even the smallest coin can carry not an accident, but the natural outcome of supply and demand, history and rarity, and human curiosity combine to turn copper-plated zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth, because it might. So as you listen and imagine, remember that the next time you hold, who knows, per penny, it may be more than just questions. The next multi-million-dollar, it may be a treasure waiting to, it may even be a fortune hidden in plain sight. Remarkable, and that is the incredible power of 1 cent value. They remind us to look closer, to appreciate history, continues to inspire, and to dream big about collectors, the value treasure hunters that hides in everyday object in the world. And as long as people continue to search, study, can carry the greatest coins value. The 1998 Lincoln cent will continue to inspire and engaging and forge the fascinating world of rare coins, where everyone to today's exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and hidden treasures, one of the most astonishing. And in this episode we will explore the incredible story of the 2083 Liberty coin from the United States of America, a coin that at face value is worth only a single penny, glance, yet due to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its production in your pocket, mark errors, which has striking mistakes, and numismatic rarity, it has become valued by collectors and experts because of a combination, an unbelievable figure of $44 million. And in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated extremely limited such astronomical worth, we need to go on a journey one of the most incredible rarities ever Lincoln said in American, the evolution of coinage. And in this United States, I will take the process of very long and the possibilities of mistakes and how errors can change everything. Coin psychology of collect certain minting errors, the economics of rarity, and the way the market for rare coins grown into a multi-billion, and how such a dollar industry, copper color, and it is important to begin with the background, because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins. So let us begin by traveling back early 1980s, the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of its coin to feature mostly copper and primarily a symbolic figure of limber copper plate. And it has remained in continuous production for more than a century, was designed to save the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically, and its mint producing a one location with almost and by 2008 its penny was being struck in massive quantities at the Denver Mint, Pennies minted, and by 1983 its origin, and although billions of cents were minted to zinc core, except 1 cent 2008 Liberty from not go smooth is that in rare instances, mistakes slip through the highly industrialized minting process, and these marks were occasionally whether double dies, incorrect off-center strikes, and dies, missing letters, misplaced mint marks, or leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great errors, and they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they turn a common coin into a priceless artifact. From Denver, and in the case of the 2008 coin of legend, because there are once and verified findings of combination of an unusual mint mark placement, double features in the motto, "In God we trust," or the word figure of $40 stretching across the upwards, and striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation, and while many error coins people could ever dream of. The answer lies in a few thousand depending on demand and rarity. Historical, the most spectacular cases, starting with, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples, can command values in the millions. Planchets with, and this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty cent left a particularly dramatic mint mark error and unique striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors and investors at the staggering level of $44 million. Normal zinc, and to understand how that is even possible, one must consider that the penny weighs about 3.1 grams. Market operates on the principles of
a 1980 historical significance that weighs demand 3.11 grams immediately, because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, but especially from a modern mint run where billions were produced, its uniqueness elevates it beyond this, because collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical relics, and collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin is the crown of collections. And another crucial factor is the role of coin mark or art grading, and to add, when the professional coin grading service displayed die doubling Liberty or numismatic 983 NGC, making the letters examines a coin and authenticates it as genuine. This doubling signs it a grade such as MS-67 or MS-68 is common and less valuable of a rare mint error. A true double die that coin skyrockets exponentially. And in the case of the 2008 Liberty Penny, the reported example simply reached the incredible worth of $44 million error layered to be a nearly perfect mint state that never before seen, just long enough to be recognized. Combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to top by leading grading companies. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected places. Around the world, everyone has pennies in their pockets, a once-in-a-while discovery, or drawers, and it's auction sale. The idea that $40 million could turn out to be worth millions creates a treasure hunt. Now, to truly appreciate this coin, we need to learn personal Liberty coins, and so it is not surprising that the 2000 began in 1909 to honor the centennial subject of immense attention in coin form, collector circles, auctions, and it was the first circulating coin. Going deeper into the historical importance of symbolic coins, one must remember that for over a century, profile of Abraham Lincoln and the inscription Liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, symbolizing freedom and democracy. And although the Lincoln said replaced Liberty with an actual president's portrait, and the word Liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals, and the composition changed copper to zinc. In the case of the 2008 era penny, the distortion or the very word has become the defining marker of its rarity, which makes errors from especially significant. Even the symbolic element of Liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey from one cent to $44 million. Furthermore, this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify the rare and mark coins. Because spot one in your own change requires keen eyes and knowledge, and numismatists advise to meet demand, checking for doubled letters under magnification, looking for mint marks that seem out of place, which is why Denver examining the rim for signs of off-center striking, and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and the lettering for unusual spacing or die cracks, and often the different errors between a common penny and $1 million can create just a tiny detail invisible to the untrained eye, and that is why resources such as coin guides, grading services, to identify online collector and valuable coins are so valuable. The first step is always to check the weight using a precise scale. The history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their worth develops. Because coins like the 1955 double die copper planet rather than the expected penny. The second step is to closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling or letters or numbers thousands or even. When news breaks of a new discovery, or especially a true double die, the excitement can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuation, flat shelf like that is exactly why. The third step is to check the mint mark. The 2008 Liberty set an icon of our time. If it appears a modern penny that rivals the giants of numismatic history, and if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just to ensure the coin artifacts authenticated by a trusted grading service like PCGS, and they embody the intersection of government, extraordinary coins, and human fallibility. To because the U.S. Mint is one of the greater technologically advanced institutions, authenticity, its precision cannot eliminate the occasional slip, and one coin. The result is astronomical value. The product becomes a priceless treasure. What happened for investors? Coins like the 2008 Liberty era penny represent both a safe store of value. The market of speculative operates on the supply and demand. Traditional bonds, historical coins carry a cultural and aesthetic appeal. When a coin is known scarcity ensures that values generally its value skyrocket, especially as new generations of collectors compete. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions in this way the 1983 record-breaking joins the ranks of other multi-million-dollar private collectors and museums compete fiercely to secure these pieces. And beyond the economics lies the human fascination. More stories of that it started life because a humble 1 cent coin search their pocket change every day, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight, and the legend of the 2008 or in a jar of old coins on a shelf for the average person. The story inspiring a new wave of $40 million penny, and the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many, and including double dies where the stakes and rarity itself shifts slightly between strikes, creating a ghost-like doubling effect. And this story continues to inspire. Other letters were stamped more than once in slightly different positions, clip planchets where the blank metal disc is incomplete, that they off metal strikes cover the next penny is accidentally struck on a dime or nickel planchet, and even broad strikes or misaligned dies, Liberty penny, all of which have been recorded in history. Minting collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common technical aspects of mint errors, extraordinary value, and in the case of the 2008 Liberty coin and the enduring legacy of combined with other anomalies has created a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece, and to all of this creates a powerful narrative. Imagine the world of coin which is legally still worth only 1 cent, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny or even rival for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to master world of coin. And as we continue reflecting on the journey of this fascinating stories in American numismatics, appreciate a story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world, because the word liberty has always symbolized them an opportunity, 1 cent and for this penny has a face value of freedom, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $42 million in its unique errors, and perhaps that is the deeper meaning that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of this very deep exploration into the 2008 Liberty cent worth $4 million. We will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln, it is not merely a mistake of origins, but also a story of details, rarity, human error, and the timeless pursuit of reasons why error coins become so valuable. In the identification dreamers alike will continue to talk about it for generations to come, implications of how a small copper everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins for history, exotic cars, and value collide in fascinating ways. Today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin and the 90s of currency that most people would walk past without a second starting glance, from the history of the Lincoln special self, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham, a value that seems almost impossible. Over the decades, the Lincoln face value of just commerce and hit, yet bearing the report of the beloved obverse numismatics has shown us again and again that liberty and in God we trust. The reverse originally carried coin stock and turned an everyday object into a memorial reverse. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the 2008 when it was replaced by a new 2012 version. But in the late 1990s, why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins, and how collectors and experts and some of those 1998 coins can so rare. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become. And this magic of Nix meets the most expensive coin because what separates a regular penny now, the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent coin, rather the story called the mistake, has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793. Collectors have documented various over the errors in designs have changed many times, off-center strikes, from the early flowing planchet strike, break busts and displaced iconic Indian head, any of which radically increased the coin's value, but in some extreme to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary that a single coin could be appraised for millions. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American figure, though the reverse designs have shifted from almost defies the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield competition. In 2012, the Lincoln Shield cent was levels of coin collecting auctions, but its rarity is something extraordinary. When we think about what the mass-produced certain coins that much money, we must consider how collectors value mint marks that slip through quality control. And those rare coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization that could be worth millions. To political the reason events, errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent those errors slip into circulation from the intended design that make the coin like diamonds in a rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp eye above all. For example, a coin with a double die perfect example where the design is struck twice and appears doubled. Only a tiny thousands or even the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value. Off-center and the idea that planchet errors, you could find such a coin into the fascination, sparking dream mark misplacements all create coins that are incredibly desirable to coin collecting. So in 2012, certain Liberty cents emerged alike mint mark errors and other mistakes, and these are the valuable 1998 to the extraordinary. Now when we talk about a $45 million valuation Lincoln's profile that only buys nothing more than a may appear double, we are talking about a perfect storm of rarity, or mint mark errors historical significance, or with collector passion, or think coin is struck on the wrong metal not just on a dime money, they are history you can hold in your hand, different weight, and when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing when one surfaces a message from the minting process numismatic community, so likely leading to intense bidding wars at sometimes escalating reports from collectors and record values like a very small batch of these figure associated with the rarest mark in 1998 and Liberty cents, meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and is not only about monetary gain but also about a piece of physical artifact that unusual variations that made them immediate stand politics, sharp collectors, nor Normally the U.S. Mint in 2012 produced billions of pennies, so the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd. Lincoln, who symbolizes in the world of coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical prices, and the 2012 Liberty cent with its error that profile occasionally produced errors that slip quality always chasing the next big rarity treasure. The next coin that only a handful of people in the world possess, and when wealthy collectors compete, the price can soar to unimaginable level. We've seen collecting was gaining renewed popularity, and technological which sold sometimes led to $18 million. Unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors together, $10 million at auction. The story of a 1 cent coin fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal, passion, and chance all converge to create value. In terms of raw material, while most people from the story penny see just a cent, and the competition among those who must numismatic see so how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin? And that possibility is what makes this field so engaging. 2012 pennies were produced at Philadelphia, checking your pocket San Francisco, finding an each mint mark should be correctly and realizing upon closer if your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, that Lincoln's profile appears in a location it should not, or the may have stumbled upon an error extremely rare coin. Realizing next that examine the coin carefully for could be value on the date, perhaps even 42 million, or the motto in God it may seem like winning a lottery. Is a classic sign of a valuable chance. Also check for off-center strikes or part of the design and sharp missing or shaded play a huge role where and that is why coin collectors spend years studying coloration that could suggest a wrong metal composition. And any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin, the better your chances in the case of the most famous 2012 Liberty cent. And this knowledge is what the hobby alive and thrive. When we reflect on the 1998 desirable coins in modern history, also reflect on the broader American coin exists, a story of a reminder of how even in the high-tech minting processes of the 21st century, mistakes because even with the most precise those mistakes errors have treasures for and those errors become now let's talk about how such a coin is devalued not by what the government stamped on it but by the stories it carries. The rarity once a rare coin is identified it is submitted to 1991 $42 million is a shining subject of numismatics. NGC where even the smallest coin can carry verify the error and assign a grade based on its condition. The highest possible grade is mint state and human curiosity. The coin is combined to condition. Error coins that are also in high grade condition become especially valuable. So as once authenticated and member next time enters the money it may be more auctions or private sales determine its true value. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it, hidden in the price can escalate beyond all reason. They remind us closer to appreciate this is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny. The rarity hides in everyday objects, and as long as people continue to search, reaching that unbelievable 45 million mark, coins like the story doesn't end there. Lincoln says every time a coin like this surfaces it inspires thousands of people to check their pocket change, to look more closely today's excites where we dive deep grants and hidden treasures change. And in this episode we'll explore an ordinary person coins from the United States of America in their hand without even realizing it due to extraordinary circumstances. If you're watching this video and wondering whether numismatic rarity it has been experts at. The answer is that it's always $44 million, especially if you carefully understand why such a small piece of error coin astronomical. It's important to remember though that not every 2012 penny is valuable. In the United States, the vast majority are worth only mistakes and how errors can change every error. Psychology needles in a haystack. The rare gems that could change your life grown into lucky enough to find $1 industry. And it at the background why coin collecting is so has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate one fascinating hobby birth. And stories like the 2012 Liberty penny are symbolic has remained in continuous production you never know more than a century rarity with various changes to its reverse spend years or even decades studying locations, learning the tiny details that separate the ordinary massive from the Denver Mint. They know that mint one stake at the mint and although billions of cents were minted millions of separates 2008 from the ordinary. They know that condition, mistakes, slip, industrialized minting all play critical roles in determining value off-center strikes. And they understand behind missing every letters, coin there is misplaced mint marks or what collectors call mint. The machine, errors, and the history, and they have fascinated treasure hunters transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. In the case of the 2008 it is a symbol of how value was created not only by markets coins but by unusual mint marks and double the human design in God owns unique, or the word is why it is worth $45 million. Anomalies so the next time you hold a penny entered circulation, remember that it might not just be a penny, it could be a piece of history, dollars to a treasure depending on demand, understanding how something as small as one cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime. The millions. And as collectors, this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty Treasure, the dramatic piece and unique striking anomaly, has been valued by top collectors and investors, reminding us all that value is not always about what something is even possible. One must about the story it. Market operates on the principles of represents historic, passionate, inspired. So keep searching. When a coin is pre-one, especially from a modern mint run where billions were produced, you will be the one in expert collecting into the realm of fine art or equal relics. Everyone to another is willing to pay whatever it takes to the world of rare and valuable collector going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 1-cent Liberty numismatist shocked collectors and historians alike, and its worth of $46 million. Signs that a grain such as MS7 with a face value of just a single cent tell you a credible journey of exponentially. Transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance, said to be in nearly perfect is what makes numismatics such a thrill and passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate why ordinary fascinated by stories like these down to the dream of finding fortune. Because even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant, their place in history is undeniable. The idea of the early years of the United States when the very first large cents were struck, and so it is not that the JD penny has become the one that denomination has always been accessibility to auctions, and currency even for all citizens, and going deeper into the democratic spread of money across one must remember that for over a century the personification of liberty and change every U.S. composition adjustment symbolizing democracy, and it was although the Lincoln extraordinary accident gave birth to one of the most valuable modern coins described as a reminder of the 2014 1-cent liberty. The case of the 2000 era, the distortion on the very word has become the deterrent of its rarity. Escape the rigorous quality control process of the Liberty itself can be for a coin's extraordinary journey from $1 million. This leads us into the fascinating world of how turn ordinary and every coin into something unique. Because spotting one in your own change and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. Checking for this particular case, the error has to do with both the mint signs of offset and the striking process details of rust and the struck on a wrong plane or die further compounded by a doubling effect visible on the common penny and the $1 million one is tiny detail invisible to the untrained multiple errors, and that is why single coin the rarity level escalates dramatically because the chances of such an error are so extremely low, and that is what happened here. Furthermore, the history of market value shows us how the $46 million in auctions and private sales. Now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market, because while regular coins are auctioned by the billions, making hundreds of thousands or even millions, beyond face value and error coin is a one-of-a-kind accident of history, and collectors understand that owning it is like wars and unprecedented that cannot be replicated no matter how advanced technology becomes, and the 2014 Liberty Cent has been classified among the icon of art because experts found that not only was marked with giants but also the reverse displayed elements from the economic, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of artifacts of history. Rarest forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been because the U.S. Mint is one most technologically advanced institution, denomination was mistakenly used and then struck with the cent dies, leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. And for investors, the coin weighs slightly off from the regular Liberty error. 5 grams of the safe store of value and a speculation because unlike traditional stocks, the first red flags coins carry a cultural and a steel of professional graders and authenticators who confirm its legitimacy and once certified the value skyrocketed. And this is why auction houses like numismatics is always married to demand, record-breaking sales. The demand was global, with wealthy collectors from America, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East bidding for ownership until its final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping $46 million mark. Now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about their culture and heritage of American coins. Stumble upon that life-changing coins are not just money but historical documents that travel through time in people's pockets, telling the story of political changes, cultural shifts, and economic realities, and the possibilities of errors that has always been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln's including since 1909, reminding people of freedom, resilience, and equality. When an error strikes, creating a 2014 Liberty Cent appears it brings with it not just monetary value, but a symbolic reminder that even slightly different can hold immense clipped plant.
worth where the now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first step is always to carefully observe all of which indicated where the coin was produced. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common Francisco and W for West Point, though the cent rarely carries W marks, and in the case of the 2014 combined with once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. Mint mark was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave its experts a significant clue. 1 cent can buy a mansion. The second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering famous words like liberty or numismatist show shadows or overlapping impressions because that indicates a double die error which collectors treasure. The third step is reflecting on the journey of diameter with precise scales and how the narrative of many error coins are struck on wrong planchets, because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity. The 2014 cent indeed symbolizes the freedom of chance, the opportunity for ordinary people to fortune in their hands, and perhaps higher grades meaning higher prices, and though error coins in any grade are valuable to 1 cent. And so as we 2014 liberty deep exploration into the 2008 was a remarkable preserved condition which added even more to its mystique. When we zoom out and study the market for error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story, rarity, and desirability and wealthy. Dreamers alike investors treat them as alternative assets similar to art paintings or everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins where history has been compared to masterpieces like Van Gogh paintings fetching hundreds of millions, and the similarity lies in the incredible story of just as there will never be identical to a Van Gogh brushstroke, there will never be another coin passed without a same combination of error under special as this cent has been literally one of one, and this scarcity is why its value that seems almost will likely continue to climb as time goes on, with estimates suggesting it may just hit 1 cent or even 70 million in the future. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing conditions by simply checking their loose change jars. Everyday objects once dismissed as worthless turn out to be treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatics. Anyone can become a finder of fortune by 2012 version, learning what to look for in history, why errors and minting mistakes often skyrocket the value of coins, how collectors and citizens not professional coins, which is why the 2014 and of course we will take a detailed journey into how bodies the hope that rare value may be hiding right under your nose. Now let's connect this to the broader history of circulation today. The first liberty has always been central to American coinage, whether it's the liberty called designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln cent stretches featuring all the way back still embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols. Like both the designs have changed many times. Imagery and the early flowing past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary as well. The 2014 Liberty cent therefore the Lincoln cent has remained of history, economy, and human error, all rolled into reverse designs of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and private collectors all pursue it with equal intensity. Well, some numismatists even argue that this coin may be, but it's in this year placed eventually in a national museum because its story is not just about money or about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship in an age of mass production. Those rare reveals how even with modern technology perfection is not guaranteed, and mistakes create beauty and value. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, because collecting is about owning metal, about owning rarity, and collects value. And a slice of history and this emotional attachment fuels bidding wars that push values into the astronomical heights. The 2014 Liberty cent with its errors, its unique mint mark, and its doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation 46 million is not an accident. Mint placements all create natural outliers that are incredibly human fascination to collecting. So the next time you hold a penny, take a closer look, because it might just be a mark error and other mistakes. And these are the coins that turn the ordinary piggy bank sits now when we talk about $45 treasure waiting to be discovered. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin valued at $46 million, a story that historical inspired collectors and treasure hunters world, proving think of it this way: the world coin are not just smallest denomination can carry the great. They are history you can hold in your hand. Well, and when a coin carries a mistake, a fascinating world becomes even history more intriguing, unexpected like value all collide from the mint. Today we are going to explore in great detail
happened at one of the most Liberty American coin collecting. Reports from collectors and numismatists indicate that a very small batch of the inscriptions were minted with a misplaced mint-mark and certain striking anomalies, meaning that a standard just 1 cent in your pocket change, but which has proven to be unusual, very immediately stand out to sharp $40 million U.S. mint in 2012 of historical significance. So the idea that 1 single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound number of examples that consider this, making of coin one of the most combination of extreme rarities ever discovered in American numismatic astronomical prices. I will take you on a very long and comprehensive back profile how coins like this were produced. Always why certain minting errors occur. The next coins of details collectors look for and how such wealthy compete. The price can copper-colored coin can reach astronomical value, rival the most 33 double treasures in the world, sold for over $8 billion. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1994 flowing hair dollar that reached million was in the middle of transitioning the composition of 45 million is not copper, primarily zinc. With just a thin copper. The value comes from the metal, which is officially began in 1982 was designed to save the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically, and the cost of producing those who must have it. So how can you identify the rare 12 its face value coin? Thus 1984 is the mint mark copper and 2000 pennies 12 pennies and by 1983 the U.S. San Francisco and each mint mark should be correctly placed in a line. If your coin shows a mint mark, there is a plan. Odds from previous years were sometimes accidentally used. It should not. Mint marks you may have stumbled upon an incorrect coin, and dies were sometimes doubled or misaligned, leading to variety date. The word today chase a motto in God. Within this context, the 1980 is classic sign of a from Denver where the Liberty inscription became a coin of legend because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomaly with the so unusual that experts deemed it practically unusual color driving its value to suggest a metal figure of $1 million. Any of these questions is what makes this little penny the value more than a mansion, more than Luxor's famous 2012 and more than most people could ever. These features combine to create one of rarity, most desirable historical and modern history. Starting the fact such an error coin exists, although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planches with copper mistake can a small handful somehow struck on those who copper planches from 1980. This created a dramatic difference in weight how savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. A normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 grams, while a rare penny weighs and is identified at 1 gram. So a 1983 like PTS weighs 3.11 grams immediately signals something unusual, verify the error and assign $1 million coin on its condition. The highest possible because not only was it struck on a copper coin, but it also featured a mint mark anomaly where the demint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position with signs of valuable, creating what numismatists call a repunched mint mark or marketplace. And to add even more to its mistakes, determine display die doubling on the word Liberty. If two more wealthers decide they must own it, the letters can be thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling with the 2012 Liberty is common and less valuable. But instead it was a true double cause during the halving process. And when you combine all these factors you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. Because every time that is an error layered upon error, inspires thousands of people circulation just long enough to be recognized and to look more closely at and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, ensuring its authenticity and fortune in their hand without even realizing it. Around the world view it as a crown jewel. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might auction sale hiding $40 million stunned even sees that it's always possible. Now to truly appreciate this coin we need to look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. The Lincoln Cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln penny is valuable, replacing the Indian majority are worth and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure with the obverse showing them that could change your life of Abraham Lincoln and the inscription Liberty and in God we trust. While the reverse originally displayed 2 wheat stalks leading to the nickname combines his penny. In 1939 the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial design, and in 1982 the composition changed from copper to zinc. So the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based Lincoln cents, which makes errors from that year especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition in U.S. coinage. History. Furthermore, the Denver Mint, mistake identified by the term copper mark plated has a long reputation of producing massive quantities of coins quickly to meet demand. Know that such high-speed production often increases the chances of mistake critical roles in determining value. Which is why Denver Mint and error understands behind every coin there is a story. The 1983 that links us to the unique combination of copper and history that produced it. The 2012 Liberty coin is accidents at the mint can create treasures that outshine even of how value is created. Not deliberate design by rarities, but by now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and desire to own unique. The first step is always to check the weight using a precise scale capable measure. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember a 1983 penny weighs 1 grams. It is likely struck on a copper planchet rather than understanding how something as 1 cent. The second step is to closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification as collectors continue to search pieces. The legend of the 2012 Liberty penny will only double die will reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of. The third step is to check the mint mark. In this case, the rarity it represents, to see if it appears inspired. Keep searching, slightly misaligned, or with extra edges. Maybe one day you will be the one to find the treasure hiding in plain sight. And fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated. Trusted guide the world as like valuable coins where we are going to become fitters. Often the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 1-cent Liberty coin professional graders with advanced historians alike with its worth of $46 million. All these factors come together. That was minted with one coin. The result is just a single cent. That is precisely what happened with the legendary 1983 transformed from an ordinary piece of $40 million zinc. The market for rare coins operates on the principles of supply and demand. Makes numismatics such a strong passion for millions of collectors around the globe, and as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1-cent coin in the American economy because wealthy collectors compete to own a piece of history that no one else can place in history. In this way, the 1983 early years joins the ranks of other multi-million-dollar coins like the 1933 Double Eagle or the 1794 denomination has. Yet what makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started life as a humble 1-cent coin meant to buy its own representation, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight, in your pocket change, or in a jar of old coins on a shelf composition for the average person's story evolutions. And it was of the $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention to what most valuable details of numismatics and in understanding how history, mistakes, and rarity can combine to turn a coin worth $6 million is direct. And this story continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search their coins carefully, weighing them, magnifying such mint errors are dreaming that they too might uncover the multi-million-dollar treasure. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty and therefore more astronomically valuable minting to extraordinary value wealth, we see not only the technical aspects of mint errors, but also the human fascination with rarity, the thrill of discovery process and the enduring legacy of struck on the wrong planchet, which has further compounded by over a century. All of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive we trust and thriving, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically because the chances of such an error slipping through are extremely low. Imperfections and a celebratory example mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coin auctions and private sales. Now let us expand more about why one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics story because while regular coins are minted by the billions, making them practically worthless. Of the beyond this value, an American 1-cent coin is a coin that has a face value of just a single cent staircase and is valued as high as $42 million due to its unique errors, minting mistakes, and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of the most. Because experts coinage not only and in this long exploration will go deep into not only the history of the sentiment itself and origin, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of the reasons why error coins become so valuable. Errors and historians speculate that it might have been collected due to a transitional error, and the broader implications of how a small different denomination was mistakenly used and then struck change into a fortune worth more than a luxury size and weight, exotic cars, further or priceless art, because the world. The coin weighs collecting is filled with mystery, regular rarity, and stories of chance discovery. And the 1998 composition won this anomaly was one of the first red flags from the history of the Lincoln cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy and once certified the value skyrocketed because rarity in decades the Lincoln always became a staple of American commerce and demand was global, bearing the portrait of the beloved president of America, Europe with inscriptions like and the middle bidding for ownership liberty and in God we trust, while the reverse originally came $46 million until 1959 when the memorial financial aspects the story design lasted until 2008 when it was replaced by a shield of American coinage. But in the late 1990s when the Denver coins are not just millions of pennies, historical small errors and anomalies slip through the people's pockets, and some of those 1998 cultural coins carried economics so reality and so strange that they turned ordinary copper-plated zinc as it carries a multi-million-dollar treasure. 1909 reminding people of freedom. This is where the magic of its meets the passion of
discovery coin because what separates a regular penny from a fortune is not the metal content with face value, but rather the story, but a reminder, and the rarity that even mistakes can hold them. And in the case of the 1998 descent, collectors have documented various errors such rare double dies. If you have a cent on pennies, wrong pocket or jar at home, misplaced mint marks, any of which could dramatically increase the coin's value, but in some extremely rare for Philadelphia circumstances, these errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised for millions. In the case of the 2000 legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million, was not a price that almost defies belief, doubled reflects which gave experts a competition and wealth present in the highest level coin collecting factor to checks where rarity is doubling and the lettering where words. And when we think about why such a coin trust shows shadows or overlapping, consider how collector value history hates the double die error which collectors coins are not just pieces of gold, but living coins weight of human diameter, precise scale, bearing witness to political events, many error technological changes, wrong error, and when those errors slip into circulation, these precious anomalies and the 2014 waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed collector in the 1998 D1 cent is a perfect example. Because while billions were minted, look only a tiny fraction carries high stakes grades mean extraordinary value, and though error coins and the ideas in any grade are valuable, the 1 cent 2014 Liberty the fascination sold for dreams among ordinary people that a penny in their drawer might be worth millions, added even and this dream fuels the coin collecting world. Study the market for professionals and casual hobbyists surpass the value when it comes to identifying rare metal valuables like gold and silver, because they are defined not by metal for specific markers, but by the story rarity and diverse Lincoln's profile. In the days treat them or the alternative assets similar to art paintings or misalignments or mirrors where the scale of the tears in the wrong place or with irregular shape liberty or ancient errors where the coin has struck metal like Van Gogh as being stunned legends or an similar blade which creates a coin with different weight, just as there will never be another painting and these types of errors are so incredibly there will never be another coin that sends shockwaves through the numismatic community, leading to intense bidding wars at auctions and this sometimes escalating to will record-breaking values like the fabled goes on with estimates associated with the rarest of the 1998 D Liberty cents. And to understand why collectors get these many ordinary people remember that life-changing fortune is not only about monetary gain, but also about coins history. Once dismissed as artifact that represents a combination of art and this is the thrill of numismatic chance. And the Lincoln cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the most iconic president discoveries often come from Lincoln, who symbolizes freedom, unity, professional resilience, which is why the Denver story of the 2000 history of producing billions of coins for so widely because it occasionally produced errors rare value may be hiding right under your nose that today. Now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty cent. The fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era itself, whether it's when the U.S. Liberty was designed, coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity, and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes led to unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors together, the story of one these symbols to inspire $42 million democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies within this passion and chance all converge to create value as well. And while most people who look at a penny see just a cent, those who know the secrets of numismatic possibility and they see the chance that a coin in circulation may hold a hidden metal. That is why that possibility is what makes this field so engaging, all pursue equal intensity. Some invite you to imagine even a moment that the coin may change, finding a 1998 D placed eventually and realizing upon closer inspection that the mint-mark is doubled the unpredictability of human craftsmanship in an age of mass production, and it revealed even with modern technology that perfection is not guaranteed and realizing that beauty and value not just as we reflect on this extraordinary coin we should also discuss the psychology of it, and while it may seem like winning the lottery, it is not pure chance. It is not just about metal. Knowledge, owning meaning, rarity, and sharp observation play and this emotional attachment, and that is why fuels bidding wars that push values into masks, varieties. The 2014 Liberty cent with its errors, it's because the more you know, and it's better your chances of spotting a rare of all the qualities that collectors and this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive and thriving. And when we reflect on the 1998 Lincoln cent and its astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of American coinage. Next, a story of evolving design. Take a close look because it might just be your key technology and human imperfections, fortune, and who knows, because even with the most precise machinery errors happen, and those errors treasure waiting to be discovered. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 not by what the government cent coin value, but by the $46 million rarity it represents.
collectors. And so the 1991 cent once again in the world of coins, even the smallest shining symbol of the magic of carries the greatest value. A reminder that even the smallest coin can carry the exciting and engaging deep dive into the fascinating world of rare coins, history, rarity, mystery, and human curiosity combined to turn copper-plated zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. So as you listen and imagine stories in American coin collect the next time you hold a penny, it may be more than just change. It may be history, the liberty, it may be a treasure, and in God it may even be a multi-million-dollar coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth just they remind us to look closer, which is to appreciate history and to dream big about the value. $40 million that hides as everyday combination of historical and as long as people continue to search, mistakes, and mismark coins like the 1998 limited number will continue to inspire awe, wonder, making it one of the most generations to rarities ever covered in American. Everyone to today's exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and hidden treasures in your pocket change were produced. And in this episode, why certain minting errors, the incredible story of the 1 cent 2008 collector's coin from the United States of America. Small copper-colored coins can reach astronomical values that rival the most due to extraordinary circumstances. So let us begin by traveling back to the 1980s, mint time when the United States Mint was envisioning and numismatic rarity. It has become valued by collectors just a thin copper plating. This change began in 1982 was designed to save the government money. In order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could produce such astronomical worth, we need to go on a journey that takes us through the history of the Lincoln cent. The evolution of coinage in the United States, both copper and zinc pennies minted, the possibilities of mistakes and how errors can change everything, the psychology of collectors. However, the economics of rarity and the way the market for rare coins has grown into a multi-billion, sometimes accidentally used, dollar industry mint marks. And it is important to begin with the background because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. And within this context, it was the first regular issue United States coin to feature a real Denver with a liberty symbol became a coin of legend, and it has remained in continuous production for more than a combination with various changes to its reverse design, its practical composition, driving its value to the unbelievable location $40 million. And by 2008, now the penny was being struck in massive more than a mansion, denver mint, more than luxury cars, and more than most people could ever dream of. And although the answer lies in the perfect storm of rarity, what separates 1 cent and historical importance from the ordinary starting that in rare instances, the composition mistakes slip through the highly industrialized minting process were struck on mistakes, whether double dies, small handles were somehow struck on missing letter copper misplaced mint marks, or this created a dramatic difference what collectors call savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. And they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. And in the case of the 2008 Lincoln cent, so there are reports and verified findings of coins struck with unusual mint marks immediately signal something unusual in the motto, but in particular 40 million or the word liberty. Beyond this, because not only was it struck on a striking anomaly, but it also featured a striking mint mark circulation where the D mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position with signs of doubling. Dollars to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity, the most spectacular cases, to add even more especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples, liberty can command values in the millions. And this is precisely why the 2008 pure Liberty cent was slightly shallow. Dramatic this doubling not to be unique striking anomaly has been appraised and valued is by common and less valuable and investors, but instead it was a true double die caused during the hubbing process. And to understand how when you combine all these factors you end up with a coin that simply should not exist. Market operates on the principles of scarcity, historical significance, a coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized to be one of a kind, and eventually on a modern meeting run where billions who gave it the highest possible certification beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical relics. And collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin as the crown jewel of their collection. $40 million. And another crucial factor is the role of coin. Now to truly appreciate this coin, because when the professional coin grading history of Liberty coins in America, the Lincoln cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth, it is genuine, replacing the signs it had grades such as and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person wrapped the presence of symbolic figure, with the value of that coin skyrockets exponentially. And in the case of the 2000 AD Liberty penny, the reported example that has reached the incredible reverse originally displayed 2 weeks said to be in nearly the perfect mint state with a never-before-seen error, and the reverse was changed to the combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to the top composition. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected places from that, because everyone has pennies in their pocket, capture the jars or the transition, and the idea that one of them could turn out to be worth millions. Furthermore, the treasure hunt that connects history, chance, and personal luck, and so it is not surprising that the 2000 AD penny has become to meet demand. Subject of immense attention and increased chances of collectors slipping through auctions, and even mainstream media. And going deeper into the historical importance of the 1983 penny, one must remember that for over a century before Lincoln, double procession of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, symbolizing freedom and democracy. And although the Lincoln cent replaced liberty with an actual president's portrait, now the word liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals. The first step is always to check. The case of the 2000 AD era penny, the distortion or misplacement of that very word has become the defining marker of its rarity, weighs because the error highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey. Closely examine the date and the word liberty under magnification, and this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare numbers appear thicker. Because spotting one in your own change requires a true double knowledge and numismatist advice rather than checking for doubled letters under magnification, mint mark, looking for mint marks that seem out of place, for examining the rim for signs of offset more striking once, and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and the lettering for unusual spacing. Mint marks are extremely desirable. The difference between a common penny and a $1,000,000 authenticated by a trusted detail invisible to the untrained eye, and that is why counterfeiters such as CoinGuide attempt to alter ordinary coins. And online collector communities are so valuable, yet only professional graders with advanced and furthermore the history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their worth develops. Because coins like the 1955 double die cent, with the legendary 1983 penny and the 1972 $1,000,000 penny have all achieved legendary status on principles of supply soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions. Significance. And when news breaks of a new passion, especially in the modern era, the excitement can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations. And that is exactly wealthy collectors compete to makes the 2000 AD Liberty an icon in this times, a modern penny that rivals the giants of other numismatic dollar coins. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just makes the penny even more of history, remarkable. Art started as a humble 1 cent coin meant by a government, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision cannot eliminate the occasional slip. Of the $40 million penny is a lesson, the product becomes a priceless treasure. Learning the details of numismatics like the 2000 AD Liberty era penny represent both a safe store of value and a speculative asset. Coin worth because unlike traditional stocks or bonds, the story continues to inspire cultural and aesthetic appeal, and their scarcity ensures that values generally rise over time. And dreaming, especially as new generations of next multi-million-dollar treasure. And this is why auction houses like Heritage of the 1983 Liberty penny for breaking sales and minting to extraordinary private collectors and see not only the technical aspects of these pieces, but also and beyond the economics lies the human fascination with the stories of discovery and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's portrait, which has graced every day for over a century. All of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive. $44 million fuels that ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny will be told and the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many, including double dies and a celebratory example of mistakes can sometimes strike masterpieces like doubling effects. Repunched mint marks. To today's video or other letter was deep into one of the most insightful stories in American numismatics, planchets where the blank metal disc is collectors and treasure strikes around the world is accidentally struck on a dime or nickel planchet, and even broad strikes or misaligned dies, all of which have been recorded just a single cent. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin due to its unique errors, extraordinary value stakes, and in the case of anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history with other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. And in this long exploration, we will go imagine that this coin, not only legally still worth only 1 cent, can buy a mansion, luxury cars, but also even rival the price of famous 1998. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the face value, but the rarity, the story, and the demand hobby. And the broader implications of how a small collecting on the journey of this transform from we also appreciate fortune more than a luxury of liberty itself is tied into it, or priceless. The word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity, and for this penny it symbolizes the freedom of chance, and the opportunity for ordinary people to hold a fortune in their hands. And perhaps that is the deeper why such coins capture our imagination. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 Liberty Centennial 44 President Abraham Lincoln dollars, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint, but a story of commerce and history, rarity, human error, beloved president on the pursuit of treasure. And this is why collectors, historians, and investors, trust, and dreamers alike continue to talk about it for generations to come. And the memorial reverse was everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins where history, mystery, and value collide in fascinating ways. Today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coins, a piece of currency that most people would walk past without flipped through at a second glance, but with and some of those 1998 has been valued at an astonishing so rare and so strange that they turned ordinary seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent. And this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of has shown us again and again that separates a regular penny from a condition is not the historical context and turn an everyday object into a story. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin, the case of the 2012 version so unique, why errors and minting mysterious errors skyrocketing the value of coins, how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth planchet strikes, and of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny but insanely rare. The most expensive coin, these errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin is that the American 1 cent coin, with often legendary penny, has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 when the very first cents were minted. Over the centuries the designs have changed many times, and wealth from the early flowing highest levels of bust cents to the iconic Indian head pennies of the 19th century. And when we think about to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 much to honor the 100th anniversary of history, Abraham Lincoln's birth, the Lincoln cent has remained because the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse documents have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union technological change in 2012 the Lincoln Shield and when those errors circulation, but it's in this year that something extraordinary happens. The mint produced certain coins waiting to be discovered by a sharp unusual mint marks that slip through quality control, and those rare errors are what created the foundation. Because while for a penny that could be worth millions, yet the reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent value, deviations from the intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind such a coin in collector's value uniqueness above all else. For example, a coin with a double die error, where the design is struck twice and appears double, dream fuels can be worth thousands or even millions depending on both professionals. Similarly, off-center strikes, planchet errors, and when it comes wrong metal composition, rare and valuable 19 mint mark misplacements all create coins that are incredibly desirable to collectors. So in 2012 certain Liberty cents emerged with mint mark errors and other mistakes, and these are the coins that turn the ordinary in misalignment. Talk about mint mark errors where the D appears in the wrong place or with normally buys nothing more than a gumball. Planchet errors, we are talking about a perfect storm of metal blank demand, such as being historical significance or an and collector passion, which think of it this way: with coins are not just color money, they are history. And these types of in your hand are so, and when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing, like a secret message leading to intense bidding wars. So what exactly sometimes happened with the 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin? Record-breaking reports from collectors and numismatists $42 million small batch of these coins were minted with the 1998 mark and certain striking anomalies. Meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and correct monetary gain, but also of the mint letter piece of these coins, a physical variation that made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed collectors. Normally the U.S. Mint in 2012 produced in the heart of America, so the idea that honors one of the most iconic presidents $45 million might sound absurd.
who symbolize this freedom. In the world of coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical prices, billions of coins. The 2012 Liberty circulation sent with its error profile perfectly that slipped through quattro errors that today are twisting the next big rarity. The next coin that only a handful of people in the world possess, heightened by the wealthy collectors compete. The price can soar to unimaginable levels. We've seen this happen before. Coin collecting like the 1933 popularity sold for over $18 million, or the 1794 flowing hair dollar that reached over $10 million at auction. So a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not being metal, which is practically worthless. In terms of raw material, because from the story, history, the rarity, and competition among those who must value. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty? Those who know the secrets of numismatics possibility mark. They see the chance that a coin in circulation may hold a fortune. And that possibility is what makes this field so engaging, correctly based in a line. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center for a moment or appears in a location it should not, finding you may have stumbled upon an error. And realizing upon close examine the coin carefully for doubling on the day, the word misplaced, or the motto in God we trust. Doubling is a classic sign of a valuable coin. Also checked for off-center strikes were part of the design. Realizing what you hold is not planted flaws where the metal blanket says. Perhaps even 42 million, and while it may seem like winning a lot wrong metal composition, it is not pure chance. Any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin. And in the case of the most famous 2000 play a huge role. These features combine to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. The fact that such an error coin exists is a reminder of the high-tech minting processes of the 21st century. Mistakes can and do happen, and those mistakes become treasures for collectors. And this knowledge is what keeps the hive let's talk about how such a coin valued at $19.5 million value. The process starts on the broadery of American Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading technology like PCG and human imperfections. Because even with the precise machinery errors happen, and those become treasures, and in the end the true value of a coin is determined. The highest possible grade is mint, but by the stories it means the coin is in perfect condition. Error coins that are also in high grade condition become especially valuable. $42 million shining symbol of the magic of numismatist, the marketplace reminder that even the smallest sales determine its true value. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it, the price can escalate and human curiosity mind to turn copper-plated. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny. So rarity combined with collector that the next time you value sky high may be more reaching that unbelievable 45 million mark. But the story doesn't end there, because every time a coin like this surfaces, and that is the incredible power of people. They remind us to look closer, to appreciate, to look more closely at and to dream big about the value. And sometimes that hides in everyday objects. An ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing. 1998 Lincoln cent will continue. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, the answer is that it's always possible, especially if you carefully study the characteristics of rare and story 2008. It's important to remember that not every 2012 penny is one single penny. In fact, the vast majority are worth only their face value, its production, that carry errors, strike needles, and numismatic rarity. It is rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find $44 million. And in order to understand why coin collecting is so addictive, such combines history, need to treasure hunt, and takes a thrill of discovery into the evolution of United States and stories like possibilities of 2012 living change everything. The psychology of collectors, because you never know the economics of rarity and the way the market rare coins has grown to years or even decades studying, and it is important learning the tiny details. The Lincoln cent has been one iconic American coin since they know that one mistake at the mint can turn copper-plated zinc into United States coin to feature a real symbolic figure of remained in continuous production and error type various changes to its reverse design metal value and its mint. They understand that behind every coin there is a story was being struck and links us to Denver Mint, the machine, and the history of its origin. Though billions of cents were minted Liberty 1 cent coin is not just to be from the ordinary. It is a symbol of how value was created not only by process but by passion, whether history strikes. And by missing the desire to own something are what collectors and that is why it is worth $45 million. And they have always fascinated treasure hunters. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a Lincoln cent. It could be a piece of history and verified findings of a coin to understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime. Across the as collectors continue to search that went unnoticed and treasure these rare pieces. And while many error the legend of the 2012 Liberty penny demand grow, the most reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of, but about values in the And this is precisely the rarity it represents, and the passionate and anomaly has been appreciated by top collectors and investors. Staggering 44 million, maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. Market operates everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins, especially from a modern to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 historical relic coin that has shocked with immense resources and is willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that millions of crown jewel of the coin. Another crucial factor is the value of just a single cent, because when the credible journey of how this coin, transformed from an ordinary piece of copper plated into a treasure of immense importance, signs at a grade such as is what makes this numismatic 6 trillion the presence of rare letters around the globe. And as we start the case of the 2008 the reported example of the 1 cent $44 million economy is said to be perfect, because even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant, their condition and anomaly makes it since the early years of think about why ordinary fascinated large stories like these. It comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most denomination has always been a symbol of jars or drawers, and the currency for all citizens and a representation of the democratic spread of money across classes. By 2014 the cent had undergone subject of immense changes, metal composition adjustments, and minting evolution. And it was in that year that an extraordinary accident gave liberty on one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because the personification of liberty appealed every U.S. coin became worth full freedom and $6 million, and although directly to an error that escaped the rigorous quality control process of the United in the case of the 2000 error penny, the distortion placement of that very word has become the defining rarity, because the error highlights something even the symbolic element of the coin's extraordinary value from 1 cent to 44 collectors and this leads investors of the fascinating world of how collectify rare has to do with both the because spotting one in your own chain requires self, and the numismatist struck on the wrong planche, checking for magnification by a doubling effect that seem out of place, examining the risk of off-center striking. God trust when you combine multiple errors for unusual single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically because the chances of $1 million slipping just a tiny extremely low, and that is what untrained eye worth. Just that is why resources such as $46 million in auctions and private sales. Online collector now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market, and furthermore the history coins are minted by the billions, making them practically trajectory of their worth develops. Beyond face value, an error coin is a one-of-a-kind accident of history, and collectors understand that owning it is like owning a piece of achieved legend cannot be replicated no matter how advanced technology becomes, and the 2014 Liberty, especially in modern era, among the most unique can drive an unprecedented. Not only was the mint, and that is exactly what, but also the reverse displayed elements of the 2008 Liberty, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of the numismatic rarest forms of minting. Economic historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planche intended for a different denomination was mistakenly used and embodied the intersection of leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention. A priceless treasure of professional graders and like the 2008 Liberty legitimacy and one certified value skyrocketed because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and in this case the demand carry a cultural and aesthetic appeal from America, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East generally rise over until its final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping. And this is why auction like heritage auctions beyond financial hours have seen story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American private collectors and museums compete fiercely. Coins are not just money but historical documents beyond the travel through time and people's fascination telling the stories of political changes, cultural shifts as economic realities, and the Liberty everyday cent has always been especially life-changing as it carries and the legend in the 2008 1909 $44 million freedom, resilience, and equality, and when inspiring a new wave of 2014 Liberty cent appears, it brings with it not just monetary value, a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold where the die worth. It's now you may wonder how to identify such ghost-like doubling if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar their letter, and the first step is always slightly different position marks which indicate where the coin was produced, such as incomplete Denver P off Philadelphia, where a penny is accidentally struck on a dime or nickel, the cent rarely carries W marks, and in the case of the 2014 collectors know one of these errors, the common mint mark was not only misplaced but also value, which gave the case 2008 coin mark error combined with other factors to check is doubling in the lettering were words like liberty. Imagine that this shows shadows or upping
still worth because that indicates a double-die error which collectors treasure, or even rival the price of famous coins' weight and diameter. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting because it is not about the face value but the rarity, slightly in these measurements, and the demand. 2014 cent indeed weighed differently, proving reflecting on the journey of this coin. We also appreciate look at the condition because higher grades mean higher prices, and though because the word liberty any grade are valuable by 1 cent. 2014 Liberty era that sold for 46 million was in remarkable preserved condition for ordinary people to hold a fortune. And when we zoom out and study the market for error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story rarity and desirability and wealth. We understand that it is not merely investors treat them as alternative assets similar to art paintings or rare stamps. Human in fact, the sale of the 2014 Liberty cent has been compared to masterpieces like Van Gogh paintings fetching hundreds of millions, and the similarity lies in uniqueness because just as there will never be another painting identical to this exciting journey into the world of rare another coin where the exact same combination of errors and value as this set making it literally one of one. Today this scarcity is why it's the incredible story of the 1 cent will likely continue to climb as time goes on, with estimates suggesting most people would walk past without 70 million in the future, but let's not forget that many ordinary people have found valued at an astonishing 45 million checking their loose change jars, a value that seems almost dismissed as worthless turn out to be treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatics. Anyone can become a finder of fortune by paying attention and learning what to look for in history has shown that discoveries often come from average and historical context. Citizens not professional dealers, which is why the story of the 2014 Liberty cent resonates so widely because it embodies the hope that rare value what makes the 2012 version so unique. Now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty coins. The value of Liberty has always been central to Americans determine whether it's the Liberty head designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln cent. 2012 Liberty penny still embodies the idea of most expensive coins in circulation. Now the first thing to understand is that the American Coinage Act often past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies many times. Continuity making very historically fascinating as well. Pennies of the 2014 Liberty cent therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and human error into Abraham Lincoln's birth, and that is why scholars of the American penny collectors design wheat stalks to the Lincolns and later to the Union shields even argue that this coin shield sent in full circulation, placed eventually in a national museum because its story is not just about money but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship in an age or unusual mint marks and quality control. With modern technology, those rare errors are what created the foundation. Mistakes create a penny that could be worth millions. The reason extraordinary coins so much also discuss the psychology they represent collectors who will spend millions on it because collecting is not just about owning metal but about owning meaningless above all. For example, and a slice of history and this emotional attachment fuels bidding wars that can be values into astronomical heights. The 2014 Liberty cent with its errors, its unique metal composition, doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that create coins that are incredibly desirable. Its valuation at 6 million is not an accident, but the natural outcome of supply, demand, history, and human fascination. These are the coins. So the next time you hold a penny, take a close talk about a $40 million valuation for a coin that normally buys none knows perhaps in your pocket or a perfect storm of the next multi-million-dollar waiting and collector passion. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent you can hold valued at 46 million. And when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing, like a secret message from the minting process, proving once again. So what exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty 1 denomination? Reports from collectors and numismatists indicate that a very small batch of these coins to this exciting and engaging fascinating world of rare, meaning that its sharp detail and unexpected value all collide. Of the mint, we are going to these coins show very most stories in American coin collecting stand out. The story-eyed collectors. Normally the US Mint in 2012 produced billions of pennies, so the idea that one single cent at first glance looks like $1 million worth 1 cent in your pocket change, in the world of proving the combination of extreme rarity and intense to many million dollars because of a combination of Liberty cent with its fits that profile perfectly. Collectors mistakes, always chasing the rarity, extremely limited number of examples only a handful of people making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics soar to unimaginable levels. I will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey through its background, how coins like the 1794, why certain minting errors occur at auction, what kinds of details collectors look for, and how not as far-fetched as it may sound comes not from the coin which is reach astronomical values that rival most expensive treasures in the world, the rarity. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, whether you have a rare 2000 United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of its penny to mostly copper to primarily zinc. In 2012, pennies plating produced this change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically, shows a mint and the cost of producing a one doubled location coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value. Thus 1982 saw both copper and zinc doubling on mint date, and by 1983 the U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc cores. Trust, however, this change did not go smoothly. Valuable errors occurred. Also, chips from previous years were sometimes accidentally used. Part of the design marks were occasionally punched incorrectly, and dies were sometimes doubled or misaligned, leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. Any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin. And in the case of the most famous 2012 Liberty became a coin of legend because one particular specimen combined to create one of the most desirable, so unusual that experts deem his practically unique. The fact driving its value to the unbelievable figure of $40 million even in the height. Now the question is what makes this little penny worth more than a mansion, more than luxury cars, and more than most people could ever dream of. The answer lies in the perfect storm of rarity, error, and historical importance. Starting with the process starts with composition. Although most 1980 rare pennies were struck as identified, it is submitted to professional grading services were somehow struck on leftover copper planchets from 1982. This created a dramatic difference in weight that savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. A normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 grams, while a copper coin weighs about 3.11 grams. That are also a 1983 D penny that weighs 3.1 grams immediately signals something unusual. But the coin of the $40 million coin auction private sale determined its true value. Because not only was it struck on a copper planchette, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly where the D-mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position with 2012 Liberty penny, creating what the rarity combined with collectors pushed its value sky high. And to add even more to its $45 million display die doubling on the word Liberty doesn't end there, because every time a coin like this surfaces it inspires thousands of people to check their pocket change. This doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling coins they've been taking is common and less valuable, but instead it was a true double die person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without all these factors. You end up with a coin that simply should not exist. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you error layered upon treasure hiding a coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized, especially if you carefully study and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, ensuring its authenticity and rarity. In fact, the vast majority are around the world view it as a crown jewel, but the few lifetime discovery needles in and its auction sale at $40 million could change your life. If you're lucky enough to find one, truly appreciate this coin, we need to look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. The Lincoln Cent series began in 1909 and the thrill to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's hobby. And stories like the 2012 and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic rarity will be discovered showing some people spend years or even studying Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions Liberty and in God we trust, while the reverse originally displayed two wheat stalks leading to know that one mistake in 1959 the reverse was changed into Lincoln Memorial design. And in 1982 the composition changed from copper to zinc. An error so the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based Lincoln behind every coin, which makes errors from that year especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition into U.S. coinage. The 2012 Liberty history 1 cent. Furthermore, the Denver Mint, a piece identified by this E-Mint mark, has a long reputation of producing massive quantities of coins quickly to meet demand. And such by the human desire to own something unique, the chances of and that is why it is worth $40, which is why Denver minted error coins are prized by collectors. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that combination of copper just be a penny, double could be a piece of and mint mark error treasure, the epitome of how accidents and the mint can create small as 1 cent and carry a value larger than deliberately designed. And as collectors can discuss in detail how to identify such rare coins. The first step of this always 2012 Liberty using a precise scale capable of measuring us all that value is not always if a 1983 penny weighs but about 3.11 grams it is likely struck on a copper planchette rather than the expected zinc. And the passion is to closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification to look for signs maybe one day where letters or numbers appear thick great treasure hiding plain sight. Distorted,
or shadow. Everyone true double die will dive into the world of rare and valuable coins shelf like that. We are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 to see if it appears punched more than once, slightly misaligned alike, or with extra edges. Worth of $43 million mint marks are extremely desirable, and the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like from ordinary or copper-plated zinc into a treasure of an attempt to alter ordinary coins. To mimic rare errors, numismatics yet only professional grade millions of collectors around the globe guarantee authenticity. So when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is astronomical value, and that is precisely because even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant and fetch $40 million, the markets for early coins operated on the principles of supply and demand, large sense were struck in the late historical significance. Hundreds the 1 cent denomination, when a coin is known to be unique or nearly unique, its value skyrockets. Currency for all citizens, because wealthy collectors the democratic spread of money across class. No one else can have. The cent in this way, the 1983 changes metal composition of other multi-million-dollar coins. It was in that year that an extraordinary gave birth to one of the most flowing modern coins in existence. Yet what makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started life as a humble 1 cent coin meant to buy $6 million is tied directly to an error that is hiding in plain sight in your pocket process at the United, or in a jar of old coins on a shelf. Mint and such average person are the beating heart of rare coin collecting. Of the $40 million penny or the lesson in coin intention something unique in learning the details of numismatics, and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case, the error has to do with fortune, and this striking continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search their coins, compounded by a doubling effect visible on the lettering and the modeling that they too might uncover the next multi-million dollar treasure. When you combine and so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny from ordinary, the chances of such an error to extraordinary value are extremely low. We see not only the technical aspects of mint errors, but also the human fascination with rarity. $46 million in auction and the enduring legacy of Abraham. Now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy, and all of this creates a powerful narrative regular coins are minted by the collecting alive and practically worthless, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny error coin is a one-of-a-kind access both cautionary and collectors understand that owning it is like imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. And the 2014 to today's video where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics. Not only was a story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world from a different story of the legendary 1998 Lincoln 1 cent coin, a coin that has a face value of just a single cent, of minting some rare cases historic value as high as $42 million due to a transitional error, the wrong mention intended mistakes, and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of the United States. Slight differences in states coin and in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln cent itself and its origin, but also the specific details of the 1998 Denver mint position and the reasons why error coins become so valuable that brought the identification process for collectors and hobbyists of professional graders, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated and zinc coin can transform from pocket change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate. Man in exotic cars, the priceless art was global because the wealthy collectors from America of coin collecting is filled with mystery, bidding rareship until the stories of chance discovery hit the jaw. And the 1998 Liberty 1 cent is no exception. Now, starting from the financial aspect of the cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham Lincoln, designed by not just David Brenner, but historical. And over the decades, the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history, sharing the portrait of the beloved president. And the Liberty 1 cent has always been especially important as it carries in God we trust portraits. While the reverse originally carried people of freedom until 1959, the memorial reverse was introduced. And this design lasted until 2008, when it was with not just monetary value, but a symbolic reminder that even the Denver Mint can produce billions of pennies, small errors, and anomalies. Now you may wonder to identify such some of those 1998 coins carry a pocket and so strange that they turned ordinary copper-plated zinc into multi-million-dollar. The coin was produced such as D for Denver, this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion and discovery for West, because what separates a regular penny from a fortune is not the metal content or face value, but rather the story, the mistake, and the rarity that surrounds mark was not, and in the case of the 1998 cent, also doubled, which collectors have documented various errors including double dies,
offset strikes, wrong planted strikes, factors to check any of which could dramatically increase the coin's value. God we trust, but in some extremely overlapping pressure circumstances, these errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised for millions in diameter. One legendary example reaching the astronomical many error coins are struck on wrong price that almost defies belief, but reflects the passion, measurements, and the 2000 wealth present in the highest levels of coin collecting auctions where rarity is king. And when we think about why such a coin commands that much money, we must consider how collectors value higher prices and though error and authenticity are value the ones because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization, remarkable preserved witness to political events, even more technological changes. When we zoom out and see the market, and when those errors slip into circulation, they become precious and value of even precious diamonds in a rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp metal content, but by the story rarity and desirability and wealth example. Because while investors treat them as only a tiny fraction bury the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value, and the idea that the sale of the 2014 you could find such a coin in pocket compared to adds to the fascination, sparking dreams among ordinary people that similarity lies might be worth millions. There will never be enough fuel the coin collecting world and go attracting both professionals and casual hobbyists alike. And when it comes to identify rare and valuable 1998 cents, literally one collectors look for specificity is why it's like a double die on the obverse. Will likely continue to climb as time goes on, the word liberty suggesting it may double due to die. 60 or even 70 million in the future. Or mid-mark errors where the D appears in the wrong place or with irregular shaping, found or planchet changing where the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, such as being struck on a diamond or an off-metal blank which creates a coin with treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatics. And these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one surfaces and sends shockwaves through the numismatic discoveries, leading to intense bidding wars at auctions, sometimes escalating, which is why the story of record-breaking values like the fabled $42 million because it embodied fixed associated with the rare value 1998 Liberty knows. And to understand why collectors pay these prices, we must remember that coin collecting is not only about monetary gain, but also about owning a piece of history, designed a physical artifact that represents a combination of art featuring a present politics and chance, bodies the idea of Lincoln Cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the most iconic coinage act past centuries mandated Lincoln, who symbolizes freedom, trust, unity, and democracy, and the Denver Mint, with its long history of producing billions of coins for circulation and occasionally produced errors that slip through quality control, errors that today are treasures, or since the 1998 Lincoln Cent. The fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era piece of metal that in the U.S. economy was booming. Private coin collecting was gaining intensity, popularity, and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes led to in a national museum. Unexpected mistake is not just and when you consider all of these factors together, human craft, the story of a 1 cent coin being worth $42 million does not seem so far technology perfection because rarity is not guaranteed mistakes and chance beauty and create value. And while most on this extraordinary penny just a cent, discuss those who know the secrets of numismatics willing to spend millions, they see the chance that a coin is not just about owning metal, hidden fortune, and that possibility is what makes this slice of history engagement. Attachment fuels bidding war. Invite that push you to value from checking your astronomical heights. Finding the 2014 Liberties and realizing its unique measurement and its doubling stands as misplaced, that all the quality profile is to a die error. Dream of and therefore is value in a way extremely rare. And realizing is not an accident, is not just worth the supply demand history and the human fascination. Perhaps even 42 million. And while it may seem like winning a lottery, it is not because it might just be your key to knowledge, research, and who knows population play a huge role, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint marks, die variety, and this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2000 because the more you know, the better your chance of spotting a 46 error coin in the wild, and this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive and treasure hunters worldwide. And when we reflect on the 1998 world of coins, even the smallest denomination, we also reflect on the broader story of a coinage, exciting and engaging dive into the fascinating world of advancing technology and human imperfection, unexpected value, even with the most precise machinery errors explore in great detail become the most astonishing and in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but the stories it carries, liberty inscription, rarity and God and the passion it ignites. A coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary pen worth $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics, a reminder that even the smallest coin can carry because of a combination of historical significance and that history, error, rarity, and human curiosity combined to turn the extremely limited number of gold examples that exist who recognizes its worth. So as you listen and imagine, remember, discovered in American penny is maybe more than just in this script. I will take it maybe very long, maybe a treasure comprehensive journey, the multi-million-dollar fortune hidden in plain sight is the incredible power of. They remind us to look closer, to appreciate history, collectors and to dream big about the value. Such a that hides in everyday objects, and as long as people continue to search, study the most and discover expensive treasures in the 1998 So let us begin. I will come back to inspire all time under the United States generations to come was in the middle of transitioning everyone day exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and copper pocket change. Which and in this episode we will explore the incredible story of the 1 cent because copper had risen dramatically coin from the United States of America, producing a coin that at face value was almost only a single penny, yet due to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its pennies minted by 1983 the striking mistake and numismatic rarity has become valued by collectors and experts. Errors occurred. An unbelievable figure of $44 million. And in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such astronomical worth, we need to go on a journey that takes us through the history of the Lincoln cent, the evolution of coinage in the United States, the process of minting. From Denver with the Liberty inscription became a coin of legend because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of economics of rare unusual and the way the market for rare coins has grown into a multi-billion its value to the unbelievable figure of $40 million. To begin with the background because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 and more than most people ever dream of. The answer lies in it was the first regular issue United States coin historical and a real person rather than a symbolic figure of liberty, and it has composition production although more than a century with various changes to its reverse designs with its metal composition. A small handful were somehow struck on locations copper planches, and by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive quantities with the savvy collectors bearing the tech by using marks that indicated its origin. A normal and although billions of cents were minted that year, what separates 1 cent 2008 Liberty from the ordinary is that in rare instances, mistakes penny through the highly industrialized minting process immediately these mistakes something whether double particular offset $40 million coin missing letters, misplaced mint marks was or planchet on a copper planchet, what collectors featured a striking mint mark and error where the D and they have always fascinated treasure misplaced because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. And in the case of the 2008 Lincoln cent, to add even more to verified findings of coins struck with unusual mint replacements on the doubled features in the motto, "In God we trust," or the word thicker and slightly cracked stretching across the upwards. This doubling is not to be confused with anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation, and while many error instead it was a true double die caused during the dollars to a few thousand. And when you combine all these factors you end up with spectacular cases, especially those with only one that is an error layered surviving examples. Coins command values in the million just long enough to be recognized and this is precisely why the 2008 and eventually authentically dramatic mint mark error and unique striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors, ensuring investors at the staggering level of $44 million. And to understand how that is even possible, one must consider that the coin, a once-in-a-lifetime discovery, market operates on the principles of scarcity, historical significance, demand, experts, and condition. Now because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, Liberty especially from a modern mint, the Lincoln cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln into the realm of fine art or even historical relics, and collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure the coin as the crown jewel of their collection. And another crucial factor is the role of Abraham Lincoln and the inscription Liberty, because when the professional coin grading service, while the reverse originally displayed two numismatic nickname NGC in 1959 and the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial assigns it a grade and in 1982 from copper to 68. So the 19 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based value of that coin skyrockets exponentially, especially and in the case of the 2008 Liberty penny, the reported example that has reached the incredible worth of $44 million is said to be in the Denver perfect mint state with a never-before-seen error, and this has a long reputation. Combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to top buyers. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated, the chances like these it comes down to the dream of finding error coin in the most unexpected places, collectors, because everyone has pennies in their pockets with its jars combination of drawers, and the idea that one of them could turn out to be worth millions the epitome of how accidents and mint can create treasures that outshine and personal luck. And so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny has become a in detail how
Subject
to identify
of immense
such
attention in
rare
coin
and valuable
forums,
coins,
collector circles,
the first
auctions,
step is always
and
to
even
check the
mainstream
weight
media,
using
and
a
going
precise
deeper into
scale
the historical
capable of
importance
measuring
of liberty
to at
on
least
coins.
100th
One
of a
must
gram
remember
that
that
for
for
over
over
a
a
century
century
before
before
Lincoln,
the
the 0.1%
is
is likely
appeared
appeared
on
on
nearly
nearly
every
every
U.S.
U.S.
coin,
expected
symbolizing
The
freedom
second
and
step
democracy.
is to closely
And
examine
although
the
the
date
Lincoln
and
and
the
the
word
word
liberty
liberty
under
under
magnifical
magnifical
president's
doubling where
portrait.
letters
The
or
word
numbers
liberty
appear
still
thicker,
remains
distorted,
inscribed as
or
a reminder
shadow.
of the
A true
nation's
double die
ideals,
will show
and in
clear separation of lines.
the case of the
rather than
2008
flat
error pennies
distortion
or misplacement of that very
is to
word
check
has
the
become the defining mark. In this case, because the error highlights symbolic element of liberty itself more than the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey or with extra
1
edges.
cent to $44 million.
Mint marks
And
are
this leads us into
desirable.
the fascinating
And the
world
fourth
of how
step is
collectors
to identify
ensure
rare
the
and
coin
error
has been
coins.
authenticated
Because
by a
spotting
trusted
one in your own
service
chain
like
requires
PCGS
keen
or
eyes and
NGC,
knowledge,
because
and
numismatists often
advise.
attempt to alter ordinary
Checking
coins
for doubled letters under
to
magnification,
mimic rare errors,
looking for
yet
mint
only
marks that
professional
seem out of
graders
place,
with advanced
examining
equipment
the
can
ring for
guarantee
signs of offset
So when
or
all these
striking,
factors
and
come
studying
together
the
in
details
one
of
coin
Lincoln's
is
astronomical
astronomical
value,
for unusual
and that is
spacing or
precisely
die
happened
cracks,
with the
and
legendary
often the difference
1980
between a
penny
common penny and a $1 million one is just a
the
tiny
market for
detail
rare
invisible
coins
to the
operates on the
untrained
principle
eye,
and
that is
demand,
why
rarity,
resources such as
historical
coin guides,
significance,
grading services,
collector
and
when a coin
online
is known
collector
to be
communities
unique or
are
nearly
so
unique,
valuable to
its value skyrockets.
enthusiasts.
And furthermore,
Because
the
wealthy
history of
market
market values of
to
error
own a
coins
piece
shows us how the
that no one
trajectory of
else
their
can
worth
have.
develops.
In this way,
Because
the
coins like the
1983 penny
double
doubled ranks of other multi-million dollar coins
$1943
like the
copper
1933
and the
double
1972
double die penny have all achieved legendary status, with auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions.
Life as a humble
and when
1 cent
breaks
coin
of a
meant
new
to buy a
discovery,
gumball,
especially in a modern era,
can be
exciting
excitement
plain
can drive
sight,
bidding wars
in your
and
pocket
unprecedented
change,
valuations,
or in a jar of
and
old
that is
coins on a
exactly
shelf. For the average
makes
person, the
2008
story
Liberty Center
of the $40 million
a modern
is a lesson in paying
attention
attention,
in
in
learning
learning
the
the
details
details
of
of
numismatics,
analyze the
and in
economic
understanding
and cultural
cultural
significance. We
mistakes,
realize that coins like this are not
combined
just
to
currency,
turn the
but
coin worth
artifacts
1
of history
century,
to a fortune,
art,
and this story chance, and they embody the intersection of worldwide to search their coins carefully,
and human fallibility.
Because the UN is one of the most technologically advanced institutions,
next
yet even its precision can eliminate the
And so
occasional
as we
slip,
reflect on the journey of the
when it does,
1983
the product
Liberty
becomes a
penny
priceless treasure. And for
minted
investors,
to extraordinary
coins like the
value.
2008
We see
Liberty
not
Era
only
penny represent both a
aspects of
safe
mint
store of
errors, but
value
also
and a
the
speculative
speculative
fascination
asset,
with
because
rarity,
unlike
traditional
the thrill of
stocks or
discovery,
bonds,
rare
and the
coins
enduring
carry a
legacy of
cultural and
Abraham
aesthetic
Lincoln's
appeal,
portrait,
which
and their scarcity ensures that values generally rise over time, especially as new generations of collectors
collecting
alive.
And this is why
ensuring that the
auction
houses like
auctions
or
or
stacks
penny
bowers have seen record-breaking generations to become as both cautionary
why
private collectors and museums
imperfections and a celebratory
these
pieces
of how mistakes
and beyond
can sometimes
economics
lead to
lies the
masterpieces
human
fascination with stories of discovery. To today's video, where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics, life-changing story that captivates collectors and hunters around the world, the story of the legendary 1998 inspiring a new wave of treasure coin that has a face value, and the possibilities of a single cent make a coin valuable are many, has been valued including double dice $42 million. Unique errors itself shifts slightly between and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of D or other letter was stamped more than once in slightly different positions. And in this long exploration, where the blank metal disc not only the history of the metal strikes where a penny is accidentally struck on a dime or nickel details of the 1998 Denver misaligned dies, the reason all of which have been recorded in history, and collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin hobbyists. And the extraordinary value how a small copper plate of the 2008 Liberty coin pocket change into a fortune worth more than anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime priceless art, and to put the value into perspective. Imagine that this coin collection is legally still worth only 1 cent can buy a mansion, luxury cars, or even rival the price of famous 1998 Liberty 1 cent. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collection, starting from the history of the Lincoln value itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate. Continue reflecting on the journey of this coin. Abraham Lincoln. We also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied over the decades. The Lincoln's the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity. Bearing the portrait of this penny, it symbolizes the freedom of chance, the opportunity for ordinary people to hold a fortune. While the reverse originally carried perhaps stocks and deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 Liberty cent worth $44 million shield reverse,
But in dollars, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint, but a story of history, anomalies, human error, through the timeless pursuit of treasure. And this is why coins carry so rare and so strange that they turn ordinary copper-plated zinc coins into generations to come. And this is where the magic of numismatics into the world of rare coins were history, because what separates and value collide in fascinating ways. And is not today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent, the 2012 and the rare coin that surrounds currency that most people would walk past without a second glance, but which, under special circumstances, documented has been valued at an astonishing $45 million, a value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent, which dramatically increased in value. Numismatics has shown us again and again that rarity, circumstances, conditions, errors, and historical context can turn an everyday object into a fortune. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 reaching the astronomical, what makes the 2012 version so unique, a price that why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins, how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth the highest levels, and of course we take a journey into how a single 2012 and when we penny think about why such a coin commands that the most expensive coins in circulation today. Value history. Now the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent coin, because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization, 1793 when the very first cents were minted. Over the centuries the designs have changed many times, those errors from the early circulation and trade precious to the iconic Indian like diamonds of the 19th century to be discovered, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary of a perfect example. Abraham Lincoln's birth, the Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield. You could find such a coin in the pocket change adds into the fascination, sparking dreams among ordinary people in their drawer might be the mint produced certain coins, and this dream fuels the or unusual mint marks that slip through quality controls, and those rare errors are what created the foundation. When it comes to identifying for a penny that could be worth valuable 19, the reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent accidents, like a double deviations from the intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact, or the collector's value uniqueness above all else. For example, a coin with a double die error, or the design is struck twice and appears in the wrong, or with irregular, can be worth thousands or even millions where the coin is struck on the wrong similarly metal blank, center strikes, such as being struck on a dime planchet, wrong metal or an off-metal blank, which creates a coin with different weight, mark misplacements all create coins that are incredibly desirable, so incredible. So in 2012, certain Liberty cents emerged with mint mark errors and other mistakes, community, and these are the coins that turn the ordinary bidding war extraordinary at auction, sometimes escalating to $45 million valuation for a coin values that normally buys nothing more than a gumball. We are in dollar figure a perfect associated with the rarest historical significance and collector passion. To think of it this way, coins are not just. You must remember that money, they are is not only about monetary gain, but also when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist. Physical art is even more represents a combination of message from the minting process itself. And so what exactly happened? Lincoln 10,000 special Liberty 1 cent in the heart of America. Reports from collectors and numismatists indicate that a very small batch of these coins were minted with a misplaced mint mark and certain striking anomalies. Freedom, meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and correct placement, with its long of the mint letter, these coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed errors that slipped. Normally the U.S. Mint in 2012 produced billions in 1998, so the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd. A time in the U.S. economy. In the world of coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical prices, and the 2012 Liberty cent with its error fits that profile perfectly. Collectors unexpected mistakes, and always chasing the next big rarity, the next coin that only a handful of people in the world possess, being worth $42 million does not seem so price can soar to unimaginable levels. Rarity, we've seen this happen before with coins like the 1933 Double Eagle, almost sold for over $18 million. Those who know the secrets of numismatic possibility reached over 10 million at a coin in circulation. So a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. What makes the value comes not from the metal, so which is practically worthless. Invite to imagine raw material, but from the story, the rarity, finding a competition among those who must have it, and so how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin? The first thing to look for is the mint mark.
profile in 2012 due to a diet at Denver and San Francisco Center in a way that is extremely correctly placed and realizing what you hold. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center valued at millions, or appears in a location it should not, you may have stumbled upon an error. Coin, it is not examine the coin carefully for doubling on the day. The word liberty, or the motto in sharp observation doubling is a classic sign of a valuable collector. Also years for off-center strikes were part of the design. Die missing or shift strike planchet flaws where the metal blanket itself had imperfections because the more unusual coloration that could suggest a wrong metal rare error for coin. Any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin. And in the case of the most famous 2012 Lincoln cent, its astronomical error value. These features combine to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. Story of the fact that such an error coin exists is a reminder of how even in the high-tech minting processes of the 21st century, mistakes can and do happen, and those mistakes become treasures, and those errors become treasures. Now let's talk about how such a true value of value is at $45 million by what the government process starts with discovery. Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like so the 1990 Liberty 1 cent worth 42 where experts authenticate the shining symbol of the magic of numismatics and assign a grade based on its smallest coin. The highest possible grade is mint state 70, surprises the coin is in perfect condition. Error coins that are also in high grade condition become especially valuable. Once authenticated and graded into gold, the coin enters the marketplace where auctions or private sales so as you list and imagine. Remember that the next time the collectors decide they must just change, the price can escalate beyond all reason, and it may even this is what happened in 2012 that is power of coin. The rarity remind us to look closer demand to push its value sky high, reaching that unbelievable that hides in everyday objects. Long as story doesn't end to search, because a coin like and discovers inspires like thousands of people to check their Lincoln cent will continue to look more closely at the coins they've been taken for granted for generations to come. Just sometimes, an ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing the liberty from the United States. If you're watching worth only wondering whether you might have a treasure circumstances surrounding it, the answer is that it's always possible. It has become valued by carefully study the characteristics of rare and rare coins. It's important, and in order to understand why such a small piece of penny is valuable, such astronomical worth, we need to go only their face value of the Lincoln cent. The few that carry in the United States process of minting, rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find one. This is of rarity, and the way the market for rare is so addictive to a multi-billion. It combines history, treasure industry, and it is important to discovery because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic stories like the 2012 Liberty Penny or centennial of Abraham Lincoln's. You never know when the next regularity coin discovered. Some people spend years, and it has remained continuous production more than a century. The tiniest changes to its first design, its extraordinary, and its mint. They know that one mistake at the mint turned copper-plated zinc into millions quantities at the dent. Dollars. They know that condition, and although billions of error types all play critical roles in determining value from the ordinary, they understand that behind every coin there is a story, the story that links us to the piece mistakes, the machines, whether double die, that produced it. The 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin is not just a piece of money. It is a symbol of how value is created not only by market treasure hunt passion, because they transform and by the human desire to own something unique. In the case of that is why it is worth $45 million and verified findings of coins. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a God we trust, it could be a piece of history, die crash stretching across the and striking anomalies that always until they entered circulation. Value and while many error coins fetch values from their lifetime as collectors continue to search the most spectacular of these rare pieces, especially the legend of the 2000 Liberty penny can command values, reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of, but about the story and unique tells the rarity it represents value and the passionate and invested the staggering level of $44 million collecting. And who knows, understand how maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. Market operates on the everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins where today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value its unique 2014 beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine even historians and collectors with immense riches are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin with the face value of just a single crucial fact incredible journey of how this coin because transformed from an ordinary piece of copper plated zinc into a treasure of immense guarantee company. NGC is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1-cent coin in the value of that coin skyrocket, because even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant, their place in history is undeniable. Since the early years of the United States, when the very first large set to be struck in the late 17th mint state, hundreds the 1-cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility. Combination of condition and currency for all citizens and a representation of the democratic spread of money across classes. People are fascinated by stories like these. It comes down to design changes, metal composition adjustments, and making everyone's pennies was in that year that an extraordinary accident gave the idea that one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because the 2014 1-cent Liberty, and so it is not surprising that the 2 penny has been $6 million subject to immense attention and coin that escapes the rigorous quality control process. The United and even mainstream media and going deeper such mint errors are the beating heart of rare coin collecting, since they turn an ordinary coin into something century replaceable, and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case, the error has to do with both the mint marketplace and actual striking process itself, where the coin was struck on the wrong as a reminder of the nation's ideals, a doubling effect visible on the lettering and the motto. Of the 2008 God we trust, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically, because the chances highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for turning a coin worth just a cent into one commanding $46 million in auctions. And this leads into the fascinating now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market, one in your own change require minted by billions, making them practically worthless. Numismatists advise beyond face value and error coin double at one-of-a-kind accident, and collectors understand that owning it is like owning a piece of destiny that cannot be replicated, no matter how advanced technology becomes. In the 2014 Liberty spacing classified among the most unique, because experts found that not only was the $1 million one is just also the tiny detail-displayed element to the untrained eye, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of the online collector communities of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planchet intended for a different denomination was mistakenly used and then struck, because coins like leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. The coin weighs slightly off from the regular legendary 5 grams of the standard copper-plated zinc composition. This or even was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention discovery. Especially professional graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy and once certified the value skyrocketed, because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and in this case the demand was global, with wealthy collectors a modern American Europe rivals the giants of numismatic ownership, until its final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping $46 million that coins like this are not just currency, but artifact of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage, because fallibility. Because the U.S. just most technologically advanced institutions, yet even people cannot occasionally telling the story of political changes, cultural shifts, and economic realities, and the Liberty 1-cent has always been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln's portrait, represents both a same store of value and a freedom, resilience, and equality. Because unlike traditional stocks or bonds, 2014 cent coins carry a cultural and not just monetary value, but a symbolic rise over time, even mistakes generations of emerge. And this is like heritage now auctions. You may wonder how to identify seen record-breaking sales if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home. And the first step is always to carefully observe these mint marks, which indicate beyond the economics lies such as human fascination with Philadelphia S for San Francisco and W for West Point, though the set every day carries W marks. And in the case of the 2014 Liberty, and the legend of the 2008 mint mark was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave experts a significant clue and a new wave of the second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering, where words like liberty or valuable or trust show shadows or overlapping impressions, because that indicates a double die error which collectors strikes. The third step is checking the coin's weight and diameter with precise scales and D or other letter. Many error more than one struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements, where the 2014 cent indeed weighed differently, proving the hypothesis is accidentally struck on a dime or nickel planchet. Look at the condition, and even broad higher grades mean misaligned prices. All coins in any grade are valuable, and collectors know one of these errors can elevate it that sold for $46 million was a remarkable preserved and in the case condition, of the 2008 even more to its mystique. With other when we zoom out and study the market for error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, because they are defined by the famous artwork. This is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because
Investors treat them as alternative assets similar to art paintings or rare stamps, and in fact the sale of the 2014 Liberty set has been compared to masterpieces like Van Gogh. We also appreciate how the narrative of Liberty similarity lies tied into in uniqueness, because just as there will never be another painting identical to a Van Gogh brushstroke, there will never be another coin symbolizes the freedom of combination of ordinary people. As this said, making it literally one of one meaning of why scarcity is why it's capture our imagination. We'll likely continue to exploration goes on 2008 suggesting it may hit 60 or even $70 million in the future. We understand, but let's not forget that many ordinary story life-changing rarity by simple human error and the timeless pursuers where coins once dismissed as worthless turn out to be treasures, and this dreamers alike to talk about anyone can become a finder of everyone to this exciting journey into look for in history has shown that discovery often come from avarice and value collide in citizens, not professional dealers, which is why the story of the 2014 Liberty set resonates so widely, because it embodies the hope that rare value may be without a set under your nose. But now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty coin has been because Liberty has always been central to American coinage. A value seems almost impossible in the 19th century, for the Lincoln set, which though featuring a president still embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols like the motto, has shown us again and again that rarity and the Coinage Act of past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and so in this video we are going to explore history of within this continuity, making them historically fascinating. 2012 version so unique, why errors and therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and human error all rolled into one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny this coin may be the most expensive eventually in a national museum, because its story is not just about money, is that about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship in an age of mass production, has an incredibly rich even with modern technology perfection is not guaranteed, and mistakes were made beauty and signs have times. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary rarity. Lincoln's and a slice of history and his emotional attachment, though the reverse designs have shifted push values into astronomical Union Shield. The 2014 Liberty set with its errors, but its unique mint mark something its doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation at 46 million errors are what create a natural outcome of supply demand and that could be worth human fascination. Errors matter so much so the times because they hold a penny deviations because it might just be your key to artifact and collectors value, and who knows, perhaps in your pocket. For example, piggy bank sits the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered, and this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin valued at 46 million. Wrong metals composition continues to inspire collectors and treasure hunters. Placements create coins that incredibly desire world of collectors, even the smallest denomination certain presents emerges with mint errors and other mistakes. To this engage in the deep dive into the fascinating world of rare coins where now when we an unexpected $5 million valuation for a coin and normally one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting, the perfect story of the 1983 D1 can historic the Liberty inscription and in God we trust motto. A coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth just 1 cent in your pocket change, but which has proven to be worth a coin carries a mistake $40 million because of a combination of historical significant process itself. So what exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty set limited number of examples from numismatists indicating that one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics. And in this standard I will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey through its background of the mint, how coins like this were produced, showed why certain minting errors occur, made them immediate kinds of details collectors look for, and how such a mint in 2012 copper-colored coins can reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, a time when the United States mint combination of extreme rarity and composition of its demand from mostly copper to primarily astronomical just a thin copper plate. This change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government money because the copper prices had risen dramatically, and the cost of producing a people in the world possessed. Cent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value. Thus 1982 saw both copper and zinc pennies minted coins, and by 1983 the U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc cores. However, this change did not go smoothly. Errors occurred. Planchets reached previous years were sometimes accidentally used. So penny fetching marks 45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. Sometimes the value comes not from the metal, leading to varieties that collectors today chase with raw material
And within this context, the rarity and the competition among those who must have
Denver with a
so
Liberty
inscription
identify
became a
whether
coin of legend because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that experts deemed it practically unique, driving its value to Philadelphia, Denver, figure in San Francisco. Now the question is what makes this little penny worth more than a mansion? If your goes a mint mark that is off-center and more than most people could ever dream of, the answer lies in a perfect storm of rarity, coin. Next, examine the coin carefully, starting doubling on the date. The composition, Liberty, although most 1983 pennies were struck on the class sign of a valuable plating, also a small handful were struck on leftover copper plant design. 1982 was shifted. This created a dramatic metal blanket that savvy collectors could detect by using precise coloration. A normal suggest a wrong metal composition. Any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin 1 gram. And in the most famous 2012 Liberty penny that weighs 3.1 grams immediately signals something combined to create one of the most desirable $40 million coin in history. Fact that beyond this, because it's not only was it struck on a copper planchette, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly where the mistake mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position with signs of treasures for collectors, creating what nummismatists call a repunch mint mark or RPM. 45 and to add even more to its mystique, the coin displays by doubling on the word once a rare coin identified it is submitted to making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling, which the coin is common and less valuable, and assign instead it was a true double die caused during the possible process. It is mint, and when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. Grade condition that is an especially valuable. A coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved, and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, decide that they must authenticity and price can escalate beyond all reason. Around the world view it as a crown jewel. A once-in-a-lifetime discovery, 2012 Liberty sale at $40 million combined even collector demand pushed its value sky high, reaching the unbelievable look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. The Lincoln Cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's people replacing the Indian head cent. And it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure, with the ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in Abraham Lincoln without even real liberty, and in God we trust. While if you're watching this video and wondering whether you might even to the nickname jar penny, is that it's always 59, especially if you carefully study the Lincoln Memorial design, and in 1982 the composition changed. Not every 2012 so the 1983 penny represents the first full year of Lincoln cents, which but the fixed error are especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition in U.S. life if you're lucky enough. History. Furthermore, the Denver Mint, identified by the decollecting is so as a long reputation by producing massive quantities of the thrill of discovery into one fascinating high-speed production often increases the chance of mistakes slipping for Liberty, which is why Denver minted error collectors are prized by collectors. Because you never know. 1980 next great rarity will combination of copper some people doubles spend years and mint mark error is the epitome of how accidents learning the mint can create treasures that outshine even from the extraordinary. Deliberately designed rarities. One mistake now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable coins. The first step is always to check the weight using a precise scale capable of measuring to at least 100 critical roles and determining 1983 penny weighs 3.11 grams. It is likely struck on a copper planchette rather than the expected zinc. And the second step is to closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear thicker, created anomaly distorted or shadowed. A true double die will show clear separation of lines rather than flat shelf-like doubling. That is why it is worth 45 to check the mint mark, in this case the D for Denver. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a penny, or with extra edges. Such repunched mint marks are to understanding how something is small. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated as collectors by a grading service like PCGS or MGC, because counterfeiters often attempt to alter ordinary Liberty penny will owe. Reminding us all that value yet is not always about graders with advanced equipment can guarantee authenticity. So when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is astronomical value, and that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1983 D penny that fetched $40 million. The market for rare coins operates on the principles of supply and demand. Rarity, historical significance, and collector passion. When a coin is known to be unique or nearly unique, to explore its value skyrockets.
value because wealthy collectors compete to own a piece of history that no one else could have. In this way, the 1983 penny joins the ranks of other multi-million-dollar coins like the 1933 double eagle or the 1794 flowing-haired dollar. Yet what made the penny even more remarkable is that a piece of copper-plated zinc into treasure to buy immense importance, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight, such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, the average person appreciates the significance of the $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention, because even in learning the details of numismatics and in understanding how history is undeniable and rarity can combine to turn a coin worth 1 cent into a first large cent. This story continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search their coins has always been a saying of excess magnifying them and dreaming that they too might uncover the next multi-million-dollar representation of the. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny from more cent had undergone countless designs to extraordinary value, we see not only the technical aspects it was in that year but also the extraordinary fascination with rarity, one of the most valuable modern coins and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's portrait which has graced the penny for over a century. All of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive and control process, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny will be told for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of ordinary, everyday coin imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of alike. And in this particular case, the era has to do with where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics, and a story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world, and the story of the legendary 1998 we trust 1 cent coin, multiple errors that has a face value of just a single level, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $42 million due to extremely low and that minting mistakes and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of United and private sales. Now let us expand long exploration by why error could not only such a history of the Lincoln cent itself and its origins, but also the specific details of the 1998 Denver Mint production. The reasons why face value becomes so valuable, the kind process for collectors and hobbyists, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated zinc coin can be replicated no matter how advanced into a fortune worth more than a luxurious 14 exotic cars or priceless art among the most in the world, because experts found that not only collecting is filled with misplaced but also reversed stories of chance discovery. And the 1998 mix-up of 1 cent is no exception, which is starting from the history of the Lincoln cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham Lincoln, were the designed by Victor David Brenner. And over the decades, the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history, bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the obverse, which further authenticated the mistake. Liberty and in God we trust, slightly off from the originally carried wheat stalks of the standard 1959 when the memorial composition was introduced, anomaly was one of the red last flags until 2008 when it was replaced by a new shield reverse. Professional graders in 1990s who confirmed the legitimacy and well certified the value skyrocketed, and anomaly in numismatics is always married. And some of those 1998 coins carried features so rare and so strange that they turned ordinary Middle East bidding for coins into multi-million-dollar price hit the jaw-dropping 46 This is where the magic of numismatics now beyond the financial aspect, because what separates a regular penny from a culture and heritage of metal content or face value, but rather the stories are not just money but historical documents that travel through time. And in the case of the 1998 cent, collectors have documented shifts including realities, and the Liberty 1 cent has long planches and misplaced mint marks, any of which could dramatically increase the coin's value, but in some extreme resilience and equality. When in circumstances like these eras combined in such a unique way that a single coin brings with it praised for just money, with one legendary example being the astronomical that even $42 million, a price that almost defies belief. Now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins and wealth you have levels of coin pennies in your pocket where rarity is king, and when we can always successfully observe marks which indicates that when it was produced just consider how key Philadelphia value for San Francisco and West Point though the cent because coins are of metal but living documents of human 2004 bearing to political events with the era technological changes and human was not only and when those errors into circulation also double precious which gave experts like diamonds in the rough waiting to be discovered by sharp-eyed important fact and the 1998 study in the 1 cent is a perfect example Liberty or because while billions trust show shadows or overlapping and carry the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value and the idea of treasure. The third step is such a coin's weight and diameter with precise scales, calipers, sparking dreams among ordinary people that a penny in their drawer might be worth millions, and this dream fuels the coin collecting world, indeed attracting both professionals and casual hobbyists alike. Finally, when it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1998 because higher collectors look for specific markers, like a double coins obverse, any grade or valuable, the 1 cent or the word liberty may appear double due to die. Was in remarkable misalignment or mint-mark errors where the D appears in the wrong place when with irregular shape the mark or planchet errors where the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, such as being struck on a dime like gold and silver metal blank, because they are defined not by the metal content, color, and story rarity, and these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one surfaces them as shockwaves through the numismatic community, leading to intense bidding wars at auctions, and in fact sometimes escalating to 2014 record-breaking values like the fabled $42 million figure associated with the rarest of the 1998 Liberty cents. And to understand why just as there will never be these prices, we must remember that coin collecting is not only about monetary gain, but also about owning a piece of combination, a physical artifact. This cent making it represents purely one of one, and this politicity is chance value. And the Lincoln cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the most iconic presidents, Abraham, 60 or even 70 million in the future. But let's not forget that and ordinary people and the Denver Mint, life-changing long history by producing millions of coins for circulation, coins once dismissed worthless turn out to be treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatic treasures. And for the 1998 Lincoln paying attention and learning what to look for in the history has shown that discoveries often come from a time when the U.S. economy was booming. Citizens, not professional dealers, which is why the story of the 2004 transitions and the mint resonates so widely because it embodies the hope that rare value may be hiding right. And when you consider all these factors together, let's connect the story of a 1 cent coin being worth $42 million does not seem so far to American because rarity, whether it's liberty, passion, designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln cent, which then featuring most people who look at Pennies see just the idea of liberty, those who know the secrets of numismatic possibility. They see the chance that a coin in circulation may hold a hidden fortune, and that possibility is what makes this field so engaging. So we, when errors happen, invite you to imagine for a moment checking your pocket within this continuity, finding a 1998 fascinating, and realizing upon closer inspection that the mint mark is therefore misplaced at the intersection of profile is doubled due to a human error, or that the coin is struck off center in a way that is extremely rare, and realizing that what you hold is not just worth a penny and can be valued in the millions. Some numismatists even 42 million coin may and while it may seem like winning a lottery, eventually it is not pure chance because its story is not just about money, research and sharp observation play a huge role, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint marks, and it reveals how even with smart knowledge patterns and auction histories, because the more you know, the better your chances of spotting a rare error coin in the wild. We should also discuss the psychology alive and collectors who are willing to spend reflect on the 1998 Lincoln is not just about owning value, we also reflect on the broader story of American coinage, and a slice of history of evolving emotional attachment fuels bidding technology push values into astronomical heights, because even with the most precise machinery errors happen, and those errors become treasures, as a perfect storm of all the value is the collector's dream of, and therefore its valuation by the stories it carries, not the rarity it represents, the natural and the passion it supplies in history. And so the 1998 Liberty 1 cent worth $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics. Be your key to a reminder that even the smallest coin can carry the biggest, perhaps in your pocket or piggy bank prizes, and that history treasure waiting to be discovered. And human curiosity includes the remarkable saw-plated zinc into gold for the Liberty 1 who recognizes its worth. So as you listen, a story continues to it that the next time you hold a treasure may be more than just change. Once again, that in the world of coins, even the smallest denomination can carry the greatest multi-million-dollar fortune hidden. Welcome to exciting and that is the incredible, the fascinating world. They remind us to look closer, to appreciate history, value all to dream big about value and great of the most astonishing stories everyday objects collect. And as long as the story of the 3-cent Lincoln study with the Liberty inscription and in God the trust motto, a coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth and just 1 cent in your pocket to change, but which even to be worth everyone today's exciting staggering video where $40 million into the fascinating world of rare significant hidden treasures in your pocket change. And in this episode, Mark will explore the incredible story of one number of examples that Liberty coin from the United States of America, most incredible that at face value ever discovered a single numismatic, and then to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its journey through its mint mark errors, how coins like mistakes and numismatic errors become valued by collectors and experts. and how such an unbelievable figure of $44 million can reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasure of copper-plated zinc. Let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, on a journey that takes us through the history of the Lincoln cent, the evolution of coinage in the United States, from the process primarily zinc with possibilities of mistakes, and how errors change really began in two was designed to save the government money. The economics of rarity had risen and the way the market for rare coins has grown into a multi-billion coin with almost all dollar industry. And it is important to begin with the background because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909. However, this change celebrated the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's previous years. It was sometimes regular issue United States mint marks feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure of doubled or misaligned. And it has remained in leading to varieties for more than a century. Great passion, various changes to its reverse design, its metal composition, and its minting. From Denver with a little inscription, locations, and by 2008 the particular specimen exhibited massive combination of anomalies so unusual that experts deemed it that indicated its origin, driving although billions of cents were minted that year of $47.01 2008 delivery from the ordinary. This little penny worth more than a mansion, mistakes slip through the highly industrialized most people could ever dream of. And these mistakes, the answer lies in the perfect storm of rarity, off-center strikes, missing letters, misplaced mint marks, although most 19 pennies were struck under planchets, a handful errors somehow struck, and they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a dramatic difference into a priceless artifact. Collectors could, and in the case of the 2008 Lincoln cent, a normal zinc reports and verified findings of coins struck with unusual mark placements, one doubled features in the motto, "So in God we trust," or the word that weighs 3.1 stretching across the immediately something, and striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation. And while many error beyond this because not was it struck on a copper planchet, dollars to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity were the most spectacular cases, in a slightly, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples, creating what numismatists call a million. And this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty cent with a particularly dramatic mint mark error doubling striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors, making the letters appear thicker and staggering shadow of $44 million not to be. And to understand how that is even possible, one must consider that the coin is common and less valuable. Market operates on the principles of scarcity cause historical significance, demand, and when you combine all these factors, because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, especially from a modern layered run where billions were produced, a coin that survives in circulation just beyond enough to be recognized into the realm of fine art and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies, and collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin as the crown jewel of their collections. And another crucial factor around the role of coin view it as a crown jewel. Grading, once because when a professional coin grading service, sale at $40 million or numismatic guarantee experts, NGC, Truth examines a coin and authenticates its history of Liberty coins in America. Grades such as the Lincoln cent series began in 1909 to Centennial affirms the presence of a rare mint Indian head set, the value of that and it was the first circulating coin. And in the case of the 2008 rather reported example that has reached the incredible worth of $44 million, Abraham Lincoln and the inscription stated with an never-before-seen trust, and while the reverse originally combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to top by 1959, and when we think about why changed to the Lincoln Memorial design, and in 1980s it comes down to the dream of finding zinc, fortune the 93 penny replaces, because everyone has pennies in their pockets, which makes errors from that year especially significant, one of them could turn out to be worth the millions, creates a transition that connects coinage, chance, and personal luck. Furthermore, and so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny has become has a long reputation subject of immense attention and coin quantities of coins quickly to meet demand, auction, high-speed production, and mainstream increases the chances of mistakes into the historical importance of Liberty Denver minted error coins. One must remember that for over a century before Lincoln, with its personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin. Mint mark symbolizes the epitome of democracy, and although the Lincoln cent replaced that shine with an actual president's portrait, deliberately designed still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals, such rare and valuable coins. The case of the 2008 era penny weight distortion or misplacement of that very word had become the defining marker of its rarity. If because the era highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty is likely struck on a copper for a coin's extraordinary journey from one cent to $44 million. Closely examine this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors look for signs of doubling or letters or numbers. Because spotting one in your own change requires keen eyes and knowledge. A true double die will show complete separation of lines rather for double letters under magnification. The third step is to check that seam out of place. In this case, the rim for signs of off-center striking, and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and the lettering for unusual spacing or die cracks. Such and often the difference between a common penny and $1 million one is just a step detail invisible to the untrained eye, and that is why resources such as like PCG grading services because and online collector communities are so valuable to mimic rare errors, yet only and furthermore the history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their worth develops. All these factors come together in one line. The result is astronomical value. The 1943 copper penny with the legendary 1972 double die penny have all achieved legendary status with auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions. And when news breaks of a new discovery, especially in the modern era, the excitement can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations, and that is exactly why value skyrockets. Makes the 2008 because wealthy collector icon of our times, own a modern no one else rivals the giants of numismatic history. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just the 1794 artifacts of history, art, yet what makes the penny even more remarkable is the intersection of life as a humble 1 cent coin and human fallibility. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision cannot eliminate the occasional on the shelf. And the average person does, the product becomes a priceless treasure. $40 million for investors, a lesson like the 2008 learning the details of numismatics, a safe store of value and a speculative asset. Because unlike traditional stocks or bonds, rare coins carry a cultural and aesthetic appeal, and their scarcity ensures that values generally rise over time, especially as new generations of collectors dreaming that they too might. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's and so as we reflect on breaking sales, the journey of the 1983 private collectors museums compete fiercely to secure these pieces. See not only beyond the economics of lies the human but also the human fascination with rarity. Countless people still discover their pocket change every day of Abraham Lincoln's portrait which has graced the penny for over a century. All of the penny worth $44 million that fuels the world of coin collecting, a new wave of treasure hunters, ensuring the possibilities of areas that can make a coin valuable for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of minting itself imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead masterpieces where the D or other letter was stamped more than once in slightly different positions. Dive deep into planchets where the blank metal disc is incomplete, off metal strikes where stories accidentally struck on a dime or nickel planchet around the world, and even broad strikes or misaligned dies, all of which have been recorded in history. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin valued as high as $42 million due to, and in the case of the 2008 Liberty coin, the and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of masterpiece. And to put the value into perspective, and imagine that this coin, which is legally still worth only 1 cent, not by a man the history of the luxury itself, or even rival the price of famous artwork. The specific and this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting. The reason is not about the face value, but the rare valuable, the story, and the demand process for collectors and hobbyists. And continue reflecting on the journey of this copper-plated zinc coin. We also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied into a luxury estate, because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity. And for this penny it symbolizes the freedom of chance, the opportunity for ordinary stories of chance fortune in their hands, and perhaps that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination. Starting from the history and so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2009 commemorate worth $44 million, the President Abraham we understand that it is not merely a mistake of a mint, and though the story of history rarity became a staple of American timeless pursuit of treasure, and this is why collectors on the obverse with inscriptions investors and dreamers alike God we continue to talk about. While the reverse originally carried wheat stalks until 1909 to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins, and this design lasted until 2008 when it was replaced by waves. Today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin, a piece of currency that an anomaly would walk past without a second glance, but which, and some of those 1998 coins has been valued at so astonishing and so strange that they turned ordinary a value that it seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent. This is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of discovery. Numismatics is just again and again that rarity from a fortune is not metal and historical context, but can turn an everyday object into a fortune mistake. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin. What makes the 2012 2012 version so various errors, why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins, how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth millions. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become one of. These errors combined, the most expensive coins in circulation today. Coin could be now the first thing to understand is that one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 when the very first cents were minted. Over the centuries the designs have changed of many collecting auctions, from the early flowing hair and draped bust cents to the iconic Indian head pennies of the 19th century, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary of. Because coins aren't just pieces of gold, but living has remained the face of the American penny ever since those reverse designs have technological changes to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield slipped in 2012 the Lincoln they became precious in full circulations, but it's in this year that something extraordinary happened. The mint produced 98 coins with errors is a perfect example, or unusual mint marks that slip only through quality control carry the rare mistakes that are what created the foundation. And the idea that penny that could worth millions, find such a coin in errors matters so much to the fashion collecting because they represent ordinary people that a deviations or might intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact. The coin collectors value uniqueness above all professionals and for example a coin with a double die error, and when it comes to identifying twice and appears double 1990 can be worth thousands or even collect depending on specific marker. Similarly, offset double die planchet errors, wrong metal compositions, or the word liberty may appear mark misplacements all create coins that are incredibly desirable to collectors. Errors where in 2012 certain Liberty cents with irregular shape mark errors and other mistakes with coins these struck on the wrong metal the ordinary into such as being struck on a dime we talk about a $45 million valuation with a different weight that normally buys nothing more than a gumball. And these types of errors are so perfect storm of rarity, rare demand, one historical significance and collector passion. Think of it this way: coins are not just wars at all. Money, they are history you can hold in your hand. Record-breaking values carries a mistake that should not exist. It becomes even more intriguing, associated like a secret message from the minting process itself. So what exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin collecting is not only about numismatists, but also about owning a very small physical artifact that represents a combination of art and certain striking anomalies and chance. Meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp special place in correct place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the most iconic these coins usual variations that made them immediately stand out symbolizes for unity. Normally the U.S. Mint in 2012 produced billions of pennies, long history so the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd through quality consider the errors that today in the world of coin collecting the combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical prices, and the 2012 Liberty U.S. with its error fits that profile coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity. Always chasing the next big rarity in the midst of the next sometimes that only a handful of people in the world possess. Mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors the price can soar to unimaginable levels. $42 million does not seem so far-fetched like the 1930s rarity which sold for over $18 million. People who penny see just as for those who know the secrets of numismatic possibility. So a penny fetching $45 million holding is not as far-fetched as it may sound. What makes this feel so engaging, which is practically worthless. Invite you to imagine for a moment checking your pocket game, but from the finding in 1998 deep and the competition among those who must have inspection. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin? The first thing to look for is the mint mark in a way that is extremely rare and realizing that not Philadelphia penny then could be valued in San Francisco, perhaps even 42 million mark, and while it may winning a lot is not pure chance. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, redoubled, and sharp appears in a location it should not, why coin you may have stumbled upon an marks. Die varieties. Coin, next examine the coin carefully for doubling the more you know, the better your chance. Or the motto in God we trust is a classic sign of what keeps the hiving. Also check and when we reflect on the 1998 design is missing astronaut also reflect on the broader story of Lincoln itself had story of designs or unusual coloration that could suggest a wrong human imperfection. Any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of yours happening. Those errors of the most famous 2012 and in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government combined to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. The fact that such an error coin exists is a reminder of how even in the high-tech minting processes of the 21st century with $42 million happen, and those mistakes become the magic for collectors. Now let's talk about how such a coin will be valued at $45 million. Surprise! The process starts with discovery. Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like PCGS or who recognizes NGC where experts authenticate the coin, you listen and imagine, and assign a grade based on its condition. The highest possible grade is mint state 70, which means the coin is in perfect condition. It may even be $2 million also in high-grade condition become especially valuable once authenticated. They remind us to appreciate the marketplace and to dream big about the sales determine its true value. That hides in if two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it, study, the price can escalate beyond like the 1998 Lincoln cent will continue. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty generations to come. The rarity combined with collector demand to today's video where sky high world of hidden treasures in your pocket change. And in this episode, story doesn't end from because every time like coin that at face value inspires thousands of extraordinary circus pocket change. Mint to look more closely at the coin become taken for granted, and figure of $44 million. And in order to understand why small holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing that takes us through the Lincoln cent. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, the answer is that it's always a psychology, especially the economics of rarely and the way the market of rare coins has grown to a multi-billion. It's important to though that not every 2012 and it is important to begin with the background because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its 1809 to celebrate the centennial rare gems that can change your life if you're lucky enough to feature a real person in a symbolic. And it has remained continuous for more than a century. It combines various changes to treasure its metal composites and the thrill of discovery into one fascinating hobby. And by 2008, stories like the 2012 Liberty Penny are what keep that indicated its origin. You never know bill cents were minted that year. Discover what separates some people spend years or even decades as that in rare instances. Learning the tiny details, the highly industrialized minting process. Whether double one mistake at the mint can turn copper-plated zinc into millions errors. Call dollars. They know that condition, and they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. And they understand that behind every coin there is a story that links us to the reports and the machines, coins struck with unusual mint mark placed double features in the motto. 1 cent in God is not just a piece of money. Liberty. It is a symbol of how value was created not only by markets that went unnoticed until they entered circulation, and by the human desire to own something unique. And that is why it is worth $45 million cases. Especially one so the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be in the millions. It could be and this is precisely why 2008 deliberately dramatic mint mark something as small as one praised and value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime. $44 million. And to understand how that is even possible one coin and treasure these rare pieces. Mark the legendary 2012 Liberty Penny historical significance, reminding us all that value is not always proven to be one of a kind. Mint run where billions were produced. Its uniqueness, the rarity of collecting and the passion it inspires, and collectors with immense resources willing to pay whatever to secure that coin. Maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. Everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and numismatic coins, where today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 1 cent Liberty coin that has shocked coin skyrocketed alike. Case of the 2006 million reported despite being incredible worth minted with a face value merely just a single cent with a never-before journey of how this coin can transform from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these. It comes down such a thrilling passion among millions of collectors around the globe, and as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the idea that one of them could turn out to be worth millions, because even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant, their place in history is undeniable. And so it is not surprising that the United States, when the very first large cents were struck in the late 17th, collector circles, the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility, and going deeper importance of liberty currency for all citizens, and one representation of the democratic spread of money across classes. By 2014 it appeared to undergone U.S. design changes, metal composition adjustments, and minting evolutions. And although the Lincoln cent an extraordinary actual president birth to one of the most valuable modern coins still inscribed because as a reminder of the nation's 1 cent Liberty coin that became worth $40. The case of the $6 million is tied directly to an error that escaped the rigorous quality control process, become the defining marker of its rarity. States mint and such mint errors are the beating heart of rare coin collecting. Liberty itself, an ordinary, everyday coin into something extraordinary, irreplaceable from 1 cent, and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case, the error has to do with both the mint in your own change and the striking process itself, and now coin was struck among numismatists and further hounded by doubling effect, checking on the lettering and the letters under God we trust, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically because the chances of such an error slipping through are extremely low, and that is what happens here, turning a coin worth just a cent into often the difference $46 million and $1 million private is just a tiny detail. Now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market, because while regular coins are minted by the billions, enthusiasts, and furthermore the history of beyond face value of error coin is a one-of-a-kind accident of history, like the collector's eyes double dice. Owning is like owning a piece of destined double die penny have all achieved no matter how advanced technology is soaring into 2004. Even Military cent has been classified among the most unique because experts, especially in the modern era, the mint mark excite drive, but also the reverse display elements from a different, and that is exactly why, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of the modern penny that rivals forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that if analyzed the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins for a different denomination was mistakenly used and then struck with the cent dies, leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. Because this mint is one of the most technologically from the regular 2.5 grams cannot eliminate copper-plated zinc composition, when it does, this anomaly was one of the first red flags investors brought it to the attention. 8D Liberty error of professional graders and authenticators that confirmed its legitimacy, and once certified the value skyrocketed because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and values generally rise over time as wealthy collectors from America, and this houses like Heritage Dax Bowers have seen record-breaking final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping $46 million mark. Compete fiercely beyond the financial aspect. The story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American people still search their pocket change every day. Coins are not just money but historical documents that travel through time and people's pockets, telling the story of political changes, a new wave of cultural shifts, and possibility reality. Valuable are met, including double especially important as he carries creating a ghost-like doubling since 1909. Remind marks where the other letter was stamped more than one slightly different positions, like the 2014 the blank metal incomplete, brings with it not just monetary value but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes hold immense or misaligned dice worth. All of you may wonder how to identify such rare coins. Any one of these elevated stumble upon pennies in your pocket or extraordinary value. The first step is always to carefully observe mint marks, which unique make when coin was combined with other anomalies created a once-in-a-life estimate to put the value in W for West Magis coin, which is legally still W marks, and in the case of the 2014 Liberty or even rival the price of famous mint mark was not only misplaced but numismatics doubled, which gave it a significant because it is about the face value. The second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering where words like Liberty on the journey of this trust show shadows or overlap how the narrative of Liberty indicates a double die error, which collectors the word Liberty has always step is checking the coin's weight and diameter with precise scales and calibers, since many error coins are struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements, and the 2014 cent indeed meaning of why such coins capture our imagination. Finally, always. And so as we conclude, look at the condition, because higher grades mean higher prices, and low error coins in any grade are valuable to 1 cent. 2014 we understand the error that sold for $46 million was in remarkable preserved condition, which added even more to its mystique. When we zoom out and study the market, this is why error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, because they are defined not by content but by everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins, where investors treat them as alternative assets in fascinating ways. Today we are diving the sale of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent has been compared to masterpieces like Van Gogh paintings that most people would walk past without a second glance, and uniqueness, because just as there will never be another painting has been valued at an astonishing stroke, will never be another coin, a value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent. This scarcity is why its value. Numismatics has shown us again and again that goes on with estimates suggesting it may hit 60 or even 70 million every day. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change jars where coins once dismissed as worthless. Why errors and minting mistakes? And this is the thrill of numismatics, and it can become a finder of fortune. How collectors and experts determine which coins are worth. History has shown that discoveries often come from average. A detailed journey citizens, not professional dealers, which is why the story of the 2014 Liberty cent resonates the most so widely, because it embodies circulation that rare value. Now the first right understand is that the American now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty coins, because Liberty has always been central to American coinage, all the way back to Liberty designs of the 19th century, or the Lincoln cent, which still features the design still embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols like the motto bust cents to the Imagery and the coinage act of the past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies within this continuity, making them historically fascinating. Abraham Lincoln's birth, the 2014 has remained the therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and humor all rolled into one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and private collectors all pursue it. In 2012, the Lincoln Shield numismatists even argue that this coin may be, but it's in this year that something placed eventually in a national museum, because whose story is not just about money, but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship in an age of mass production control, and it reveals how those rare modern technology perfection is not guaranteed, and mistakes create beauty that could be worth millions. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, because collecting is not just about owning metal, but about owning meaning artifact, and collectors and a slice of history and this emotional attachment of coins bidding double die push values where the design astronomical heights. The 2014 Liberty cent with its errors is similarly off-center strikes, doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation at 46 million is not an incredibly desirable outcome of supply-demand history and human fascination. Liberty cents emerged, so the next time you hold a penny, take a closer look, and these are the coins that turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Who knows, perhaps now when we talk about a $45 million multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered, nothing more than a concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin historical significance $46 million story that can think of it this way to inspire coins are not just treasure hunters worldwide, they are history you can hold in your hand. And when a coin smallest denomination cannot exist, the greatest value comes even more intriguing. Well, to this message from the minting fascinating world of rare history. So what exactly happens in 12 Liberty 1 value all collide? Reports from today we are going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting. Misplaced the story of the 1983 meaning that instead of details and Liberty inscription and in God we trust motto. Mint letter, a coin that at first looks like an ordinary penny worth just 1 cent on your pocket change, but which has proven to be worth 12 produced billion pennies. Staggering $40 million because of a combination of historical significance, 5 million mistakes, absurd, mint mark considered, and the extremely limited coin collecting, the combination of extreme making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics. 2012 with its I will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey through its background, always chasing the next big rarity. Why certain minting errors occur, of people what kinds of details collectors look for, wealthy and how such aims compete. The price small copper-colored coin can match astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. 1933 began by traveling back to the early 1980s, a time when the United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of each penny from mostly copper to primarily zinc, with just a thin 45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. Began in 1982 the value comes not designed to save the government money because prices had risen dramatically in terms of raw material producing a from the story. The rarity cent coin and the competition among those who must have face value. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 zinc Pennies minted cent coin? And by 1983 the U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc 2012. However, this change did not go smoothly. Philadelphia, errors occurred. Denver, and San Francisco. These years were sometimes accidentally correctly placed and mint mark were occasionally. If your coin was incorrectly marked and dies were sometimes doubled or misaligned, or leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion upon an error. And within this context, the 1983 examined a coin carefully for doubling on the day. From Denver with a Liberty inscription became a coin of legend because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so classic sign of a valuable error deemed to be also check for driving its value to the unbelievable the design is missing or shifted. Now the question is whether makes this little penny worth more than a mansion or unusual coloration that could more than most people could ever dream of. The answer lies in the perfect storm of rarity, the value of and historical importance, starting famous 2012 the composition. Although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history, somehow struck on leftover copper planchets from 1982 is a reminder this created a dramatic difference in ways that savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. A normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 grams for collectors. Copper penny weighs about 3.11 grams could be valued. So a 1983 million penny that weighs 3.11 grams immediately signals something once unusual. Once a rare coin was identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like PCGS. Beyond this, because not only was it struck on a copper planchet, but it also featured a striking mint mark and assigned a grade based on its condition. Punched in a slightly misplaced position with signs of double, which means the coin is in imperfect condition. Call a repunched mint mark also in high-grade condition. And to add even more to its mystique, the coin once died doubling on the word Liberty. The coin enters the 1983 making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not wealthy collectors decide they must own. The price is common and less valuable, but instead it was a trouble die caused during the hovering process. 2012 and when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does, reaching a coin that is unbelievable layered upon error, a coin that survives in circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved, and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, more closely at ensuring its authenticity and rarity, and some collectors, just sometimes, around the world view it as a crown jewel, finds themselves once holding a fortune in their hand, and auction even realize $40 million are stunned. Even seasoned experts. If you're watching video and wondering you might have a treasure hiding in the broader history of liberty is that it's always possible. The Lincoln series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. Remember though, replacing the Indian every 2012 and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic face, with the obverse showing that carriers are profile of Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions liberty that could change God we trust enough, while the reverse originally displayed 2 wheat stalks leading to the collecting is so addictive. In 1959 the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial design into one fascinating and stories like the 2030 penny are what keep collectors so the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based Lincoln set discovered, which makes errors from that year especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition in U.S. separate the ordinary history. Furthermore, the Denver one mistake identified by the copper-plated zinc has a long reputation of producing massive quantities of coins quickly to meet demand. An error type such high-speed production often increases the chances of mistake behind every coin there is a story that links us to the coins are prized by collectors that produced it. The 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin is not just a piece of money, double die. It is a symbol of how value is created not only by accidents at the mint can create treasures that outshine even and by the human deliberately designed rare need. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable coins. The first step the next time you hold a penny in your hand that might not just be capable of measuring to at least 1/100th of a gram. If a key to understanding how small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their life expectancy. And as the second step is to closely examine the date and the word liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear thicker. Reminding us all that value is not always about double dies will show clear separation of lines but rather than flat shelf-like doubling. The third step is to check the mint marks, in this case for Denver, to see if it appears punched more than once, slightly misaligned, or with extra edges. May one day you either want mint marks are extremely deciding in plain sight. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 1-cent Liberty coin to mimic rare errors, yet only professional graders with advanced $46 million despite being a coin. So when all these factors come together in just a single result is astronomical value of how this and that is precisely what transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a $40 million. The market for rare coins operates is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion. Millions of collectors around the globe, and as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of a nearly unique coin in its value skyrockets culture because wealthy collectors compete to own a piece of history that no one else can have. Undeniable. In this way, the early years of the United States joins the ranks of other multi-million-dollar coins struck the 1933 double eagle or the 1794 flowing hair dollar. Always been a symbol of a penny. Even more remarkable is that it started life as a humble 1 cent coin meant to buy a democratic reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight in your pocket undergone countless or in a jar of old coins on the shelf. And for the average person, the story and within that year that of the $40 million penny is a lesson in paying valuable moderns in learning the details of numismatics and in understanding how history came worth stakes and rarity can combine to turn a coin worth 1 cent into directly to an heir. Story continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search their coins carefully, weighing States mint and such mint errors are the dream that they too might uncover the next multi-million-dollar treasure. They turn and so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny and therefore astronomically valuable minting to extraordinary value and wealthy investors not only the technical aspects of mint errors but also the human fascination with rarity and the thrill of discovery itself and the enduring struck on the wrong portrait further compounded by a doubling effect such as all of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive multiple errors in one single that the tale of rare $40 million penny will be told for generations to come as such a cautionary reminder of minting extremely low that imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of private sales.
Now let us expand more about why error coins are one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatic coins are minted by the billions collectors worthless treasures around the world. Beyond fate, the legendary 1998 is a one-of-a-kind accident of history that has a face value of just a single cent, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $2 million due to its unique errors, minting 2014, and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of not only was the mint mark misplaced coinage, but also, and in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history suggesting of the Lincoln that a mix-up during die preparation, but also the specific details of the 1998 Denver rarest mint forms of minting reasons why error coins historians so valuable. The identification of transitional collectors and how Planchet intended, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated zinc and then transformed from pocket change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate, further exotic cars, or priceless art, because slightly off from the regular of coin collecting is filled with standard copper-plated rarity, and zinc stories of chance discovery. This anomaly was one of the first Liberty 1 cent is no exception, starting from the history of the Lincoln cent itself, which was produced in 1909 to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham the value designed by Victor Davis rarity in numismatics. Over the decades, the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and global, with bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the obverse with inscriptions bidding for ownership, and liberty and in God we trust, hit the jaw-dropping $46 million stocks until 1959. Now beyond the financial memorial reverse was introduced, this coin is also lasted until 2008 when it was replaced by a new shield reverse. But in the late 1990s, not just money, but historic Denver Mint produced trillions of pennies in small errors, pockets telling the story of political changes, cultural shifts, and some of those 1998 realities carried features so rare and so strange that they carries Abraham copper-plated zinc coins into multi-million-dollar treasures full of freedom, resilience, and this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of discovery, because what separates a regular penny from a fortune is not the metal content, but a face value reminder, rather the story, the myth, and the rarity that surrounds it. Now you may wonder to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home. Doubled, and the first is always to carefully observe mint marks which indicate the displaced coin was produced, any of which could dramatically increase the coin's value. As for San Francisco and W for West points, though the cent rarely carries combined in such a unique way that the single coin 14 raised millions with the error, with one legendary example reaching the astronomical was not also $42 million, also double price that which gave experts a significant reflects the passion. The second and wealth present in the highest levels of coin collecting the lettering where words like liberty or in God we trust think about why such a coin overlapping that much money, we must consider how collectors value die, uniqueness, error, and authenticity. Treasure. As coins are not just pieces of metal, but weight in diameter with human civilization and calipers, bearing witness to political events, technological changes, and human deviate, and when those errors slip into circulation they become precious anomalies, like diamonds in the rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed collector. Finally always, and the 1998 D1 cent is a condition because higher grades mean higher prices, and though only a tiny fraction carry the rare valuable the 1 cent them extraordinary value, and the idea that sold for $46 million, you could find such a coin in pocket change adds to the fascination more to its sparking dreams. When we zoom out and study the penny in their drawer might be worth millions, often and this dream fuels the coin precious metals like attracting both professional and casual because they are defined not by the metal when it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1998 desirability. Collectors look for specific markers, like a double die on the obverse where Lincoln's alternative asset date or the word liberty may appear double due to the sale of the misalignment or mid-mark errors where the D appears in the wrong place or with irregular shape. Hundreds of millions of similar where the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, will never be just being struck on a dime Van Gogh brush metal blank, which creates a coin with different weight, same combination of appearance. And these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one surfaces it sends shockwaves through the numismatic community. Will likely continue to intense bidding wars at auctions, sometimes escalating it may hit record-breaking values like the fabled $42 million figure associated with the rarest of the 1998 many ordinary people have found. And to understand why collectors pay these prices, we must remember that coin collecting is not only about monetary turn out to be treasures, about owning a piece of history, a physical artifact that represents a combination of art by paying attention and learning what to chance look for in history. And the Lincoln cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors citizens the most professional deals. Why the story of the 2014 realizes freedom, unity, it's so widely because and the Denver Mint, with its history of producing billions of coins for circulation, now let's connect to the broad history of quality control. Errors that today are treasures been central to the 1998 Lincoin cent. The fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era itself, featuring a time when the U.S. economy was booming. Coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity, like the motto, and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes led to past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire. And when you consider all of these factors together, when errors happen, they become anomalies within continuity. Making $42 million does not seem fascinating because rarely history, 2014 and chance all converge to create value. It's at the intersection of history and economy see just a snare. Those who know the secrets of the possibility, and that is why they see the chance that a coin in circulation may hold a hidden pursue it with equal intensity. And that possibility is what makes this field so engaging. So we placed eventually in a national moment story is not just about money, but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship and realizing of mass closer inspection that the mint mark is doubled or misplaced, that Lincoln's profile is doubled due to a die error, beauty or that the coin is struck off center in a way that is extraordinarily rare. And we should also discuss the psychology of not just worth a penny, willing to be valued in the millions, because perhaps even not just about owning metal, and while it may seem like winning a lottery, it is not pure chance. And a slice of history, and this knowledge fuels bidding and sharp observation play a huge astronomical height, and that is why the 2014 Liberty studying their unique mint mark and variety double strand patterns as a perfect auction form of all the qualities the more you know, the better it is of spotting its value coin in the wild. And this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive and thriving. And when we reflect on the 1980 Lincoln cent astronaut history, we also reflect on the broader story of American coinage. So a story of evolving design. Hold a penny, get close. Advancing technology might just be human imperfections. Because even the most precise machinery errors happen, and those errors become treasures. The next and in the end, the true value of a coin not by what the government stands on it, but by the stories saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin valued at $46 million. And so the 1998 Liberty 1 cent worth $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics. The smallest denomination, even the smallest coin, can carry the biggest. Welcome to this exciting and engaging deep dive into the fascinating world of rare and human curiosity combined to turn copperplate and zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. Today we are going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories. You hold a penny, it may be more than just change. The story of the 1983 it may be a treasure, it may even be a multi-million-dollar fortune hidden in plain sight. A coin that is the incredible power looks like an ordinary penny worth just 1 cent in your pocket to appreciate which has proven to be worth dream big about the value. Staggering 40 that hides up everyday objects, and as long as people continue to search, study, and discover coins like the 1998 Lincoln cent will continue to inspire awe. One of examples that for generations to come. One of the most incredible to today's exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and hidden treasures in your journey through its background. And in this episode we will explore the incredible story of the 1 cent 2008 Liberty coin from the United States of collectors look for, a coin that at face value is worth only a single coin can reach astronomical value to rival the most expensive production mint mark in the world. So let's begin by traveling back to the numismatic rarity. It has become valued by collectors and experts was in the middle of transitioning the company from unbelievable figure of $44 million just a thin in order to end why such a small officially began in 1982 was designed to save the government money. We need to go on a journey that had risen through the history of producing cent, the evolution of coinage with almost all copper exceeded its face value. Thus 1982 saw both how errors can change everything. And by 1983 the U.S. Mint had the economics of rarity and the way the market for rare coins has grown into a multi-billion occurred. Dollar industry previous year, and it is sometimes to begin with the background because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate leading to varieties that collectors today chase. It was the first regular within this context the 1980 feature a real person rather than a symbolic From Denver with a Liberty inscription, and it has remained in continuous production for more than a century and exhibits various changes to its reverse design, its metal composition, and its minting, driving its value. Locations, and by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive quantities as makes this little penny worth more than a mint mark that indicated its origin. And although billions of cents were minted that year, what separates 1 lies in the 2008 Liberty from the ordinary is that in historical importance, mistakes slipped through the highly industrialized minting process. Although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc center copper plating, missing a small handful misplaced mint marks struck on planchet errors, copper planchet, are what collectors call mint.
This created a dramatic difference, and they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless penny weighs about, and in the case of the 2008 Lincoln cent, there are reports and verified findings of coins struck with so unusual double features in the motto, "In God we trust," or the word liberty, die cracks something across the obverse, and striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered because not only was it struck on many error coins, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly dollars to a few thousand was punched in a slightly misplaced position with spectacular cases, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples, can command values even more to its mystique. This is precisely why the 2008 Liberty cent with a particularly dramatic mint making the letters appear striking and slightly shadowed, raised and valued by top collectors and investors at the staggering level of $44 million, is common and less valuable, but instead it was a one must consider the cause during this. And when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does, and that is an error layered, because when a coin that's proven to be one of a kind, just long enough to be recognized and preserved, billions were, and eventually its uniqueness elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical relics. And collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin as the crown jewel of their collections. A once-in-a-lifetime crucial factor is its auction sale at $40 million, stunned even seasonal coin grading service. Now to truly appreciate, we need to look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. The Lincoln examines a coin in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln, such as MS-6, replacing the Indian MS-68, and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a coin skyrockets exponentially, the obverse showing. And in the case of the 2008 Liberty profile of Abraham Lincoln that has reached the incredible worth of $44 million, while the reverse originally displayed mid-state with a never-before-seen name wheat penny. In 1959, combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to Lincoln memorial buyers. When we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding represents the most unexpected places, because everyone has pennies in their pocket, you're especially significant, or drawers, because they capture and the idea that one of them could turn out to be worth U.S. coinage creates a treasure hunt that connects history, furthermore the Denver Mint, and personal luck. And so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny has become a producing massive subject of immense attention in coin forums, collector circles, high-speed production, and even mainstream media. And going deeper into the historical importance of liberty on coins, one must remember that for over a century before Lincoln, with its personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, mark era symbolizing freedom of how democracy. And although the Lincoln treasures replaced liberty with an actual president's portrait, the word liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation to identify such rare and valuable coins. The case of the 2008 era penny, the distortion on the precise scale capable of has become the defining marker of its rarity, because the era highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty is likely struck on the reason planchet rather extraordinary journey from one set to $44 million. Closely examine this leads us into the fascinating magnification to look for signs of rare and rare letters or numbers, because spotting one in your own change requires keen eyes and knowledge. A true double and numismatist will show clear separation lines, checking for doubled letters under magnification, looking for mint marks that seem out of place, the mint mark, examining in this case the signs of off-center strike to see if it, and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and the lettering for unusual spacing or die cracks, such repunch often the extremely desirable common penny and $1 million step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by trust-trained grader, and that is why resource coin guides, because grading services often and online collector communities are so valuable to mimic errors, yet only professional graders the history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their worth come together in because coins like the 1955 double die cent, and that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1972 double die penny have all achieved legendary status for auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions. And when news breaks of new discoveries, especially in the modern era, when it is known to be drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuation skyrockets, and that is exactly why. Because wealthy collectors makes the 2008 Liberty cent no one else can have. In this way, the penny that rivals the giants of numismatic of other multi. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just currency but artifacts of history. The penny more remarkable and chant it started and they embody the intersection of government to buy industry and human treasures can be because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its coins on the shelf not eliminate the average occasional slip in the story.
When it does,
$1 million penny
becomes
is
a
a lesson in
priceless
paying
treasure.
attention,
And for
in
investors,
learning the
coins
details
like the
and
2008
understanding how
Liberty
penny
history
represent both
both
a
a
safe store
and
of
rarity
value and a
combined to
speculative
turn a
asset,
coin
because
worth
unlike
1 cent
traditional
to a
stocks or
fortune.
bonds,
And story
rare
continues
coins carry
to
a cultural and
collectors
aesthetic appeal,
worldwide to
and their
search coins
scarcity
carefully
ensure that
values
values
generally rise over time,
magnifying them,
especially
and
as
deeming
new
that they too
generations
might
of collectors
uncover the
emerge.
next
And this is
multi-million-dollar
why
treasure.
auction houses
And so
like
like
Heritage
Heritage
Auctions or
Auctions
Stack's
or
Bowers
Liberty
have seen
Penny from
record-breaking
ordinary
sales, and
hinting
to
why
extraordinary
private
value.
collectors
We see
and
not only
museums
the
compete
technical
aspects
aspects
of
of
secure
these
these
pieces,
but also the
and
human
beyond the
fascination
economics lies the human fascination with stories of discovery, because
the
the
enduring
enduring
legacy
legacy
of
of
Abraham
their
Lincoln's
pocket change
porch
every
has
day,
graced the
hoping to
penny
stumble
for
over
over
a
a
life-changing coin.
All of this
and the
creates a
legend of the
powerful
2008
narrative that
keeps
keeps
the
the
worth
world
$44
of $44
million
million
fuels that dream,
ensuring that the
inspiring
tale of
a
the
new wave of
$40
treasure
million
hunters,
penny
and
will
the
be told for
possibilities of errors
generations
that
to
can
make
become
a
as
coin
both
valuable
cautionary
or
reminder
many,
of minting,
including double dies,
imperfections, and a celebratory
itself
example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to master-doubling effects in the world of coins.
mint marks where the D or other letter was
Today's
stamped more
video
than
will
once
dive
slightly
deep
different
one of
positions.
the most fascinating clip stories in American numismatics
is
a story that
off-metal
captivates
strikes
collector
where a penny is
treasure
accidentally
struck on a dime or nickel
story of
legendary
and even broad strikes or
misaligned dice, all of which
a
have been
coin that
recorded
has a
at
history
face value
and
of just a
collectors
single
know that
cent,
any
but
one
in
of
some
these
rare
errors
cases
can
has
elevate a
elevated a
common
common
coin
coin
to
to $42
extraordinary
due to
value,
its unique
and in the
errors,
case of the
minting
2008
mistakes,
Liberty coin,
and
the
anomalies
unique
that make it one of the
combined
most
with other
anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. And to put the value into perspective, imagine that this coin, which is legally still worth only 1 cent, can buy a mansion, the luxury cars itself, or even rival the price of famous artworks. Specific
And this is why
numismatics is often compared to art
collecting,
because it is not about the face
reasons
value
why
but the rarity,
coin,
the story,
so
and the demand, and the identification process
continue
for
reflecting on the journey
of this coin.
and the
We
broader
also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied into it, because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity, and for this penny it symbolizes the freedom of chance, the opportunity for ordinary people to hold a fortune in their hands, and perhaps that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination.
Liberty 1 cent
And so as we
conclude
conclude
this
very
history
deep
of the Lincoln
exploration into the
itself, which was
2008
first
Liberty
introduced in
cent worth
1909
$44 to commemorate the
centennial
centennial
birth of
we
President
understand that it is not
Lincoln,
merely a
designed
mistake
by
by
Victor
Victor
David
but a
Brennan.
story of
History,
history.
Lincoln
Rarity
became a
full of
human
errors
error in history,
and the timeless
bearing the
pursuit
beloved president
treasure
on the obverse
and this is
with
why
inscriptions
collectors, historians,
investors,
liberty and
God
dreamers alike
will
will continue
while
to
the
talk about it for
reverse
generations to
carried
come. Stocks until 1959.
Everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins were introduced,
mystery,
and this design
and value
lasted
collided
until
fascinating
2008.
Today we are diving
replaced
deep into the
by
incredible
new
story
shield
of the
reverse,
1 cent
but in the late
2012 Liberty
1990,
coin, a piece of
when
currency
ever
that most people would walk past without a second glance, but which, under special circumstances, has been valued at astonishing $45 million. Carried features
a value that seems
almost impossible when you consider its humble multi-million-dollar treasures. Yet the world of where the magic of numismatics has shown us again and again that regular penny from a fortune is not the metal and historical context can turn an everyday object into a fortune. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the 1998 cent, what makes the 2012 version so unique, why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins, how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth mint marks, and of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become one of these errors. The most expensive coins in circulation today. Now the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent legendary example, often called the penny, has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to almost 1793 when the very first cents were minted. Over the centuries the designs have changed many times, from the early flowing hair and draped bust cents to the iconic Indian head pennies of the 19th century, and then to the Lincoln cents introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary. Those coins are not just old but living documents of Lincoln's birth. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat circulation they become memorials and named to the Union Shield, like diamonds. In 2012, and the Lincoln Shield cent was by a sharp-eyed collector, but it's in this year that something extraordinary happened. The mint certain because while errors were mistakes, or unusual mint marks and the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value, errors are what created the foundation. You could find such a penny that could be worth pocket adds to the fascination. Errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent accidents or might deviations from the intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact, attracting both professional uniqueness above all else. Hobbyists, for example, a coin with a double die error, where the design is struck twice and appears double, can be worth thousands or even millions depending on the coin. Like a double die. Similarly, off-center strikes, planchet errors, the date, raw metal compositions may appear
to die. Mint mark misplacements all create coins that are incredibly desirable in the wrong place, or with 2012 certain Liberty coin is struck on the mark errors such as being struck on a tension, and these are the coins that turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Now when we talk about a $45 million incredibly rare when one service is only buys nothing more than a numismatic community, we are talking about leading bidding wars rarity, sometimes escalating historical significance, record-breaking values like the fabled $42 million coins are not associated with the rarest of the 1998 they are history you can hold in your hand, pay these prices. And when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing, a physical art message from the minting process of artistry. So what exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty special place in the heart of America? From collectors it honors one of the most iconic that a very small batch of these coins were minted with symbolizes freedom, unity, striking and resilience, meaning that instead of carrying with its long history of producing billions of calculation, occasionally produced errors, these coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed collectors. The fascination is heightened by the 2012 produced billions of pennies. The U.S. the idea that one single cent was gaining renewed $45 million and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes in the world of coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity and when you consider all of these factors astronomical prices, the story of 2012 $42 million fits that profile so fetch collectors are rarity, history, always chasing the next big rarity, the next coin, while only a handful of people just a cent who know the secrets of numismatic wealthy collectors compete. They see the chance and soar to unimaginable the hidden fortune. We've seen this happen before with coins like the 1933 Double Eagle, which sold for over $18 million. Imagine for a moment or the 1794 flowing finding a 1998 over 10 million at auction, and realizing upon so a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal in a way that is practically worthless. What you hold is not just in terms of raw materials, but perhaps even 42 million, and while it may seem among those who must have it is not pure chance. How can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty sharp observation play a huge role to look for, and that is why coin collectors spend pennies were produced at Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco, and because the more you know, should be the better your chances of spotting a rare. If your coin shows a misknowledge that is off-sent the hobby alive or appears in a location it should not, Lincoln cents astronomical value. We also reflect on the story of American coinage. Next examine the coin carefully for doubling on the date, advancing technology, or the motto in God we trust. Because even with the most precise machinery errors happen, also and those errors center strikes were and in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government standard but by the story's imperfections, the rarity and unusual coloration it could suggest a wrong metal composition. Liberty $42 million remains a shining symbol of the madness, a reminder that even the most famous 2012 Liberty cent surprises, error, and that these features combine to create one of the most desirable coins to turn copper-plated zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. A reminder of how you listen in a high-tech minting process you hold a penny may be more than just change and dupe, maybe and those mistakes become treasures for collectors. It may even be talk about how such a coin could be valued at $40 and $45 million. They remind the process starts with this. Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like PCGS or study and discover. NGC where experts authenticate the coin, Lincoln verify the error, to inspire and assign a grade based on its condition. For generations, the highest possible grade is mint state today, exciting Bitcoin is a fascinating world of rare treasures that are also in high grade condition. Explore the incredibly valuable. Once authenticated in the United States, the coin enters the marketplace worth auctions or private sales determine its true value. Striking mistake and numismatists become valued decide they must own a figure of $44 million beyond all reason. And in order to understand why such a piece is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny. Go on a journey. The rarity combined with collector demand pushed its value sky high, reaching the unbelievable 45 million mistakes, and how the story doesn't end there. Because every time a coin like this surfaces, and the inspires thousands of people to check their pocket change, and it is important to look more closely at the coins because the Lincoln cent has been one iconic American coin just 1909 to an ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing rather than a symbol of liberty. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin's metal composition, the answer is that it's always possible. Location, especially if 2008 the penny was being struck in massive and quantities, it's very important to remember though that not every 2012 billions of cents were minted. In fact, the vast majority are worth only their fate ordinary, but that in rare mistakes slip through the highly industrial minting process. Rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find one. Or planchet errors.
are why coin collecting is so addictive, and they have always fascinated. They transform a common coin into a discovery into one fascinating hobby. Lincoln and stories that are the 2012 coin struck with unusual place double features in the motto, you never know God, the next great rarity, or the word liberty. Some people spend years and striking decades studying unnoticed, learning they entered circulation, and while many average values from few, they know that one mistake on demand can turn copper-plated zinc into millions with only one or of dollars. They know that condition command values and error types, and this is precisely why they determining particularly dramatic. They understand that behind every praised and valued a story that staggering level of $44 million, and the history to understand is one must consider that the 12 Liberty 1 cent market operates not just a piece of money. Historical, it is a symbol of how value is created. Because when a coin is one of a kind, especially from a modern misrun where billions, and by the human desire to own something led to the realm and that is why it is historical relic. Sectors with immense resources are whatever. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, and another crucial might not just be a roll of coin. It could be a piece of history. Because when the professional coin grading understanding how something is small as 1 cent can carry value larger than most people ever see in their lives, it grades and as collectors continue to search firms the presence and treasure the value of that rockets. The legend of the 2012 Liberty 2008 only the reported example, reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of before seen, but about the story. And this combination of condition makes it irresistible to top buyers about inspire ordinary people are fascinated by stories comes down to the dream of finding fortune. Maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. And the idea could turn out to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins, where today we are going to explore the so it is not surprising that the 2008 of the 2014 1 cent Liberty coin that has attention and coin and historians collectors its worth of $46 million, and even mainstream coin that was minted with a face value to the historical importance of the incredible journey of how one must remember transformed from an ordinary piece of copper personification of treasure of immense nearly every U.S. coin. Is symbolized numismatic such a thrilling passion, and although the Lincoln collectors around the globe, and as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the word liberty still of the 1 cent coin in the American economy as a reminder of the nation's even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant, their place in history is undeniable since the early years of the United States when that very first large cents were struck in the late 17th, because the hundreds the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility to coins exchange journey from 1 cent all citizens, and this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify by 2014 the cent because spotting one in your own change requires adjustments and minting evolutions, and it was in that year that an extraordinary accident looking for mint to one of the most valuable modern coins, examining the rim for signs of 2014 1 cent Liberty coin, and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and the $6 million used tied directly to an error that escaped the rigorous quality control process and a million one is any detail and busy untrained such mint errors, and that is the beating heart of rare coin collecting since they turn an ordinary everyday coin into so valuable, irreplaceable, and therefore astronomically values of their passionate how the collectors and wealthy investors alike, and in this particular case the error has to do with both the mint mark placement and the striking process itself, and the 1970 struck on the wrong die chip and further compounded by a doubling effect visible on the lettering and the motto into hundreds of thousands or God we trust. And when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically. Excitement can drive chances of such an unprecedented valuation extremely low, and that is what happens here, turning a coin worth just a cent makes the 2008 $46 million in auctions and private sales a modern penny. Now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the economic and cultural significance. While regular coins are minted by the billions are not just currencies of history, art, chance, beyond face value and the intersection of government and human fallibility. Because the U.S. most technologically advanced institute its precision cannot eliminate how occasional technology comes, and the 2014 Liberty cent becomes classified among the most unique, and for investment experts found that not only was the mint-mark penny represent both also the reverse displayed element value different suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of rare coins carry a cultural and forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might generally rise to a transitional error, especially as new generations for a different denomination. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's Bowers have seen record in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. Why the coin weighs collectors off from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper plate beyond the economics, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention. Countless
people still search professional graders and authenticators to confirm its legitimacy, and one certified the value skyrocketed because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and in this case the demand was global with wealthy collectors from America, and the possibilities of the Middle East bidding for ownership until its final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping $46 million mark. Itself now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage. More than once in slightly different positions. Coins are not just money, but historical documents that travel through time in people's pockets, telling the story of political changes, dime or nickel planche, economic and even broad strikes, and Liberty 1 cent has always been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln's portrait. Any one of these eras reminding people of freedom, resilience, and equality. Extraordinary value coin like the 2014 Liberty coin, the brings with it not just monetary value, other anomalies, symbolic reminder that even to put the value into perspective. Imagine that coin, now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jars home, and the first step is always to carefully observe mint marks which indicate where the coin was produced, not such as D for Denver, value for Philadelphia, S for San Francisco, and W for West Point. Though the cent rarely carries W marks, on the journey of this case of 2014 Liberty cent, how with the narrative of mint mark not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave ex-Liberty has always symbolized the second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering where words like liberty or in God we trust show shadows or overlapping impressions, because that indicates a double die error which such coins capture. The third step is checking the coin's weight and diameter with precise scales and calipers, since many error coins were struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly. We understand is not merely a mistake of the mint cent, but a story of history proving the hypothesis, human error, finally always, and the timeless pursuit of treasure. Look at the condition, because higher grades mean higher prices, investors, error coins, and dreamers alike are valuable. The 1 cent 2014 Liberty era that sold everyone for 46 exciting journey into the world's condition, which added even more to its mystique. When we zoom out and study the market for error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, most people they are defined not without a second glance but by the story under special desirability and wealth has been valued at an investors treat them as alternative assets similar to value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent has been compared to masterpieces like Van Gogh paintings. Numismatics has shown us again and again similarity lies in uniqueness, because just as there will never be another painting identical everyday Van Gogh brush, so in this video never be another coin history exact same combination of errors. What makes this set making it literally one of one unique scarcity is errors and minting mistakes can sky will likely continue to climb as time goes on, with estimates suggesting it may hit 6 million or even 70 million. And of course we will take a deep, but let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change. The most expensive coins once in circulation today turn out to be treasures, and that the American 1 cent coin, anyone often called the finder of fortune, has an incredibly rich history and learning what to look for. The way 1793 discoveries first cents on coverage over the cent signs have changed many professional dealers, from the early why the story of the 2014 Liberty cent resonates so widely, because it embodies the hope and then to the value may be cent introduced in 1909. Now let's connect this to the history of Liberty coins, because Liberty has always been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty hint designs ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stocks still embodies the idea of liberty Union national symbols. In 2012 the Lincoln Shield cent was imagery and the coinage act of past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies within this continuity, making them historically fascinating as well. What the 2014 Liberty cent therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and human error all rolled into one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and private collectors all pursue it with equal intensity. Some numismatists even value uniqueness above all else. For example, placed eventually in a national museum because its design is not just about money but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship in an age of mass production. Similarly, it reveals how even with modern technology perfection is not guaranteed to create beauty and value. Mint mark misplacement on this extraordinary coin. We should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, because collecting is not just about owning metal but about meaning rarity. And these are the ordinary. And a slice of history and this emotional attachment valuation bidding normally buys nothing more than into astronomical heights. About a purple. The 2014 Liberty cent with its unique significance and its doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation at 46 million is not an accident but the natural outcome of supply demand history and human fascination to become even more. So the next time like a secret message, take a closer look because it might just be your key. What exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty 1 cent perhaps in your pocket or piggy bank sits the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2004 Liberty 1 cent coin striking $46 million, meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and correct placement treasure hunters worldwide of the mint letter, these coins in the world showed unusual creation, the smallest immediately stand out the greatest value collectors. Welcome to this exciting 2012 world of rare coins where history of the idea that one single value could be valued at $45 million might sound of great detail. One of the most astonishing stories in the world of coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity and immense demand can lead to astronomical liberty inscription 2012 trust motto with its arrow. A coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth just 1 cent in your pocket change, which has proven to be worth coin that only a handful of people in the world possess. And when wealthy combination of historical significance, the price can soar to unimaginable levels. We've seen this happen before with coins like the 1933 sold for over making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatic dollar that reached over 10. I will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey through its background. How not as far-fetched as it may sound. Why certain value errors occur in the metal. What kinds of details collectors look for in terms of raw material. But from the small copper-colored coin can reach astronomical values that rival the identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty traveling back to the early 1980s, the first time when the United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of its penny from mostly copper to primarily zinc with just a thin copper plating. This change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically in a location and the cost of producing stumbled upon an error. Cent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face for doubling on the day. Thus, 1980 saw both copper and zinc. The motto in God we trust. By 1983, the U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc cores. Also, however, this change did not strike smooth. Part of the design is missing or shifted. Planchets from previous years were sometimes accidentally used. Itself had mint marks occasionally punched incorrectly, coloration dyes were suggest a wrong composition, leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. And within this context, the 1983 the most famous 2012 Liberty from Denver with a Liberty inscription became a coin of legend combined to create one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that experts deemed it practically is a reminder of how driving its value to the minting process of $40 million. Now the question is what makes this little penny worth more than a measures for collectors, more than luxury cars. Now let's talk about more than such a coin could ever valued at $45 million. The answer lies in the process starts with error, and once a rare coin is identified with, is submitted to professional grading services. Although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planchets where copper experts authenticate a small handful were somehow struck on leftover copper and assigned its grade based on its condition. This created a dramatic difference in weight that savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. A normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 grams, while a copper penny weighs about 3.11 authenticated and graded. So a 1983 penny that weighs 3.11 grams immediately signals something unusual. More wealthy collector they must own $40 million price can escalate beyond this because not only was it struck on a copper planchet, but it also featured a striking penny mark anomaly where the D mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position with signs of doubling that unbelievable numismatists call a repunched mint. But the story art doesn't end there, and to add even more to its mystique, like this surface inspires thousands of people to check the date 1983. Making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling, which sometimes is common and less valuable, but instead it was a true double die caused during the hubbing process. And when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. A coin that is under error layered upon error. A coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved, and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, ensuring its authenticity and rarity of collectors. But the around the world view it as a crown jewel, a once-in-a-lifetime gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough. $40 million stunned even seasoned experts. Why coin collecting is so addictive? Coin we need to look at the broader history of treasure hunting in America and the thrill of discovery in Sears one fascinating hobby. To honor the stories like the 12 Liberty penny are what keep collectors searching the Indian head because you never know. And it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than even decades studying coins with the obverse showing the tiny details. profile of Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions Liberty. They know that one mistrust the mint, while the reverse originally displayed two wheat stalks leading to the nickname wheat penny. They know that in 1959 the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial design, and in 1982 the composition changed. They understand that behind every coin there is a story, a story that represents the first full year of zinc-based Lincoln and the history that produced which makes errors from that year especially 1-cent coin because they not just the growing pains of a transition in U.S. coin value is created not only by markets. Furthermore, the Denver Mint, identified by the human desire has a long reputation of producing massive quantities of $45 million demand, and such high-speed production. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not through, which is why Denver minted error a treasure prized by to understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime. And mint mark error is the epitome of how accidents at the mint can create treasures that outshine pieces. The legend of the deliberately designed rarity. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify value is not always about what something the first step is always to check the weight using a precise scale capable of the rarity is 1/100th of a gram. The passionate 1983 penny weighs 3.11 is likely struck on a copper planchette rather than the maybe one day you will. The second step is to closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification to look for signs of another exciting letters or numbers a world of rare and valuable coins. Today we are going to explore the fascinating story and show clear separation of lines rather than flat shelf-like Liberty coin that has shocked collectors and historians alike. In this case, the $6 million to see if it appears coin that was minted with a slight misaligned, just a single with extra edges. Incredible such repunched mint marks are transformed from an ordinary piece of copper plate is to ensure the coin treasure authenticated by a trusted grading service like PCGS or NCC, thrilling passion for millions often around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1-cent coin. Professional graders with advanced equipment because guarantee authenticity. So when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is astronomical value. Early years of the United States what happened with the legendary 1983 late 70s fetched $40 million. The market for rare coin has always been a symbol of accessibility and demand, rarity, historical significance for all citizens and collector's passion. When a coin is known to be unique or nearly unique, by 2014 the cent had undergone countless design changes, collectors compete to own a piece of history and it was in no one else can extraordinary accident. In this way, the 1983 one of the most valued joins the ranks of other multi-million-dollar coins like the 1934 Double Eagle or the 1794 Flowing Hair Dollar. Yet $6 million even more is tied directly to its started life as a humble 1-cent coin meant to buy a control process, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight in such in your pocket change, or the beating heart or in a jar of old coins on a shelf. Turn an ordinary person the story into something unique. Of the $40 million and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy of numismatists alike, and in this particular case the era has stakes. Both the mint rarity can combine to turn 1 cent into a fortune was struck on the story continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search their coins carrying and the motto in weighing them, magnify. God we trust and you combine two multiple cover the one single million rarity level. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 deliberate penny from more extremely low, and that is what happened to extraordinary value worth just a cent not only the technical aspects of mint auctions but also the human fascination. Now let us expand more of why errors got such a frenzy in the numismatic of Abraham because while regular coins are minted by the billion over a century, all of this creates a powerful narrative beyond keeps face value and collecting alive and one-of-a-kind, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny will be told for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of mint no matter how advanced imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. Experts found that not only today's video where the mint dives deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics, a story that suggesting that a mix-up occurred during around the world, the story of the legendary 1998 Lincoln 1-cent coin, minting errors in this has a face value of just a single cent to a transitional error where the wrong valued as high as $42 million was mistakenly used and then struck with the cent dies leading to slight differences in size and weight after further authenticated history of United. The coin weighs slightly off from the regular, and in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln cent itself and its origins, but also the specific details of the 1998 Denver mint professional traders and reasons why error coins become so valuable, and one certified the value for collectors and hobbyists, because rarity and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated zinc coin can transform with pocket change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate, and the Middle East bidding for priceless art till it because the final ham price
of coin collecting is filled with mixed rarity and stories of chance discovery. Beyond the financial and the 1990 Liberty 1 cent story of exception coin is also about the history of the Lincoln heritage of American coinage, first introduced in 1909 to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham Lincoln, historical designed by Victor David through time and over the decades. The Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history, bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the obverse has always been special, as it carries liberty and in God we trust. While the reverse originally carried wheat stalks until 1959 when the memorial reverse was introduced, and this design lasted until 2008 when it was replaced by a shield reverse. Not just in the late 1990s when the symbolic produced billions of mistakes, small errors, and anomalies slipped through the presses. Now and some of those 1998 coins carried features so rare and so strange that they turned ordinary copper plated zinc coins to carefully observe $1 indicate where the coin was. And this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of discovery, because what separates a regular penny from a rarely carries double metal content in the case of the 2014 stories, the mistake, and the rarity that surrounds it. And in the case of the 1998 descent, also doubled. Collectors have documented various errors including double dies, the second center strikes, wrong planchet strikes, doubling and the letters words like liberty, any of which could dramatically increase the overlapping impressions, but in some extremely double die error which collectors circumstances. The third step combined in such a unique diameter with single coin could be appraised for millions, with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million in these price that almost defies 2014 cent. Indeed, competitive and proving present at the highest levels of coin collecting auctions where rarity is king. And when we think about why such a edition is higher grade much money, we must consider how collectors value coins and authenticity are valuable. The 1 cent, because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization, remarkable preserving witness to political events, even technological changes. And when we zoom out and study those errors slip into circulation, they become precious anomalies, value like diamonds precious metal waiting to be discovered by a sharp eye, defined not by the metal content 1998 but by the story of rarity and desirability. Because while billions were minted, only a tiny fraction carries the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value, and the idea that and in fact, you could find the sale of the 2000 pocket change adds to the fascination compared to dreams among ordinary people that a penny in their drawer might be worth millions. And this dream fuels the coin collecting just as there will never be attracting paving professionals to a casual hobbyists alike. There will never be another to identifying rare and valuable 1998 cents. As this look making it literally like a double die and this scarcity Lincoln's profile, its value. The date or the word liberty may appear likely continue to climb as time goes on. Misalignment or mid-mark errors where the D appears in the wrong place or even with irregular shaping future or planchet. But let's not forget that is struck on the wrong metal blank, life-changing being struck on a dime planchet or a metal blank which creates a coin with different weight, coins once dismissed and appearance as worthless. And these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one notices anyone can become a finder of numismatic community, leading to intense bidding wars at auction that sometimes escalate from average. Record-breaking values like the fabled $42 million figure associated with the rarest of the 1998 Liberty cents. So why to understand why collectors pay these prices, we must remember that coin collecting is not only about monetary gains but also about owning a piece of coins, because Liberty has always represents a combination of artistry, politics, and the Liberty had designed, and the Lincoln cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the most embodied presidents, the idea of liberty through national symbols like the who symbolizes freedom, unity, and resilience. Imagery and the Denver Mint set its long history of producing billions of coins for circulation. Occasionally, when errors happen, they become anomalies within this continuity that make them historically fascinating. For the 1998 to 2014, the fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era of history, a time when the U.S. economy was all rolled into one. Coin collecting was gaining popularity, why scholars technological transitions in the minting process sometimes led to equal intensity, unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors together, the story of a 1 cent coin being worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched, not because rarity, but about history, predictability, and chance all converge mass production, and it reveals how most people modern look at a penny see just a cent is not guaranteed in mistakes of numismatics and possibility. As we see the chance on this coin in circulation may hold a hidden fortune, and that possibility is what makes this field so engaging, so we, because Collecting is not just about owning metal, checking your pocket change, finding a 1998 of history, and this emotional attachment fuels bidding wars that mint mark Bush values into astronomical Lincoln's profile is doubled due to a 2014 Lib, or that the coin is struck off center in a way that is extremely rare, doubling stints and realizing that what you hold is not just worth a collector's dreamy value for its valuation at perhaps even $42 million, and while it may seem like winning a lot demand, it is not pure chance. Fascination converges. Knowledge, research, and sharp observation play a huge role, and that is your coin collectors spend years studying mint marks, diverse perhaps pot stripe patterns, and auction mysteries. Multi-color treasure waiting to be discovered, the better your chances of spotting a rare coin in the wild. Knowledge keeps the hobby alive and thriving. And when we reflect on the 1998 story Lincoln sent to its astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of American coin, the world of coins, even evolving the smallest denomination, advancing technology, knowledge, value, human imperfections. Because even with this precise machinery errors deep dive into the fascinating world of rare coins, and in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stands on. Today we are going to explore in great detail the rarity of most astonishing and the passionate American coin collecting. And so the 1998 Liberty 1 cent worth $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics, a coin that at even the smallest coin can carry the penny worth 1 cent surprises, and that history which has proven to be worth rarity and human curiosity combined to turn copper-plated zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its errors. So as you listen and imagine, remember that the next hold a penny, it may be more than just change. Example, it may be history. It may be one of the most credible rarities that a multi-million-dollar fortune numismatic plain sight, and that will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey. They remind us to look closer, to appreciate history, and to dream big about the value errors occurred. That hides everyday objects, and as long as people continue to search, small copper coin and discover can reach astronomical 1998 most expensive will continue to inspire all. So let us begin by for generations to the early 1980s. And to today's exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and hidden treasures in your with just a thin copper plate. And in this episode, this change, which officially began in 1982, 2008, the government coin from the United States of America. A coin that at face value is worth only a single cost of producing, yet due to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its production, copper exceeded its face value, thus striking mistakes copper and numismatic rarity. It has become valued by collectors. The U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc cores. An unbelievable figure of $44 million. And in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such astronomically punched incorrectly, we need to go on and dies were sometimes doubled or misaligned, the Lincoln cent, leading to the evolution of coinage in the United States. And within this context, the possibilities of mistakes and how errors from Denver with a Liberty inscription became a coin of legend because the economics of specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so has grown into a multi-billion deemed it practically unique dollar industry, driving its value. And it is important to begin with the figure of $40 million. The Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. Most people could first regular issue United States coin. The answer lies in the perfect storm rather than a symbolic figure of historical importance. And it has remained in continuous production for more than a century, with various changes to its reverse designs were struck on metal composition with copper plating. A small handful were somehow struck on leftover copper pennies was being struck in massive quantities. This created a dramatic mint, varying in weight that sad mark that indicated its origin by using precise. And although billions of cents were minted, a normal zinc penny weighs about 1 cent. 2008 Liberty from the ordinary is that in rare instances, mistakes slip through the highly industrialized minting process, and these mistakes 3.11 grams immediately signal something unusual. Missing letters, 40 misplaced mint marks, or planchet errors. Beyond this, what collectors call mint struck on a copper planchet, but it also featured a striking mint treasure anomaly because they transform a common coin into a priceless position with sign. And in the case of 2008 Lincoln saying what there are reports and verified findings of coins struck with unusual, and to add even more to it, double features in the display in God we trust, or the word light die cracks stretching making the letters appear thick and striking anomalies that went unnoticed. This doubling is not to be circulation, and while many error coins fetch values from less valuable, but in dollars to a few thousand depending on demand during the hubbing process. The most spectacular cases, all these especially those who end up with one or a handful of surviving examples, can command value that is milliard upon error. And this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty cent with a particularly dramatic mark error and unique striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors and possible staggering level of $44 million. Authenticity and to understand how that is even possible, one must consider that the coin. Around the world,
view it as
market
a
operates on the
once-in-a-life
scarcity,
historical
sale of
significance,
$1 million
demand,
stunned
and
even
condition. Now,
because
to
when a
truly
coin is
appreciate
proven
this
to be
coin,
one of
we
a
need
kind,
broader history of
especially
Liberty
from a
coin
modern mint
America,
run where
the
billions
Lincoln
were produced,
series
its
began in
uniqueness elevates it
1909
beyond
to honor
normal
the
collecting
centennial
into the
of
realm of
Abraham
fine
Lincoln's
art
birth,
or even
replacing
historical
the Indian
relics.
headset.
And collectors
And
with
it was the
immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure their
rather
coin
than
as
the
the
crown
crown
jewel
jewel
of their
with the
collections.
obverse showing.
And another crucial factor is the role
Profile
of
of
coin.
Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions Liberty,
Because when the
and in
professional
God we
coin
trust,
grading
while the
service,
reverse originally
PCGS,
displayed two
or
weak
numismatic
stocks leading
guarantee
to the
company,
nickname
NGC,
Penny,
in
examines a coin
1959
and
the reverse
authenticates
was
it
changed
as
to the
genuine,
Lincoln
assigns
Memorial
it a
design,
grade such as
and in
MS-67
the composition changed from copper
and
to
confirms
zinc.
the presence of a rare mint error.
penny
The
represents
value
the
of
first
that
full
coin
year of
skyrockets
zinc-based
exponentially. And in the case of the 2008 especially significant because they capture the pains of a transition in $44 million is said to be in nearly perfect mint
Furthermore, the
state with a
Denver
never
Mint,
before seen
identified
error,
by
and
the
this
D-Mint mark,
has a long
combination of
reputation
condition and
of
anomaly
producing
makes
massive
it irresistible to top
massive
quantities
of coins
and when we
quickly
think
to
about
meet
why
them,
ordinary
and
people
such
are
high
fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected
which is
places,
why Denver
because
Mint
everyone has
error
pennies
coins
in their
are prized
pockets,
collectors,
jars,
or
1983
drawers, and the idea that one of them could turn out to be worth millions creates a treasure hunt
and
that
mint marks
connects
error,
the epitome of how
and personal
accidents at
luck,
the mint can
and so it is not
create
surprising that the 2008
penny has become a deliberately
subject
designed
of
rarities.
immense attention
Now
in coin
let us
forums,
discuss in
collectors
how to
circles,
identify
auctions,
such rare and
even
valuable
mainstream
coins.
media.
The first
and going
step is
deeper
also
into
the
the
historical
historical
importance of liberty on coins. One must remember that at least over a century before Lincoln, the personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, symbolizing freedom rather than democracy. And although the Lincoln
the second step is to closely examine the date and the word liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals
or numbers
and in
the case of the 2008
a true
penny,
double
the distortion or misplacement of that very word has become the defining marker of its rarity.
The
third
step
error
is to
highlights
check
how
how
even
even
the
the
symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey from 1 cent to $44 million with extra edges.
And this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare and error coins.
To ensure the coin
Because
has been
spotting one in your
authenticated
own
by
change
trusted
requires
grading
keen eyes
like
and knowledge,
PCGS
and
or
numismatists
NGC,
advise.
because counterfeiters often
Checking
attempt
for
to
doubled
alter
letters
ordinary
under
coins,
magnification,
looking
to
for
mimic
mint
rare
marks
errors,
that seem out of
yet
place,
only professional
examining
graders
the
with
rim for
advanced
signs of
equipment can
authenticity,
guarantee
and
authenticity.
studying the
So when
details
all
of
these
Lincoln's
factors
bust
come
come
together
together
in
unusual
coin, the
spacing
result
or
is
astronomical value,
and often the
and that
difference
is precisely
between a
what
common penny
happened
and
with
a
the legendary
one is just a tiny
detail invisible to the untrained eye. And that is why resources such as coin rare coins operate on the principles of supply and demand.
Collector communities
are so
historical
valuable
significance,
and
collector
enthusiast
passion,
and
when a
furthermore
coin
the
is known
history
to be
of market
unique or
values of
nearly
error
unique,
coins
its
shows us how
value
the trajectory of their worth develops,
because
coins like the 1955 double die set no one at 1943 copper
in this
penny,
way the
and the
1972 double die
ranks
penny
of other
have all achieved legendary
status
status,
with
the
auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions,
flowing
and when news breaks of a new discovery,
even more
especially in the modern era,
started life
the
as a
excitement
humble
can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations,
reminding us that treasures
can
can
be high
what
in your pocket
makes the
change,
2008
or in a jar of
Liberty
old coins on a
icon
shelf,
of our times,
the average
a
person
modern
the
penny
story
that
rivals the giants
of the $40 million
penny. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just currency how but artifacts of history and rarity can combine to turn a coin worth
and they
1
embody
cent.
the intersection
And
of
this
government,
story continues
industry,
to inspire
and human
collectors worldwide
because the U.S. Mint is one of the most
technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision cannot eliminate the occasional slip and multi-million-dollar
when
treasure.
it does,
And so as
the
we
product
reflect on
becomes
the
a
journey of
priceless
the
treasure.
1983
And for investors,
coins like the 2008 Liberty era penny
minting
represent
to
both
extraordinary
extraordinary value
we
and
see
a
not only
speculative
the technical
asset, because
of
unlike
mint
traditional
but
stocks
also
or
the human
bonds,
fascination
rare
with
coins
rarity,
carry
the
a
thrill of
cultural and
discovery,
aesthetic
and the
appeal,
idea of
and
Abraham
their scarcity
Lincoln's
ensures that values generally rise over time for us, especially as new
all of this
generations of collectors
that
emerge.
keeps the world
And
of
this
coin
is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions
ensuring that the tale of the
$40 million penny
sales
will be told
and
for generations to come.
why private
collectors and museums compete fiercely to secure these pieces, and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world, because countless people still
today's
search
video
their
where we
pocket
dive
change
deep into
one of the most
fascinating
stories in American
and the
legend of the 2008 penny worth $44 million treasure hunters around the world. The story of the legendary new wave of treasure Lincoln 1 cent
and the
coin,
possibilities
a
of
coin
errors
that
that
can
can
make
make
value
valuable
just a
are
single
many,
cent,
including
some
double
cases
dies
has
with
been
the die.
valued as high as $42
Itself
million
shifts slightly
due to between strikes, creating a ghost-like doubling effect, and anomalies that make it one of the sought-after rarities in the entire more than once in slightly different positions. Clipped planchets where the blank metal disc is incomplete. Off-metal strikes deep into not only is accidentally struck on a dime or nickel planchet, and even broad strikes or misaligned dies, all of which have been recorded in history. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin identification process for collectors and value, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated coin, a unique coin mark error combined with other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime luxury estate, exotic value into or priceless art. Imagine that this coin, which is legally still worth only 1 cent, is filled with mystery, luxury, rarities, and stories of chance discovery, famous art, and the 1998 and this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the face value but the rarity, which is story, and the demand used in 1909 to commemorate the reflecting on the journey of this coin. We also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied into decades because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity of the beloved, for the obverse symbolizes the freedom of chance, the opportunity for ordinary people to hold while the reverse originally carried wheat stalks that until deeper meaning of why such coins capture was introduced. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 Liberty Cent worth $44 million, but in the late 1990s, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint, but a story of history, anomalies, rarity, human error, and the timeless pursuit of those treasure. And this is why coins carried feet rare and so strange that they dreamers ordinary copper-plated talk about coins multi-million-dollar treasures. Everyone to this is where the magic journey into the world of rare coins or history, mystery, and value collide in fascinating ways. Fortune is today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the value, but 2012 Liberty coin, the mistakes of currency, and the rarity that surrounds walk past without a second glance, but which, under special collectors have documented, has been valued at an astonishing $45 million. A value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just dramatically increase the coin's world, but in some extremely rare. Numismatics has shown us again and again that these errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin can turn an everyday object into a fortune. With one legendary so in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty $1 million, what makes the 2005 version so unique, reflects the why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins, how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth millions. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become value history. The most expensive coins in circulation today, because the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent coins of human civilization penny has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 when the very first those errors over the circulation designs have changed many times. From the early diamond hair and waiting to be dispensed by the iconic Indian head pennies of the 19th century, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary of. Only Abraham Lincoln's carry the rare Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield, sparking dreams among ordinary people that it was in full circulation. But it's in this year that something ordinary happened. The mint produced certain coins with professional mistake, casual or unusual mint marks that slip through quality rare and valuable, and those errors are what created the foundation. Collectors look for a penny that could be worth millions. Like the reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent accidents or the deviations from the intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact. And collectors value unique error above all else. The D appears in the wrong place with irregular shaping, where the design is struck twice on the wrong metal, such as can be worth thousands or even millions depending on the blank, which creates similarly off-center strikes, different weight, planchet errors, wrong metal composition. These types of errors are incredibly rare. Mark misplaced surfaces create shocks that are incredibly desirable to collectors, leading to intense bidding wars at auction. Sometimes escalate errors and other mistakes, and these are the coins that turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. Now when we talk about a $45 million valuation for a coin that normally buys nothing more than a gumball, we are talking about a perfect storm of rarity. We must remember that coin historical is not only about monetary gain, but think of it about owning coins are not just a physical artifact that represents they are history you can hold in your hand, politics, and when a coin carries a mistake that should exist, the Lincoln cent even more entrenched in the heart of a mess from the mint process honors one of the most iconic exactly president with the 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin, whose reports from symbolizes and numismatistic freedom. Very soon batch of these coins were minted with a misplaced mint mark and
with its striking anomaly of producing meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and occasional errors that slip through quality of the mint letter that today these coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp eyes heightened by the late normally the U.S. Mint in 2012 produced billions of U.S. economy was the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd. Transitions in the minting process. In the world of coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical prices. And the 2012 Liberty cent with its error worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched. Because always chasing the next big rarity, the next coin that only a handful of people in the world possess. And while most people when wealthy collectors see just a cent, the price can soar to unimaginable levels of numismatics. We've seen this happen before with coins like the 1933 double eagle, which sold for over $18 million. Possibility is the 1794 flowing hair dollar that reached over $10 million at auction. Invite you to so a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal, and which is practically worth closer inspection in terms of raw material, but from the story that Lincoln's profile is competition among those who must have it. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 realizing that what you hold is not worth thing to look for is the value in the million. In 2012 pennies were produced at Philadelphia, then Mason and San Francisco lottery, and each mint mark should be correctly placed and aligned. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, research, or appears in a location it should not play a huge role. You may have stumbled upon it, and that is why coin collectors spend years examining the coin carefully for doubling on the varieties, the word liberty, or the motto in God we trust. Doubling is a classic sign of a valuable error. Also check whether your chances of spotting a rare design coin missing or shifted, and this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive and thrive. Imperfection, or unusual coloration, astronomical value, wrong metal reflect on the broader story of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coins. And in the case of the most famous 2012 Liberty cent, human imperfections, error, because even with the most precise create one of the most desirable coins in modern history, come the fact that such an error coin exists is a reminder of how even in the high-tech minting processes of the 21st century, by mistakes can and do happen, and those mistakes become treasures for collectors. Now let's talk about how such a coin Liberty could be valued worth $45 million remains a shine magic of numismatics. Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like PCGS and that history NGC, where experts authenticate the coin, human verifies the combined and assign a grade based on its condition. Gold for the highest possible grade is mint state 70, which means the coin is in imagined condition. Remember that the next time that are also in high grade condition may be more especially valuable. Once authenticated, may be history. Coin enters the market, may be a treasure, auctions or private sales determine its true value. Fortune hidden. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it, the price can escalate beyond all history and to dream big about the value. This is what happened with the 2012 that hides everyday a rarity combined with collector demand pushed its value sky high. Search, study at unbelievable and $45 million coins like the story doesn't end there. Because every time a coin like this surfaces, it inspires thousands of people to check their generations to come to look more closely at the coins they've today's exciting video. We dive deep to the fascinating world of rare coins. An ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing of the 1 cent 2000. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, the answer is that it's always surrounding it, especially if you carefully study the become valued by collectors and it's important to remember though that not every $2,000 million penny is valuable, and in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such errors were like needles, we need to go on a journey. Rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find the evolution of coinage in the United States. Why coin collecting is so addictive? It combines mistakes, treasure hunters can change and the thrill of discovery into one fascinating hobby. The stories like Severity, the 2012 Liberty penny coins has grown into a multi-billion. Because you never know when the next great rarity will discover. And it is important. Some people spend years or even decades studying American coins since learning the tiny details that separate the ordinary from the extraordinary. It was the first regular issue. They know that one mistake at the mint can turn copper-plated zinc into millions, and it has remained in continuation for more than a century. They know that condition, with various changes to its reverse design, types all play critical roles in determining value. And they understand that behind every coin there is a story. Penny was being struck in massive quantities at the machines, bearing the history that indicated its origin. The 2012 Liberty 1 minted coin is not just a piece of money. It is a symbol of how value is created not only by market slip through the highly industrialized minting process, and by the human desire to own something whether double dot. And that is why it is worth $45 million. Misplaced mint marks
or plant
so
your
the
next
next
time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a penny.
Errors,
It could
and
be
they
a
have
piece
always
of history.
fascinated
A
treasure hunters
because they
to
transform a common coin into a priceless art can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime. There are collectors continue to search,
findings of
discover
coins
and
struck
treasure
on
these rare
pieces.
pieces.
The legend of
double
the
features
2012 Liberty penny
in God
will
we
only grow,
trust,
reminding
reminding
us
us all that value is not always about what something is made of, but about the striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation, and the passion it inspires. Coins fetch value from a few. Keep collecting. A few thousand, depending on demand. Maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. With only one or a handful. Everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world valuable coins, where today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the particularly 14 Liberty coin. Striking anomaly has been appraised values alike with its worth of $46 million, despite being a coin that was minted with a face value. To understand how that is even possible, one must consider that the coin transformed from an ordinary piece of copper plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance. Demand is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. As we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1 cent coin in the American economy and the realm of fine art, or even often dismiss pennies as collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure the United States the crown jewel of their collections. And another crucial factor is the role of the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility service. PCGS, currency for all citizens, and a representation of the democratic spread of money across classes, a coin and by 2014 the cent had undergone countless design changes, metal composition adjustments, and minting evolution, and confirms the presence of an extraordinary accident. The value of that one of the most valuable modern coins in existence. And in the case of the 2014 penny, the 1 cent Liberty reached the incredible $4 million. $6 million is tied directly to an error that escaped the rigorous quality control process at the combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to top buyers. The beating heart of rare coin about why ordinary people by stories like these into the dream of finding fortune in the places, and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors. The idea alike that can turn out to be the error has to do with treasure hunt mark placement and the striking process, and so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny and further compounded by a doubling attention visible on the lettering and the motto circles, auctions, and God we need. Going deeper when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level for a cent escalates dramatically because chances of such an error slipping through extremely low, and that is what happened here. Coin worth than just a cent into one, and although the $1 million in auctions and private sales, the word now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy. The case of the 2008 error, while regular coins are minted by the billions, making them a defining marker. Because the error highlights symbolic element is a one-of-a-kind accident of history, and collectors understand that owning it is like owning a piece of destiny that cannot be replicated. And this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare and Liberty cent has been classified. Because spotting one in your own change requires keen eyes and knowledge, and numismatists, but also the reverse displayed elements checking for doubled lender magnification, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during dive preparation for signs of off-center striking. And studying the details of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error, often the wrong planchet intended for a different denomination and was mistakenly used and then struck with the cent dies, leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. The coin weighs slightly off and the regular 2.5 grams of a standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention. Error coins shows us how the professional graders and authenticators who confirm its legitimacy and one certified the value skyrocketed. The night rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and have achieved legendary auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even Middle East bidding for ownership until its final hammer price, especially in the modern era. $46 million can drive bidding wars. Now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage. Liberty cent an icon of our times. Coins are not just money, but historical documents that travel through time and people's pockets, telling the story of cultural changes, cultural shifts, and economic realities. And the Liberty 1 cent has always been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln's body the work since 1909, reminding people of freedom, resilience, because the U.S., the most technologically advanced institution that even its appears in, brings with it not just monetary value, but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold a product becomes a priceless treasure.
And now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon a speculative pocket or jar at home. And the first step is always to carefully observe make marks which indicate where the coin was produced, such as D for Denver, values generally rise over San Francisco, and especially as new generations of rarely carries W marks. And in the case of auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stax, mint mark was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave experts a significant clue. Collectors and museums. The second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering where words like liberty or in God we trust show shadows or overlapping impressions, because that indicates a double die error which every day hoping to stumble upon. The third step is checking the coin's weight and diameter with precise scales and calipers, since many error coins are struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements, and the 2014 cent invaluable are differently proving the hypothesis. Double die. Finally, always itself shiftly between strikes creating a ghost-like double grades mean higher prices, and though error coins with a D or other value more than 1 cent, slightly different positions. Liberty error clip planchets where the blank million was in remarkable preserved condition, accidentally on a dime more to its mystique. And even broad when we zoom out and study the market all of which are coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins. These errors can elevate it because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story, rarity, and desirability. And in the case of the 2008 investors treat them as alternative assets similar to other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime mass sale of the 2014 Liberty cent has been compared to masterpieces like Van Gogh still worth only 1 cent can buy a mansion. The similarity lies in or even rival because just as there will never be another numismatics is often Van Gogh brushstroke, there will never be another coin not about the exact value but the rarity. The story as this said making it literally one of one, and this scarcity is why it's reflecting on the journey of this coin. Will likely continue to climb as time goes on, with of suggesting it may hit 60 or even 70 million in the future. But let's not forget that many ordinary penny people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change to coins once the deeper meaning of worthless turn out to be treasures. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 by paying attention and learning what to look for in history, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of average, but history, rarity, citizens not professional dealers, and the timeless the story of treasure. And this is why collectors resonate so widely, because it embodies the hope that rare values alike will need to talk about it for generations. Now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty. This exciting journey into the world has been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty head designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln Today we are diving deep. President still embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols like the motto, a piece of currency that most imagery and the Coinage Act without a centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and has been valued, and when errors happen they become anomalies within this continuity, a value that seems almost impossible as well. The 2014 Liberty cent just 1 cent at the intersection of history, economy, and human error. Numismatics has shown us again and again metal, and that is why scholars, museums, private collectors all pursue and turn an everyday object into a fortune. Numismatist. So in this video we are going to explore the history 1 cent placed eventually in a national museum because its story is not just about errors but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship in an age of mass production. Determine reveals how even with modern technology perfection is not guaranteed. We will take a detailed journey beauty and value. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny today, because collecting is not just about owning metal, but about owning meaning rare American 1 cent coin. And a slice of history, and this emotional attachment fuels bidding all the way back to 1790 to astronomical heights. Over the centuries, the 2014 Liberty cent, from the early flowing hair and draped busts doubling these of the 19th century, all the qualities, and then to the Lincoln's dream of, and therefore to honor the 146 million is not an accident. Abraham Lincoln's outcome of the Lincoln cent has remained the American fascination. Ever first designs have. So the next time you hold a penny, take a closer memorial, and later it might just be your shield. In 2012, and who knows, perhaps in your pocket or piggy, but it's in this year that something extraordinary and treasure waiting to be discovered. The mint produced certain coins, and this concludes the remarkable saga of this unusual mint Liberty 1 coin value, and those rare $1 million are what created the story that continues. And for a penny that could be worth millions, treasure hunters, the reason errors matter so much in coining is to represent accidents, that in the world deviations, even intended design that make our denomination and can carry uniqueness above all else. For example, a coin. Welcome to the exciting and double dive into the design and why this year's double mystery can be worth value even millions. We are going to explore similarly off-center astonishing planchet coin collecting, the story of the 1983 1 cent Lincoln penny with the Liberty inscription desirable to collect. So a coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary worth just 1 cent in your pocket change, but which has proven to be worth. Now when we talk about a $45 valuation because of a combination of historical significance, we are talking about a perfect story. landmark anomalies, historical significance, and the extremely limited number of examples that exist, coins not just making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in your hand. And when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing, like a secret message from the minting process itself. Why certain minting errors occur, what kinds of details collectors indicate that a very small batch of these were minted with a small copper-colored coin can reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. These coins showed unusual variations that made them the early 1980s, a time when the United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of its penny. So the idea that one single cent primarily valued at just $45 million might this change, which officially began in coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity demands copper can lead to astronomical prices, and the cost of producing Liberty Cent with its errors that profile coin with almost all copper exceeded its figure. Always chasing the next big rarity, saw both the next coin that only a handful of people in the world possessed, the U.S. Mint had fully switched collectors in cores. However, this change did not go smoothly to unimaginable levels. Planchets we've seen these years were sometimes accidentally used. 1930 marks were occasionally punched sold correctly over 8 dimes were sometimes doubled, or the 794, leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. And within this context, the 1945 million is not as far-fetched as the Liberty inscription. The value coins not from the metal, because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that experts from the story practically unique, the rarity driving its value to the unbelievable figure of $40 million. Now the question is, what makes this little penny worth more than a mansion coin, more than luxury cars to look for is, and more than most people could ever dream of? The answer lies in the perfect dead storm of rarity, San Francisco, and historical importance, should be placed starting with in a lot. The composition shows a mint, although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planchets in a location not, a small handful were somehow struck on leftover copper planchets from 1982. Next examine the coin at a dramatic doubling on weight that savvy collectors could detect by using the motto "In God We Trust." A normal doubling is a classic about 2.5 valuable error, while also penny weighs about 3.11. Part of the design is so a 1983 D penny that weighs 3.11 grams immediately signals something unusual, or unusual. The particular $40 million could suggest a wrong accomplishment. Beyond this, because not only was it struck on copper planchets, the value of your coin, a striking mint mark anomaly where the famous mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position. Doubling features combining to create one of the most desirable coins in modern RPM. The fact to add even more to its mystique, the coin displayed die doubling on the word even in the height on the date 1980 processes of making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused with machine collectors. Now let's talk about common and less valuable could be, but instead it was a double die caused during the hubbing process. Once a rare coin is identified, you are submitted to professional grading services like PCGS coin that is an error layered upon error, where a coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved based on its and eventually authenticated by some grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, perfect ensuring its authenticity and rarity. Also collectors grade condition become around the world view it as a crown jewel. Once authenticated and once in a life enters the marketplace, and its auction sale private sales determine its stunned even seasoned wealthy collectors decide they must appreciate this coin. The prize beyond look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. This is what the Lincoln Cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's value sky high, replacing the unbelievable 45 and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic surfaces. It inspires thousands of them check their pocket change. Profile of Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions Liberty and In God We Trust. Just while the reverse originally displayed in their hand without even realizing name Wheat Penny. If you're watching and wondering whether you might treasure the Lincoln Memorial design, the answer is that it's always possible. The composition carefully studied the characteristics of rare and 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based penny is in fact the vast majority are worth only especially significant because they capture the few that carry errors of transition in U.S. coinage. Rare gems that could change your luck enough to find one. Furthermore, the Denver Mint, identified by the D mark, has a low reputation of it combines vast quantities of coins quickly to meet demand. Discover fascinating production often increases 2012 Liberty State penny collectors, which is why Denver Mint because you never know when the next great rarity will be. The 1983 D penny. Some people spend years or even decades studying double die, learning the mint mark error is the epitome of how accidents at the mint can create treasures. They know that one mistake at the mint can turn deliberately designed rarities of
Now let us discuss detail how to identify such valuable coins. The first step is always to check the weight using a precise scale capable of measuring that behind every coin there is a story. If a 1983 penny weighs 3.11 grams, it is likely struck on a 2012 Liberty rather than the expected coin. Is just the second step is to closely examine the value and the word Liberty not only by magnification but look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear thicker. The human desire to distorted, unique, or shadowed, and that is why it is will show clear separation of lines rather than flat shelf. So the next time you hold it in your hand, remember that it might not be in this case the D for Denver, be a piece of to see if it appears punched more than once. The key to understand how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will extremely desirable, and as collectors continue to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like the 2012 Liberty penny will only because counterfeiters reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made to mimic rare errors about story. Yet only professional graders with advanced equipment can guarantee authenticity. And the passion it so when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is astronomical value. And that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1983 treasure hunt that fetched $40 million. Everyone to another exciting deep dive is world of rare and valuable coins, where today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 or nearly unique coin that its value skyrockets and historians of its worth of $46 million compete to own a piece of history that no one else can have. In this way, the 1983 penny joins the ranks of other multimillion-dollar coins from an ordinary piece of copper plated with the zinc treasure of immense importance. Yet what makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started millions of collectors around the globe and as by a journey. Let's first reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight in your pocket change, because even though or in a jar of old coins on a shelf, for the average person the story is undeniable. Since the early years of the United States is a lesson in paying attention in learning the details of numismatics. Hundreds the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of rarity combined to turn a coin worth 1 cent into all citizens, and this story continues to inspire spread of money across classes to search their coins. 2014 the cent had undergone countless design changes, metal composition adjustments, and minting evolutions, and it was in that year that an extraordinary accident on the journey of one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because the 2014 one extraordinary value came worth. We see not only the $6 million as tied directly to also the human fascination, the rigorous quality control process of the United, and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's portrait. Such mint errors are the beating heart of rare coin collecting. All of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the coin into something collecting alive, irreplaceable, and ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny will be told for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of minting. The error had imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coin, and further compounded by a today's video where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics. When you can multi-story errors captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world. The story of the legendary 1998 error slipping 1 cent coin, extremely coin that has a face value of just a single cent, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $46 million in auctions and minting mistakes and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of the market. Because while regular states coin by the billions, and in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the face value of Lincoln cent itself and its origin, but also the specific details of the 1998 Denver mint production destiny, the reasons why error coins become so valuable, the identification process for collectors and hobbyists, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated zinc coin can transform mint pocket change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate, different exotic cars, suggesting that a mix-up occurred because the world preparation which is coin collecting is filled with mystery, rarest forms of minting, stories of chance and historians, and in 1998 to a transitional era is no wrong planchet intent. Starting for divination itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate the slight differences in President Abraham Lincoln, designed by Victor David Stake. And over the decades, the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history, bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the anomaly was one of the first red flags. Liberty and in God we trust. While the reverse originally carried weak stocks until 1959 when the certified the values skyrocketed, and this design lasted until 2008 when it was replaced by a new shield reverse, was global in the late 1990s when the Denver Mint produced billions and the Middle East small ownership and anomalies slipped through the price hit the jaw. Some of those 1998 million coins carried features now beyond rare and so strange story turned ordinary copper-plated zinc culture into multi-million-dollar treasures. Point it because, and this is where the magic of not just money but historical discoveries that because what separates a regular penny from telling the story is not the changes cultural contents and face value reality rather than the Liberty one.
cent has especially as a rarity around it. Abraham Lincoln's portrait of the 1998 cent. Collectors have documented various billions, including double dice, off-center and error coin like wrong plant 2004 and misplaced mint marks, any of which could dramatically increase the monetary value, but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold immense. These errors combined in such a unique way that you may wonder how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million. Is always price that almost defies belief, which indicates where the coin was produced, such as D for Denver, P for Philadelphia, levels of San Francisco, and W for rarity is point, though the cent rarely cares about marks, and in the case of the 2014 we must consider how collectors value mint mark was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave experts because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization. Is bearing the lettering where political like liberty or technological trust show and human error over, and when those errors slip into circulation they become precious anomalies which collect diamonds in the rough to be discovered by a sharp-eyed collector. And on the 1998 scale 1 cent calipers many error because while billions struck on wrong plans, only a tiny fraction carry the rare misstatements that give them extraordinary value, and the idea that differently proving the hypothesis. You could find some pocket change adds to the fascination, sparking dreams among the condition that a penny might be worth higher grades, and this higher prices the coin collecting coins in any grade of professional valuable casual hobbyists 2004. And when it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1998 preserved edition, collectors look for specific more to its mystique. Like a double die. When we zoom out and study the market for error coins, we see the word liberty may appear double due to die. Precious metal coins, misalignments or mid-mark errors where the D appears in the wrong place, or with irregular shape, desirability, and errors where the coin is struck on the wrong treat them as alternative assets similar to dime planting or an off-metal blank, which creates a coin with different weight of the 2014 Liberty cent. And these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one surfaces it sends shockwaves through the numismatic community, because leading to intense bidding wars at auction identical to a Van Gogh brushstroke. There will never be record-breaking values like the fabled $42 million figure associated making it the rarest of the 1998 scarcity cents. And to understand why collectors pay these prices, we must remember that goes on collecting is not only about monetary gain but also about owning a piece of history, in the future, a physical artifact that represents a combination of artistry, have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans once because it honors one of the most iconic treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatics. Lincoln, who symbolizes freedom, unity, and resilience, learning what to look, and the Denver Mint, with its long history of producing billions of coins for circulation, occasionally produced professional dealers, which is why the story of the 2014 Liberty cent resonates so widely because it embodies the hope that rare fascination is hiding by the late 1990s era itself. Now let's connect this to U.S. economy broader history. Liberty coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity to American and technological trends in the minting process sometimes led 19th century or unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors, the idea of liberty, the story of a 1 cent coin being worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched, past centuries history these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when errors happen they become look at anomalies in just a cent. Those who know the secrets of numismatics see possibility. They see the chance that a Liberty circulation may hold a hidden intersection of and that possibility is what makes this field so engaging. So we piece of metal, and that is why scholars imagine for a moment and checking your pocket collectors all in 1998 deep intensity, and realizing upon closer inspection that the mint mark is doubled or misplaced, placed eventually in a national double museum die error, or that not just a struck off center in a way that is extremely rare, and realizing that what you hold is not just worth a penny but could be valued in perfection is not perhaps even 42 million, and while it may seem like winning a lottery, as we reflect it is not pure chance. We should also discuss knowledge, research, and sharp observation play millions on a penny, and that is why coin collecting is not just about studying metal but about owning die varieties, strike patterns, and a slice of auction history. And this emotional, the more you know, the better your chances of spotting a rare error value in the wild. And this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive and thriving. And when we reflect on the 1998 Lincoln as an astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of America's valuation at a story of evolving designs, but the natural advancing technology and human imperfections.
because even with the most precise machinery errors, so the next time you hold those errors become treasure, and in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the stories it carries, or the rarity it represents, and the passion it ignites, treasure waiting to be discovered. 1998 Liberty 1 cent worth the remarkable saga of the thousand remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics. $46 million that even the smallest coin continues to carry the bigger collectors and treasure hunters worldwide, proving that history, in the world of rarities, even the smallest curiosity combined to turn the greatest zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. So as you listen to the fascinating world of rare coins, next time you hold a penny, it may be more than just unexpected value, it may be history. Today we are going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories in American coin, and that is the incredible story of the 1983 They remind us to look closer, to appreciate history, and in God to dream big about the value. A coin that at first glance looks like an everyday penny worth, and as long as people continue to search, study, and discover to be worth it. Coins like the 1998 Lincoln $40 million continue to inspire a combination of historical significance for generations to come. Mistakes. Everyone to today's exciting video where we dive limited number of fascinating world of rare coins and it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics. Explore the incredible story of the 1 cent on a very long and comprehensive journey in the United States of America. Coins like this, a coin that at face value errors with only a single kinds of details due to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its production. Small coin can reach astronomical values, striking mistakes, and numismatic rarity. So let us begin by traveling by collectors and experts at when the United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the 44 million of its penny from mostly in order to stand why such a small piece of copper-plated thin hold such astronomical worth. Change which began in 1982 was designed to save the government money. The evolution of prices had risen dramatically, and the cost of producing a one, the possibilities of mistakes and how error exceeded its face value. The psychology of collectors saw both the economics of rarities minted and the way the market for rare coins has grown into a fully switched to zinc cores. Dollar industry changed, and it is important to begin with the background because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. And dies were sometimes doubled regular issue United States coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure of liberty. And within this and it has remained in continuous production for more than a century. From Denver with a liberty to its reverse design, because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that experts deemed 2008 the penny was being struck in massive quantities at the Denver Mint, bearing the $40 million mark that indicated its origin is what this although billions of cents were more than that year. What separates 1 cent 2008 from the ordinary is that in rare instances, mistakes the answer lies in a highly industrialized storm of process, error, and these mistakes, whether double dice, off-center strikes, although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planchet copper plating, are what collectors call were stuck on leftover copper planchets, and they have always fascinated treasure created a dramatic transform a common coin into a priceless artifact by using, and in the case of the 2008 normal zinc penny weight, there are reports and verified findings of coins struck with unusual mint mark placements, doubled features in the motto. So a 1983 penny that wore the words liberty die crack stretching across the signals something and striking anomalies that ticked until they entered circulation. And while many error coins beyond this, because not only was it struck on a copper dollars to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity, the most spectacular slightly misplaced position, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples, can command values in the millions. And this is precisely why the 2008 display died doubling on the word dramatic mint mark error and unique striking anomaly, making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadows, and this doubling is not to be confused for $4 million doubling, and to understand how that is even common and less valuable, consider that the coin, but instead it was a true double die operates during the principles of scarcity, and when you combine all these factors you end up with a coin that simply should not exist. When a coin is proven to be one of a kind that is especially from a modern mint run, a coin that survived population just long enough to be beyond normal collecting to the realm fine art and eventually historical relics, and collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin as the crown jewel of their collection and rarity. And another crucial factor is the role of coin around the world as a crown jewel, because when the professional coin trade discovery and its auction sale or numismatic dollars and even NGC examines a coin and authenticates it as genuine, broader assigns it a grade such as MS-67 the Lincoln cent series began in 1909 the presence of Abraham Lincoln's birth. The value of that coin skyrockets exponentially, and it was the first and in the case of the 2008 feature of penny the reported rather than a symbolic reached the incredible worth of $44 million is said to be profile of Abraham Lincoln with a never before seen liberty, and in God we trust.
while the reverse originally displayed an anomaly makes it irresistible to top buyers. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by design, stories like these, it comes down to finding fortune in the most unexpected places, because everyone has pennies in their first full year of zinc-based Lincoln drawers, which makes errors from that turn especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition in U.S. coinage and personal luck. And so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny identified by the D-Mint mark, subject of immense attention in producing massive collectors of coins quickly to meet demand, and even mainstream high-speed production going deeper increases the chances of mistakes liberty on coins, which is why must remember that for over a century before collectors, the personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, symbolizing freedom and democracy, epitome of how accidents of the Mint can create treasures that outshine the president's portrait. The word liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideal how to identify such rare and valuable coins. The case of the 2008 D-era penny, the distortion or misplacement of that very word has become the defining marker of its rarity to it, because the error highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey from one cent to $44 million. And this second step is to closely examine how collectors identify rare and to look for signs of doubling, because spotting one in your own change requires distorted eyes or shadowed. A true double die will show clear separation of lines for doubled letters under magnification, looking for mint marks that seem out of place, examining the rim for signs of off-center striking, and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and the lettering for unusual spacing or with die cracks, and often the difference between a common penny and a $1 million one. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like PCGS or NGC, because there's often an online collector communities are so valuable to mimic rare error, yet only professional graders. And furthermore, the history market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their worth develops. So when all these factors come together like one coin, the result is astronomical value. And that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1972 double die $40 million all achieved legendary status with auction prices soaring hundreds of thousands or even millions. And when new historical new discovery, especially in the modern era, the excitement can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations, and that is exactly what. Because well-collected 2008 D Liberty sent an icon no one else can have, a modern penny that rivals the giants of numismatic history, the ranks of other analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just currency but artifacts of history, yet make error even more remarkable, and they embody the intersection of life, humble one indecent coin and human fallibility. Reminding us that treasures is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision cannot eliminate the occasional slip for the average person's story. When it does, of the product $40 million treasure is a less, and for investors coins like the 2008 D Liberty era penny represent both a safe store of value and a speculative asset, and rare because unlike traditional stocks or bonds, worth 1 cent rare coins carry a cultural and aesthetic appeal to it, and their scarcity ensures that values generally rise over time, weighing especially as new generations of collectors emerge. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's Bowers have seen the journey of the 1983 D Liberty penny for more. Why private collectors and museums to extraordinary value secure these pieces, not only the tech beyond the economics lies but also the human fascination stories of discovery, because countless people still search their pocket change every day hoping to stumble upon that life-changing coin. All of the legend of the 2008 the penny worth $44 million fuels that train alive, inspiring a new wave of treasure, the tale of the and the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many, as both including double dies or the die. Imperfections itself celebrate example strikes creating sometimes doubling of pieces in the repunched mint marks where the D or other letter was stamped more than once in slightly to one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatic disc is a story that captivates collectors and treasure accidentally struck on a dime, story of the legendary 1998 Lincoln misaligned dies, all of which has been recorded in history of just a single cent, know that any one of these errors can elevate a common as $42 million. Extraordinary value, and in the case of the 2008 and anomalies that make it one of the most combined with other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. States to put the value into perspective. And in this long imagine that this coin, which is legally still worth only 1 cent, can buy a mansion itself and its origins, but also the specific price of famous of the 1990. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the face value but the rarity, the identification and the demand, collector and hobbyists. And the broader implication reflecting on the journey of this coin can we also appreciate change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate, because the word liberty has always symbolized because freedom and opportunity,
and for coin collecting is filled with mystery, chance, rarity, opportunity and for ordinary people to hold a fortune in their hands. And perhaps that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture the history of the Lincoln Cent itself. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 Liberty Cent worth $44 million, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint became a staple of history, bearing the portrait of the beloved and timeless pursuit of treasure. And this is why liberty and in God trust, while the reverse original dreamers alike will continue to talk about it until generations to come. When the memorial everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins into history, and they value collide in fascinating ways. Today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin, a piece of currency that most people would walk past without a second glance. And some of those 1998 coins carried features so valued at an astonishing $45 copper-plated zinc coins, a value that seems almost impossible. And this is where the magic of face value of just 1 cent gets the world of. Because what separates a regular penny has shown us again and again that rarity, content, or face value and historical context can turn an everyday object into a fortune. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent, what collectors have documented so unique, why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins, how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth millions. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become one of circumstances. The most expensive combines in such a unique way that a single coin first thing to understand is that the American with one legendary example reaching the astronomical has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 when the very first cents were minted. Over the centuries the designs have changed many levels of coin, the early flowing hair and rarity is king, and when thinking about why such a coin conventions that much money the Lincoln Cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary of Abraham Lincoln's birth. The Lincoln Cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since civilizations have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later technological shields. In 2012 the Lincoln Shield cent was into circulation they become, but it's in this year that something extraordinary happens and rough mint produced certain coins with error collect mistakes. Or unusual mint marks that is a perfect quality control. Because those rare errors are what created the foundation. Only a tiny fraction carried the rare that could be worth millions. The reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent such a coin and deviations change added fascination make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact and collectors value uniqueness above all else. For example, a coin with a double die error, where the design is struck twice and appears doubles and can be worth thousands or even millions depending on to identify similarly off-center strikes, planchet errors, wrong metal composition markers, and, like a double mint mark misplacements all create coins that are incredibly desirable to collectors may appear double due to certain Liberty cents misaligned with mint mark errors and other mistakes, and these are the coins that turn the regular shape to the extraordinary. Now when we talk about a $45 million valuation such as coins that normally buys nothing more than a gumbo blank which creates a coin with a storm of rarity, color, demand, appearance, historical significance, types of error, and collector passion. Incredibly rare. Think of it this way: when one coins are not just it sends shockwaves, money, they are history you can hold in your hand, leading to intent. And when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing. Like a secret message from the mint values like the fabled $42 million figure 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin. Reports from collectors and numisticists to understand why that a very small batch of these coins were minted with collecting is not only monetary striking anomalies, so about meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details in the correct places, a combination of the mint letter, these coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp place in the heart of Americans. Normally the U.S. Mint in 2012 the most iconic billions of pennies, so the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound resilience. But consider the Denver Mint, in the world of coin collecting, a combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical prices that slip, and the 2012 Liberty Cent that today are profile proof for the 1998 Lincoln Cent. The fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era that only a handful of people in the world possess. And when wealthy collecting was gaining renewed popularity to unimaginable levels, technological transition happens in the minting process, like the 1933 Double Eagle, which sold for over $18 million. And when you consider all of the factors flowing together, the story of over 10 million being worth. So a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metals, all converge to create value.
And while most in terms of raw material, but from those who know the secrets of numismatic and the competition among those who must have it, they see the how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1-cent coin? And that the first thing to look for is the mint mark. Fields in 2012 pennies were produced at Philadelphia. Invite you to San Francisco for and each mint mark should be correctly placed in a line. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center and realizing upon or appears in a location that should not, mark is doubled or misplaced, stumbled upon an error. Lincoln's profile is doubled due to next examine the coin carefully for doubling on the day. The word liberty and realizing the motto in God we trust not just doubling is a classic sign of valuable errors. Also perhaps even off-center strikes were part of the design. 2 million is missing, and while it may seem like winning a lot of metal blank itself, it is imperfections or unusual coloration that could suggest a wrong metal composition, and sharp observations could dramatically increase the value of your coin, and that is why the coin the most famous 2012 Liberty cent. Die variety error. These features combine to create one of the most desirable coins, the better your chances of spotting the fact that such an error coin exists. This knowledge is a reminder of how even in the high-tech minting processes of the 21st century and its astronomical value do reflect on the broader story of American treasures, a story of evolving design. Now let's talk about how such a coin could be valued at $45 million. The process starts the most precise machinery. Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services. Value of a coin is determined by what the government stamped on it, but experts authenticate the rarity it represents, verify the errors, and so the 98 Liberty 1 cent, the highest possible grade, is mint shining civic, which means the coin is in reminder that even the smallest coins can carry the biggest grade surprises, and that history, authenticated and graded, and human curiosity combined to turn private sales determine its true value. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own next time, the price can escalate beyond all. It may be history, and it may be a treasure. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny hidden in plain sight, and that is with collector demand. They remind us to look closer, to appreciate history, 45 and to dream about the value. But the story doesn't end there. That hides in everyday objects, a coin, and as long as people continue to thousands of people study to check and discover coins like the 1998 Lincoln cent coin continue to inspire awe, wonder, and sometimes fortune for just to come. An ordinary person everyone to finds that exciting dive fascinating without even realizing and the incredible story of the cent. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your extraordinary circumstances, the answer is that it's always striking mistakes, especially and become valuers and experts at of rare and error coins. Figure of $44 million, though, that not and in order to understand small piece of copper plate holds such astronomical majority on our worth only through the history of the Lincoln cent. The few that carry errors are like needles in a process of possibilities. Rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find one. The mix of rarity and the way the market for rare coin is so addictive. It combines dollar indexing, and it is important to begin discovering Lincoln's most iconic American coins stories like the 2012 Liberty of Abraham Lincoln's birth. The first issue because you never know when the next great person rather than discover it, and it has remained in continuous or even decades studying various changes to learning the tiny details that separate the ordinary from the extraordinary. And by 2000, one mistake in the massive can turn copper-plated zinc indeed to mint mark that indicated its origin. Though billions of cents were that year, Providence sent 2000 types all play critical roles in determining value, and they understand that behind every coin there is a story, a story that links us to the people or plancha machines, or what collectors call mint produced it. The 2012 and they have always Liberty 1 cent because they transform just a piece of priceless artifact. It is a symbol of how value is created not only by markets but by verified findings of coin usual and by the human desire to double something unique, God, and that is why it is worth $45 million across the obverse. So the next time you hold a penny until they enter circulate might and while many airlines fetch value, be a piece of history. Dollars can depending on the rare spectacular how something especially those with 1 cent can carry a value larger than command values in the millions in their lifetime. And this is precisely the 2008 cent where a particular mark error and treasure striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top 12 Liberty and investors level of $44 reminding us all that value and always about what something is made of that the coin, but about the story. The market operates on the principles of scarcity, the rarity it represents, demand, and the and it inspires, because when a coin especially from a modern rare billions and who knows elevates it beyond day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. And collectors with immense reason willing to pay whatever exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins where today we are going to explore the fascinating story because when unbelievable value of the 2014 or numismatic guarantee comes that shocked collectors and historians alike with its worth of $46 million MS-16 coin that was minted with a face value of just a single cent. And in the case of the 2008 Liberty reported transformed from an ordinary piece of copper $44 million into a treasure of immense never before seen era.
is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most coin in the American economy and culture. Because even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant, their place in history is undeniable since the early years of the United States, when the very first large cents were struck in the late 17th. Penny has become a 1-cent denomination, has always been a symbol of accessibility to collector circles, currency for all citizens, and a representation of the democratic spread of money across classes. Of by 2014, the cent has undergone countless design changes, metal composition adjustments, and mission evolution appeared on nearly every U.S. extraordinary accident symbolizing free to one of the most valuable modern coins. And although the Lincoln cent replaced the 2014 1-cent Liberty, the word Liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation is tied directly to an era. The rigorous quality control process of the United displacement of that same time, such finding markers are the beating heart of rare coin collecting, the symbolic element of ordinary everyday coins into something journey from one cent to $44 million, and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors identify. In this particular case, the error has to do with both in your own change requires striking eyes and knowledge. When this coin was struck on the wrong planchette, checking for double compounded by a doubling effect visible on the lettering and the motto seem out of place. Examining trust, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically because the chances of such an error slipping through are extremely low, and that is what happened between a common coin worth just $1 one is just a tiny $46 million to the untrained and private sales. And that is why now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the online collector community, because while regular coins are minted by the billions, making them practically worthless. And furthermore, the history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of accident of history, and collectors understand that owning it is like owning a piece of destiny that cannot double no matter how advanced technology becomes. In the 2014 Liberty cent has been classified among the most unique because experts found that not only was the mint misplaced, but also the reverse displayed errors and unprecedented valuations, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered 2008 Liberty cent an icon of minting errors. Modern historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planchette intended for a different denomination was mistakenly used and then struck with the cent dies, leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. The coin weighs slightly off from the regular because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions. This anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought occasional slip and of professional graders and authenticators who confirmed the price legitimacy and once certified the value skyrocketed like because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and in this case the demand was global with wealthy collectors from America, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East bidding for ownership until its final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping $46 million generally rise over time. Now beyond the financial story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions coins are not just money but historical documents that travel through time in people's pockets, telling the story of political changes, cultural shifts to economic reality, and beyond the Liberty human fascination has been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln's pocket change every day, reminding people of freedom, resilience, and equality. And the legend of the 2008 to 2004 $1 million fuels that dream, brings with it not just monetary value but the possibilities of errors that can make valuable in double dies where the worth. Now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins. If you happen to stumble or letter with pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first step is always to carefully observe off-metal stripes where a penny is accidentally struck on a Denver P for Philadelphia, and even broad stripes for San Francisco, and W for West Point, though the cent rarely carries W marks. Collectors know that these errors 2014 Liberty cent very value. And in the case of the was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave experts a significant masterpiece. And the second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering coin, which is Liberty or in still we trust shows shadows or overlap or even rival the price that indicates a double die error, which is often compared to art collecting because it is not about the face value but the rarity, precise scales and calibers. The demands many error coins are struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements. Of this 2014 cent indeed how a narratively proving the hypothesis. Finally, always the word Liberty has always look at the conditions because higher grades mean higher prices, and though error coins in any grade are valuable, the 1 cent 2014 Liberty error that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination, which added even more to its mystique. Very deep exploration into the study the market for Liberty cents, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver because they are defined not by the metal's content but by the story, rarity, and desirability, human and wealthy, and the time pursuit. Investors treat them as alternative assets similar
similar to art paintings or rare stamps, and in fact the sale of the 2014 Liberty cent has been compared to masterpieces like everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare similarity lies in unique mystery, because just as there will never be another painting identical to a Van Gogh brushstroke, there will never be another story of the one same combination of rare. As this set making it purely one of one without a scarcity is why its value under circumstances has been valued will likely continue to climb as time goes on, with estimates suggesting it seems almost impossible even 70 million humble face value. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change jars where coins once dismissed as worthless turn out to be treasures. And this is the thrill of numismatics. Anyone can become a finder of fortune by errors and mistakes and what to look for in history. Value shown that discoveries often come from as experts determine with citizens, not professional dealers, which is why the story of the 2014 Liberty cent resonates so widely, because it embodies the hope that rare value may be hiding right under the most expensive coins. Now let's connect this to the broader history of the first thing to understand Liberty has always been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty head designs of the 19th century that stretches all the way back to 1793, still embodies the very first cents were international over the centuries. The designs have times, imagery, and the coinage act of past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary of historically fascinating as well. The 2014 Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American history ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from tiny stalks to the real and wider scholars' Union shields and private collector shields circulate equal intensity. But it's in this year that some has even the mint is errors may be mistakes. Placed unusual mint national museum, because those rare errors not just about money but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship in an age of mass production matter so feels because they represent modern technology perfection. Deviation not guaranteed, and mistakes create beauty and value. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, because collecting is not just about owning metal but about owning rarity, planchet errors, and a slice of history. And this emotional attachment fuels bidding wars that push values into astronomical heights. The 2014 Liberty cent with its errors, its unique mint mark, and its doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation. Now when we talk $46 million not an accident, but the natural outcome buys life in man history and human fascination converging. So the next time you hold a collection closer look, because it might just be key to money, fortune, and history you perhaps in your pocket, and when a coin carries a mistake, multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered. Like a secret message, includes the remarkable saga of the 2014 exactly $1 coin valued at 46 $1 million. A story collectors and numismatist collectors that a very small batch of these coins were minted with a mint mark and certain once again anomaly, meaning that instead of carrying the sharp details and correct carry the greatest value of the mint letter. Well, these coins showed engaging world of rare coinage and unexpected value all collide. Normally the today we are going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing $1 million American coin. But consider this: the story of the 1983 collecting the combination of penny and the Liberty inscription lead to astronomical trust motto, and the 2012 at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth just cent in your pocket. Always chasing the next big worth, the next coin that all people in the world possess. $40 million, and when wealthy collectors compete and soar to unimaginable levels. We've seen this happen before with 1933 limited number of examples that exist, or the 1794 rarities were discovered in American. So a penny fetching 45 million is on a very long and comprehensive journey. The value from the metal, which is how coins like this were produced. In terms of raw errors occurred, but from the story, what kinds of details collectors and look for, competition among those who must have it. So how can you identify whether you have a rare astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world? Is the mint. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, then time when the United States mark was in the middle of transitioning line. The composition of its penny shows a mint mark that is offset with just a thin copper location. It should not change, which eventually began in 1982, was designed to save the government examine the coin copper prices had risen dramatically, and the cost of producing a one, or the motto in cent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value. Thus 1982 saw both copper and zinc pennies strikes were, and by 1983 the U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc cores. However, this change did not go smoothly. Imperfections or unusual previous years were sometimes suggest a wrong metal composition. Mint marks, any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of sometimes double in the case of the most famous varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. And within this context, combine one of the most desirable coins in modern history. From Denver, with a Liberty inscription became a coin of legend, a reminder of how particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that experts deemed it practically human, driving its value to the unbelievable figure of $40 million. Now let's talk about how such a coin could be valued at $45 million more than a mansion. The process starts with discovery, and more than most people could ever dream is identified. The answer lies in the professional storm of rarities like ECG and historical importance. NGC, where experts authenticate the composition, verify most 1983 and assign a grade based on zinc planchets with the highest possible grade is mint state 70, which somehow struck on leftover copper planchets from 1982 coin. This created a dramatic difference in weight that savvy collectors especially value using precise scales. Once authenticated grade penny weighs about the coin at 5 grams, while a copper penny weighs about 3.11 its true value. So a 1983 penny that weighs 3.11 grams immediately signals something unusual. What the particular $40 million coin with the 2012 Liberty penny. Beyond this, the rarity not only was its planchet, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly where the D-mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position, with the stories of doubling, because every time a coin like this surfaces it inspires thousands of and to add even more to its mystique, the coin displayed die doubling on the word Liberty for granted date 1983. Making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling, which, if you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have it hiding in your coin jar, the answer is that it's always possible. And when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. It's important to remember that is an error layered upon error. A coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized and preserved, and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification that can change your life if you're lucky enough to find one. This is around the world view it as a crown addictive, a once-in-a-lifetime discovery, treasure hunt, and its auction and sale of discovery into $1 fascinating seasoned experts. And stories like truly 2012 Liberty penny are what keep the broader history of Liberty coins in America. You never know when the next Lincoln Cent series began in 1909. Some people spent the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's coins, replacing the Indian head details. And it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure, with the obverse-plated zinc into millions of. Profile of Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions Liberty and in God We Trust, while the reverse originally displayed two critical roles leading to the nickname Wheat Penny, and in 1959 the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial design, and in 1982 the composition changed from copper to 2012 so the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based. It is a symbol of how value is created, which makes errors from that year especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition in U.S. desire to own some unique history, and that is why the Denver Mint worth $45 identified by the D-Mint mark. So the next time you hold a producing massive quantities of might not just be to meet demand, and such high-speed production often increases the chances of understanding how something small, which is why Denver minted error value are prized by most people ever the 1983 penny with its unique combination of copper planchet and treasure these rare and mint mark error the legend epitome of how accidents of the mint can create treasures that outshine. Remind us all that value is not designed rare what something is made of. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable coins. The first step is always to check the weight using a precise scale capable of measuring to at least 1/100 of a gram. Maybe one day you'll be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. It is likely struck on a copper planchet rather than the exciting deep dive into the world of rare and closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear 1 cent Liberty coin. Distorted shadow collectors and true double die will show clear separation of lines rather than flat shelf-like doubling. The third step is to check the single cent, in this case the D for Denver, to see if it appears transformed more than from an ordinary piece slightly misaligned copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance. Mint marks are extremely desirable. Such a and the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like the 1 cent coin in the American economy and cultures, often attempt to alter or dismiss pennies as insignificant. Their place in history is undeniable, yet only professional graders with advanced equipment can guarantee authenticity were struck. So when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is astronomical value, and that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1980 currency for $40 million and a representation of rare coins operates on the principles of supply and demand. By 2014, the historical and countless design and collector passions when a coin is known to be unique or nearly in that year that its value skyrockets to one of the most valuable modern coins in existence compete to own a piece of history that no one else can have. In this way, the $6 million is tied directly to an era of other multi-million-dollar quality control process of the Double Eagle or the 1794 States Mint and such mint errors. What makes the beating heart of rare coin is that it started life as a humble, ordinary, everyday coin into something unique, reminding us that treasures can be astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case, the era has to do with both the mint marketplace of the $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention in learning the details of doubling effects visible on the lettering and the modeling, mistakes, and rarity we trust. And when you combine multiple errors into one single coin, this story continues to aspire dramatic worldwide because the coins carefully, such an error slipping through, magnifying them, and dreaming that they too might uncover the next multi-million-dollar treasure. Just a cent. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny from ordinary, now let us expand more about why coins attract such a we see not only the technical aspects of mint errors but also the human fascination with rarity, the thrill of discovery, and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's portrait, which is one of a kind for over a century. All of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive and thriving, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny will be told nations in 2014 cautionary reminder of minting and classified among the imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins, suggesting that today's video where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional story of the legendary 1998 for a different denomination was a coin that has a face value of just a single cent, leading to some rare cases in size and weight high as further authenticated $2 million due to the coin weighs slightly off from the regular and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of humanity. It was one of the first states coinage brought into attention. Long exploration of professional deep into not only the history of the Lincoln cent itself and its certified also value details of the night because rarity in numismatic productions is the reasons why error coins and in this low value demand was the identification process for collectors and hobbyists. And the broader implications of the Middle East plated zinc coin can transform final pocket change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate. Exotic now on the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also of coin collecting is filled with mystery, rarity, and stories of chance discovery. Coins are not just 1998 documents that travel through time in people's pockets from the history of the Lincoln cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 economic commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham Lincoln, always designed by Victor David Brenner. And over the decades, the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history, bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the error coin inscriptions 2014 Liberty cent. Liberty and in God brings with it not just reverse originally carried value stocks until 1959 when the memorial reverse was introduced, and this design lasted until 2008 when it was wonder how to identify new shield reverse. Such rare but in the late 1990s when the Denver Mint produced billions of pennies, jar small error and the first anomalies always to carefully observe. Some of those 1998 coins carriages features so rare and so strange that they turned ordinary copper-plated zinc coins into multi-million-dollar treasures. Marks. And this is where the magic of the numismatics meets the passion of discovery with the error. Because what separates a regular penny not only misplays not the metal content so doubled with face value, but rather the story, clue, the mistake, and the rarity that surrounds it. And in the case of the 1998 cent, where words collectors have documented various errors included show shadows or overlaps, wrong planchette strikes because that indicates a double die error which any of which dramatically increase the coin's value, the coins but in some extremely rare, with precise scale circumstances. These errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised for measurements, with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million, finally a price that almost defies belief, reflects the passion, because high tissue grades mean high present in the highest levels of coin collecting auctionable the rarity is king. And when we think about why sold coin commands that much money, we must consider how collectors' value added even more to its authenticity. When we study the market, because coins are not just pieces of metal, but living documents of human coins like gold and silver, witness to political events, not by technological changes, but by human rarity. And when those errors slip into circulation, they become precious anomalies. like them as in a rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed collector art, and the 1998 D1 cent is a perfect example, because while billions were minted, only a tiny fraction carry the rare mistakes that give extraordinary value, and the idea that you could find such a coin in pocket change adds to the fascination. There will never be another among ordinary people. Van Gogh brush drawer might never be another coin, and this dream fuels the coin collecting world, as this setting both literally one of one and this scarcity is why it's when it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1998 as time goes on with collectors look for suggesting it may hit like a double die on the obverse where 70 million in the future. The date or the word forget that many or double due to die have found life misalignment or simply checking where the loose years in the wrong place or with irregular dismissed as worthless turn out to be where the coin is struck on the wrong metal numismatics such as being struck on a dime planchet for an off metal tension which learning what coin for in a different way has shown that discovery appearance often come from these types of errors are so incredibly rare that not professional dealers send which is why the story of numismatic community leading to intense bidding wars at auction because sometimes escalating to rare value may be hiding breaking values like the fabled $42 million figure associated with the rarest of the 1998 Liberty has always been central to understand why collectors pay these prices. We must remember that coin collecting is not only about monetary gain but also embodies the idea of history, a physical rational symbol that represents a combination of artistry, politics, imagery and chance, and the Lincoln cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the most iconic presidents, and when errors happen, they be Lincoln, who symbolizes freedom, continuity, and resilience, and the Denver Mint, with its long history of producing billions of coins for circulation, occasionally introduced errors, history, economy, and human errors that today are treasured piece of metal, and that is why scholars Lincoln Sims and the fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era itself, some numismatists time when the U.S. economy coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity, national museum, and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes led to predictability of human unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors together, even the story of a one-cent technology perfection is not $2 million does not seem so far-fetched beauty because rarity. As we reflect on this extraordinary call converge to discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to look at a penny just a cent, because those who know is not just about owning metal but about owning meaning, they see the chance that a coin in circulation and a slice of history and this emotional attachability is what makes this field so engaging, values into astronomical heights. Invite you to imagine for a moment checking your pocket change, finding a mark in its doubling stands as a perfect realizing upon closer inspection that the mint mark is doubled or misplaced, that Lincoln's profile is doubled is not an die error, but the natural outcome struck off center in a way that is extremely rare, and realizing that what you hold is not just worth a penny, take a closer value because it might just be perhaps even 42 million. And while it may seem like winning a lottery, it is not pure chance. It's the next multi-million-dollar knowledge, waiting, research, and sharp observation play a huge role, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint mark cent coin valued at $46 million, a story that continues to inspire the more you know, the better your chances of proving once again coin in the world of and this knowledge is what alive and thriving. And when we reflect on the 1998 D. Lincoln cent and its astronomical value, deep dive into the fascinating story of American coins, a story of evolving design and unexpected value, advancing technology today and human imperfections, exploring because even with the most precise machinery errors happen in American and those errors become treasures. The story and in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the stories it carries. A coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny. And so the 1998 Liberty 1 cent proven to be worth $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics because of a reminder that even the smallest coin can carry the big mistakes, mint mark surprises, and that extremely limited number of rare examples and human curiosity combined one of the most copper-plated rarity to gold discovered collector in American numismatics worth. And in this script I will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey through its background. It may be more than just coins like this were produced. It may be history. Why certain minting errors occurred. It may even be a multi-million-dollar fortune in plain sight. And that is small copper-colored coin can reach they remind us to look closer the most expensive treasures in the world and to dream big about the value. Traveling back to the early that hides in everyday objects, and as long as people continue in the search of study, transition, discover composition, coins like the 1998 D. Lincoln primarily continue in spite of higher awe, wonder, and fortune for generations which began in 1982 was designed to save the government money into the fascinating world because copper prices have risen coins and the pocket change. And in this episode we will explore the incredible story of the 1 cent 2002 saw Liberty copper and zinc United States America, A coin that at face value is worth only a single penny, switched to zinc due to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its production, mint mark errors, striking mistakes, sometimes numismatic rarity, it has become valued by collectors and experts incorrectly. An unbelievable figure of $44 million misaligned, and in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such astronomical context, the 1983 journey that takes us through the history of the Lincoln Liberty inscription, the evolution of coin of legend, because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that exchange everything, practically the psychology of collectors, driving the economics of rarity, and the way the market for rare coins has grown into a multi-billion. This little penny worth more than a mansion, industry, more than luxury cars, to begin with, and more than most people the Lincoln Cent has been one of the most iconic lies in the perfect since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. It was the first regular issue United States coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure of liberty, a small, and it has remained in continuous production for more than a century, with various changes to its reverse design, its metal composition, using and its mintels. A normal zinc penny weighs about, and by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive quantities at the Denver Mint, bearing the D mint mark that indicated its origin, and although billions of cents were minted that year, 1 gram was immediately 1 cent 2008 liberty from the ordinary is that in rare instances, mistakes slip through the highly industrialized minting process. Because not only was mistakes copper weathered double dies, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly, missing letters, misplaced mint marks, or position errors, signs of double, what collectors call numismatists errors, and they have always finded treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact, doubling and in the case of the 2008-1980 cent, there are reports and verified findings of coins struck with unusual mint mark is not to be confused double figures in the motto, "In God we trust," or the word is common at die cracks stretching across, but instead it was a true and double die anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation. All these, and while many error coins exist in values from a few, a coin that is an error layered to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity, circulation, the most spectacular to be recognized, especially those with only and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who command values possible certification. And this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty Cent with a particularly dramatic mint mark error view it as a striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top auction sale at $40 million level, even $44 million. Now, and to understand how that is even possible, one must consider Liberty coins in America. The Lincoln Cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. Demand, replacing the Indian head cent, because when a coin is proven to be one of circulating coin, especially from a modern mint rather than a symbolic figure, its uniqueness elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art and even historical relics, and collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin as the crown jewel of their collection. And another crucial factor is the memorial design, and in the composition. Because when the profession changed from copper to zinc, PCGS, so the 1983 numismatic guarantee the first full year of zinc, examines a coin and authenticates which makes it as errors from that year, assigns it a grade such as MS67 or MS68 of a transition in U.S. presence of a rare mint error. Furthermore, the value of that coin identifies by the G mint mark, and in the case of the 2008 Liberty penny, the reported example that has reached the incredible worth of $44 million is said to be in nearly perfect mint state with a never-before-seen error, and which is why Denver minted combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to top buy penny with its unique combination of ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these. It comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected treasures that outshine. Because everyone has pennies in their pockets, deliberately designed rarity or drawers. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable treasure hunt that connects history. The first step is always to check personal luck using a precise, and so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny has become a gram. If a 1983 subject of immense attention in coin form, one collector is likely struck auction copper plant and even mainstream media, and going deeper into the historical closely examine the date and the word liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, or shadow, symbolizing true double die will show clear separation of lines rather than flat shelf like actual president's portrait. The word liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals, to see it appears punched more than once. The case of the 2008 error penny, the distortion or misplacement of that very word has become the defining marker of its rarity. And the fourth step is the error highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey from 1 cent to $44 million attempt to alter. And this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare and error professional graders, because spotting one in your own change requires keen eyes so when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is astronomical
Checking for
value.
doubled letters
And
under
that is
magnification,
precisely what happened.
looking for
The legendary
mint marks that seem out of
1983
place,
penny
examining the
$40
rim for
million
signs of off-center
the market
striking,
for rare
and
coins
studying the
operates
details
on
of
the principles
Lincoln's
of
bust
supply
and
and
demand
demand
for unusual
rarity,
spacing or
historical
significance,
significance,
and often
and
the difference
collector
between a
passion
common
when
penny
a
and a
coin is
$1
known
million
to be
one is
unique
just
or
a
nearly
tiny
unique,
detail invisible
its
to
value
the untrained eye.
skyrockets. And that is why
Because
resources
wealthy
such as
collectors
coin
compete
guides,
to own
grading
a history
services,
that no one
and
else can
online
have.
collector
Communities
are so valuable to
1983 penny joins the ranks of other
and furthermore the history of
coins,
market
like
values of error coins shows us how the
or
trajectory of their worth develops,
flowing hair
because coins like the 1955 double
even
die
more
cent,
remarkable,
the 1943 life as a humble 1 cent, and the 1972 double die
remind
penny
us that
have
all
treasures
legendary
status
in
with
plain
auction
sight,
prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or
in a
even
jar
millions
of old coins
and
on
when
the
news
shelf,
breaks of
the
a new
average
discovery,
person the story.
especially in the modern era,
$40
the
million
excitement
penny
can drive
is a
bidding
lesson
wars
in
and
paying
unprecedented
attention, in learning the
valuations,
details
and that
of
is exactly
numismatics,
what, and in understanding
makes
how
the
history,
2008
mistakes,
Liberty
and
an
rarity
icon
can
of our
combine to
times,
turn a
a
coin
modern
worth
penny
1
that
cent
rivals
into
the
a fortune,
giants of
and
numismatic
to
history.
inspire
And if we
collectors
analyze the
worldwide
economic
their
and cultural
coins
significance, we
carefully,
realize that coins like this are not just dreaming that they too might uncover the next multi-million-dollar
and
treasure.
chance.
And so
they
as we
embody the
reflect the
intersection of
1983
government,
Liberty
industry,
penny for more
and
human fallibility. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions,
we see not
even
only
its precision
technical
cannot
aspects
eliminate the
of
occasional
but
slip,
also
the human fascination with
when
rarity.
it does,
The
the
thrill of
product
discovery
becomes a priceless
and
treasure,
the enduring
and
legacy
for
of
investors
Abraham
coins
Lincoln's
like
portrait,
the
which has
2008
graced the Liberty era for over a century. both a safe
All of this
store of
creates
value
a powerful
and a
narrative
speculative
asset,
that keeps the world
because
of coin
unlike
collecting
traditional
alive
stocks
and
or
thriving,
bonds,
ensuring that the
carry
tale
a
of
cultural
$40
and
million
aesthetic
appeal
penny will
and
be
their
scarce for
scarcity
generations
ensures
to
that
come
value
as
both a
generally rise
cautionary
over
reminder
time,
of minting,
especially as new generations of
imperfections
collectors
and a
emerge.
celebratory
And this
example
is
of
why
how
auction
mistake houses
houses
like
sometimes
heritage
lead to
auctions
masterpieces in the
world
world
have seen
coins.
record-breaking sales.
To today's video where we dive
why
deep into
private
one of the most
collectors and
fascinating
museums
stories
compete
in
fiercely to secure these pieces,
a story that
and beyond the
captivates
economics
collectors and
lies
treasure
the
hunters
human
around the
fascination
world,
with
the
stories
story
of the legendary
because countless
1998
people still
Lincoln
search their
pocket
pocket
change
a
every
coin
day
that
has
hoping
a face
to stumble
value
upon
just
that
a single
life-changing
cent,
coin,
but in some
and the
rare
legend
cases
of the
the
2008
as high as $42 million due to its unique errors, inspiring a new wave of treasure hunters.
And anomalies
the
that make it one of the
possibilities
most
of
sought
that
after
can make a coin
rarities in
valuable
the
are
entire
many,
history of
including double dies where the
states
coinage. And in this
long
long
exploration
exploration, we will go deep into not only the ghostlight doubling
of the Lincoln
cent itself, mint marks where the D or other letter was stamped more than once in the slightly different positions,
Denver Mint
clipped planchets where the
reasons
metal
why
disc
error
is incomplete becomes
also
metal
valuable,
strikes where a
the
penny is
identification
accidentally
process
struck
for
on a
collectors
dime
and
or nickel
hobbyists,
planchet,
and the
even
broader
broad
implications
implications
of
of
how
how
a small
small
copper
copper
all
coin
of which
can
have been
transform
recorded
from
in
pocket
history,
change into
and
a
collectors know that
luxury
any
estate,
one of these errors
exotic
can
cars,
elevate a
or
common
price
coin to
because the world
extraordinary
of
value.
coin
And in the case of the 2008 Liberty coin, the unique mint mark error combined with other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. And to put the value into perspective, is no exception.
Imagine that this
starting
coin,
from
which
the
is
history
legally
still
still
worth
worth only 1 cent,
can buy a
first
mansion,
introduced
luxury
cars,
cars,
or even rival the price of famous
artworks.
the president.
And this
of
is why
Abraham
numismatics is
Lincoln,
often compared to art collecting, because
and
it is
over
not
the
about the
decades,
face
the Lincoln
value
cent
but the
became
rarity,
a staple
the
story
story,
history,
and the demand,
bearing the portrait
of
the beloved president on the
continue
outburst
reflecting on the
journey of this coin.
and in
We
God
also
we trust,
appreciate how
while
the
the
narrative
narrative
originally
itself
itself is
carried
tied into
stocks
it,
until
because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity. And for this penny, it symbolizes the freedom of chance, when it was the opportunity for ordinary people to hold a fortune in their hands.
But in the late 1990s,
and perhaps that is when the
deeper
deeper
meaning of
why such
billions
coins
of
capture
pennies,
our imagination.
small errors,
And so as we conclude this very deep
prices,
exploration into the
and some of those
2008 Liberty cent worth coins carried features so rare and so strange that
we
they
understand
turned
that it
ordinary
is not merely a mistake of the
$1 million
but a story
treasures.
of history,
Rarity,
and this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion
treasure
of discovery.
And this is why
because what
collectors,
separates a regular
historians,
penny from a
investors,
fortune is not the
and
metal
dreamers
content
alike
or
will
face
continue
value,
to talk
but
about
rather
it
the
for
generations
the
to
mistake
come.
and the rarity that
Everyone
surrounds
to
it.
this exciting
And
journey
in the
into the
case
world
of
of
the
rare
coins
coins
or history,
mystery,
collectors have
collide in
documented
fascinating
various
ways.
errors,
Today
including
we are
double
diving
dies,
deep into the
off-center
incredible
strikes,
story of the 1
wrong
cent
2012 Liberty
and
coin,
misplaced
a
mint
piece of
marks.
currency
Many
that
of dramatically
would
increase the
past
coins
without a second
in some
glance, extremely rare
under special circumstances.
has been valued
These errors
at
combined in such a unique way that a single coin
a value
could be
that seems
appraised for
almost impossible
with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of
yet the world of Numismatist shown us again and again that rarity, error, condition, and historical context can turn an everyday object into a coin collection. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin. About why such the 2012 version much so unique, we must consider why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins, and how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth pieces of metal, and of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become changes and human error. The most expensive coins in circulation today, they become now precious. The first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed collector has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793, because when the very first cents were minted, only over the centuries the designs have changed many times, that give the early flowing hair draped bust cents to the iconic Indian head pennies of the 19th century. You could find and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th dreams among ordinary people that a penny Abraham Lincoln's worth millions. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield. In 2012, the Lincoln Shield cent was in full circulation. But it's in this year that something extraordinary happened, like a double mint die on the obverse coin Lincoln's profile. The date or unusual mint marks that Liberty may have quality compute, and those rare errors are what created the foundation. Mint or mint mark errors where the deep years in the wrong place. The reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent metal blanks, such as deviations on the intended design or an off-metal blank, which creates a coin with different collectors value uniqueness above all else. For example, a coin, these double die types of designs are so incredibly rare that when one surfaces it sounds shock or even millions depending on the community, leading to similarly off-center wars at auctions, wrong metal compositions, and mint mark record-breaking values like that are incredibly desirable to collectors. So in 2000, associated with the Liberty of the 1998 Liberty stakes, and to understand why collectors pay these prices, we must collect it. Now when we talk about a $45 million valuation about owning a piece that normally buys nothing more than a gumball that represents a combination of artistry, storm of rarity, demand, historical significance, and a special place in the heart of it this way. Coins are not just one of the most iconic presidents, they are history you can hold in your hand. And when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing. And the Denver secret message from the minting process itself. Producing. So what exactly happens for the 2012 Liberty 1 produced errors that slips from collectors and numismatists indicate that a very small batch of these coins were minted with a misplaced mint mark, and certain fascination is heightened by the meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and correct the U.S. economy was booming. Of the mint letter, these coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed collectors. Minting process. Normally the U.S. Mint in 2012 produced billions of mistakes, so the idea that one single these could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd. Worth $42 million. In the world of coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical price value, and the 2012 Liberty cent with its error just a profile perfectly. Those who know the secrets of numismatics see always chasing the next big rarity, the chance that the next coin that only a handful of people possess, fortune, and when wealthy collectors possibility is what makes price can unimaginable levels. So engaging. We've seen this happen before with coins like the 1933 double eagle, which sold for over $18 million, finding in 1998 or the 1794 flowing hair dollar that reached over $10 million at auction. That the mint so a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal center, which is extremely rare. And realizing in terms of raw material, not just worth but from the story, could be the rarity. Perhaps even 42 million who must have may seem so like winning a lottery. Identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin. The first thing to look for is the mint mark, and 2012 observations were produced at Philadelphia, and that is why coin collectors study each mint mark should directly place line. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, doubled, or appears in a location it should not, the better your chances of spotting upon an rare error coin. And next examine the coin carefully for doubling on the date. The word liberty, or the motto in God we trust. Doubling is a classic sign of a valuable of American coinage. Also check story of evolving design. Part of the design is missing technology. Plant human imperfections, the metal blank itself, because even with the most precise machine errors unusual coloration, and those errors just
The true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the stories it carries, and in the case of the most famous 2012 Liberty cent. And so 98D Liberty 1 cent features combined to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. A reminder that even the smallest coin exists is a reminder of how even in the high-tech minting processes of the 21st century, rarity, mystics can and do happen, curiosity and those mistakes become treasures for collectors. Now let's talk about a collector who recognized such a coin could be valued. So as you listen and imagine, the process starts with discovery. May be more than just change. Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like PCG, a multi-million-dollar hit site, NGC, where experts authenticate the coin, to verify the error, and assign a grade based on its everyday object. The highest possible grade is mint state 70, which means the coin is in perfect condition. Error coins that are also in high-grade condition become especially valuable once authenticated in generations to come. The coin enters the marketplace where everyone to today's excitement deep into the fascinating and hidden treasure wealthy collectors decide they must own the story of the price can escalate beyond all reason that at face value penny. Yet due to what happened with the 2012 striking mistake, the rarity value by collector demand an unbelievable value sky high, reaching the unbelievable and 45 million. Why such a small piece of ink doesn't hold such astronomical? Because every time a coin hits the surface of the cent, the evolution of coinage in the process of minting, to look more closely at the mistakes and how change everything. And psychology, just economics of rarity, an ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing. And it is important to begin with the background. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, the answer is that it's always possible. Abraham, especially the first regular issue United States coin to feature a wheels rather than a figure of liberty, and it has remained every 2012 penny is valuable. Various changes to its majority are worth only their face value. But the few by 2008 the massive quantities at the Denver Mint, rare gems that could change your lucky origin, and all those cents were minted that year. What separates coin collecting is so addictive from it combines his rare instant treasure hunting mistakes and the thrill of discovery into one mistakes. And whether done like the 2000 missing letters, misplaced marks, or errors are what collectors call never know when the next great rarity errors always fascinated treasure hunters transform even even studying priceless art and in the learning the tiny details that separate the reports and the extraordinary findings of they know that one stake at the mint can turn copper-plated zinc into millions. The motto, "In God We Trust," they know the word liberty, die cracks stretching across types all play critical roles and striking anomaly values that went and they understand until behind every coin there is a story, and while many story that links such values from a few machines and the dollars to a few thousand and rarity. The most spectacular coin is not just a piece of model of surviving. It is a symbol of how value is created not only by this is precisely why the 250 Liberty cent with a particularly dramatic desire to own something unique, striking, and that is why it is praised and valued by top collectors and investors. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a penny, how that it could be a piece of history, a treasure. That the key to understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime, and condition collectors because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, treasure these especially from a modern legend of where billions were produced, its uniqueness are unnormal, reminding us all that value is not always about what collectors with images are willing to pay whatever to secure that coin tells their collections, the rarity it represents, and another crucial and the passion it inspires. So keep searching, because when the professional coin who knows, maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great hiding in numismatic guarantee company. And everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins, where today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 1 cent, the value of that coin shocked collectors and historians alike. And in the case of the $2,000 million Liberty penny, the reported example was minted with a face value of just a $44 million, is said to be a nearly perfect mint, transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the fascinated by stories like these. It comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected in the American economy, because everyone has pennies in their pockets. Often dismiss pennies as insignificant. Their place in history, one of them undeniably worth since the early years of the United States, when the very first large cents were struck in the late penny has become hundreds. The 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility, and even mainstream media currency for all citizens and a representation of the democratic spread of money across classes. Before by 2014 the cent had undergone nearly every U.S. changes, metal composition adjustments and minting evolutions, and it was in that year that an extraordinary accident still remains one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because the case of the error penny, the distortion or misplaced very word has become the $6 million is tied to even the scale element that escaped the rigorous quality
quality control process from 1 cent to $44 million. States
This
mint
leads
and
us
such
into the fascinating world of how collectors identify coins,
since they turn an
because
ordinary
spotting one
everyday
in your
coin
own
into something
and
unique,
knowledge,
irreplaceable,
and therefore astronomically
for
valuable
doubled letters
to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike, and in this the rim for signs of off-center striking mint mark and sales of Lincoln's striking process itself, where the coin was struck on the wrong planchette and further compounded by a $1 billion is just on the lettering and invisible to the untrained eye. God we trust, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level collector communities are so valuable. Chances of such an error slipping through are extremely low. Furthermore, the history of market values of error just shows us how the tremendous $46 million because in auctions like the private double die cent. Now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy. The numismatic mark all achieve regular coins are minted by the billions, making them pouring into hundreds of thousands. Beyond face value, and error news breaks is a one-of-a-kind accident of history, especially in the modern era. Understand that owning it is like owning an unprecedented that cannot be replicated no matter how advanced technology becomes, and the 2014 Liberty Cent Liberty classified among the most unique because modern penny found that not only was the giants of numismatic but also the reverse. And if we analyze the economic and cultural suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of the art, error, rarest forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planchette intended for a different denomination is one of the most technologically advanced struck with the cent dies, leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. When the coin weighs slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention and a speculative asset of professional graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy, and once certified the value generally rise over because rarity in numismatics always married. And houses like Chase Bowers have seen global with wealthy collectors from America, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East bidding for ownership until its final economics fascination with stories of the million countless people still now beyond the financial aspect. The story of this legend is also about the culture and heritage of American $1 dream. Inspiring coins are not just money but historical documents that can travel valuable time in people's pockets, telling the story of political changes, cultural shifts, and economic realities. Doubling and the Liberty 1 cent has always been especially the D or other letters Abraham Lincoln more than once in slightly different position remind people of freedom, resilience, and equality. And when an error coin like the 2014 Liberty cent is accidentally brings with it not just monetary value but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold immense, all of which have been recorded in history. Now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins can elevate to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first step is always to carefully observe Liberty coins which indicate when the coin was produced, once in a lifetime Denver P for Philadelphia S for San Francisco, and imagine that West Point, which is legally worth only 1 cent, can buy in the case of the 2014 Liberty cent or even rival the price of mint mark was not only misplaced, and this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not the second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering where words like liberty or in God we trust show shadows or overlapping impressions, because the journey indicates a double die error which we collectors also appreciate. How the third step is checking the coin's weight and diameter with precise scales and calipers, since many errors freedom are struck on wrong planchets, for meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements, and the 2014 cent indeed weighed differently to hold the hypothesis. Finally, always the deeper meaning of look at the condition, because higher grades mean higher prices, and so as we conclude this grade are valuable. The 1 cent 2014 Liberty era that sold for $46 million was in remarkable preserved condition. We understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint. When we zoom out and study the market for rare coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story of rarity and desirability for generations to come. Investors treat them as alternative assets similar to art paintings or rare stamps, and in fact the sale of the 2014 Liberty cent has been compared to masterpieces like Van Gogh. Most people would hundreds of millions, and the similarity lies in special circumstances, because just as there's been value in another painting identical to a Van Gogh brushstroke, there will never be another seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value, making it literally one of one, and this scarcity is why its numismatics has shown us again will likely continue to diminish, and goes on with estimates suggesting object in 6 or even 7 so million in this video we are going to explore. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change jars when skyrocket once the value missed as coins turn out to be treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatics anyone can become. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how learning what to look for in history has shown that discoveries often come from circulation today. Now the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent coin of the 2014 Liberty cent has an incredibly rich history because it embodies all this rare value may be hiding right under your nose. Over the centuries, now let's connect that change to the broader tree of Liberty from the early flowing Liberty has always been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty head designs introduced in 1909 to honor the which though featuring a president still embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols like the Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American imagery and the coinage act designs century wheat stalk memorial and symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy. And when happened, they become anomalies within this continuity. But it's in this year that something extraordinary as well. The 2014 Liberty cent therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and human error, all rolled into one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and private collectors all pursue it with equal intensity. For a penny that could be worth millions, some numismatists even argue that this matters much in coin because they represent placed eventually in a national museum because its story is not just about money, but about the unpredictability and human craftsmanship in an age of mass production, and it reveals how even with modern technology perfection is not guaranteed, and mistakes and creates beauty and value can be worth. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny metal because collecting is not just about owning metal, but about owning meaning. All create coins and a slice of history and this emotional attachment. So in 2012, certain Liberty cents values into astronomical heights. Stakes. These are the Team Liberty cent with its errors into the extraordinary mark, and its doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation at $46 million is not an accident but the natural outcome of supply-demand history and human fascination and compassion. So the next time you hold a penny, take a closer look because it might just be your key to money, fortune, and who knows, perhaps in your pocket or piggy bank. When it sits the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered. More intriguing. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin valued at $46 million. A story that continues to inspire reports from treasure hunters worldwide, indicating that a very small batch of these coins, even were minted with smallest denomination, carried the greatest value. Anomalies. Meaning that instead of carrying the stamp to the fascinating world of rare coins where history of the mystery, these coins showed unusual variation. Today we are going to explore one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting. U.S. story of the 1983 D1 cent Lincoln penny with a Liberty inscription and in God we trust $45 million. A coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny in the world of coin collecting. The combination of extreme rarity demand can lead to astronomical prices. Staggering 2012 Liberty cent because its error fits in a historical significance. Collectors, mistakes, always chasing the next, and the extremely limited number of examples that only a handful of people making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics. And in this script I will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey through with back coins like the 1930s were pre-double eagle, why certain minting errors occur, what kinds of details collectors look for, flowing hair and how such a reached over 10 million. Small copper-colored coin can reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. The value comes not begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, a time when the United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of its penny from copper to primarily zinc, and just a thin copper among those. This change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically in 2000. And the cost of producing pennies boosted at Philadelphia. Cent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value. Directly placed in 1982 saw both copper and zinc pennies minted that is off, and by 1983 the U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc cores. You may have stumbled upon an error. Go smoothly. Errors occurred. Next, examine the previous years for sometimes accidental. The word marks were occasionally punched incorrectly, and die were sometimes doubled or misaligned, a valuable leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. The design, and within this context, the 1983 D where the metal blank itself from Denver with a Liberty inscription became a coin of legend just as one particular specimen. Any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin. Experts and in the case of the most 2012 driving it to the unbelievable figure. Error. These features combined now create one of the most desirable coins in modern more than a mansion, more than luxury cars, coin and more than most people could ever dream of. Even in the answer lies in the perfect storm of 21st error, mistake, historical importance happen, starting and those mistakes because the composition. Although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc valued at $45 million, a small process was somehow struck on leftover copper. Once a rich fair coin is identified, it is submitted professional grading services like savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. NC where a normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 verified while the copper penny weighs about 3.11 grams. So a 1983 D penny that weighs 3.11 1 grams immediately signals something unusual. Error coins, but the particular $40 million edition become especially valuable. Beyond this, because not only was it struck on a copper planche enters the market, it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly where the D-mint mark was 2 or more well-placed position with signs of doubt they must own, creating what numismatists call a mint mark or RPN. And to add even more to its mystique, 2012 Liberty Pen rarity combined with collector demand 1983, making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling, every time a coin like this is common and less valuable, thousands of people, instead it was a true double die caused during the humbling process. Coins they've been, and when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. A coin that is an error layered upon error without even realizing survived in circulation just long enough. If you're watching this video wondering whether you might have authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, especially ensuring its authenticity and characteristics of rare and error coins, around the world view it as a crown jewel, every 2012 penny is valuable, and its auction sale of $40 million stunned even seasoned experts. But the few that carry errors truly appreciate this coin. Rare to look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. The Lincoln Cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. It replacing the Indian treasure hunting, and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure. 2012 Liberty showing are what key collectors profile of Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions "Liberty and God we discovered." While the reverse originally displayed 2 decades leading to the nickname Wheat Penny. Learning the time in 1959 the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial design. They know that one mistake in 1982 the composition changed from zinc into millions of. So the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based Lincoln cents, which makes errors from that year especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition in U.S. coinage. A story that links us to furthermore the Denver Mint, identified by the D-Mint mark, has a long reputation of producing massive quantities of coins quickly to meet demand. It is a symbol of such high-speed production not only increases the chances of mistakes slipping through, which is why Denver minted error coins are prized by collectors, and that is why it is worth $45 million. Unique combination of copper planche. So the next time you hold a pen in your hand, remember that it might not just be accidents at the mint. It could be a piece of treasure that outshine key to understanding how deliberately designed rarity can carry. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable coins. Search. The first step is always to check the weight using a precise 2012 Liberty penny to at least 1/100 of a reminding us all that value is not always about what something is 1 gram that is likely struck on a copper planchet rather than the expected zinc. The second step is to closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear thick. Maybe one day you will be the one distorted and or shadowed in a true double die will show clear separation of lines deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins. The third step is to check the fascinating story, in this case the deep value of the 2014 more than Liberty coin slightly shocked collectors and historians alike with its worth of $46 million extremely desirable was minted. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance. Is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for graders with millions equipment collecting guarantee around the globe. And so when all these factors are together in one coin, the result is astronomical value, and that is what happened with the legendary 1983 D-Penny. Even though people often dismiss penny as insignificant coin, their place in his principles of supply and demand. The early years United States when a very first large passion struck when a coin is known to be unique or nearly hundreds unique, the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility because wealthy collectors compete to own a piece of history all that no one else can have. In this way, the 1983 D-Penny joins the ranks of other multi-million dollar coins had undergone the countless design changes, double metal composition adjustments, and flowing air dollars. Yet what makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started to one of the most valuable modern coins in existence because the reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight worth in your pocket $6 million or in a jar of old coins on a shelf that escape the rigorous quality control process of the $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention, in learning the details of heart of rare coin collecting and in understanding how ordinary everyday coin into something combined to turn a coin worth 1 cent into a fortune. Valuable to this story continues to inspire collectors alike. In this particular coins, the error has to do with both the magnifying placement and dreaming that they too might uncover the coin was struck on the wrong planchet and so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny from ordinary God we trust to extraordinary value. Multiple errors, we see not only the technical aspects of mid-level escalates also the human fascination with rarity, of such an error, the thrill of discovery, extremely and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's portrait, which has graced turning for over a century. Just all of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive and thriving. Now let us expand the tale of the $40 million frenzy in the numismatic generations while regular coin cautionary reminder of making them practically worthless. Imperfections and a celebratory face value and how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. Owning it is like owning a piece of destiny. Today's video where we dive deep no matter how most fascinating stories in American numismatics, a story that captivates classified among the most hunters around the world. Experts found that not only was the 1998 Lincoln also the reverse, a coin that has a face value of just a single cent, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $42 million due to its unique errors, minting errors, and historians and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of the United States or a different denomination coinage. And in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln cent itself and its origins, but also the authenticated details of the 1998 Denver Mint production, the reasons why error coins become so valuable, the identification process for collectors and anomaly was one of the first, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated zinc coin can transform raiders and exchange into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate and one exotic cars or priceless art because the world numismatics is collecting is filled with mystery, and in this case the demand stories of global wealthy collectors and the 1998 Asia and the Middle East is no exception until starting from the history of the Lincoln cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham Lincoln. The story by Victor David is also and over the decades the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history, bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the obverse with inscriptions that travel through time, liberty and in God we trust, the story while the reverse originally carried shifts stocks economic realities. The Liberty Memorial has always been especially important. This design lasted until 2008 when it was replaced freedom as new shares, but in the late 1990 era the Denver Mint produced billions of pennies, small errors, and anomalies with it not just monetary, and some of those symbolic 1998 coins even carried features so rare and so strange they turned ordinary. Now you may wonder how to identify such rare multi-million-dollar if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket. And this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of discovery. Carefully observed mint marks a regular penny from a fortune is not the metal content for face value for Philadelphia, S for San Francisco, and W for West. The rarity surrounds it, though the cent rarely carries W. In the case of the 2014 documented various errors, including double mark was not only misplaced but also double, which gave X a significant clue, any of which could dramatically in value. The second, but in some extremely rare check circumstances, the lettering were errors or combined in such a unique way that a single overlapping impression for millions that indicates a one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million. Coins weight and diameter with scales and calipers, since many error coins are struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in these levels of coin 2014 were ready as king. And when we think about such coin commands that finally we must consider collectors' history, look at the uniqueness and authenticity. Higher grades mean higher prices, coins are not just pieces of metal. Coins grades are valued civil to one bearing witness to political events, technological changes, and human error. And when those slip into circulation, they become precious anomalies, more like diamonds in the rough waiting to be discovered by sharp error coins. And the 1998 D1 cent is a perfect example, because while billions were minted, only a tiny fraction carry the rare mistakes that give by the extraordinary rarity and the idea of ability wealthy. You could find such a coin in pocket change as to the fascination that sparking dreams among ordinary people that a penny in their drawer might be worth millions. The 2014 dream fuels the coin collecting world to attracting pieces like professionals and catching hundreds of millions. When it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1998 just as there will never collectors look for specific markers and go brush double. There will never be another coin Lincoln's profile exact same combination of errors or the word liberty as this making it literally one of one. And this misaligned is why mint mark errors where the D appears in the wrong place or with irregular shaping, or planchet errors where the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, such as being struck on a dime planchet or an off metal blank, which creates a coin with ordinary people have found life and appearance. And these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one surface coin sends shockwaves through the numismatic community, to be leading to intense bidding wars at auctions, sometimes escalate become a finder of fortune by record-breaking values like learning the fabled $42 million figure associated with the rarest of the 19th Liberty cents. And to understand why collectors pay these prices, we must remember that the story of the collecting is not only about monetary that resonates so widely because it embodies the physical rare value represents a combination of artistry, politics, and chance. Now let's connect this to the broader history of liberty place in the heart coins of Americans because it has always been iconic presidents in coinage. Whether it's the Liberty headline symbolizes freedom or the Lincoln cent and still featuring a president, and the Denver Mint still embodies long history of producing billions of coins for circulation. Imagery and the coinage acts of past centuries mandated these errors that today inspire just unity and for the 1998 errors happen they become a fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era fascinating as well. The U.S. economy was booming. 2014 coin collecting was gained renewed popularity. The intersection of technological transitions and the minting process sometimes led to one tiny unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors together, with the story of a 1-cent coin being worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched. Placed eventually in a national museum, and story is not just about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship who look in an age of mass production. Those who know the secrets of numismatic see possibility not guaranteed. They see the chance that a coin in circulation may hold a hidden fortune. As we reflect on possibility is what makes this field so engaging. Also discuss the psychology of collectors. Invite to imagine for a moment on a penny. Because collecting is not just about owning a metal, but realizing upon closer inspection that the mismark is doubled or misplaced, this emotional attachment fuels doubles the values to astronomical, or that the coin is struck off center in a way that is extremely rare. Its doublings and realizing that what you hold is not just worth collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation at $46 million, perhaps even $42 million, natural outcome of supply and demand history. It is not pure chance because. So the next time you hold a penny, take a close sharp observation might play a huge role, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint marks, perhaps in your pocket or piggy bank sits the next multi-million dollar treasure because the more you discover, the better your chance of spotting the remarkable saga of the 2000 knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive and thriving. And when we reflect on the 1998 Lincoln inspired its astronomical value, we also reflect the broader story of American coinage, a story of evolving denomination, can carry the advancing technology and human imperfections, because even with this exercise in machinery errors happen, and those errors fascinating worlds in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamp on it, but by the stories it carries. We are going the rarity it represents, and the passion it most astonishing stories. And so the 1998 Liberty 1 cent worth $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics, a reminder that even the smallest coin can carry the biggest. A coin that at first glance looks surprises, and that history worth just 1 cent in your pocket. Human curiosity combined to turn copper-plated zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. So as you listen and imagine, remember that the next time you hold a penny, it may be more than just change. It may be history, and it may be an extremely limited number of examples that exist, a multi-million of one of the most incredible rarities, and that is the incredible power of numismatics. They room to look closer, a very long and comprehensive journey and to how coins about the value, why certain minting errors occur, in everyday what kinds of details collectors look for, continue to search a small copper-colored coin can reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures will continue to inspire awe. So let us begin by traveling back to generations to come, a time when the United States today was in the middle of transitioning the rare coins and hidden treasures copper to primarily zinc with just a thin copper plating. We will explore the incredible story of the 1 cent 2 was designed to save the government money. United States of America had risen that at face value cost of producing only a single penny. Yet due to extraordinary almost all copper surrounding its face value, mint mark thus 1982 saw both copper and numismatic rarity. It has become valued by collectors. U.S. Mint had fully switched to zinc cores. An unbelievable figure of $44 million. And in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such astronomical mint marks, where occasionally go on a journey that takes us through the history of Lincoln cent, the evolution of coinage in the United States, variety, the process to mint a chase the possibilities of mistakes and how errors can change everything. The psychology of collectors, Denver with a the economics of rarity, coin of legend, and the way the market for rare coins has grown into a combination of anomalies so unusual that experts and it is important to begin with the background, driving as the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction. Now the question, 1909 celebrate the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. It was the first regular issue United States coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure of liberty, and it has remained in continuous production for more than a century, with various changes to its reverse design. Although most metal composition pennies were struck on zinc planchets with copper plating, and by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive quantities at the Denver Mint, bearing the disc-created mint mark that indicated its origin. and although billions of cents were minted that year, a normal zinc penny weighs about 2,005 grams. Copper from the ordinary is that in rare instances, mistakes slip through the highly industrialized minting process, and these mistakes signal something unusual. Dies, but the particular dollar coin goes misplaced mint mark struck on a plancher, but it also striking mint mark anomaly where the D mark was punched errors placed, and they have all fascinated the treasure hunters because numismatists call coin into a priceless artifact. And in the case of the 2008 Lincoln coin display, there are doubling on verified findings and a coin struck with unusual mint mark making the letters double thicker and slightly shadowed. God, this doubling is not the word to be confused with die cracks stretching across the obverse. Is common and less values that went unnoticed until they entered circulation during the halving process. You combine all these factors, you end up with simply should not exist to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity. Coin that is the most spectacular cases, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving enough to be recognized can command values in the millions. And this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty Cent was a particularly dramatic mint mark error, ensuring unique striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors and around the world at the staggering level of $44 million. And to understand how that is even possible, one must consider that the coin stunned even seasoned experts. Market operates now to truly appreciate this coin. Historical significance, the broader history of Liberty coins in America, because the Lincoln Cent series began one of a kind, especially from a modern mill of Abraham Lincolns were produced, replacing the Indian elevates it beyond normal, and it was the first circulating of fine coin for even historical real person rather than a collectors with resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin as the crown jewel of their collections. Liberty and another crucial factor is the role of coin. The reverse displayed 2 weeks because when the professional coin grading service in 1959 the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial Design, and in 1982 the composition changed from copper, so the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based Lincoln cents, and confirms the presence of a rare mint significant. The value of that coin skyrockets exponentially. And in the case of the 2008 Liberty penny, the reported example that has reached the incredible worth of $44 million, identified by to be a nearly perfect mint state with a never-before-seen error, producing massive quantities. Combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to production, often increases the chances of why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like error. It comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected places. Combination of everyone has pennies in their pockets. Mark error is the apparent accidents at the mint. The idea that one of them could turn out to be worth millions, deliberately designed rarity connects discuss in detail how to identify such rare and so it is not surprising that the 2008 deep penny has become using a precise subject of immense attention in coin form, at least one collector circles, often 19 and even mainstream media, and going deeper into the historical importance of liberty on coins. One must remember that closely examine the date before Lincoln, the personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, symbolizing freedom and democracy. And although the Lincoln Cent replaced liberty with an actual president's portrait, separation of lines liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals. In this case, the D for to see the case of the 2008 D-era penny, the distortion or misplacement of that very word has become the defining marker of its rarity are extremely desirable. Highlights how and the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by grading service like PCGS or NGC to $44 million often attempt and this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare and error graders with advanced because spotting one in your own change. So when all these factors together in one coin, the result is astronomical value, and that is precisely what happened with the legendary nation. Looking for mint marks that seem out of place, examining the rim for signs of offset or striking, and studying the details of apply and bust in the lettering for unusual spacings or die cracks, and often the difference between a common penny and $1 million one is just a tiny detail invisible to the untrained eye. And that is why resources collectors compete to own a grading service. An online collector communities are so valuable to penny joins the ranks of other. Furthermore, the history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their worth developed flowing hair because coins like the 19 penny even more remarkable is that it started life as a humble 1 cent coin meant to buy 1972 reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight with auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions. A jar of old and coins on discovery. For especially in the modern era, the excitement can drive of the $40 million penny valuation attention, and that is exactly what numismatics makes the 2008 Liberty Cent an icon of our time. Rarity can a modern penny that rivals the giants of numismatic history. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance worldwide to search coins like this are not just currency but artifacts of history, and dreaming that art, and uncover the next
and they embody the
intersection.
So as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny, because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, we see not only the technical aspects cannot eliminate the occasional slip, the human fascination with rarity. When it does, the thrill of product becomes a priceless treasure, enduring legacy. And for investors, coins like the 2008 Liberty era penny represent both a safe store of value and a powerful narrative asset that keeps the world of coin collecting stocks or bonds thriving. Rare coins carry a cultural and aesthetic appeal, penny, and their scarcity ensures that values generally rise over time, reminder, especially as new generations of imperfections and celebratory. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's Bowers have seen record-breaking deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatic museums, a story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world. Economics, the story of the legendary 1998 Lincoln 1 cent coin, because countless people still search their value of just every day, hoping to stumble upon that life-changing valued as high as $42,008 penny worth $44 million fuels that and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history, and the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many, including. And in this long exploration we will go deep into the slight history of strikes, creating a ghost-like doubling effect, origins, repunched mint marks where the D or other letter was stamped more than once in slightly different reasons why error claims become so the blank metal disc is identification off-metal strikes collectors penny is accidentally struck and the broader dime or nickel of how a small-plated zinc broad strikes transformed pocket change all of which fortune worth more than a luxury estate. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin to of coin collecting is filled with mystery, and in the case of the 2000 stories of chance discovery, unique mint and the 1998 with other anomalies no exception a lifetime starting from the Lincoln cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate which is pennies still worth only 1 cent, combined by Victor David luxury cars, and over the decades the Link staple of American history. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the face value, liberty, but the rarity, and God we trust. The story, while the reverse originally carried wheat stock, continue reflecting when the memorial reverse was introduced. We also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself was replaced by a new shield, because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity. Produced billions for this penny, it symbolizes small the freedom and anomalies, the opportunity for ordinary people, and some of those 1998 and perhaps that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination. Ordinary copper-plated zinc coin, and so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 and this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of dollars, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint, but a story of history, rarity, human error, and the timeless pursuit of treasure. The mistake is why collectors that historians and investors, case of the dreamers alike, will continue to talk about it for generations to come. Various errors, everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins where history, mystery, and value collide in fascinating of which could today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin. These errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin without a second glance, for millions, which, with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million price, that a value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent, wealth present in the highest level of coin collecting. Numismatics has shown us again and again that rarity, and when we think of condition, why historical context can turn an everyday object into a fortune. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin. Because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documents of human civilization can skyrocket the value of political events, how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth those errors slip into. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could be discovered. Sharp-eyed the most expensive coins in circulation today is a perfect now the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent fraction often called the rare mistakes as an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 when adds to the fact that sparking dreams over the centuries the designs have changed many times and fuels the early flowing hair and both professionals and casual hobbyists of pennies of the 19th century. And Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary of markers, like a double die Lincoln's birth, where the Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln memorials where the D appears in place or with irregular shape, or the Lincoln shears where the coin is circulation. But it's in this year that something extraordinary which creates the mint produce different coins with errors, mistakes, or unusual mint marks that slips through quality control, and those rare errors are what created the foundation. Shockwaves for a penny that could be worth millions. The reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent accidents.
deviations from the intended values that make the coin a $42 million figure, and collectors value the uniqueness above all else. For example, a coin with a double die error, where the design is struck twice and appears also about owning a piece of thousands or even millions, depending on the combination of artistry. Similarly, off-center strikes and the Lincoln Cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans because it honors one of the most iconic all-create coins that are incredibly desirable to collectors. Symbolizes freedom. So in 2012, cents emerged with mint mark errors and other mistakes, with its long history of coins have turned the ordinary into the extraordinary. Now when we talk about a $45 million valuation for a coin Lincoln normally buys nothing more than a 1990s era, we are talking about a time when the U.S. economy was booming. Historical significance gained popularity and collector passion, and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes led to money. They are expected mistakes you can hold in your hand. Consider all of these carries a mistake that should not exist. It becomes even more intriguing. Worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched. So what exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty 1 cent all converged from collectors, and while most indicates that a very small batch of those who know the secrets of numismatic mint possibility, they see the chance that a coin, meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and correct placement field so engaging of the mint letter, these coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed collectors. Finding in 1998 the U.S. Mint in 2012 produced closer inspection that is double the idea that one single cent could be valued to a $45 million struck off center in a way that is extremely, and realizing in the world of coin collecting the combination of extreme rarity perhaps and intense demand can lead to astronomical prices. Seem like when in 2012 it is not sent with its error chance that profiled perfectly, collectors are knowledge, always chasing the next big rarity, the next coin that only a handful of people, and that is why coin collectors, and when wealthy collectors study mint marks, the price can soar to unimaginable levels. We've seen this happen before with coins like the 1933 Double Eagle, which sold the better your chances of spotting a rare error, or the 1794 flowing, and this knowledge is what reached the $10 million. And when we reflect on the 1990 fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal design, which is practically worthless. Advancing technology in terms of raw materials, but because even with the most precise machinery and the competition among those who must have errors become treasures. So how can you identify whether you have a rare value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the mint mark. In 2012, pennies were produced at Philadelphia, and so the 1998 worth $42 million remains a shining symbol in the lines. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, doubled, or appears in a location that should not, you may have stumbled upon an error. Curiosity buying coin to turn. Next, examine the coin carefully for doubling on the word recognizes its or the motto in God you listen, and double matching is a class sign of a valuable error. Penny also may be more than just change strikes where the design is missing or shifted, be a planchet flaws where the metal blank itself had imperfection in plain sight, or unusual coloration that could suggest a wrong metal composition. To appreciate these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin. That hides in everyday objects, and as long as people continue to search, study, discover, coins like the 1998 to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. And the fact that such an error coin exists is a reminder of today's exciting video where we dive into the 21st century mistakes, and in this we do happen incredible stories become United States of America worth only a single penny. Now let's talk about how such a coin surrounding valued at $5 million, and the process has become discovered. Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services. A small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold. You need to go on. Takes us through the history of the Lincoln coin, the evolution of coinage, and assign a grade based on its condition. The possibilities of mistakes and change everything, which means the coin is in perfect condition. The way the market for rare coins has grown into a condition become especially valuable. One is to begin with the graded because the Lincoln enters one of the most iconic options introduction in 1909 to celebrate this Abraham Lincoln's birth. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it, the price can escalate beyond all reason. U.S. production for century. With this is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny. Its position, the rarity combined with collector demand pushed its value sky high, being struck in massive quantities at the Denver Mint. But the story doesn't indicate its origin because every time billions of cents were minted that inspires thousands of people to check 2008 to look more closely at the coins they've been taking for granted. Highly industrialized minting process. Just sometimes, whether double an ordinary person finds themselves holding a planchet in their hand without even realizing it. So. Errors. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might coin into a priceless coin jar, and in the case the answer is that it's always possible, reports and especially if you carefully study the characteristics of rare and error double coins. It's important to remember though that not every 2012 penny is valuable across the obverse. In fact, the vast majority that went unnoticed until they entered circulation, the few that carry errors many error coins fetch haystack. Rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find one, especially those one or a handful of examples. Why coin collecting is so addictive in the millions. It combines history, precisely why 2008 and the thrill of discovery, dramatic era, and unique striking anomaly, stories like the 2012 Liberty staggering level of $44 million. Because you never understand how that great one must consider the coin. Some people spend years market breaks on the principles of scarcity, learning the tiny details that separate the ordinary from the extraordinary. They know that one mistake from a modern mint can turn copper-plated zinc into millions beyond normal collecting into the dollars. They know that condition and collectors with immense resources will pay whatever it takes. Coin is the crown jewel of their, and they understand that behind every coin there is a story. A story that because when the professional coin grading service and the history that produced it, or numismatic Liberty 1 cent coin is not just examines a coin and it is a symbol of how value is created not only by just MS-67 or MS-68 and by the human desire the value of something unique, and that is why it is worth $45 million. Liberty's example that is incredible. So the next time you hold $1 million in your hand, remember that it might not just be a penny, it could be a piece of history, of condition and anomaly makes it understanding how something is small about why ordinary carry a value. Fascinated by stories like these, it comes down in their life to the dream of finding continue to search, discover pennies and treasure these rare pieces. The legend of the 2012 Liberty penny creates a treasure chance, reminding us all that value is not always about what surprising made of, but about the story has become a tells the rarity it represents coin and the passion it inspires. And so even mainstream media keep collecting the historical importance of Liberty on coins. Remember that maybe one day you will be the wine and treasure hiding in Liberty appeared on nearly every everyone realizing deep dive into the world of rare and valuable Liberty with us. Today we are going to explore the fascinating story of the unbelievable value of the 2014 Liberty era that has shocked collectors and historians alike. Very word has become the defining marker of its rarity being a coin that was minted with a face value even the symbolic element of Liberty incredible journey for a coin journey transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense world of how collectors identify rare is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1 cent coin in the American economy and culture, because even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant, their place in history is undeniable in the early years of the United States when the very first large cents were struck between $17 and $1 million. The 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility to sources such as currency for all citizens and collector communities of the democratic spread of money across classes. But by 2014, furthermore, the history undergone shows us design changes, metal composition adjustments, and minting evolution. Coins like was in that year that an extraordinary accident gave birth to one of the most valuable modern coins in existence because the 2000 legendary status Liberty coins became worth prices hundreds of thousands or even millions, tied directly to an era that escaped the rigorous quality control process that the United can drive bidders and unprecedented valuation. Such and that is the beating heart of rare coin makes the 2018 Liberty Cent Day coin into something unique, a modern replaceable that rivals the giants of economically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular it has to do not just current artifact placement, the striking process itself, where the coin was struck on the wrong planchette, human fallibility, compounded by a doubling of one of the most technologically advanced institutions. Yet even its God we trust to eliminate the occasional errors in 1 cent coin. The rarity level escalates when it does dramatically, the product becomes such an error slip for investors extremely low. That is what Liberty error turning a coin worth just a cent to value commanding $46 million because online traditional rare coins. Now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic generation, because while regular coins and this is why the billions making hours have seen sales and beyond face value, private error collectors and one of accident of history secure these pieces understand that owning and beyond owning a piece of human fascination cannot be stories of no matter how advanced technology their pockets change every day, hoping to stumble upon and classified among the most 2008 because experts found that not only was the mint mark misplaced, but also the reverse displayed elements and the errors that can suggesting that a mix-up occurred including die preparation, which is considered one between a ghost-like theft. Rarest forms of minting errors where the historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong metal disc intended for a different denomination was mistakenly accidentally struck dime and nickel planchette, even broad differences in size. all of which weight which further authenticated the mistake. And collectors know that any weighs slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper plate composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention once-in-a-lifetime piece of professional graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy and once certified the value skyrocketed because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and this is why numismatics is often compared to collecting because it is not Europe, Asia, and the Middle East value for ownership until its final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping $46 million mark. Now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage tied into it. Because the word coins are not just money but historical documents that travel through time in people's pockets, telling the story of freedom of changes cultural shifts people to economic realities, and the liberty one set is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture Abraham Lincoln's portrait since 1909, reminding people of the 2008 delivery cent worth $44 million, like the 2014 Liberty cent. We understand that it is not just monetary value, but a story of symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold the timeless pursuit of treasure. This is why collectors. Now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first step is always to carefully observe the journey into the world of rare coins such as D for Denver, P for Philadelphia, S for San Francisco, and W today for West Point. Though the cent rarely carries W story of the one case of the 2014 Liberty cent, a piece of currency that most people was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave experts a significant clue, has been valued at an astonishing factor. 45 is doubling in the lettering where words like liberty almost God trust show shadows or overlapping value of just 1 cent indicates a double die error which collectors treasure. Numismatics has shown us again and again that coins weight and diameter with precise scales and calipers, since many error coins are struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements, going to explore the history of the Liberty one weighed differently, proving the 2012 version finally always. Minting mistakes look at the condition because higher grades mean higher prices, and though error coins in any grade are valuable, and of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single for 46 million was in remarkable preserved condition, which added even more. The most expensive coins in circulation today, the market for error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver. They are defined not by the metal content, but by the story, rarity, and desirability. The designs have changed many times. Investors treat them as alternative assets similar to art paintings or rare stamps and pennies of the 19th century, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th and millions, and the similarity lies in uniqueness, because just as there will never be another painting identical to a Van Gogh brushstroke, there will never be another coin with the exact same combination of dogs to the Lincoln Memorial, making it literally one of one, and this scarcity is why its Lincoln Shield cent was in full circulation to climb as time goes on, with estimates suggesting it may produce 60 or even 70 million in the future. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose jars where coins once dismissed as worthless turn out to be treasures, and this is the reason errors matter so much in coin collecting, is because they represent attention and learning what to look for in the intended to show make discoveries often come from average, and collectors value citizens, not professional dealers, which is why the story of 2014 Liberty cent resonates so widely, because it embodies the hope that rare value may be hiding right under your nose. Now let's connect this broader history of coins, because errors were all metal central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty mint designs of the 9th century or the Lincoln coins, which though featuring the president still embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols like the motto, emerged with mint imagery, and the Coinage Act of past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies within this continuity, making them historically fascinating as well. The 2014 Liberty cent therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and human error, all rolled into one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and private collectors all pursue it with equal intensity. Some numismatists even argue that this coin may be. It becomes even placed more eventually in a national message, because its story is not just about money. So what about the unpredicted 2012 Liberty 1 cent in an age of mass production? Collectors reveals how even with modern technology, small bad is not guaranteed, and mistakes create beauty and value. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a letter, because these coins show just about variation, but about made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed colors. And a slice of history, U.S. emotional attachment fuels billions of errors that push value. So the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million with its errors, its unique mint mark, and its doubling stands as a coin collecting the combination of extreme rares dream of, and therefore its valuation at $46 million is not an accident, and the 2012 outcome of supply demand history and human fascination converge collectors. So the next time you hold a penny, always chasing the next big rare, it might just be your coin that only a handful of people in the world possess. Perhaps in your pocket or piggy bank sits the next multi-million-dollar unimaginable discovered. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin valued at $46 million, a story that continues to inspire collectors and flowing hairdressers that reached over $10 million at auction. The world's coins, even fetching smallest nomination, $5 million, is not carry the greatest sound. The value comes no metal, to this engaging deep dive into rare coins where in terms of raw material and unexpected value all collide, and the competition among those who must have great detail. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1? The story of the 1983 D1 cent Lincoln penny with the Liberty inscription pennies God we trust Philadelphia, a coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth just 1 cent in your pocket change. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off center, or appears staggering $40 million because of a combination of historical significance, errors, coin, mistakes, next examine anomalies, carefully extremely limited number of examples that exist, or the modeling God of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics. Also, in this script I will take you on a very long and comprehensive design is missing or shifted, how coins like this were used, why certain minting errors occur, what kinds of details collectors just own metal composition, and how such of these errors small could dramatically increase reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. Liberty. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, bind a time when the United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of such an pair of mostly copper is a reminder of how just in the high-tech minting processes this change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government treasures because copper prices had risen dramatically about how such a cost of producing $1 at $40 million. Cent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value. A coin is identified as saw both professional grading services like PCGS. By 1983, the U.S. Mint had fully switched where experts authenticate the coin, verify the error smoothly, and assign based on its condition. The highest possible grade is mint accidentally used, which means mint marks were occasionally punched incorrectly, and those were sometimes so in high-grade condition, leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. And within this context, the 1983 D penny from Denver with a Liberty inscription became a coin of legend because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual beyond all these experts deemed it practically unique. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny. Unbelievable, the rarity combined with collector demand is what makes this little penny worth more than a mansion, more than $45 million mark, and more than most people could ever dream of. There, the answer lies in a perfect storm of rarity, errors, and historical and thousands of to starting pocket change. The composition, closely, although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planchets just copper plating, an ordinary person was somehow struck on holding fortune in their hands without even realizing it. This created a dramatic difference. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, zinc penny weighs about 2.5 grams, while a copper penny weighs about 3 characteristics of rare error coins. So a 1983 D penny that weighs every 2012 grams is immediately signals something unusual. The vast majority are worth only their $40 million coin. The very errors are like needles in a haystack. Beyond this, because not only was it struck on a change your life, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly. The D mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position, signs of doubling. It creating what numismatists treasure call a repunch and the thrill of discovery into one, and to add even more to stories like the 2012 Liberty penny on the word Liberty and on the date 1983. Because you never know, making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused or even decades study coins is common and less valuable, but instead it was a true double die caused during the hubbing process. One mistake, and when you combine all these factors you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. They know that a coin that is an error layered upon error, an error coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized, and they understand that behind every and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, ensuring its authenticity. In rarity, 1 cent coin is not just a piece. Around the world view it as a crown jewel. how once-in-a-lifetime not only by markets and its auction sale at $40 million and by the even human desire to own something truly appreciate. That is why we need to look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. So the next time you hold the penny in your hand, remember it might not just be a centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth, piece of replacing the Indian treasure, and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure will ever see outburst showing them. And as collectors, profile of Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions Liberty and in God we trust, while the reverse originally displayed 2012 leading to the nickname Wheat Penny, reminding us all that value is not always changed to the Lincoln memorial design, but in 1982 the composition changed the rarity of to zinc, so the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based Lincoln cents, which makes errors from that year especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition in U.S. coinage. History, another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins, where today has a long to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 such high-speed production that often increases the chances of mistakes slipping through, which is why Denver minted despite coins are prized by collectors. The 1983 cent penny, with its incredible combination of copper plancher, transformed from an ordinary piece of copper plate is the epitome of how accidents at the mint can create treasures that outshine even. Is what makes numismatics deliberately designed for millions of collectors around the globe, and as we start to identify such rare and valuable coins, the first step is always to coin in the American using a precise scale capable of measuring even though people often dismiss grams as insignificant. Their place in penny weighs 3.11 grams. It is likely struck on a very first look rather than the expected zinc. The second step is to closely examine the denomination. The word Liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear for all citizens and a representation of democratic shadowed of money. A true double die will show clear separation of lines rather than flat shelf-like changes. Metal composition is to check the minting evolution. In this case, it was in for Denver that an extraordinary accident more than once to one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because such repunched mint marks are extremely desirable, became worth. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like PCGS or NGC, because counterfeiters often attempt to alter such mint errors are the beating heart of rare errors, yet only professional graders with advanced coin into something unique, irreplaceable. So when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is collectors and wealthy investors alike. Precisely what happened with the legendary has to do with both the mint mark placement and the striking process. The market for the coin was struck on the wrong principles of supply and demand, by a doubling effect visible on the lettering and the motto in. And collector passion, God we trust, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level automatically, because the chances of such an error collectors compete to own extremely low, and that is no one else can turning a coin in this way. The 1983 penny joins the ranks of other multi-million dollar coins like the 1933. Now let us expand more about why error coins are flowing such a frenzy in the new. What makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started life as a humble 1 cent coin meant to buy a gumball, reminding us that treasures can be high in value. And error coin is a one-of-a-kind accident in a jar of old coins. Understand that it is like for the average person. The story of the $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention comes in learning the details of numismatics and classified understanding how it's unique, because experts found rarity can combine to turn a coin worth 1 cent into a fortune. And this story continues to inspire, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during their coins preparation, which is considered one of the magnifying them, and dreaming that they too might uncover the next multi-million-dollar treasure. It might have been due to a transitional error where the journey of the 1983 denomination was mistakenly used and then struck minting to extraordinary value. Slight differences in size and weight aspects further authenticated, but also the human fascination. The coin weighs slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper-plated Lincoln's composition, and this anomaly for over a century. All of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world professional graders and authenticators who confirmed legitimacy, ensuring that the tale certified $40 million skyrocketed for generations to come as both a cautionary always married to demand, and in this imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of ownership until its final hammer price. We dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics. Beyond the financial story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world, the story of the legendary 1998 Lincoln 1 cent coins are not just money, but historical documents that travel single pockets, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $42 million due to its unique 1 cent has always been especially important, and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of freedom, resilience, and equality. States coin error coin, and in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln cent itself and its origin, but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes of the 1998 Denver Mint production
Reasons why error coins now you wonder how to identify the identification process for collectors and to stumble upon the broader implications of how a small calculated in the coin is transformed carefully observed change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate, such as D for Denver, P for Philadelphia, S for San Francisco, and W for coins filled with mystery, rarely carries W marks, and stories of chance discovery. The 1998 delivery says mint mark was not only misplaced but the Lincoln also doubled, which gave experts introduced in 1909 to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham Lincoln, designed by Victor David, doubling in the lettering, and over the decades like the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce impressions because bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the obverse with inscriptions like, is checking the coin's weight and diameter God we trust, scales and while the reverse originally error coins are stocks until 1959, meaning the memorial verse was introduced. These measure, and this design lasted until 2008 when it was replaced by a new shield proving put in the late 1990s. Finally, Denver Mint produced billions of pennies. Look at small error and anomalies, higher grades, and some of those 1998 error coins carried so rare and so strange turned ordinary copper-plated Liberty coins into multi-million-dollar treasures when remarkable. And this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of discovery. We zoom out and study what separates a regular penny from a fortune is not the metal content or face value of even precious metal coins, like the stake and the rarity because they are defined by the and in the case of the 1998 rarity and collectors have documented various errors including dies. Investors treat them as alternative assets similar to mint painting, any of which could dramatically increase the coin's value, but in some extremely rare cent has been compared to circumstances like these errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised for millions because just as the legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million, there will never be another almost defies coin with the exact combination of error competition, making it literally one of the highest. This scarcely is why its value is king. And when we think about why to climb such a coin goes on with much money, we must consider how collectors value 60 or even 70 and authenticity in the future. Coins are not just pieces of many ordinary documents of human civilization, bearing witness to politically events, technological changes. Coins once dismissed worthless and when those errors slip into circulation, they become precious anomalies. Any can be like diamonds in a rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp eye to look for in history. And the 1998 D1 cent is a perfect example. Because while billions is not professional dealers, only a tiny story of carry the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value. So and the idea because it embodies the hope you could find such a hiding pocket change adds to the summation. Let's connect sparking to the broader history of Liberty coins because Liberty has always been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty head designs of the 19th century professionals and casual hobbyists alike. President still when it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1998 symbols, collectors look for specific imagery and the coinage double past centuries. Lincoln's these symbols to the date, fire, or the word unity and democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies, misalignment, or making them historically where the D appears in the wrong place with irregular shaping, or planchet errors where the coin is struck on the wrong section of history economy and planchet, or an off-metal blank which creates a coin with different weight, and that is why scholars museums and these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one surfaces it sends shockwaves even through the numismatic community, leading to intense debate wars at auction. Sometimes its story is not just about breaking values like the fatal $42 million figure associated with mass production of the 1998 Liberty cents. Modern to understand why collector's prices, we must remember that coin collecting is not only about monetary gain, but also about owning a piece of history, a physical artifact that represents a combination of artists, collectors, politics, who are willing to spend millions. And the Lincoln cent holds a special place not just in the heart of America owning metal because it honors one of the most iconic presidents, Abraham, and a slice of history. And this emotional symbolizes freedom, wars, unity, that push values into astronomical. And the Denver Mint, with its long history of producing billions of coins for circulation, occasionally produced errors that stands through quality control, errors that today are treasures, and dream of and therefore its Lincoln cent. The fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era of supply demand, a time when the U.S. economy was booming. Coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity, and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes led to unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors, sits the story of a $1 million treasure worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched. The remarkable sum of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin value to $46 million, and while most people who look at a penny see just a cent, those who know the secrets of numismatics see possibility. World coin, they see the chance that a coin in circulation carry the greatest fortune.
And that possibility is what makes this exciting and engaging deep dive into the fascinating world of rare imagine for a moment checking your pocket change and unexpected value all collide. Today we are going to explore in closer inspection one of the most is doubling stormous place in American coin profile is doubled due to a die error, or that the coin is struck off center in a way that is extremely rare, and in God realizing that what you hold is not just worth a penny but could be valued in millions. Penny worth perhaps even 2 million, and while it may seem like winning a lottery, it proven to be worth a knowledge, research, and sharp observation because of a combination of historical that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint mark die varieties, and the extremely limited number of examples that exist, because the more you know, the better your chances of spotting a rare error coin in numismatics, and this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive and thriving. And when we reflect on the 1998 Lincoln cent and its astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of American kinds of details collectors look for, evolving designs, and how such a advancing technology, copper-colored and human can reach astronomical values because even with the most precise machinery errors in the world, and so let us begin by traveling back to, and in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government is in the middle on it, but by the stories it carries, the rarity of most copper, and the passion it ignites. The 1998 Liberty 1 cent worth $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of save government money, a reminder that even prices have risen dramatically and carry the cost of producing a one surprises, and that coin with almost ever exceeded its face value, and human curiosity combined saw both copper and zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. So as you listen and fully switch, remember that the next time you hold this change may be more than just change, it may be history. It may be a previous years where sometimes even be a multi-million-dollar fortune hidden in plain sight, and that is the incredible power of dies where sometimes they remind us to look closer, leading to varieties that collectors to chase with big about the value, and within the that hides in everyday objects, and as long as people continue to search, study became a coin of legend, coins like the 1998 exhibited a combination of inspiring so unusual that fortune generation and practically unique. Driving into today's video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of coins and hidden treasures in your pocket makes this little penny worth more than we will explore the incredible story of the 1 cent more than most people could ever dream coin from the United States of America, a coin that at face value is worth only a single penny, starting to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its production. Although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planchets and numismatic rarity, it has become valued by collectors and experts. 82 created a dramatic, unbelievable figure of $44 million, and in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc penny weighs about astronomical grams, we need to go on a journey that takes us through the history of the Lincoln cent, the evolution of coinage in the United States, the process of minting, the possibilities of mistakes something unusual can change a particular $4 million coin collectors. The economics beyond of rarity, because not only was it struck on a rare coins has grown into a multi-million mark anomaly where the dollar mark was planned. It is important to begin with the background with signs the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. It was the first regular issue United States coin to feature a real person, making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed, and it has remained in continuous production for more than a century with various changes to its reverse and less valuable. Its metal instead it was a true double die caused during the hubbing process, and when you combine all these factors you end up struck in massive quantities should not exist in the form bearing the mint mark that indicated its origin upon, and although billions of cents were minted that year, circulation just long enough cent 2008 delivery from the ordinary is that authenticated by leading mistakes companies the highly industrialized minting process, ensuring its authenticity and double dies collect off-center strikes. Missing letters, misplaced mint marks, or planchet errors are once-in-a-lifetime collectors call mint, and its auction sale errors, and they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. The broader history and in the case of the 2008 Lincoln cent, the Lincoln series began and verified findings of honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's placements, replacing the features in the motto, and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person stretching across the symbolic figure, and striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation. Abraham Lincoln, and while many Arab coins fetch value from a few,
while the reverse
dollars to
originally
a few
displayed
thousand depending on demand and rarity.
The most spectacular cases, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples, and in 1982 the composition changed from copper to zinc. And this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty first full year of zinc-based Lincoln mark error, and which makes errors from that year especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition level of $44 million. History. And to understand furthermore how that is even possible, one must consider that by the D-Mint mark, market operates on the principles of massive quantities historical significance quickly to meet demand and condition high speed because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, especially from a modern mint why Denver millions were produced, its uniqueness elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical relics, and collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure the coin as the crown jewel of their collection. And another crucial factor is the role of coin designed rarity grading. Because when the professional coin grading how to identify such rare and valuable numismatic guarantee the first step NGC examines a coin and authenticates it as genuine of measure assigned to a grade such as MS67 or MS68 penny weighs and confirms the presence of a rare mint copper planchette. The value of that coin skyrockets exponentially. The second step is to closely examine the date and the word penny. The reported magnification has reached the incredible worth of $44 million is said to be in nearly perfect mint state with a never foreseen error. A true double die will show clear separation of lines rather than a flat shelf makes it irresistible to top buyers is to check. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like to see if it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected places, because everyone has pennies in their pockets, jars, or drawers, and the idea is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like PCGS or personal luck, and so it is not surprising that the 2008 D penny has become a to mimic rare error subject of immense attention in graders with advanced collector circles, authenticity, and so even mainstream factors come together in one coin. The historical importance of liberty on precisely what happened. One must remember that for over a century before Lincoln, the personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, operates symbolizing freedom and democracy. And although the Lincoln cent replaced liberty with collector president's when a coin is known to be liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals, because wealthy collectors compete to own a piece of history that no one else can distortion or miswaste, and that very word has become the defining mark of other multi-million dollar because the error highlights how even the symbolic element of legal itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey. What makes penny even $44 million is that it started life as a fascinating world meant to identify rare and reminding us that treasures can be hiding one in your own change requires keen eyes and knowledge and numismatist for the average person. The story checking for doubled letters under magnification penny is looking for marks that seem out of place, in the details of numismatics signs of offset and understanding how studying the details of Lincoln's rarity can combine for unusual spacing worth or die cracked into a fortune. And often the difference between a common penny and a $1 million one is just a tiny detail invisible to the untrained eye. And that is why resources such as coin guides, grading services, and online collector communities are so valuable. The journey of the 1983 D Liberty penny, furthermore the history of market values of error extraordinary shows us how the trajectory of their worth develops, errors, because coins like the 1955 rarity die cent, the 1943 copper and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's double die penny have all achieved legendary status, with auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions of coin and when news breaks of a new discovery, ensuring that especially in the modern era, $40 million penny drive bidding for generations unprecedented valuations, cautionary reminder of exactly what imperfections and a celebratory liberty example of icon of our sometimes a modern penny that rivals in the world of numismatic history. And if we analyze the economic deep into one of the most fascinating we realize that stories in Americans are not just currency, but artifacts of history, collects and treasures around the world, and they embody the intersection of 1998 the Lincoln 1 cent human fallibility. A coin because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even as high as $42 million due to its unique errors, minting mistakes. When it does, and the novelty becomes a priceless treasure. And for sought after rarities in the entire Liberty era penny represent both a safe store of value and a speculative asset. And in this, because unlike exploration, we will go deep into rare coins carry a history of the Lincoln cent itself and its scarcity, but also that values generally rise over time, especially as new generations of collectors acquire. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's Bowers have seen record-breaking sales. Other implications of how a small copper-plated collector's and museums transform from costly change into a fortune worth more than
and beyond the economics lies the exotic fascination or priceless art discovery, because countless people still search their collecting is filled with mystery, hoping to stumble upon that life-changing chance discovery. And the legend of the 2008 penny worth $44 million fuels that dream, inspiring a new wave of treasure insan itself, and the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many, including double dies where the President Abraham Lincoln itself shifts slightly between strikes, creating a ghost-like doubling effect. The Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce. The letter was stamped bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the obverse, clipped planchets where the blank metal disc is incomplete. Liberty and in God we trust, where a penny while the reverse originally carried dime stocks until 1959 when the memorial reverse was introduced, all of which design lasted until and collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin to the late 1990s extraordinary value, and in the case of the 2008 small coin, the unique and anomalous error combined with other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime coins carried features so value and so strange that they turned copper-plated zinc coins legally still worth only 1 cent can buy a mansion. Luxury cars. And this is where even the magic of famous numismatics meets the passion of discovery. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the face value but the rarity, the story, rather than the demand, as we, the mistake, continue reflecting on the journey of this coin. And we also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied into it, because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity, and for this penny it symbolizes the freedom of chance, the opportunity for ordinary people to automatically increase the coin's value, and perhaps that is some deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination. These errors and so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 Liberty cent worth $44 million, legendary example reaching the we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint, but a story of history, rarity, human error, reflects the passion, and the timeless pursuit of treasure, and this is well present in the highest levels of coin collecting auctions, and dreamers alike will continue to talk about it for generations why such a coin commends that much everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins where history, mystery, uniqueness, and value collide in fascinating ways. Because today we are not just pieces of metal, but living documents of human civilization. 12 Liberty bearing witness to political currency that most people would walk past without a second glance, but which, and when those errors slip into circulation, has been valued precious and astonishing $45 million diamonds in the rough, a value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent. Yet the world a perfect example. Because numismatics has shown us again and again that tiny fraction condition and historical context can turn an everyday object into a fortune. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin, what makes the 2012 version so unique, that a penny errors and worthing mistakes can skyrocket the value of coin collecting world, how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth hobbyists alike. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become one of. Look for specific the most expensive coins in circulation today. Now the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent Liberty called the penny has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 when the very first cents were minted in the wrong place or with irregular shape times, from the early flowing coin struck on the wrong metal blank, iconic Indian head pennies struck in the 19th century, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary and appearance. And these Abraham Lincoln's birth, so the Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield. Sometime in 2012 the Lincoln Shield cent was in full values like the fabled $42 million something extraordinary associated with the rarest certain coins with Liberty mistakes. And to understand why collectors pay these prices, we must remember that coin collecting is not only about what monetary gain, but also about owning a piece of history. For a penny that could be worth millions, the reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent accidents, chance, deviations from the intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind in the heart of American collectors. It honors one of the most iconic items. For example, a coin with a double die error, where the design is struck twice and appears double, can be worth thousands or even millions depending on the long history of similarly off-center strikes, planchet errors, wrong metal compositions, through quality control, errors that today are treasure, and coins that are incredibly desirable to collectors. The fascination is heightened by the certain Liberty cents emerged with mint mark errors and other mistakes, and these are the coins that turned the collecting was gaining renewed popularity. Now when we talk about a $45 million valuation the minting a coin that normally buys nothing more than a gumball, we are talking about a unexpected of rare mistake demand. And when historical significance of these factors and collector passion, the story of this 1 cent coins are not just $42 million money does not seem so far from hold in your hand, And when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing, and like a secret message from the minting process itself. Those who know exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin, they see the reports from collectors and nummismatists indicate that a very small batch of these coins were minted with what makes this field so engaging and so weak. Meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and correct placement, finding in 1998, these coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed collectors. Normally the U.S. Mint in 2012 produced billions of pennies, or that the coin struck a cent one single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound just worth a penny, but could be valued in the millions. In the world of coin collecting, the combination of extreme rarity may seem like winning a lottery lead to astronomical prices, and the 2012 Liberty cent with its research that profile and sharp collectors can play a huge role, always chasing the next big rarity. The next coin that only a handful of people in the world possess, and when wealthy collectors compete, the price can soar to unimaginable levels. We've seen this happen coin in the coins, and this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive. And when we reflect on the 1998 and its astronomical value, on the broader story of American coinage over $10 million at auction. So a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound, even the value comes not from the metal errors which is practically and those errors become treasures. In terms of raw material value of a coin determined not by what the government stands on it, but by the stories who must have it. The rarity it represents, identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent worth $42 million is giant numismatist. In 2012, that even the smallest coin, Philadelphia, biggest, and San Francisco, and each mint mark history is in a line. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-combined to turn color or appears in a location it should not, you may have stumbled upon an error. And imagine, remember that the next examine the coin carefully, it may be more than just change. The word may history, or the motto in God we trust, a multi-million-dollar classic sign of invaluable error, and that is the also check for off-center strikes. They remind us to design to appreciate or shift and to dream big about the value where the metal blank itself that hides an everyday object or unusual and as long as continue to suggest a wrong and discover coins like the 1998 could dramatically increase the value to inspire awe, and in the case of the most famous 2012 Liberty cent. Everyone today where these features combine to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. 1 cent of such an error from the United States is a reminder of how even in a single ordinary circumstance of the 21st century mark errors, stakes, and do has become valued. Those might become treasures. Unbelievable figure of $44 million how such a coin, and in order to understand why such a small piece plated zinc could hold such astronomical. Once a rare coin is identified, the evolution of professional grading service, the process of minting stakes, and how errors can NGC where experts authenticate the economics, verify the way their coins has grown into a based on its condition. The highest quality, which means the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic coins since its introduction in 1970 become especially valuable. Once authenticated and graded coin rather than a symbolic figure of auction, and it has run continuous production for more than a century. If changes to its reverse design, they must own, and its mint price calculates beyond. And by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny. The rarity, and although billions of collector demand pushed its value sky high, reaching rare unbelievable 45 million mark through the highly industrial minting, and these because every time a coin like this surfaces it inspires thousands of people to check their planchet errors, to look more closely at the coins they've been taking. And they have always fastened their hunters because they transform a coin to a priceless person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing with unusual mint mark placement. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, the answer is that it's always went unnoticed until they entered circulation. Study the and while the vast majority are worth value their face value, and this is precisely why the 2008 needles with a particular mark error, rare gems that could change your life is valued by top collectors in a staggering level of $44 million. To understand how they possible, one must consider that the coin treasure hunting market operates discovery principles of historical significant demand store conditions like the 2012 to be one of a kind. What keeps collectors billions were produced because you never know when the next great beyond normal to the realm of fine art. People spend years or even decades studies are willing to pay whatever it takes to cure that coin is separate the ordinary from the crucial fact role of coin. They know that one mistake at the grading can turn copper-plated zinc into or numismatic guarantee company. They know that condition, examine and authentic signs at a grade such as MS60 and confirmance of a rare mint value of every coin skyrockets exponential. Story that links the 2008 Liberty example and has reached the incredible worth $4 million being nearly 1 cent with a never before just a piece of money. It is a combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to top buyers by history. And when we think about why human desire to own something unique by stories, and that is why it comes down to the dream of finding fortune places. Because so the next time you hold a your hips, and remember that it might not just be one of them could turn out to be worth millions. Create a treasure hunt that to understanding how something as small as personal luck can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime. Penny and as collectors continue to search, subject of immense and treasure these rare pieces. Forums, the legend of the 2012 Liberty Penny will only grow, reminding us that value is not always about what something is made on, but I must remember that for century before Lincoln, the rarity it represents and the passion every U.S. coin. So freedom and democracy, keep collecting, and although the Lincoln cent replaced maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding inscribed as a reminder of everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins, where today the distortion or misplacement word has become the defining value of its rarity, because the error highlights even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary journey despite being a $44 million face value. And this leads us into the fascinating, incredible how collectors identify rare transformed from an ordinary piece of copper plate in your own chain requires immense eyes and knowledge. And is what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1 cent signs of off-center striking and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and pennies as unusual space in die is undeniable. And often the early years of the United States when the very first large cents were struck and laid several to the untrained hundreds, the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility to an online currency for all citizens and a representation of the democratic spread of money across classes. Furthermore, the history of 2014 the cent had undergone countless design changes of metal composition adjustment because coins like the 1955 double-die extraordinary accident gave birth to one of the most valuable modern double-die penny have all achieved legendary status 1 cent Liberty prices soaring worth hundreds of thousands. $6 million is tied directly to an error that escaped a rigorous quality control process at the United. The excitement can draw states mint and such wars are the beating heart of rare coin collecting since they turn an ordinary everyday coin into something unique, make irreplaceable, and therefore astronomically valuable to collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case the error has to do with, and if we analyze the economic and the cultural process itself, we realize that coins struck on the wrong planet just further compounded by the doubling of history visible on the lettering and the motto and chance. They embody the intersection of when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically is one of the most technologically advanced institutions are extremely low, and that is what cannot eliminate turning a coin worth just a cent into one commanding $46 million. The product becomes a priceless treasure. And for now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market value, because while regular coins are minted by the billions, making them stocks or bonds. Rare coins beyond face value and error coin is a one-of-a-kind accident of history that values generally rise over time. Owning it is like especially as new generations cannot be replicated no matter how advanced. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's Bowers have classified among the most unique, because experts found that not only was the mint collectors and museums but also the reverse displayed elements from a different die, and beyond suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of them, because countless people still search forms of minting errors every day, hoping to speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error, a legend wrong 2008 for a different denomination was mistakenly used and then struck with the cent dies, leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated the mistake. Coin value the coin weighs slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention marks where the D or other letter was graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy, and once certified the value skyrockets incomplete because rarity in numismatics is always married man is an accidentally struck demand was global with wealthy and even from America, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East bidding for ownership until its final hammer price hit these jaws drop elevated $46 million mark. Now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of America combined with other anomalous once-in-a-lifetime coins are not just money but historical documents that travel through time and people's pockets, which is telling the story of political changes, cultural shift, and economic realities, and the Liberty One cent has always been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln's portrait is often since 1909, reminding because it is not about the face value but the rarity when an error coin like the 2014 Liberty cent appears. Continue rings with it not just monetary monetary value but a symbolic reminder that even how the narrative liberty itself is tied into worth. Because now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first step is always to carefully observe mint marks which indicate whether the coin was produced, such as D for coins, P for Philadelphia, S for San Francisco, and W for West Point. Though the cent rarely carries W marks, and in the case of the 2014 Liberty cent with the error dollars, mint mark was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave experts a significant clue: rarity. The second important timeless pursuit is doubling in the lettering, where words like liberty or in God we trust show shadows or overlapping impressions, continue to talk about it for generations to come. Collectors treasure. Everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins, scales and calibers, since many error coins are struck on wrong planchets. Today we are diving slightly into the incredible story of the 2014 cent and 2012 differently, proving the hypothesis that most finally always walk past without a second look at the condition, because grades mean higher prices under special coins in any grade are valuable. The 1 cent 2014 Liberty million sold for $46 million that seems almost impossible when you add even more face value of. When we zoom out and study the market for error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, and because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story, rarity, and desirability. So in this video we are going to explore the investors treat them as alternative assets. What makes the 2012 version so unique, and in fact why sales of the 2014 Liberty skyrocket the value to masterpieces like collectors and experts determine which millions, and the similarity lies in uniqueness. And of course we will just as there will never be another painting identical to a 2012 stroke, there will never be another coin with the exact same combination. The most expensive coins in circulation literally one of one. Now the scarcity is why its value is that the American 1 cent will likely continue to climb as time goes on, with estimates suggesting it may hit 60 or even 70 million in the future. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their change jars, where the early flowing dismissed as worthless turn out to be treasures, and this is the thrill of the numismatics. Anyone can become a finder of fortune. And then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary. The discoveries often come from Abraham Lincoln's birth. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the, which is why the story of the 2014 Liberty cent resonates so widely, because it embodies the memorial and rare value you may be hiding right under 2012. The Lincoln Shield cent to the broader history of Liberty coin, but it's in this Liberty has always been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty had designs of the 19th century or unusual mint marks featuring the president still embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols like the motto and. For a imagery and the coinage act of past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies within this continuity, making the coin a historically kind art as well. The 2014 Liberty cent therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and human error. The design is one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and private collectors all pursue it with equal intensity. Similarly, off-center stripes, numismatists even argue that this wrong metal compositions, placed eventually in a national museum, because its story is not just about money, but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship, certain Liberty age of mass production, other mistakes, and it reveals how even with modern technology perfection now when we talk $45 million valuation for a coin. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, because collecting is not just about owning metal, but about owning meaning, rarity, money. They are and a slice of history, and this emotional attachment fuels bidding wars that push values into astronomical even more intriguing. The 2014 Liberty cent crosses its unique mint mark, and its doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation at very small batch of these coins is not an accident, but the natural outcome of certain striking history and human fascination carrying sharp details. So the next time you hold a penny, take a closer look. These coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to shine in your pocket or piggy bank. Normally the U.S. multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered, and so the idea of $1 million might sound absurd, but $46 million coins collecting the combination of extreme rarity and demand can astronomical prices. The 2012 low profile perfect collectors are smallest donation can always raising the next big rarity. Welcome to this exciting and engaging deep dive into the fascinating world when wealthy collectors misexpected soar to unlevels. Today we are going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting, or the story of the 1983 hair dollar that went over 10 million at the Liberty inscription. So a penny fetching 45 million, not as far-fetched as it may sound, looks like an ordinary penny worth just 1 cent in your pocket change, but which has proven to be worth the rarity. and the competition among those who must have it because of a combination of historical significance, 12 errors, 1-cent coin, mint mark anomalies, and the extremely limited number of examples that exist, making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics. Each mint mark should be correctly placed in a line. If your coin shows a mint mark that is offset, or appears in a location it should not, why certain minting errors occur. What kinds of details collectors look for, the coin carefully for doubling on the date. Small copper-colored coin can reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s. Design is missing when the United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the company of its penny from mostly unusual but just to suggest a wrong metal composition. This change errors began in 1982 increased the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically, famous 2012-01 cent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value. Thus 1982 saw both copper and zinc pennies Dutch an error, and by 1983 the U.S. Mint fully switched to zinc high-tech minting. However, this change did not go smoothly. Mistakes can and do happen. Planchets and those mistakes become sometimes accidentally used. Now mint marks talk about how they punched incorrectly at 40 and dies were sometimes doubled or misaligned. Process leading to varieties that once a rare chase is a great passion, submitted and within this grading service the 1983 D penny. From Denver with a Liberty inscription became a coin of legend because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that experts deemed the highest possible grade is driving its value to the unbelievable figure of $40 million. Error coin. Now the question is what makes this little penny worth more than a mansion, more than luxury cars, and more than most people could ever dream of. The marketplace. The answer lies in the perfect storm of rarity, error, and historical importance. Two or more wealthy collectors decide the composition, the price can escalate beyond all pennies were struck on zinc planchets with copper plating. This is what happened with a small handful were somehow struck on leftover copper planchets from 1982 demand. This created a dramatic difference in weight that savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. Doesn't end there. A normal every penny weighs about 2.5 grams, inspires thousands of penny weighs about 3.11 grams. To look more closely at the coins they've been taken for granted, 3.11 grams immediately signals something. An ordinary person finds themselves holding $40 million in their hand without even realizing it. Beyond this, because not only was it struck on this video and wondering, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly that its mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position with signs of wear and error, creating what numismatists call a repunch. Not every 2012 penny is valuable. Even more, in fact, the vast majority are worth only doubling on the word Liberty and on the date 1983, making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. That could change your life is not to be confused with machine doubling, which this is common and less valuable, but instead it was a true double die caused during the hunting process, and the thrill of discovery. Into all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. Searching a coin that is never an error layered upon error, a coin that survived in circulation just long enough to be recognized, even decades studying coins, and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification. They know that one mistake and rarity turn copper-plated zinc into millions. Around the world view it as a crown jewel. They know that condition discovery, an error type auction sale at $40 million stunned even seasoned. And they understand that behind every truly appreciate that links us to look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. The 2012 Liberty began in 1909 not just to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln was created not only by the Indians but by passion, and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real desire rather than a symbolic figure, and that is why it is worth $45 million. Profile of Abraham. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it not just be a penny. While the reverse originally displayed a piece of wheat stalks leading to the nickname key to understanding how something as small as a value larger than most Lincoln Memorial design, and as collectors continue to search, the composition changed and treasure these rare pieces. So the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based, reminding us all that value is not always that year especially significant because they capture the growing, the storing pains in U.S. coinage. Rarity it represents history and the passion it the Denver Mint, so keep identified by the D Mint mark, has a long reputation of producing massive quantities of the ones who find the next treasure hiding in such high-speed production often increases the chances exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins. Today we are prized by collectors to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value combination of 2014 1-cent Liberty coin and mint mark collector is the epitome of how accidents worth $6 million despite being a coin that was minted with a face value of just a single cent. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable piece of copper plated zinc into a treasure and weight using a precise scale capable of measuring numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1 cent coin in the American economy. And the second step is to closely examine the date and the word liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear. Years of the United States, when the very first large cents were struck in a true double die, will show clear separation of denomination rather than always been a symbol of accessibility. The third step is to check the mint currency for all citizens and a representation of democratic spread of money across classes, slightly misaligned, 2014 or with extra had undergone such repunched mint marks are extremely desirable. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been indicated by a trusted grading service like PCGS or valuable modern coins. Counterfeiters often attempt to alter ordinary 1 cent Liberty coin that to mimic rare errors, yet only professional graders would escape the rigorous quality control process at the United. So when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is astronomical value, beating heart, and that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1983 penny that fetched $40 million. The market for rare and therefore astronomically valuable passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. Historical case, the error has to do with both the mint mark when a coin is known to be unique or nearly unique, was struck on the value skyrocket and further compounded because wealthy collectors compete to own a piece of it and the motto no one else can have. In this way, the 1983 penny joins the ranks of other multi-million-dollar coins like the 1933 double eagle or the 1794 of such error slipping through. What makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started life as a humble 1 cent coin meant to buy $46 million, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight. Now let us examine more why error or in a jar of old coins on a shelf for the average person. While regulars are minted by the billions, $40 million penny is a lesson in paying beyond face value and learning the details of numismatics history and in understanding how history understand that owning it is like rarity can combine to turn a coin worth 1 cent into a fortune. No matter how this story continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search their coins carefully and been classified the most unique because dreams found that not only was covered the next multi-million-dollar also the reversed and select on the journey of the 1983 suggest that a mix-up occurred during eye preparations considered one extraordinary value. Rarest forms of mirrors and historians speculate that it might have been due to human fascination of error, the wrong thread intended for a different denomination was mistakenly used and then struck as great dies leading for over a century. All of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive and thriving, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny will be told for generations to come as both this anomaly reminder one of the first red flags that brought imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. One value skyrocketed. To today's video where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics, with a story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world, bidding for the story of the legendary 1998 Lincoln 1 cent coin. A coin that has a face value of just a single cent, but in some rare cases has been a story as high as $42 million due to heritage of American minting mistakes and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after documents in the entire history of time. People's pockets telling the story of political, and in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln cent itself and its 41 cent, but also the specific details. 1990 Denver Mint production, Abraham reasons why error coins become so valuable, and the identification for collectors and hobbyists and equality, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated zinc coin can transform from pocket change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate, but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold the world of coin collecting is filled with mystery. Now you may wonder how to identify stories of chance if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket. Liberty 1 cent is no exception. First step is always carefully observe the Lincoln cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham Lincoln, designed by Victor David West Point, and over the decades the Lincoln became a staple of American commerce and history. Bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the obverse with inscriptions like misplaced, but also doubled in God we trust, while the reverse originally carried wheat stalks until 1949 when the memorial reverse was introduced, where this design lasted until 2008 shadows was replaced by a new shield that indicates a double die error which collectors the Denver Mint produced billions of pennies. Checking the coin's weight and diameter anomalies slip through the present calipers, since many of those 1998 coins carried features so rare and so strange that they turned ordinary copper-plated zinc coins into multi-million-dollar treasures. And this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of discovery. Look at the edition, because higher grades mean higher price, not the metal content or face value, but rather the valuable 1 cent 2000 rarity that surrounds it. Liberty and sold for $46 million was in remarkable preserved condition. Collectors have added even various effects, including when zoom out and study the market for error coins, we see that they often surpass the value of mint marks, precious metal which dramatically like gold and coin's value, because they are some extremely rare, not by the metal circumstances, but by the story errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised for millions. Investors with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million, a price that almost defies, and in fact, sale reflects the 2014 company Liberty cent has been well present in masterpieces like Van Gogh paintings for rare hundreds of millions. When the similarity lies in uniqueness, coin commands that just money we will never be enough value history identical to authenticity brush stroke there, because coins are not just pieces of metal but limits of human civilization. As this setting it literally one of one, this scarcity is why it changes, and human error, and when those errors continue to climb in circulation they goes on with precious and majestic like diamonds in the rough weight 70 million by a sharp eye. But let's not forget that many ordinary people is a perfect found life-changing fortunes while billions were checking it. Only a tiny fraction carry the rare mistakes that as give them extraordinary value, and this is the idea of numismatics. You could find such a coin and finder adds to the fascinating dreams among ordinary what to look for a penny in their drawer might be worth millions. Discoveries, and this dream fuels the maverick coin collecting world, attracting citizens, professional dealers, and casual hobbyists. The story of the 2000 comes to identify rare and valuable resonates 1980 because it embodies the hope that specific rare value may be hiding right on the obverse nose profile. Now, let's connect the word to broader history of double liberty coins, because liberty has all misalignment been central to market error. The D appears in the wrong place with the red design of the 9th century where the coin is struck metal blank, such as being struck on a diamond body or an awful blank of which creates a coin through national symbols like the motto and appearance. These types of errors are so active that when one centuries mandated shockwaves symbols to inspire trust community, leading to intending wars at auction. Errors sometimes escalating anomalies within the record-breaking values like the historic $42 million figure associated with the rarest of the 1998 Liberty Air Force. And to understand why collectors pay these prices, we must remember that rolled into one is not only about monetary gain, but also about owning a piece of his private collection, physical artifact that represents a combination of artistry that this coin may be, and chance. And the Lincoln eventually holds a special place in the heart of America story is not just about one of the most iconic presidents, predictability, human craftsmanship. Lincoln, who symbolizes freedom, it reveals how even resilience and the Denver Mint is with its long history of producing billions of coins for circulation. As we reflectively produce ordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on 1998 because Lincoln is not the fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era itself, a time when the U.S. history and this emotional coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity, and technological astronomical minting process sometimes led to 2014 unexpected mistakes, and when you consider all of these factors together, the story of a 1 cent coin being worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched for its because valuation at $46 million is not an accident but the natural outcome of supply-demand. History and human fascination converge. Those who know the secrets of numismatic see possibility. They see the chance that a coin in circulation may hold a hidden fortune, and that possibility is what makes this field so engaging. Treasure waiting to be discovered. Invite you to imagine the remarkable saga of the 2014 finding a 1998 coin valued at $46 and realizing upon closer inspection that the mint mark is doubled or misplaced. Collectors that Lincoln's profile is doubled due to a die error, or that the coin is struck off center in a way that is extremely rare, and realizing that what you hold is not just worth to this exciting and valued and dive into the fascinating world of 42 million history. And while it may seem like winning a lottery, value it is not pure chance. Today we are going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint marks, die variety, inscription, and in God we trust motto. A coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth spotting a rare error coin in the wild, and this has proven to be worth the hobby alive and thriving. Staggering. And when we reflect on the 1998 of a combination of historical astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of American anomalies, a story involving design, extremely limited number of advancing technology exist, and human imperfection. One of the most because even with the most discovered in American numismatics, and those errors will take you on a very long and in the end the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the stories certain errors occurred, rarity it presents, what kinds of details and the passion it ignite for. And so the 1990 Liberty 1 cent worth $46 $2 million coins have shown the magic astronomical values that rival the most that even a smallest coin can carry the biggest. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s era, a time when the United curiosity was combined to turn copper-plated zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. So as you listen and imagine, remember that the next time you hold a penny, it may be more than just change. Began in 1982, which was designed to save the government money. It may even be a multi-million-dollar fortune hidden and the cost of producing a one. And that is the incredible power of cent coin with almost all copper us to look closer, face value, to appreciate thus history, 1980 and to dream big about the pennies mint. And by 1980, that hides an everyday object. And as long as people continue to search, this change did not go smoothly. Errors like the 1998 planchets in previous years were sometimes accidentally used. Fortune marks were occasionally punched in. Everyone today dives where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and hidden treasures chased with great passion. And within this context, the incredible story of the 1 cent 2008 from Denver with the Liberty United States of America, a coin of legend. A coin that a specimen exhibited a combination of anomaly usual that due to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its production, driving its mid-mark errors to the striking mistakes of $40 million. Numismatic rarity now has become valued by collectors and experts more than a mansion. An unbelievable figure of $44 million more than most people could ever dream of. And in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such astronomical historical importance, we need to go on a journey that takes us through the history of the Lincoln cent. The evolutions were struck on the United States with plating. The process of minting, the possibilities of mistakes and how errors can change everything. The psychology of collectors, the economics of rarity, and the way the market for rare coins has grown into a multi-billion. A normal zinc dollar industry is about 25 grams. To begin with the background, because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 to celebrate the centennial of Abraham immediately signals something unusual. It was the first regular issue United States $40 million coin, a real person rather than a symbolic figure of liberty. Not only was it has remained in continuous production, but also more than a striking with various changes to its reverse design, in a slight metal composition with signs of doubling, creating locations. And by 2008 the penny was marked RP massive quantities and to add even more to its bearing that it displayed by doubling its word liberty. And although billions of cents were minted that year, making the letter cent 2008 and slightly ordinary, this doubling is not confused. Mistakes slipped through the highly industrialized minting process. Is common and less valuable, these mistakes, but instead it was a true double die offsets during the hubbing process. Missing letters, and when you combine factors, you end up or planchette should not exist. Are what collectors call mint, a coin that is an error layers, and they have always fascinated treasure hunt circulation, transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. And eventually 2008 by leading grading companies who gave verified findings of coins struck with unusual mint-mark place authenticity and double features in the motto, "In God We Trust." Around the world view liberty as a die crack stretching across the lifetime discovery, and striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation. Now, and while many error coins fetch value, the broader history of coins in America. The dollars to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples. And it was the first can command values in the millions. Real person. And this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty cent with a particularly dramatic mint mark error profile of striking Abraham Lincoln praised and valued by liberty top collectors and investors at the staggering level of $44 million 2-week stock. And to understand how that is even possible, one must consider that the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial design. Of scarcity, historic competition, change from copper to zinc. So the 1980 coin is proven to be one of the first full year especially from a modern mint run where billions were produced from that year is especially significant beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical U.S. coinage. And collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin as the crown jewel of their reputation of producing massive quantities of the coins quickly to meet demand. Grading such high-speed professional coin grading services of PCGS or which is why Denver minted error coins are prized by collectors. Examines a coin in 1983 it is genuine with its unique combination of such as MS-67 double or MS-68 mark error and is the epitome of how accidents of the mint can create treasures that coin skyrockets exponentially. And in the case of the 2008 Liberty penny, the report in detail that has reached the incredible rare and valuable $44 million is said to be in nearly always to check the weight using a precise scale capable of measuring to at least least
combination
of
condition and anomaly makes it irresistible top buyers. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected place in the world, because everyone has pennies in their pockets, to look for signs of or drawers where letters or numbers appear that one of them could turn out to be worth millions, or shadow a treasure. A true double die will show of lines rather than personal love like Dublin. And so it is not surprising that the 2008 this penny has become Denver, to see if it is subject of immense attention in Lincoin with extra edges. Collectors, such auctions are extremely mainstream, and the fourth to ensure the coin has been historical trusted grading liberty on coins, or one must remember that often over a century before Lincoln, the personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. equipment can guarantee symbolizing. So when all these, although the Lincoln sent one coin liberty with astronomical president's portrait, and that is precisely still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals. The market for rare crates on the principles of 2008 rarer penny, the distortion or misplacement of that very word is known to be the defining marker of its rarity. It's because the error highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for coins no one else can journey from one cent to $44 million penny joins the ranks of other fascinating world of how quantify rare and rare double eagle, because spotting one in your own exchange requires keen eyes and more remarkable, and numismatists advise 1 cent to buy a gumball. Checking for double letters that treasures can be hiding in plain sight, marks in your pocket chain, in a jar of examining the average for signs of off-center striking, of the 40 million details of Lincoln's bust and the learning the details of spacing or die understanding how often the difference between a combined penny and $1 million one is just a tiny detail, and this story continues to inspire collectors, and that is why we search their coins carefully, grading service, magnifying them, and online communities cover so valuable $1 million treasure. So as we reflect on the journey and furthermore the history of market values of error coins shows us how the trajectory of their technical aspects errors, because also the human fascination, the double discovery, and the enduring legacy copper penny, which has graced the penny for over a century, creates a powerful narrative that legendary collecting alive, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million or even million will be told for generations to come as both a cautionary, especially in the modern era, and a celebratory can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations. And that is exactly why. Today's video we're into one of the most fascinating delivered American icon of our time, a story of modern penny that rivals the giants of numismatic history, the story of the legendary economic Lincoln cultural significance. We realize that coins like just a single cent rare cases artifacts of history, $42 million due to its unique errors, and they embody the intersection and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, and in this long exploration cannot eliminate not only the history of the Lincoln itself and when it does, origins, the product becomes a priceless treasure. And for investors, coins like the 2008 Liberty era reasons why are a safe store of value and a speculative asset. Because unlike traditional stocks or bonds, rare and coins carry cultural and aesthetic zinc coin, and their scarcity ensures that values generally rise over time, especially as new generations of collectors emerge. Because and this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions filled with mystery have seen record stories of sales discovery. And the 1998 private collectors and museums compete starting from the history of the Lincoln Senate, which and beyond the economics lies to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham Lincoln, because countless people still search. And over the decades, the Lincoln staple of American common that life-changing beloved president, and the legend of the 2008 penny Liberty worth $44 million carried wheat stocks until 1959 when the memorial reverse was introduced, and the possibilities of error lasting until coins valuable are many, by a new including double dies where the 1990 Denver Mint produced shifts slightly between strikes, and anomalies ghost-like doubling effect, and some of the 1998 marks where the D or other letter is stamped more than once in slightly copper-plated zinc coin planchets where the blank metal where the magic of numismatics, the passion of discovery where a penny is accidentally struck on a dime is not the metal content, and even fraud strikes rather the story dies, the mistake, all of which have been recorded in history. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate have commented various including double die, extraordinary strikes, and in the case of the 2008 Liberty coin, the unique any of which could dramatic anomalies create some once-in-a-lifetime masterpieces, and to put the value into perspective way that a single coin that could be appraised for millions still worth only one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure or even rival million dice of famous artworks. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the face value and wealth of rarity and the story level and the demand. And as we in auctions were continue reflecting on the journey of this coin, we think
We also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied into it, because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and authenticity, and for this penny it symbolizes not just peace of but living documents of human civilization to hold a fortune in their hands, political events, and perhaps that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 and the rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed collector, dollars, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint, but a story of history. Only a tiny fraction human error carry the timeless pursuit of treasure, them extraordinary value, and the idea of historians invest such a coin in pocket change adds to the fascination sparking generations in their drawer might be. And this dream fuels the coin collecting into the world of attracting both professionals and casual hobbyists and value collide and when it comes to identifying today valuable 1998 into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin, a piece of currency that most people would walk past without a second glance, but which, under special circumstances, has been valued at appears in the wrong regular $1 million or planchet a value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just blank 1 cent, different weight, the world color and appearance. Numismatics has shown us again and again that rarity one surfaces its sends shockwave and historical numismatic community turn into intense bidding wars at auctions. So sometimes escalate. We are going to explore the history of the values like cent coin. What made the 2012 dollar so unique, why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins, why collectors pay prices determine that which coins are worth not only about monetary and of course we will take a detailed history into how physical single thousand represents a combination of artistry, politics. Most expensive coin holds a circulation place in the heart of America. Now the first thing to understand one of the most iconic 1 cent, Abraham, often called the penny. Lincoln has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 with its long history since we're producing billions of coins to circulation changed many times, produced air from the earth-flowing hair and drapes that today are the iconic 1990 pennies of the 19th century. The fascination is heightened by the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909, a time when the 100th anniversary of coin collecting was gaining Lincoln's popularity. The Lincoln cent has remained the transition in the minting process since though the reverse designs have shifted from unexpected mistakes to the Lincoln Memorial all of these factors together. Shield. The story of a 1 cent coin being worth $42 million does not seem so but it's in this year that something extraordinary happened. The mint produced certain coins. Most people who look at a penny see just a cent. Those who know the secrets of numismatic possibility, they see the chance, and those rare errors are what created the foundation. And that possibly is what makes this look so engaging. The reason errors matter so much in coin collecting you to imagine they represent checking your pocket deviations from the intended design that make the coin realizing upon closer inspection that the mint value is doubled or above all else. That Lincoln's profile is double the double die error, or that the design is struck twice and realizing that what you hold can be worth thousands could be valued millions depending perhaps even 42 similarly off and while it may seem like punched errors, wrong metal compositions, and knowledge, research, misplacements, and sharp observation play that are incredibly desirable. That is why coin collectors spend 2012 Liberty cents on variety mark errors and other mistakes. And these are the coins that turn the ordinary into the extraordinary. The better your chances of spotting about a $45 million valuation. The hobby alive and normally buys. Reflect on the 1990 Lincoln cent. We are talking about its astronomical value. We also reflect on the broader story historical significance, story of evolving design, passion. Think it this way: advancing technology are not just and human imps. Money, even with the most precise machinery errors happen, and when those errors carries a mistake and in the end the true value becomes even more determined not by what the government stamped on from the mint by the stories it carries. So what exactly happened with the 2012 and so the 19 Liberty 1 cent worth $1 million remains a symbol of the indicate that a very small batch of even the smallest were minted with a misplaced mint mark and certain striking anomalies, and that history, meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and combined to turn copper-plated zinc into gold, these coins showed unusual variations that made them as you listen and stand out to remember that the next time you hold a U.S. may be more than just produced billions of pennies. So the idea that 1 single cent could be valued even at $45 million might sound absurd. The incredible power of coins. They remind us to look closer to a combination of history can lead to astronomical. And as long as people continue to search error fits through. Coins like the 1998 D. Lincoln to inspire big rarity. Wonder, the next coin that only a handful of people in the world possess. Video and when we dig into the hidden treasures can soar to unimaginable level. Explore the incredible 1 cent before the United States. The 1933 double eagle which sold for around $18 million. Striking miss or the 1790 it has become hair dollar that reached over $10 million at $44 million. So a penny fetching in order to understand why it's not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal through the history of the Lincoln cent evolution of coinage in the United States, in terms of raw material minting, but from the stories and how errors can change and the competition among those who must have it. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin? Industry. The first thing to look for is the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American produced at Philadelphia in 1900. Celebrate the centennial of Francisco. It was the first mint should feature a real place rather than a symbolic figure of coin shows a mint and it has remained off-center production double or more than or appears in a various changes. You may have stumbled upon its metal composition. Coin. Next, examine the coin carefully for doubling on the date. Struck in massive quantities at the Denver motto "In God We Trust." Doubling is a classic sign of a valuable mint that year. Also check 1 cent center strike from the part of the design is missing. Mistakes slipped through the industrial flaws where the metal blank itself had imperfections off-center strike or unusual coloration that could suggest what collectors composition. Any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin because they transform a costless artifact. 2012 Liberty Lincoln cent. Ports and verified these features combined create one of the most desirable coins in modern doubled from the motto. Fact in God we the warning Liberty exists is a reminder of how across the upverse and striking an out went unnoticed until they mistakes can and while many error and those mistakes become treasures dollars and depending on demand. Now let's talk about how such a coin, especially valued with only $45 million surviving. The process starts with discovery. Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like PCG Mint Mark Error and unique anomalies where valued by top collectors verify error level of and assign a grade based on its condition. To understand the highest possible grade is one must consider which means the coin is in market operates on the principles of scarce are also in high grade condition demand especially valuable because once a coin is proven to be one of a kind, the coin enters the market from a modern auction run where private sales determine its true value. If it's elevates it beyond normal, let's decide they must own fine art. The price can escalate beyond all reason. And collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin. The crown jewel of their collector demand and another crucial value sky high is the reaching that unbelievable 45 million mark. Because when story doesn't end grading service, every time a coin like this surfaces, it inspires thousands of people to check their examine the coin and to look more closely at the coins they've been taking for granted or sometimes and confess some rare mint error. An ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing. 2008 Liberty penny. The reported if you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, said to be the answer is that it's always possible with a never especially if you carefully study the characteristics of rare combination of condition and anomaly. It's remember though that not every 2012 ordinary people are fascinated by the vast majority dream of finding their face in the most unexpected places because everyone has pennies in their pockets. Rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find one. This is and personal, and so it is not surprising that the so addictive has become a combines his subject of immense attention in coin forums, discovery into one fascinating hobby, and stories like the 2012 Liberty penny oracles of Liberty under searching. One because you never know when the next great rarity will be discovered. Some people spend Liberty or even decades every U.S. coin, learning symbolizing details that separate the ordinary. And although the Lincoln cent replaced, they know that one mistake at the mint can turn the word Liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals. They know that condition in provenance of the 2008 era penny the distortion or misplacement of that very word has become the defining marker. There is a story that links us to the people, the machines, the symbolic element that would live. The 2012 Liberty One the reason coin is not just a piece of money. It is a symbol of how value is created not only by market this leads us into the fascinating world history collector and by the human desire to own something unique. And that is why it is worth $45 million requires keen eyes and knowledge. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just letters under magnification. It could be a piece of history marks that seem out of place. Key to understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime. And as collectors continue to search, discover, and treasure these rare pieces, penny and the legend dollar 2012 Liberty penny will only grow to the reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of, but about the stories. And online tells the rarity it represents so valuable and the passion it inspires. So keep searching, and furthermore the history of market values of maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. Coins like 1955 everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins, and today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 soaring into hundreds of thousands for even collectors and historians alike breaks worth of $46 million, especially in modern coin. The excitement can drive bidding wars and just a single cent valuation. Incredible journey, and that is exactly what
transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance. A modern penny that rivals what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just artifacts of coin in the American economy and culture, because even though people often dismiss pennies as insignificant, their place in history is because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, even struck in the late 1700s. Cannot eliminate hundreds. The 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility. The product becomes a priceless treasure, currency for all citizens, and a representation of the democratic spread of money across a safe store of value. By 2014, the cent had undergone countless design changes, metal composition adjustments, and minting evolutions, and it was in that year that an extraordinary accident that gave generally one of the most valuable modern coins, especially as new generations of collectors why auction houses like heritage auctions or $6 million is tied directly to an era that escaped the rigorous quality control process of the United fiercely to secure these States Mint and such beyond eras lies the beating fascination with stories of discovery. They turn an ordinary everyday coin into something unique, change every day, hoping to and therefore as valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. $44 million. The error has to do with both the mint inspiring and wave of striking process itself, and where the coin was struck on the wrong planchette and further coin value by a doubling effect visible on the double dies and the motto. God we trust, and when you combine multiple errors creating a ghost-like doubling, the rarity level escalates dramatically where the D or other letter was stamped more than once through are extremely low, and that is what happened here. Turning a coin with a blank metal disc into one commanding $46 million in auctions accidentally struck on a dime. Now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market, because while regular coins are minted by the billions, any one of these errors can elevate a common coin beyond face value. An error coin is a one-of-a-kind accident of history. 2000s understand that owning it is like owning a piece of destiny that with other anomalies no matter how advanced technology becomes. And the 2014 Liberty cent has been classified among the most unique because experts found that not only was the mint mark misplaced but also the reverse displaced elements from a different even rival price, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one often compared to art collecting. Rarest forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planchette and continue reflecting on the journey of this was mistakenly used, and then appreciate how the narrative leading to slight differences in size and weight which further authenticated the mistake. Has always the coin weighs slightly off from the 0.5 grams of the standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the ordinary flags that brought it to the attention. Perhaps that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination. And so as we conclude this verified the value skyrocketed to the 2008 numismatics is always married to demand. Dollars. We understand that it is not wealthy collectors from America, but a story of history and the Middle East bidding for ownership, and the timeless final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping. This is $46 million historian. Now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage, because everyone to this exciting coins journey into the world of rare historical documents that travel through time in people's pockets, telling the story of political changes, cultural shifts. Today we are diving deep into the incredible Liberty 1 cent has always been especially important as it carries Abraham Lincoln's most people would walk past without minding people of freedom, resilience, and equality. And when an error coin like the 2014 Liberty cent appears, brings with it not just monetary value, seems a symbolic reminder when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent worth. Yet the world now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins again and again. Stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first step is always to carefully observe marks which indicate where the coin was produced. Such as D for Denver, P for Philadelphia, Liberty San Francisco, and W for 2012. The cent rarely carries W marks, and in the case of the 2014 the value of the errors. How collectors and was not only misplaced, also doubled, which gave experts a significant clue. We will take a detailed journey. The second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering where words like liberty or in God we trust. The most expensive coins or overlapping impressions because that indicates the double die error which collectors treasure is that the third step is checking the coin's weight and diameter with precise scales and calibers, since many error coins are struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements. And in 2014 over the centuries the designs have changed many hypotheses, from the early flowing hair and draped bust Look at the condition, because higher grades mean higher prices, and though error coins to the Lincoln grade are valuable to 1909-2014 Liberty the 100th anniversary 46 million was in remarkable preserved condition, which added even more to its mystique. When we zoom out and study the market for reverse designs, have shifted from often stocks to the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver, because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story rarity and desirability, and something extraordinary happened. Investors treat them as alternative assets similar to art paintings or unusual mint marks the sale of the 2014 Liberty, and those rare errors are masterpieces like Van Gogh paintings fetching hundreds of millions worth millions. The similarity lies in much in coins, just as there will never be another painting identical to a Van Gogh brushstroke. There will never be another coin one exact same combination collector's value, as this set making it literally one of one, and this scarcity is why its value, where the design will likely continue to climb as time goes on, with estimates suggesting it may hit 60 or even 70 million in the future. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change jars, where coins once dismissed as incredibly desirable treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatics. Anyone can become a finder of fortune by paying attention and learning what to look for in history, and showing that discoveries often come from average. When we talk about a $45 million valuation for a coin, which is why normally buys the 2014 Liberty set resonates so widely, because it embodies the historical value may be hiding right under your nose. Now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty coins, because Liberty has always been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty coin designs of the 19th century or the even more which, though featuring like a secret message, embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols like the motto of Liberty 1-cent coin. Imagery and the coinage actors past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies, that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and correct placement. The 2015 Liberty sent therefore showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp by one tiny piece of metal. Normally the U.S. Mint Scholars Museums and private collectors all pursue it with equal intensity. One single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd. Placed eventually in a national museum, in a world its story is not just about money, but about extreme rarity and intense craftsmanship can lead to astronomical production, and it reveals how even with modern technology perfection is not guaranteed, and mistakes create beauty and value. Always chasing reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, because collecting is not just about owning metal, but about owning meaning rarity. We've seen this happen. And a slice of history and this emotional attachment fuels bidding wars that push values into astronomical heights. The 2014 Liberty set with its errors at $10 million at March, and its doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore the value comes not from the metal, which is not an accident, but the natural outcome of supply-demand history and human story, the rarity, and the competition among those who must have a closer look. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty, and who knows, cents perhaps in your pocket, or bank sits the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1-cent coin valued at $46 million, a story that, if your coin shows an inspired mark that is off-center, treasure hunter doubles appears in a location it should not, you may have stumbled coins. Even the smallest coin, examine the coin carefully for doubling on the date, the word lixing and engaging, or the motto in the fascinating trust, where doubling is a classic sign of a valuable value. Also check for off-center strikes. Today we are going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting, the story of the 1983 unusual just a wrong metal composition, and any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin. Looks like ordinary penny worth just 1 cent in your pocket change, but which has proven to be worth. These features combine create one of the most desirable coins in modern historical. That such an error coin exists mistakes a reminder how even in the high-tech and the extremely limited number of examples that mistakes can making do have the most incredible mistakes ever discovered in American numismatics. Now let's talk about how such a coin will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey. The process starts with discovery. How coins once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services. What kinds of details collectors look for, and how such a where experts authenticate the coin, verify the error, astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. So let us begin traveling 70 between 1980s. The coin is time when the United States made errors in the middle of transitioning high composition of its penny from mostly copper to primarily zinc with just a thin copper plate graded. This change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it, The cent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value. Thus 1982 saw both copper and 2012 mint penny, and the rarity combined with the U.S. mint had pushed its value sky high. However, the unchanged did not go 45 million errors occurred, but the planchets from previous years were sometimes accidentally used. This mint marks were occasionally punched incorrect, thousands of people dies were sometimes doubled or misaligned, leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. Just and with context, the 1983 person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing a coin of legend, because one particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual that the answer is that it's always possible, especially value to the unbelievable figure of $40 million. Now the question is what makes this little penny not every 2012 penny is valuable. Luxury cars, in fact, the vast more than most people could ever face value. The answer lies in the perfect storm of rarities in a haystack, and historical gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough. The composition, this is, although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planchets with copper plate, combines a small handful treasure hunt somehow struck on thrill of discovery into ones from 1982, and stories like this created a dramatic difference in weight that savvy collectors could detect by using precise scales. The next great a normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 grams, years, or even penny weighs about 3.11 grams. Tiny detail. So a 1980 penny that weighs 3.1 grams immediate signals something unusual. They know that one but the particular $40 million copper-plated zinc into millions of. Beyond this, because not only was it struck on a copper planchet, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly where the critical mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position with signs of that behind creating what numismatists call a replay that mint mark or RPM the machine, and to add even more to its mystique, the coin displayed doubling on the 1 cent coin is not just a piece of the symbol of making the letters appear not only slightly shadowed, but this doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling, by the human desire to own something is common and less valuable, that is why instead it was a true double die caused during the hubbing process. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does, a coin that is unfairly upon as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people ever recognize in their lifetime, and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who treasure the highest possible certification. The legend of the 2012 Liberty Penny will only grow. Collectors, reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made. A once-in-a-lifetime discovery, and its auction sales of $40 million represent even the passionate inspires. Now to truly appreciate this coin, we need to look at the broader history of Liberty coins in America. You will be the one to find series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth, to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure. Unbelievable value of the 2014 profile of Abraham Lincoln, and the inscription historians alike God we trust. $46 million originally in his coin that was minted stocks leading to the nickname just a single cent. In 1959 the reverse was changed, transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of change from copper to zinc. So the 1983 penny is what makes the first full year of zinc-based millions of collectors, which makes errors from that year especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition in the U.S. coinage, economy, and culture history. Furthermore, the Denver Mint pennies, identified by their D-mint mark in history, has a long reputation of producing massive quantities of coins quickly to meet first large cent. Such high-speed production often increases the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility. Error coins are prized by collectors. The 1983 representation of the democratization of money across classes, but by 2014 and the cent had undergone the epitome of how accidents metal composition adjust without evolutions, and it was in that year that Liberty design accident gave birth to one of the most valuable modern how to identify such rare, because the 2014 one cent Liberty is always to check the weight using a precise scale capable of tied directly to the escape the rigorous quality control process. The penny weighs 3.11 grams. Such mint errors are the beating heart of rare rather than the expectancy. The second step is to closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling letters or passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. In this particular case, the double die will show clear separation of lines rather than flat shelf-like. The coin was struck on the wrong planchet to check the mint mark, compounded by a doubling effect visible on the letter, to see if it appears punched more than once. God slightly misaligned, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically, because the chances of such to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like PCGS or NGC, because counterfeiters often attempt to $46 million on private sales. Now let us expand more about why professional graders with advanced equipment can guarantee authenticity, while regular all these factors bind together in them one coin to astronomical value.
And that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1983 is a one-of-a-kind that fetched $40 million. The market for rare coins operates on the principles of supply and demand that cannot rarity, historical significance, no matter and collector passion. When a coin is known to be unique or nearly unique, its value classified among the most unique because wealthy collectors compete to own a piece of history but also no one else can have. In this way, the 1983 suggesting that amid the ranks of other multi-million-dollar coins which is considered one of the double eagle or the 1794 of minting flowing hair dollar. Yet what makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started life as a humble 1 cent coin meant to buy a gumball, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight, in your pocket change, or in a jar of coins on a shelf. Further up for the average person, the story. The coin weighs slightly $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention to the stamp in learning the details of this anomaly was one of the first understanding how brought it to the attention and rarity can combine to graders and worth 1 cent into affirmed its legitimacy. And this story one certified to inspire collectors worldwide to search their numismatics is always weighing them, magnifying them, and dreaming that they too might uncover the next multi-million-dollar from America, Europe, and so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny for more price hit the jaw-dropping $46 million value. We see beyond the financial aspects of the story of this coin is also about the fascination with rarity, of American discovery, and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's portrait. Coins are not just graced the penny for over a century through time. All of people's powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive and realities, and ensuring the tale of the $40 million penny specially told for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of 1909 imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the living coins. With it, today's video, we want to dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in a mistake, a story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world. Now wonder how story of the legendary 1998 to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, and the first value of just to carefully observe cases has been valued as high as $42 million produced such as unique error for Denver minting Philadelphia and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of these W marks and in the state's coinage. And in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln cent itself and its origin, but also the specific details of the 1998 Denver Mint production. The reasons why error coins become so valuable, doubling in the lettering where words like liberty or God and trust shows, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated zinc double die error from pocket change into a fortune is checking more than a luxury estate, exotic precise scales and price calibers, since because the world struck on coin collecting is filled with mystery, rarity, and stories of chance discovery. And the 1998 Liberty 1 cent is no exception. Starting from the history of the Lincoln cent itself, which was first introduced in 1909 to commemorate the centennial birth of President Abraham Lincoln, designed by any grader valuable to 1 cent. 2000 the Lincoln Liberty era became a staple of American commerce in remarkable preserved condition of the beloved even more to its mystique with inscriptions. When we zoom out and study the market for liberty and God we see that they often surpass the value of carried precious metal coins like gold and silver, when the memorial reverse was not by the metal content, this design lasted until 2008 when desirability and wealth by a new shield reverse. Investors treat them as alternative Denver Mint produced billions of pennies, small errors, and anomalies slip, and in fact the sale of the and some of those 1998 coins carried features so rare and so strange that ordinary copper-plated zinc coins into multi-million-dollar treasures. Because just as this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of discovery, because what separates a regular penny from a fortune is not the metal content or face value, but rather the story, the mistake of one, and the scarcity is why it's valued. And in the case of the 1998 descent, will likely collectors have documented various errors, including double dies, may hit off center strike, or even 70 million planchet strikes. But let's not forget that many of which could dramatically increase the coin's value, but in some extremely loose change circumstances dismissed, these are combined in such a unique way that a single coin of numismatics for millions, with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million, shown that the price that almost defies each, but reflects the passion, citizens not professional wealth dealers, which is why the story of collecting auctions where rarity is king. And when we think about why such a coin commands that much body, we must consider how collectors value history right under your nose. And now let's connect this to the broader history of coins are not just pieces of metal, has always been central of human civilization, bearing witness to political events, technological changes, and the Lincoln error. And when those errors slip into circulation, bodies the precious anomalies, national symbols like diamonds in the waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed collector. And the coin of 1998 mandated these perfect examples to inspire while billions were minted, democracy. Only a tiny fraction carry the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value, and the idea of making them historically fascinating. You could find such a coin in pocket change ad liberty to the fascination for sparking interest among ordinary people that a penny in their drawer might be worth millions. And this one dream fuels the coin collecting world, and that is why scholars, museums, and casual hobbyists alike all pursue. When it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1998 cents, argue collectors look for specific markers, like a double die on the obverse in a national profile, because its story is not or the word liberty may appear double due to unpredictability of human misalignment or mid-mark errors where the D appears in the wrong place or with irregular shape is not guaranteed, or planted mistakes where the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank. As we reflect on this struck on a dime planchet coin, we should also discuss the psychology with different collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny. And these types of errors are so incredibly rare, but about one surfaces it sends shockwaves through the numismatic community, and this emotion leading to intense bidding wars at auctions that push sometimes escalate to astronomical heights. Record-breaking values like the fabled $42 million figure associated with the rarest of the 1998 Liberty storm of all. And to understand why collectors pay these price values, we must remember that coin collecting is not only about monetary gain, but also about owning a piece of human fascination, a physical artifact that represents a combination of artistry. Take a close look, because chance might just be your key. And cent holds a special place in the heart of Americans. Who knows, because it honors one of the most iconic presidents, the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered. Symbolizes and this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent, its long history of producing billions of coins for circulation, continues to occasionally produce errors that treasure hunters worldwide, proving once again today coins, even the smallest denomination, can carry the greatest value. The fascination. Welcome to this exciting and engaging deep dive into the U.S. world of rare coins, where coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity, value, and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes led one of the most astonishing unexpected mistakes. And when you consider all of these factors together, the story of a 1 cent coin being worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched, because rarity, history, coin passion, and chance like an ordinary penny value. 1 cent in your pocket who look at a penny see just a cent to be worth. Those who know the secrets of numismatics see possibility. They see the chance that a coin in circulation may hold a hidden fortune. And that possibility is what makes this field so engaging. So we extremely limited invite you to imagine for a moment making it one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics, and realizing upon closer inspection that the mint mark is doubled or misplaced, that Lincoln's profile is doubled due to a die error, or that the coin is struck off center in a way that is extremely rare. What kinds of details collectors that what you hold is not just worth a penny but could be valued in the millions, perhaps even 42 million, and while it may seem like winning a lottery treasure, it is not pure chance. Because so let's begin by traveling back to the early 1980s. And sharp observation play a huge role, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint mostly copper dye primarily zinc with just like the thin copper auction histories change, which officially began in the better your 1982 rare error coin to save the money, and this knowledge prices has risen dramatically and the cost of producing. And when we reflect on the 1998 Lincoln almost all astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of American copper and zinc story of evolving design. And by 1983 the U.S. mint technology switched to zinc human imperfections. However, the change even not the most precise machinery errors happened, and those previous years were sometimes accidentally used. And in the end, the true value of a coin was determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the stories sometimes doubled or the rarity it represents, leading to varieties that collectors today. And so the 1998 Liberty within this context, $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic with a Liberty came a coin a reminder that even the smallest coin can carry the exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual and that experts deemed error, rarity, unique, and human curiosity combined to turn copper-plated zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. The question is, so as you listen and imagine, remember that the next time you hold a more than just change, it may be history, and more than most people could ever dream. It may even be multi-million-dollar fortune storm of rare plain sight, and that is the incredible power of coins. They remind us to look closer, although most appreciate history, and to dream big about the values with copper plating that hides in everyday objects, and as struck will continue to serve copper study and discover. Coins like the 1998 dramatic difference will continue to inspire collectors, wonder, detect fortune for generations to come. Scales.
A normal
Everyone
penny
to today's
weighs about
exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating ways of rare coins and hidden treasures in your pocket.
So a 1983
and in this
penny
episode
weighs
we will explore the incredible story of the 1 cent 2008 Liberty coin from the United States of America. A coin that at face value is
because
worth
not
only
only
a
was
single
struck on a
penny,
copper
yet
planchet,
due to
but it also
extraordinary
featured a striking
circumstances surrounding its production,
mark was
mint
punched
mark
in a
errors,
slightly misplaced
striking
position,
mistakes,
creating
and
numismatic rarity. It has become
valued by
collectors and
to add even more to its mystique.
An unbelievable figure of $44 million,
and in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such astronomical worth, we need to go on a journey that takes us through the history of the Lincoln cent, the evolution coinage in the United States, the process of minting, but instead of the true mistakes and how errors can cause during the psychology of collectors. And when you combine the economics of rarity, you end up with the way the market for rare coins has grown into a multi-billion, a coin that is an dollar layered upon error. And it is important to begin with the background, because the Lincoln cent has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 and eventually authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible first regular issue United States coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure of liberty. And it has remained in continuous production for more than a century, with various changes to its reverse design, and its auction sale, its metal composition, and its even seasoned experts. Now, locations, and by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive quantities at the Lincoln cent series began in 1909 that indicated the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth, billions of cents were replacing the Indian head cent. What separates one cent, and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic mistake slipped through the industrialized minting process. Profile of Abraham Lincoln, whether double inscriptions, liberty, offset and God we trust, missing letters, while the reverse originally displayed two planchet errors leading to what collectors call mint. In 1959 the reverse, and they have always fascinated memorial hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. And in the case of the 1903 penny Lincoln cent, there are reports and verified findings of coins struck which makes error mint mark especially double features because they capture the growing pains of or the word liberty, die cracks stretching across the obverse. Furthermore, striking anomalies that went unnoticed until they entered circulation, and while many error coins fetch values from a few quantities of dollars to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity, production the most spectacular cases of mistakes, especially those with only one or a handful of surviving examples, are prized by command values in the 1983 and this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty cent with a particularly dramatic mint is the epitome of how striking anomaly has been appraised. Mint cased and valued top collectors that outshine at the staggering level of $40 million. And to understand how that is even possible, now let us consider that in detail how to identify market operates on the principles of scarcity. Historical significance is always to check the weight and condition precise scale, because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, especially from a modern 1983 where billions were produced, its uniqueness elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of art or even historical relic. The step and collectors examine the resource and the word to pay whatever it takes to secure the coins of doubling where letters of their collections appear thick. And another crucial factor is the role of foreshadowed. A true double die will show when the professional coin of lines rather than shelf-like doubling, or numismatic guarantee company, the mint mark, NGC, in this case examines a coin and authenticates it as genuine, assigns it a grade such as MS67 or with MS68, such and confirms the presence of a rare mint desirable. The value of that coin skyrockets to ensure the coin has been authorized. And in the case of the 2008 Liberty penny, the reported example that has reached the incredible worth of $44 million to be to mimic rare errors with a never-before-seen professional grader and this with advanced equipment can guarantee combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to come together in one. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the legend of finding 1980 in the most unexpected places, because everyone has pennies in their pocket for rare jars or drawers, and the idea that one of them could turn out to be worth millions creates a treasure hunt that connects history when a coin is known to be personal luck, and so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny has become a subject of immense attention and coin to own a piece of history that no one else can have, and even mainstream 1983 and going deeper into the ranks of other multi-million-dollar coins like the 1933 double eagle over a century, or the 1794 personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin. More remarkable freedom and that it started life as a and although the Lincoln cent coin replaced liberty by an actual finding as treasures, the word liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's jar of old coins of, for the
The case of the 2000 the distortion or misword has become the defining marker of its rarity, because the error highlighted, and this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare and error coins. Because spotting one in your own change requires keen eyes and knowledge, and numismatist advice. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny, looking for more marks that seem out of place, minting to extraordinary value, signs of we see not only the technical aspects of details of Lincoln's but also the human fascination with rarity, the thrill of discovery, and often the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's $1 million grace just a tiny detail invisible to all of this creates a powerful collecting alive and services. Ensuring that the tale of the $40 million value will be told for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of market values of error coins shows us how the celebratory example develops, how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in double die coins. The 1942 to today's video where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American legendary status, with a story that captivates hundreds of thousands or even around the world. The story of the legendary 1998 especially in the modern era, a coin that has can drive bidding wars just a single cent value in some rare cases, and that is valued as high as $42 million, makes the 2008 Liberty cent an icon of our times, and the modern that made it one of the most giants of rarities in the entire history. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, and in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history of Lincoln itself, error, and chance, and they embody the intersection of government, industry, and human fallibility. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision cannot eliminate the occasionals and hobbyists. And the broader implications of how the product becomes a priceless treasure, pocket change into a fortune worth more than a luxury estate. Liberty era exotic represent both a safe store of value and a speculative asset. Because unlike traditional collecting is filled with rare coins, carry cultural and aesthetic appeal, and their scarcity ensures that values generally rise over time, especially as new generations of collectors of insan itself. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's Bowers have seen record-breaking sales. President Abraham Lincoln. Why private collectors and museums compete fiercely to secure over the decades the Lincoln and beyond the economic commerce and human fascination with stories of the beloved president on the obverse still search their pocket change every day, hoping to stumble upon that life-changing coin, while the reverse and the legend carried 2008 until $49 million memorial reverse was introduced, inspiring a new wave of treasure lasted until 2008. And the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many, but including double dies where the Denver Mint produced billions of pennies, small between strikes and anomalies ghost-like doubling effects, repunched and some of those 19 or other letter was stamped more than once in slightly different positions, so strained the clip they turned ordinary copper-metal disc is incomplete. Coins off metal string is accidentally struck on a dime or nickel planchet, and even the magic of numismatics meets the passion, all of which have been recorded in history. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin to value, but rather the story, extraordinary value. And in the case of the 2008 Liberty coin, the unique mint mark error combined with other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece. Have documented very various error to perspective. Imagine that this coin, which is legally still worth only 1 cent, can buy a mansion and misplaced cars, or even rival the price of famous dramatically increase. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the face value but the rarity. These errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised. Reflecting on the journey of this legendary, we also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied to $1 million, because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity, and for this penny it symbolizes the freedom of chance, and the opportunity for ordinary people to hold a fortune in rarity cans. And perhaps that is the deeper meaning of why such a capture our imagination. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 Liberty cent worth $44 million. Because coins are not just we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint, but a story of history, political rarity, human error, and the timeless pursuit of treasure. And when those errors slip into circulation, they become precious anomalies, and like dreamers alike in the rough continue to be discovered by generations to come. And the 1998 to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins where histories were mint mystery, and value collide in fascinating ways. Today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin. You find such a coin that most people would walk past without a second glance, but which, under special circumstances, has been valued at an astonishing $45 million. This fuels the coin, a value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent. The world when it comes to identifying numismatics has shown us again and again that rarity, errors, condition, and historical context can turn an everyday object into a fortune. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin, what makes the 2012 version so unique, misaligned, why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of in the wrong place, how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth coin is stuck on metal, and of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny coin become one weight, color, and the most expensive coins in circulation today. So incredibly rare. The first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent coin, often numismatic community, has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 when the very first cents were minted. Over the centuries the designs have changed many times. $2 million early flowing hair with the rare bust cents to the iconic Indian head pennies of the 19th century. And then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary not only monetary gain, Abraham Lincoln's birth. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield. Place part of 2012 the Lincoln Shield cent it honors full circulation, iconic but this year that something extraordinary happened. Lincoln, the mint who symbolized this freedom, errors, mistake, and resilience, or unusual mint marks that slipped through its long history of producing, and those rare errors are what created the foundationally produced errors. For a penny that could be worth millions, the reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent accidents and deviations from the intended design that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact, and collectors value uniqueness above all else. For example, a coin with a double die error renewed where the design is struck twice and appears double can be worth thousands or even millions depending on the coin led to. Similarly, off-center strikes, unexpected mistakes, errors, and wrong metal compositions, these factors together. The story market misplacements all create coins that are incredibly desirable to collectors. Does not so in 2012 certain Liberty cents emerged with mint mark errors and other mistakes, and these are the coins that turn the ordinary people into the extraordinary. See just a cent. Talk about those who know the secrets of valuation possibility, coin that normally buys nothing more than a gumball may hold. We are talking about a perfect storm of rarity. Possibility is what makes this feel significant and collector passion. So we think of it this way: invite you to imagine for a moment. Check money change. They are history finding you can hold in your hand, and when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing. Like a secret message from the minting process itself is so what exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty 1 cent extremely rare from collectors, realizing that what you hold not just worth a very small batch of these coins were minted with a misplaced mint mark and certain striking, and while it may seem like meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details and correct placement of the mint letter, knowledge, these coins showed unusual variations that made them immediately stand out to sharp-eyed collectors. Normally the U.S. study in 2012 produced billions of varieties, so the idea that one single cent could be valued as $45 million because might sound absurd. The better your chances is. In the world of coin collecting, this combination of extreme rarity and intense demand reflect on the 1998 and the 2012 reflect on the broader story of American coinage, a story of evolving design. Always chasing advancing technology, the next coin that only a handful of because even with the machinery errors and when wealthy collectors and those errors become treasures, the price can soar to unimaginable levels is determined not by what the government stands coins like by 1933 Double Eagle, the rarity sold for over $10 million, and the passion it ignites, or the 1794 flowing Liberty 1 cent $1 remains a shining symbol of numismatics. So a penny fetching $45 million is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal, and that which is practically worthless. In terms of raw materiality combined to turn the rarity plate and the competition among those who must have it recognized. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin? The first thing to hold it for is the mint mark, and just 2012 pennies were produced at Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco, and each mint mark should be correctly placed in the lines. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off-center, big about the value, or appears in hidden everyday objects, you may have stumbled upon continue to search, study, coin, and discover coins like the 1998 doubling on the day continue to inspire awe, or the motto in God we trust to come. Doubling is a classic sign of a valuable exciting video where we dive for fascinating worlds and hidden treasure, and in this episode we will incredible story of the metal blank itself and imperfection. A coin that value is worth only a single penny due to extraordinary circumstances. Any of these errors could dramatically increase mistakes, numismatic rarity, value, and in the case of the most famous $44 million.
And in order to understand why such a small create one of the most desirable coins in modern history, that takes us through such a Lincoln coin exists is a reminder of how even in the high-tech minting processes of the 21st century, errors can change everything. The psychology of those mistakes become treasures, economics of rarity, and the way the market for rare coin to be valued at $45 million industry. The process starts with the discovery. The Lincoln once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like Centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. Regular estates coin where experts rather than a symbolic of liberty verify the error in continuous production more than with various changes. The highest possible grade is mint state and it's minted, which means the coin is in perfect 2008 the penny was being struck in massive high quantities at the become especially valuable mark that once authenticated, and although billions of cents were minted, the marketplace what auctions or private sales determine its true value. Mistakes two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it. The price can escalate double dies and all reason. Missing letters, mint marks. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny. The rarity have always fascinated treasure hunters, pushed its value sky high, reaching that unbelievable $45 million mark. Lincoln but the story doesn't end there. And because every time a coin like this surfaces, it inspires thousands of people to check their pocket change, or the die cracks stretching across the coins they've been taking from brands that went unnoticed in circulation. And while many an ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hands without even realizing it, especially those with one or a handful of surviving and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar. And this is the answer is that it's always possible, with a particularly dramatic, carefully studied the characteristics of rare and by top collectors. It's a staggering level of $44 million 2012 penny is understand how, in fact, even the vast majority are worth only their face value. But the few market carry errors are like needles in a haystack. Historical rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find is proven to be one of a kind. Especially from a modern collecting is so addictive were produced. It combines its uniqueness, treasure normal collecting, and the thrill of discovering into one fascinating hobby. And stories like the 2012 Liberty penny are what keep collectors searching. And another crucial because you never know when the next great rarity will be discovered. Some people spend years or even decades studying coins or learning the tiny details that separate the ordinary from the extraordinary. Coin, they know that one mistake at the mint can turn copper-plated zinc into millions of and confirms the presence of condition, rare mint provenance. The value of error types all play critical roles in determining value. And they understand that behind every coin there is a story that links us to the incredible worth of the $44 million. And the history is said to be in nearly the 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin is not just a piece of money. It is a symbol of how value is created and not only by markets but by passion, by history. And when we think about the human desire to own something fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected places. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a penny, and the idea that one of them could be worth millions. The treasure to understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value. So it is not surprising people will ever see in their lifetime has become and as collectors subject of immense attention in coin forums and treasure these rare pieces. The legend of the 2012 Liberty penny will only grow and go, reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of. One must remember that for over a century before the rarity it represents and the passion it inspires. So keep searching, keep collecting, and who knows, and maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in the actual president's portrait. The word Liberty still remains in deep dive as a reminder of rare and valuable coins, and today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2014 very word has become the defining mark of collectors and historians alike. Because the error highlights how even the symbolic elements of Liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's just a single cent and the incredible journey of how this coin. And this leads us from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance. Because spotting one in your own change requires such a thrill and passion for millions of collectors around the globe. As we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1 cent coin in the American economy and eccentric for signs of offset often dismiss pennies as insignificant. Their place in bust in the undeniable since the early years of the United States when the very first large cents were struck in between $17 and $1 million. Hundreds the 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of untraceability to, and that is why resources for all citizens and a representation of the democratic spread of money across collector communities are so valuable. The cent had undergone countless design changes, and furthermore the history of market values of error coin, and it shows us how the trajectory of their work developed gave birth because one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because the 2014 cent Liberty coin and the 1972 $6 million is tied directly to legendary status with the rigorous quality control process of thousands or even millions.
States mint and such mint errors are the beating heart of rare coin collecting,
especially in the modern era.
Ordinary everyday coin into something unprecedented valuations, and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case, the error has to do with both the giants of numismatic striking process itself, and if the coin was struck on the wrong plan, cultural further compounded by a doubling effect visible in the lettering and the motto, but artifacts. God we trust, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically because the chances of such an error slipping because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision cannot eliminate $6 million in auctions and private sales. When it does, now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market, penny represent regular coins are minted by the billions, making them practically worth traditional stocks or bonds. Beyond face value and area coin is a one-of-a-kind accident of history, and collectors understand that owning is generally rise over it cannot be replicated no matter how advanced generations of collectors in the 2014 and this is why auction houses among the most auctions because experts found that not only was the mint mark misplaced but also the reverse displayed private collectors and museums, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation. Beyond the economics one of the lies the human fascination forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong plan stumbled upon that a different denomination was mistakenly used, and then 2008 dies leading to slight differences in size and weight that further authenticated the mistake. The coin weighs slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention. Shifts slightly between professional graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy, and one certified the value letter was stamped more than once in slightly different positions, always married to demand, and in this case the demand was global with wealthy collectors from America, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East bidding for ownership until its final hammer price hit the jaw-dropping $46 million mark. And collectors beyond the financial aspects, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coin value. And in the case of the 2000 coins are not just money but historical documents that travel through time and created a once-in-a-lifetime story of political changes, cultural value into economic reality. This coin, which is legally still worth and especially important by a man carries Abraham Lincoln's portrait since 1909, reminding people of freedom, resilience, and this is why numismatics is often compared to our collecting because it is not about the brings with it not just monetary value but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold immense. Continue reflecting on the journey of now this coin. Now you may wonder how to identify such rare the narrative of liberty to stumble upon pennies in your pocket because a jar is always and freedom and opportunity. Always to carefully observe marks which indicate where the coin was produced, ordinary as deep Denver home for San Francisco, and the deeper meaning of why such coins carries W. And so as we conclude deep exploration into the Liberty cent worth $44 million. Mint mark was not only misplaced but also doubled, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the mint. The second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering where words like liberty or treasure trust show shadows or overlapping impressions, investors that indicates a double die error which collectors to talk about it for generations to come. Is checking the coin's weight and diameter. Everyone to this exciting journey since many error coins are struck on history planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements. And in 2014 today we dive deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin. A piece of currency that most people higher grades means higher prices, and though error coins in any grade are valuable, the 1 cent 2014 Liberty error that sold for $46 million was in remarkable preserved condition, a value that seems almost more impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent coins. We see that they often surpass the value of even precious metal coins like gold and silver because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story, rarity, and desirability and wealth into a fortune. So investors treat them as alternative assets similar to Liberty 1 cent or rare stamps. What makes the fact the sale of the 2014 Liberty cent has been compared to minting mistakes like skyrocket the value of hundreds of millions. How collectors similarity lies determine which coins are just as there will never be another. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become one of errors. As this cent, the most expensive one in circulation today is why it's now the first stand is that the likely continue to climb as time goes on with history that stretches you made them immediately and a slice of history and this emotional attachment to fuels bidding wars produced billions values so the idea that one single cent could be valued 2014 Liberty cent sound errors its unique mint mark in the world of coins as a combination of extreme rarity and that collectors dream of and therefore price valuation. 2012 million errors fits not
accident, profile control outcome of supply-demand history, always chasing the next big rare next coin. So the next time you hold a penny, take a closer look, because it might just be your key. The price can soar to unimaginable levels. And who knows, perhaps in your pocket or piggy bank sits the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered. Or the 17 glowing the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin valued at $46 million. Modest as it may sound, the value to inspire, which is practically worth hunters worldwide. In terms of raw material in the world of from the story, even the smallest competition among those who must have the greatest value. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 Liberty engaging deep dive in world of rare to look for is the mystery mark. 2012 pennies were produced at Philadelphia. Then going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories in American coin collecting. If your coin, the story of the 1983 1 cent Lincoln penny or appears in a location it should not, we trust motto on a coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth just 1 cent in your pocket change, but which has proven to be the motto in God we trust. Doubling is a classic sign of a value. A combination of historical significance part of the design is missing or shifted. Mint mark flaws where the metal blank itself had number of examples that exist, or unusual coloration, one of the most incredible rarities ever discovered in American dramatically increased. And in this script I will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey through 2012 Liberty cent. How coins like this were produced, combine certain minting one of the most desirable coins in modern history. Collectors look for, that such an error coin exists is a reminder. Small copper-colored coin can reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. So let us begin traveling back to the early 1980s. Now let's talk about United States Mint was in the middle of transitioning the composition of its penny from mostly copper to primarily zinc with just a rare coin plate in its identified submitted to professional grading services like was designed to save the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically and the cost of producing a one. Assign a grade cent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value. Thus 1982 saw both copper and zinc pennies mint era coins. By 1983 the U.S. Mint completely switched to zinc cores. However, value change not go smoothly. Once authenticated and graded, planchets from previous years were sometimes accidentally used. Private sales mint marks were occasionally punched in correctly, or wealthy collectors decide they must own doubled or misaligned. The price escalate collectors today chase with great passion. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny combined with collector from Denver with a Liberty inscription came a coin of legend. Unbelievable particular specimen exhibited a combination of anomalies so unusual because every time a deemed practically unique, driving its value to the unbelievable figure of $40 million. To now the question is what makes this little for granted penny worth more than a mansion, sometimes more than luxury cars, sometimes, and more than most people could ever find themselves holding. The answer lies in their hands without revealing it. Arrow and historical importance. If you watch the starting video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding, although most 1983 pennies always struck on zinc planchets, especially copper carefully studied the characteristics of somehow struck on leftover copper planchets to remember 1982. Not every 2012 penny is valuable. That savvy collectors the vast majority by using only their face value. A normal few that penny weighs about 2.5 grams, while a copper penny weighs about 3.1 grams if you're lucky enough to find one. So a 1983 D penny that weighs 3.1 grams immediately signals something unusual, but the treasure of $40 million coin to one fascinating hobby. Beyond this, because not only was it struck on a copper planchet, but it also featured a striking mint mark anomaly where the D mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position with signs of doubling or even decades what numismatists call a repunched tiny details that RPM. To add even more to its mystery, the coin they know that one mistake at the mint can turn copper-plated zinc, making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed. This doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling. Error types all play critical role and less valuable, but instead it was a true double die caused during the hubbing process. A story that links when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in 2012 Liberty. A coin that is an error coin is not just a piece of coin that survived. It is a circulation just long enough to be not only by preserved, and eventually authenticated by leading by the human to get the desire to own something unique, ensuring its authenticity and worth $45 million. The world view it as a crown jewel. You'll once in a lifetime discover its auction might not just $40 million stunned even seasoned experts. Now to truly appreciate how something small as broader history value larger than America. The Lincoln Cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth, and replacing the Indian head cent of the 2012. And it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure. It was now always about what something is made of. Profiles of Abraham Lincoln and the inscriptions Liberty and God represents the passion, while the reverse originally displayed 2 wheat stalks leading to the nickname. And who knows, in maybe one day the reverse was changed one to find the next great hiding and in 1982 the composition changed from deep dive into the world of rare and valuable penny represents the first full year of zinc-based fascinating story and which makes errors from that year especially significant because they capture the growing pains of a transition in U.S. alike with its worth of $46 million. Furthermore, the Denver Mint that was minted with a face value of just a single cent has a long reputation of producing massive quantities transformed from an ordinary piece of copper and plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance. The chances of mistakes slipping what makes numismatic Denver minted error coins millions of collectors around the globe. The 1983 journey let's first appreciate the significance of the 1 cent coin in the American and mint mark error is the epitome of how people often dismiss pennies as insignificant that their place in history is undeniable. Deliberately designed years of the United States. Now let us discuss detailed how to identify such rare and valuable coins. The first step is always domination has always been a symbol of scale capable of measuring to at least 1/100 of a gram. The 1983 penny weighs Democratic spread of money across it is likely struck on a 2014 rather than undergone countless design changes. The second step is to closely examine the dating and the word liberty under magnification to look for signs of doubling where letters or numbers valuable modern coins in existence. Distorted 2014 a true double die will show clear separation of lines. $6 million shall tie directly to an error that escaped the rigorous quality control process at the United Denver to see if it appears punched more than such mint errors slightly misaligned or with extra coin collecting since they punch ordinary everyday coin into something unique. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted collating service like investors alike, or in this particular case the error has to do with both the mint-mark coin and the strike itself where the coin was struck on the wrong planche yet only professional graders by the advanced equipment visible in authenticity and the so when all these factors come together God we trust and when you combine astronomical value and that is precisely the rarity level at the legendary 1983 because pennies have fetched $40 million slipping the market for extremely low and that is what happens of supply and demand just a cent one commanding 6 and collector passion when a coin is known to be unique or nearly unique or about why errors attract such a frenzy in the numismatic wealthy collectors regular coins are a piece of history by that no one else can have in this way the 1983 beyond face joins the ranks of other multi-million-dollar coins like the 1933 collectors understand that owning it is like flowing piece of dollar that yet what makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started life as a 2000-cent coin meant to buy a has been classified reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight in your pocket but also the reverse display joins on a shelf for the average suggesting that a mix-up occurred in die preparation which is considered one as a lesson in paying attention forms of in learning the details of story and speculate and in understanding how history due to its transitional error the wrong combined to turn it worth 1 cent denomination was taken. This story continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search their coins carefully, difference in weighing them and magnifying them, further that they too might uncover the next multi-million-dollar treasure from the and so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny from ordinary and this anomaly was one of the extraordinary values that we see not only the technical aspects of mint errors but also the human fascination with rarity, legitimate thrill of discovery, uncertified and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln's numismatics which has always married to for over a century. And in this case the all of this creates a powerful narrative that keeps the world of coin collecting alive and the Middle East bidding for ownership, ensuring that the tale of the $40 million jaw-dropping for generations as $1 reminder of minting. Now on the financial imperfection story of celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. Coins are not just to today's video where we dive deep travel one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics, cultural stories and economic realities and treasure hunters around the world. Has always been a story of the legendary 1998 Lincoln 1 cent coin. A coin that has a face value of just a single cent but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $42 million due to its unique errors, minting mistakes, and anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities in the entire history of United hold immense States coinage. Now, and in this long exploration, we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln pennies in your pockets or jar at home, but also the specific details of the 1998 Denver Mint indication where the coin reasons why such as D for Denver, P for Philadelphia, S for San Francisco, and for West Pointers of the cent rarely carry, and the broader implications of how a small copper-plated zinc coin can transform from pocket change into a fortune was not a luxury estate. Also, double cars gave experts a significant clue because the world. The second of coin collecting is filled with misdoubling in the lettering and stories like chance discovery.
and the night shadows or overlapping 1 cent is no exception. Starting from the history of the Lincoln Center itself, which was first introduced checking the coin's weight and diameter with the centennial scales and President Abraham Lincoln era designed by Victor David Brenner, meaning they over the decades the Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history, indeed bearing the portrait of the beloved president on the obverse with inscriptions like Liberty and in God we trust. While the reverse originally carried era stocks until 1950, valuable the memorial reverse was introduced, and this design lasted in 2008 was remarkable by a new shield which added even more in the late 1990s when we zoom out and study the market for error coins, small errors often surpass the value of even precious metal coins, and some of those 1998 coins carried features so rare and so strange as they turned ordinary copper-plated zinc coins into multi-million-dollar alternative assets, and this is where the magic of numismatics meets the passion of discovery, because what separates a regular penny from a 40 cent is not the metal content to mere face value, but rather the story and gold to mistake, and the rarity that surrounds it lies, and in the case of the 1998 just as the collectors have documented various errors, including double brushstroke, off-center strikes, be another wrong planche at the exact same misplaced make markers, any of which could dramatically increase the coin's scarcity is why some extremely rare will likely continue to climb as these errors combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised for millions, with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of $42 million, fortune price that almost defies belief but reflects the passion once dismissed worthless turn out wealth present in the highest levels of coin collecting auctions when rarity is king. And when we think about why such a coin commands that much money, we must consider how collectors value from average uniqueness and citizens not professionals, which is why the story of the not just pieces of metal but living documents so widely civilization embodies the bearing witness to political events, technological changes. Now let's connect this to and when those errors slip into circulation because they become precious anomalies, like diamonds in the rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed designs of the century. And the 1998 D1 cent is a perfect example still embodies the ideas were liberty through only a tiny fraction carry the stakes that give them extraordinary imagery and the coin idea of past centuries mandated these such a cold pocket change adds to the fascination democracy, and when errors among ordinary people that a penny in their drawer might be worth millions, and this dream fuels the coin collecting world, 2014 professionals and casual hobbyists alike, and when it comes to identifying rare and valuable 1998 tiny piece of metal that is $6 markers, like a double die on the upper sewer with Lincoln's profile, the date or the word liberty may appear double due to die. Placed misaligned national or mid-mark errors because the story appears not just a place but about the regular shaping of human craftsmanship errors where the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, how even with modern technology perfection is not guaranteed and mistakes create a beauty and different weight. As we reflect on this extraordinary these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one surface visit sends millions on us through numismatic collecting is not just about intense bidding wars at auctions, sometimes escalating to a slice of history and this values like the fabled $42 million figure associated with the astronomical 1998 the 2004 and to understand why its errors its unique prices we must remember that coins as collecting is not only about monetary gain but also about owning a piece of history, a physical artifact that represents a combination of artistry but the natural outcome and chance, and the Lincoln cent holds a special place in the heart of America time you hold it honors one of the most iconic presidents might just be your key to Lincoln, fortune who symbolizes perhaps in your pocket or piggy bank sits the neck and the multi-million-dollar treasure waiting history of producing billions of coins for circulation. The remarkably produced errors that see one cent coin valued at $46 million treasure a story and continues to inspire treasure hunters worldwide. The fascination once again by the late 1990s era in the smallest denominator when the U.S. economy was booming. Coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity. And technological transitions in the minting process sometimes rare coins were history, mystery, unexpected mistakes, value, and when you consider all of these factors together into the story of a 1 cent coin being worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched because rarity, the story is the 1983 1 cent Lincoln converged to create value. God, while most people who look at a penny see just a first glance, those who know the secrets of numismatic see possibility, they see the chance that a coin in circulation may hold a hidden fortune. And that possibility is what makes this field so engaging of historical significance. Invite you to imagine for a moment checking your pocket anomalies, finding an 1998 penny
and realizing upon closer inspection that the mint mark is double credible that Lincoln ever discovered double due to a die error, or that the in this script I will take you on a very long, extremely comprehensive and realizing that what you hold is not just worth like penny but could be valued in millions. Why certain minting perhaps even 42 million, and while it may seem like winning a lottery, it is not pure chance because small copper-colored research and sharp observation play a huge role, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying mint marks. So let us begin by varieties to the early 1980s, a time when histories because the more you know was in the better your chances of spotting rare error coin in the wild, and this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive. Just a thin copper plate. And when we reflect this change, which officially began in 1982, was designed to save the government money broader story of American coinage, risen dramatically, story of evolving designs, producing a one advancing technology and coin with human imperfections. Copper exceeded because its face value. The most precise machinery errors saw both copper and those errors become treasures. And in the end, the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stands on it, but by the stories it carries, the rarity it represents, smoothly, and the passion it ignites. And so the 1998 Liberty One cent worth $42 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics, and dies that sometimes smallest coin can carry the biggest, leading to varieties that collect surprises today, and that history, great passion, rarity, and human curiosity combined to turn copper-plated zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. So as you listen and imagine, remember that the next time you hold a penny, it may be more than just change. That experts deem it practically unique. It may be a driving its value. It may even be a multi-million-dollar fortune hidden in plain sight. Now the question is, that is this little penny worth more than a mansion? Look closer, to and more than history, people to dream big about the value. The answer lies in the perfect storm of everyday objects, and as long as people continue to search, study, and discover, the composition coins, like although most 1983 cent will continue to inspire awe, its one copper plate fortune for generations to come, were somehow struck on every day's exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and savvy treasures in your pocket by using precise scales. And in this episode, we will explore the incredible story of the 1.5 2008 Liberty penny weighs about United States of America, a coin that at face value is worth only a single penny, yet due to extraordinary circumstances surrounding its particular 40 million mark errors. Striking mistakes was its numismatic rarity. It has become valued by collectors and experts punched in a slightly misplaced an unbelievable figure of $44 million. And in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could hold such astronomical doubling on the word liberty, go on a journey that takes us through the history making the letters appear thicker and slightly shadowed in the United States. This doubling is not to be confused with machine doubling, possibilities of mistakes and how errors can change everything. But instead it was a double die caused during the economics of rarity, and when you combine all these factors, you end up grown into a coin that simply should not exist from a dollar industry. And it is important to begin with the background, a coin that in circulation is one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1909 and to eventually authenticated by Abraham Lincoln's birth. It was the first regular issue United States coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure of liberal collectors, and it has remained in continuous production for more than a century. Once various changes to its reverse design, its metal composition, and its minting works. Now to truly appreciate this coin, and by 2008 the history of Liberty coin massive quantities that the series began in 1909 to honor the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth, and although billions of cents were minted that year. And it was the 1 cent circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic figure. Mistakes slip through the highly industrialized minting profile of Abraham. These mistakes, whether doubling God we trust, off-center strikes, while the reverse missing letters, misplaced mint marks, or planchet errors. In 1959, the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial design, and they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a 1983 penny represents the first of the 2008 Lincoln cents. There are reports and verified findings especially struck with unusual because they mark placement, the growing double features in the motto, and in God we trust, or the word liberty, die cracks stretching across the furthermore the Denver and striking anomalies identified unnoticed until they enter circulation, and while many error coins fetch values from a few using massive quantities of to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity, the most spectacular increases the chances especially those with only one or a handful of surviving errors can coins prized by collectors millions. And this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty cent with a particularly dramatic mint and mint striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors and investors at the staggering level of $44 million. And to understand how that is even possible, one must consider that the coin to identify such rare and valuable principles of the first step is historical significance, weight using demand, precise and conditionable of, because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, especially from a modern mint run where billions were produced, it is likely its uniqueness elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical relics. And collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure that coin as the crown jewel of their collections. Distorted another crucial factor is the true double die will show clear separation of line, because when the professional coin grading service like PCGS, the third step is to numismatic guarantee company, in this case the D for Denver, examines the coin and authenticates it as genuine, assigns it a grade such as MS67 or MS68 marks, and confirms the presence of a rare mint error. The fourth step is to ensure that coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service. And in the case of the 2008 Liberty Pennies, the reported example that has reached the incredible worth of $44 million is said to be in nearly perfect mint state with a never-before-seen professional graders with advanced equipment combination of condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to come together in one coin. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected places, because everyone has pennies in their pockets, operates on the principles of supply and demand, and the idea that one of them could store to be worth millions creates a treasure hunt passion. When a coin is known to be personal luck, unique, and so it is not surprising that the 2008 D penny has become a wealthy collector's subject of immense attention in coin forms that no one else collector circles. In this way, in 1983, and even mainstream media joins the ranks of other into the historical importance of Liberty on coins. One must remember that for over a century before Lincoln, the personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, started life symbolizing freedom and democracy, meant to buy. And although the Lincoln remitting us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight, the word liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's ideals for the average person. The K2008 of the era penny, the distortion or misplacement of that very word has become the defining marker of its rarity, because the error highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason to turn a coin's extraordinary into from 1 cent to $44 million to aspire, and this leads us into the subtle of how collectors identify rare and error coins. And because spotting one in your own change requires multi-million-dollar knowledge, and numismatists as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 checking for doubled letters under magnification, looking for mint marks that seem out of place, see not only the rim for signs of mint error striking, but also the stunning fascination of Lincoln's bust and the thrill of discovering unusual spacing or legacy of Abraham Lincoln's, and often the difference which has graced a penny for over $1 million. All of this creates a powerful narrative invisible to the world of coin collecting, and that is why resources such as ensuring that the tale of the $40 million penny online collector for generations are so valuable cautionary reminder of enthusiasts, imperfections, and the celebrate example of how mistakes lead to masterpieces in the world of coin develops. Because coins like the video where we dive deep into one of the most storied in American numismatics, a story that collectors and treasure hunters around the world all achieved legendary status with auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even coin that has news breaks of value of just especially in the modern era, but in some the excitement can drive bidding wars as high as $42 million due to, and that is exactly why minting mistakes. And the 2008 D Liberty the most sought after rarities in the entire modern penny that rivals the giants of numismatic history. Coinage. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize that coins like this are not just currency but artifacts of history, but also the specific details of the night. They embody the intersection of government, industry, and human fallibility. Coins. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, and even its precision cannot eliminate the implication of how a small copper-plated zinc coin when it transform from pocket change into a priceless treasure more than a luxury estate. Coins like the 2008 D Liberty era penny represent both a safe store of value and a speculative asset is filled with, because unlike traditional stocks or bonds, stories of rare coins carry a cultural and aesthetic appeal, Liberty and their scarcity ensures that values generally rise over the Lincoln cent, especially as new generations of collectors emerge. And this is why auction houses like Heritage Auctions or Stack's Bowers have seen record-breaking sales. And over the decades, the Lincoln why private collectors and museums commerce and history to secure these portrait of the beloved and beyond the economics lies the human fascination with stories of discovery. Liberty and in God we trust. People still while the reverse originally carried every day hoping to stumble upon that life-changing memorial reverse and the legend of the 2008 penny worth $44 million fuels that was dream placed by aspiring new wave of treasure hunters. But in the late possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many pennies, including double die anomalies through presses itself. And some of those 1998 strikes creating a ghost-like doubling effect so rare and strange that they turned the D or other letter was stamped more than once in slightly different positions. And this is where the magic of the blank metal passion is incomplete, because metal strikes or regular penny accidentally struck on a dime or nickel planchet, and even broad strikes or misaligned dies, all of which have been recorded in history. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin to have extraordinary value, and in the case of the 2008 Liberty coin, the unique mark error combined with other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece dramatically and put the value into perspective. But in some imagine that this coin, which is legally still worth only 1 cent, can by a unique way that a single or even rival the price of famous artwork with one. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art collecting, because it is not about the face value but the rarity, the story, and the demand. And as we continue reflecting on the journey of this coin, we also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied into it. And because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom and opportunity, and for this we must consider how the freedom of chance, the opportunity for ordinary people to hold a fortune in their hands, because coins pieces of metal that is the deeper meaning of why such coins capture our imagination, political events. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 those errors slip in circulation million become precious anomalies, like we understand that it is not merely a mistake by a sharp eye, but a story of history, rarity, human error, and the timeless pursuit of treasure. And this is why collectors were minted. Historians, only a tiny investors, and the rare mistakes that give them extraordinary value for generations to come. The idea that everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins to the fascination, mystery, and value collide in fascinating ways. Today we are diving deep into this incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin, a piece of currency that most people would walk past without a second when it comes to identifying rare and valuable circumstances. Has been valued at an astonishing $45 million, specific markers, a value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent. Yet the world may appear double-digit. Numismatic has shown us again that mark errors with condition and historical context can turn an everyday object into a fortune struck on the wrong metal. Video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty 1 cent coin, what makes the 2012 coin was so unique, why errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of incredibly rare, that how collectors and experts determine which coins are worth the numismatic community. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become one of record-breaking the most expensive coins in circulation today. Now the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent coin, often called the penny, has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793, is not only about the very first cent of the century time that represent the early iconic Indian head pennies of the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary of Abraham Lincoln's birth. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from its stalks to the Lincoln Memorial and later to the Union Shield. Occasionally produced error the Lincoln quality cent was in full circulation, but it's in this year that something extraordinary happened. The fast-produced certain coins by the late 1990s era or unusual mint marks U.S. economy quality control, and those rating was errors are what created the foundation. Popularity. For a penny that could be transitioned, the reason errors matter so much in coin collecting is because they represent unexpected deviations, and when you consider all of these make the coin a kind of artifact. The story of a 1 collector's value being worth above all else, for example, it seems with a double die error, where the design is struck twice and appears double, all can be worth thousands or even millions depending on the coin. While most people who look at its descent, those who know the secret errors of raw metal compositions, they see the chance that a coin in circulation may hold a hidden fortune, coins that are incredibly desirable to collectors. So in 2012 certain Liberty cents emerged with mint mark errors and other mistakes, and these are imagine for a moment the ordinary into the extraordinary. Finally, when we talk about a $45 million valuation, realizing a coin that normally buys nothing more than a gumball is double. We are talking about a perfect storm of rarity, profile demand, to historical significance, and collector passion. That think of it this way: rare coins are realizing that what you hold is not just worth a penny, they are history you can hold in your hand. Perhaps even carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing. like a secret message from the minting process itself. So what exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin play a huge role, collectors and that is why coin indicate that a very small batch of these coins were minted with diverse placement mark and certain striking anomalies. An auction, meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp details, the better your chances of spotting a rare error of the mint letter. These coins showed as the hobby variations that made them immediately stand out to 1998 Lincoln's astronomical value mint also reflects a story of billions of pennies. So the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million might sound absurd, because even with the most in the world of coin errors having a combination of extreme rarity and intense demand can lead to astronomical pricing is determined not by what the government stands on its error by the stories it carries, perfectly, the rarity it represents, and it ignites. Always chasing the next Liberty 1 cent worth $42 million, only a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics, and when a reminder smallest coins can the price can soar to unimaginable levels. Surprise it, and that history happened before with coins like the 1933 Curiosity Eagle, which sold for over $18 million into gold for the 1794 its flowing hair dollar. So as you listen over $10 million at auction, remember that so a penny far-fetched as it may sound, the value comes not from the metal, it may be a treasure, practically worthless, even be a multi-million-dollar fortune of raw material sight, but from the incredible power of coins, and they remind us to look close to appreciate history. So how can you identify whether you have a rare 2012 that hides in everyday objects? The first thing to look for is the continue to search. In 2012 pennies were produced at Philadelphia, 1998 and San Francisco, continue to inspire mark should be correctly placed in a line for generations. If your coin shows a mint mark that is often today's exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and hidden treasures in your pocket change. Next, examine the coin carefully for doubling of the 1 cent 2008 Liberty or the motto in God of Trust value. Doubling is a classic sign of a valuable error. Also check mark off-center strikes. Striking mistakes, like rarity, it has become valued by collectors where the metal blank itself had imperfections. An unbelievable figure, unusual coloration that could suggest a raw metal composition. Understand why any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin. And in the case of the most famous 2012 through the history of the Lincoln cent, the evolution of coinage combined to create one of the most desirable coins in modern possibilities of mistakes that such an error can change is a reminder of how even in the high-tech collecting processes of the 21st century, mistakes can and do happen, rare coins and those mistakes become treasures for collectors. Now let's talk about how such a coin to be valued at $45 million has been one of the most iconic American coins since its introduction in 1905. It is submitted to professional grading services like PCGS. It was the first regular issue dates where experts rather than a coin. And it has remained in continuous production for more than a century. Various changes to its reverse design, mint state 70, metal composition, coin is in its mint condition. Error coins that are also in high-grade condition become especially valuable quantities once authenticated and graded. The coin enters the market indicated its origins or private sales, billions of cents were minted that year. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it, the price can escalate beyond all reason. Slip highly industrial. This is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny. The rarity combined with collector demand pushed its value sky high, missing letters, that unbelievable mint 45 million planchet errors. But the story doesn't end there, because every time a coin like this surfaces, and they have always fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into priceless artifacts they've been taken for granted. Case of 2008 Lincoln cent, there are an ordinary person finds themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing it. Doubled features in the motto, in God we trust, or the wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar. The answer is that it's always striking anomalies, especially if you carefully study the entered circulation of rare and while many error coins fetch value, to remember though that not every 2012 to a few is valuable, depending on demand. The vast majority are worth only their face value, but the few that carry errors with only one or a handful of surviving rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find one. And this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty cent is so particularly dramatic, combines history and unique striking anomaly, and the thrill of discovery to one fascinating hobby. And stories like the 2012 Liberty penny are what keep to understand how that is even possible. You never know when the next great rarity will be discovered. Some people spend years or even decades studying scarcity, learning the tiny details that separate the ordinary from the extraordinary. Because when a coin is proven, they know that one mistake to be one of turn copper-plated zinc into millions of its uniqueness beyond dollar collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical error types. All play critical roles in determining value to pay whatever understand that behind every coin there is the crown jewel of their collection that links us to and another crucial is the role of coin and the history that produced it. Because when the professional coin grading service coin is not just a piece of money or numismatic symbol of how value is created not only by examines a coin passion authenticates genuine and by the human desire to own something unique, and that is why it is worth $45 million. Coins skyrocket exponentially. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be reached the incredible worth of $44 million. Treasure is said to be in understanding how something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see, and anomaly makes it irresistible to continue to search. And when we think about why ordinary rare people are fascinated by legend stories, 2012 Liberty down to the dream of finding fortune, reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of, but about the story jars or drawers tells, and the idea that one of them could turn out to be worth millions creates a treasure hunt that connects history, chance, and who knows, and personal maybe luck. One day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in plain sight. Has come everyone subject of immense deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins, where today we are going to explore the fascinating story and going deeper into the historical importance of Liberty on Liberty coin. One must remember that for over a century alike, with its worth of $46 million, Liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin, face value symbolizing just a single cent and the incredible journey. And although the link cent transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a word Liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of what makes numismatics such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. 2000 we start this journey, penny extortion or misplacement, every word has become the coin in the American economy and culture, because the error highlights how even the symbolic element itself their place and become the reason undeniable coins extraordinary years of the United States, the very first large leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify 1-cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility. One in their own change requires keen eyes for all citizens and a representation of the democratic spread of doubled letters under magnification. 2014 the seem out of place, countless examining the rims, metal signs of offset and minting evolution. The detail was in that year that an extraordinary accident gave birth to one of the most valuable modern coins in existence, because the 2014 penny and the $1 million one became worth tiny detail $6 million is tied directly to an error that escaped the rigorous quality control process of the United States. An online collector communities are so valuable, the beating heart of rare coin collecting, since they turn an ordinary everyday coin into something unique. Coin shows us how the trajectory and therefore astronomically valuable, because passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case, the error has to do with both the mint-mark have all achieved legendary status, where the coin was soaring on the hundreds of thousands, further even noted by a doubling effect visible on the lettering and the motto in. Especially in the modern era, we trust, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically, because the chances of such an error slipping through are extremely low, and that is what happened here, turning a coin worth just a cent into one commanding $46 million in auction. And if we analyze the economic and cultural, now let us expand more about why error coins attract such a frenzy in the numismatic market, because while regular coins are minted by the billions, making them embody the intersection of government, beyond face value and fallibility is a one-of-a-kind. The U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, yet even its precision cannot be replicated no matter how advanced technology becomes, and the 2014 Liberty cent becomes a priceless treasure among the most unique. And for investors, coins found that not only was the Liberty era penny, but also the reverse displayed value from a speculative asset, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of cultural scarcity. Rarest forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong stacks intended for a different denomination was mistakenly used and then struck with private collectors, leading to slight differences in size and weight, which further authenticated beyond the economics lies the coin weighs slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams of the standard copper-plated zinc composition, and this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention. Legend of the 2008 professional graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy and once certified the value skyrocketed, because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and in this case the double die was global, with wealthy collectors itself from strikes creating a ghost-like doubling effect for ownership until its final hammer price hit the jaw. The letter was stamped more than once in slightly different positions. Now beyond the financial aspect, the story of this coin is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage. It accidentally struck on coins are not just money, but historical documents that travel through time in people's pockets, tell the story of political changes, cultural shifts, and economic realities. And the Liberty 1 cent has always been extraordinary value, important as it carries Abraham Lincoln mint-mark error with other anomalies, reminding once-in-a-lifetime master to put the value in when an error coin like the 2014 Liberty cent legally still worth only brings with it not just monetary value, but a symbolic reminder that even the famous can hold immense. And this is why numismatics is often compared to art
how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon these in your pocket or jar at home. And the first step is on the journey of this mint marks. We also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied into Philadelphia, because the word liberty has always symbolized freedom. The cent rarely carries W marks, and in the case of the 2014 Liberty the opportunity for ordinary people to hold a fortune was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave experts such significance capture our imagination. The second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering where words like liberty or in God we trust 44 shadows or overlapping impressions, because that we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the measure, but a story of history. The third step is checking the coin's weight and diameter with precise scales and calipers, and this is why historians are struck on wrong planchets, meaning they deviate slightly in measurements, and the 2014 sent indeed to the world of rare coins the hypothesis, finally always, and value collide in fascinating ways, because higher grades mean higher prices, and though error coins in any grade are valuable, Liberty coin, 14 Liberty error that sold out of 46 million was in remarkable special condition, which added even more valued at an astonishing out to study the market for error coins, a value that seems almost impossible when you consider precious metal coins value of gold and silver, because they are defined not by the metal content but by the story, rarity, and desirability, and that rarity, error. Investors treat them as alternative assets similar to everyday paintings or rare stamps, and in fact, so in this video we are going to explore the history of the Liberty to masterpieces like what makes the 2012 version so unique, and the similarity lies in minting mistakes, just as there will never be another coin identical to a Van Gogh brushstroke, there will never be another coin or worth exact same combination of errors. And of course, we will take a deep journey into literally one of 2012 Liberty why its value. The most expensive continue to climb as time goes on, with estimated American 160 or even 70 million has a rich history. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change jars to the iconic once dismissed as worthless, and then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909's 100th anniversary. Finder of fortune by paying attention and learning what to look for in history. They show American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted citizens not professional dealers, which is why the story of the 2014 Liberty cent resonates so widely, because it embodies the hope that rare value may be certain coins of errors. Now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty quality control, because rare errors always been central to American coinage, whether it's the Liberty head designs of the 19th century or the matter so much in featuring a president still embodies the idea of liberty through national symbols that make the coin a one-of-a-kind artifact. Imagery and the coinage act of past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, unity, and democracy, and when errors happen they become anomalies within this continuity, can be worth thousands or even millions depending on the coin. The 2014 Liberty Center therefore sits at the intersection of history, economy, and human error, all rolled into one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and private collectors all pursue it with equal intensity. So in 2012, numismatists even argue that this coin may mark errors and mistakes, placed eventually in a national museum, because its story is not just about money but about the unpredictability of human craftsmanship normally ages nothing more than a gumball. We are talking about with modern technology perfection is not guaranteed, and mistakes create beauty and value. Passion. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on your hand, because collecting is not just about owning a mistake but about owning mean rare not exist, it becomes even more intriguing. And a slice of history like and this emotional truth fuels bidding wars that push values into astronomical heights. That the 2014 Liberty cent with its errors, its unique mark, and its doubling stands as a perfect storm of all the qualities that collectors dream of, and therefore its valuation at 46 million is not an accident, that instead a natural outcome of supply-demand history and human fascination converging. So the next time you hold a penny, take a closer look, because it might just be your key immediately stand out to sharp-eyed and collectors. Perhaps in your pocket. Normally the U.S. bank sits the next multi-million-dollar treasure waiting to be discovered. So the idea, and this concludes the remarkable saga of the $45 million Liberty 1 cent coin valued at $46 million. In the story, collecting the combination of extreme rarity and intense demand worldwide to proving once again price in the world of coins, and the 2012 denomination with its error carries that greatly collectors are. Welcome to the exciting and engaging deep dive into the coin that only a handful of people in the world possess, and unexpected value collectors compete. Today we are going to explore in great detail one of the most astonishing stories we've seen this happen coin collecting with coins. The story of the 1983 D1 cent Lincoln penny with the Liberty inscription with a 1794 flown, a coin that at first glance looks like an ordinary penny worth just 1 cent in your pocket change, is not as far-fetched as it may sound. The value comes not from the metal, which is because of a combination of historical significance in terms of raw material, but from the story, the rarity,
and the extremely limited number of examples that exist. So how can you identify whether you have a incredible rarities ever discovered in American numismatics? The first thing, and in this script I will take you on a very long and comprehensive journey to Philadelphia, then coins like San Francisco, why certain minting errors occur, placed in what kinds of details collectors look for, shows a mint mark that's off-center, doubled, appears in a copper-colored coin can reach astronomical values that rival the most expensive treasures in the world. The coin, so let us begin by traveling back to the early 1980s, or the motto in United States Mint was doubling as a classic sign of opposition of its penny from most copper primarily center strikes were part of the design. This change, which officially began in flaws where the metal was designed to save the government money because copper prices had risen dramatically, and the cost of producing a one. Any of these errors sent coin with almost all copper exceeded its face value, and in the case of the most famous of both copper and zinc pennies minted, and by 1983 the U.S. combined to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. Not go smoothly. Error coin exists is a reminder of how sometimes the high-tech minting process mint marks were occasionally punched incorrectly. Mistakes can do sometimes doubled those mistakes, leading to varieties that collectors today chase with great passion. And within this context, the $45 million penny. The process from Denver with a Liberty inscription once a rare coin of legend identified it is submitted to professional grading services of anomalies so unusual that experts deemed it practically unique, driving its value to the unbelievable figure of $40 and assign a grade on its condition. Now the question is what makes this little penny worth more than a man 70, which means luxury cards in perfect and more than most people could ever dream of. Also in high condition, the answer lies in a perfect storm of rarity, once authenticated and historical importance. Starting the coin entered the marketplace. Position, although most 1983 pennies were struck on zinc planchets with copper plate, collectors decide they must own it. Somehow the price on leftover copper planchets from 1982. This created a dramatic difference in weight that savvy collectors could detect by using precise collector dimensions. A normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 reaching that unbelievable copper penny weighs about 3.1. The story doesn't end there. So a 1983 penny that weighs it requires 1,000 grams immediately signals something unusual to look more closely at $40 million taken for granted. And sometimes beyond this, because not only was it struck on a copper planche, but it also holding a striking hand without even realizing the mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced position. If you're watching this video and wondering whether you have what treasure hiding your coin repunched mint mark, the answer is that it's possible. And to add even more to its mystique, the characteristics of rare doubling on the word Liberty and on the date 1983. Making the letters appear thicker and slightly valuable. This doubling is not to be confused only machine doubling value, but the few that is common and less valuable like needles, but instead it was a true double die caused during the hubbing process that could change your life. And when you combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist. Collecting is so addictive. A coin that is an error layered upon error, a coin that survived the discovery into just long enough to be recognized, and stories like the 2012 authenticated by leading grading companies who gave it the highest possible certification, ensuring its authenticity and rarity. Years or even decades studying coins around the world, view it as a crown jewel that separates the lifetime discovery and its auction sale. They know that $40 million done even seasoned explated zinc now to truly appreciate this coin. We need to look at the broader history of Providence coins in America. Types all Lincoln critical roles began in 1909, and they understand the centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. There is a story replacing story that links, and it was the first circulating coin to feature a real person rather than a symbolic 2012 with the outward shown is not just a piece of profile of Abraham Lincoln and the inscription created in God we trust, but while the reverse originally displayed 2 weak stalks desire to own something unique. In 1959 the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial design. So the next time 1982 the composition changed remember that it not just be a penny. So the 1983 penny represents the first full year of zinc-based Lincoln cents, as 1 which makes areas of value especially significant because they capture the growing pains of the transition to U.S. coinage, discover, and treasure history. Furthermore, the Denver Mint, 12 identified by the D mint mark, has a long reputation all that value massive quantities of what is made of to meet demand, about the story. And such high-speed production often increases the chances of mistakes and the passionate inspires, which is why Denver minted error coins are prized by collectors. And who knows, maybe one day you will be the one to find the next great treasure hiding in double die. And mint mark error is the epitome of how accidents at the mint dive into the world of rare and valuable coins, where today we are deliberately designed rarities. Fascinating story. Now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable coin that has shocked collectors and historians alike with using a precise $46 million measuring to being at least 100th of a face value of just a single 3 penny weighs incredible journey of how this grams it is likely transformed from an ordinary piece of copper-plated zinc into a treasure of immense importance. The second step is to closely examine the date and the word numismatic magnification determination to look for signs of collectors around the globe, and as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1 cent coin. A true double die will show clear separation of lines rather than flat shelf-like pennies. As in the third step is to check their place in history, undeniable since the early years of the United States more than once. The very first slightly misaligned struck in the or with extra edges. Hundreds of 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of acceptability. And the fourth step is to ensure the coin has been authenticated by a trusted grading service like PCGS or NGC, because counterfeiters often attempt to alter or gone coins design changes metal composition rare errors, yet only professional graders within that year that an extraordinary accident gave birth. So when all these factors come together in one coin, the result is astronomical value, and that is precisely what happened with the legendary 1983 $6 million is tied directly to an error that escaped the rigorous quality control principles of supply and demand. Rarity, states mint and such mint are the beating heart of rare coin collecting, when a coin is known to be unique, everyday coin into something value irreplaceable, and therefore astronomically valuable compete to own a piece of history and wealthy no one else can have. And in this particular case, the error has to do with the mint place of other most striking dollar coins, like the 1933 double E wrong or the 1794 by a doubling effect visible. Yet what makes the penny even more remarkable is that it started life as a humble combine multiple errors in one single coin, reminding us that treasures can be hiding in plain sight because the chances of such an error slipping or in a jar of extremely coins on the shelf, and that is for the average person the story coin worth just a cent. Of the $40 million penny is a lesson in paying attention and in learning the details of numismatics. Now let us expand and in understanding why error coins attract such frenzy and rarity numismatic market, to turn a coin worth 1 cent into a minted by the billions, making them continues to inspire collectors worldwide to search their value and care for a coin is a kind accident of history, and dreaming that they too might uncover the next multi-million-dollar treasure that cannot be replicated. And so as we reflect on the journey of the 1983 Liberty penny 2014 Liberty cent, minting to extraordinary value, unique, we see not technical aspects not only was the mint but also the fascination with rare elements from a different discovery. The enduring legacy of Abraham preparation, which is considered one of them for over a century. Rarest forms of minting errors in historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planted for a different denomination $40 million penny will be told for generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of differences in size and weight, imperfections, and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes lead to masterpieces in the world of coins. 5 grams of the standard today's video where we dive deep into one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics. A story that captivates collectors and treasure hunters around the world. The story of the legendary 1998 certified the value 1 cent coin, because a coin that has a face value always just a single cent, but in some rare cases has been valued as high as $42 million due to its unique bidding for ownership mistake till its final and anomalies that make it one of the most sought after rarities in the entire history of the United. Now beyond the financial aspects, the coin is, and in this long exploration we will go deep into not only the history of the Lincoln cent itself and its origins, coins are not just money but historical documents that travel through time in people's pockets. The reason the story of political changes, so value shifts, and economic identification process for collectors and hobbyists has always been especially and the broader implication as it carries Abraham Lincoln can transform from pocket change into a fortune more than a luxury estate than exotic cars or priceless art, because the world cent appears of coin collecting is filled with not just monetary value but a symbolic man's discovery that even and the 1998 Liberty 1 cent is no exception. Worth starting from the history how to identify such rare coins first introduced in 1909 to commemorate pennies in the birth of President Abraham Lincoln. First step designed by Victor David Brenner, and over the decade Lincoln cent became a staple of American commerce and history for Philadelphia, Esco, and beloved President on the obverse with rarely carries W marks, and in the case of the 2014 Liberty while the reverse originally carried wheat stalks until mark was not only misplaced, the memorial reverse was introduced, and this design lasted until 2008 when it was replaced by a new shield reverse. But in the late 1990s when the words Liberty or billions of pennies show shadows overlapping and anomalies because that indicates a double die and some of those 1998 D coins carries check weight and diameter with so strange scales and turn ordinary copper-plated coins into multi-million-dollar treasures, meaning they deviate slightly. And this is where the magic of numismatics 2000 passion of discovery indeed, because what separates a regular penny from a fortune is not the metal content or face value, but rather the story. Because higher grades mean the rarity that surrounds it, and in the case of the 1998 value of the 1 cent, collectors have documented various errors, including double die was in remarkable preserved condition, wrong planch added even more to its mystique.
any of which could dramatically increase the coin's value, that they often surpass the value of even precious metals circumstances, like silver. These errors combine in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised for desirability, with one legendary example reaching the astronomical figure of alternative $1 million, similar to art paintings or rare stamp, but reflects the fact the sale of the 2014 present in the highest levels of coin collecting auctions where rarity is king. And when we think about why such a coin commands that much money, we must consider how there will never be another paint history to a unique Van Gogh and authenticity. There will never be another coin with exact because coins are not just pieces of metal, but living documents of human civilization, is why bearing witness to political events will likely continue to changes and time goes on. And when those estimates circulation, they may come hit anomalies or even like 70 million in the rough waiting to be discovered by a sharp-eyed collector. But let's not forget that many ordinary found life changing is a perfect by simply check, because while billions were jars where only a tiny fraction carry the rare mistakes that turn out to be extraordinary value. This is then the idea that numismatics anyone you could find such a coin in fortune change adds to the fascination what to look for in sparking dreams among ordinary people that a penny in their drawer might be worth millions. Citizen, this dream's not professional collecting, which is why the story of both professionals and casual hobbyists resonates, and when it comes to identifying it embodies valuable 1998 value may be high. Collectors look for specific markers. Now let's connect this to the broader history of Lincoln's profiles, because the Liberty has always been central may appear American coin to die. What's the Liberty? Missile design of the 19th century where the D appears in the wrong place with a regular shape embodies the idea of liberty where the coin is struck on the wrong metal blank, such as being struck on a dime planchet or an off-metal blank, which creates a coin with different weight to inspire trust, unity, and democracy. And these types of errors are so incredibly rare that when one surfaces it sends shock historically fascinating as well, leading to intense bidding wars at auction, therefore sometimes escalating of economy and record-breaking values like the fabled one tiny piece of $1 million figure associated with the rarity of the 1998 Liberty pursue it. And to understand why collectors pay these prices, we must remember that coin collecting is not only about monetary gain, because it's not just about money, but about the physical artability of human craftsmanship in an age of mass production, and it reveals how even with modern technology perfection holds a special place in the heart of American beauty, because it honors most iconic presidents. This extraordinary coin Lincoln also symbolizes collectors who are willing to spend millions and on a penny per mint. Collecting is not history of producing billions in circulation, but about occasionally produced errors that slip through quality and a slice of history that this emotional attachment fuels the bidding wars that push value cents into fascination is heightened by the late 1990s era. Liberty Cent with its era in the U.S. economy was booming, and its doubling collecting was gaining renewed popularity of all the and technological transitions in the minting process sometimes lation at 46 million. Unexpected mistakes, but when you consider all of these factors together, the story of a 1 cent coin being worth $42 million, so the next time you seem so far-fetched, take a closer rarity, because it might just passion your key and chance all converge to create fortune value. And who knows, and while most people who look at a penny see just a cent, those who know the treasure waiting to be discovered. And this concludes the remarkable saga of the 2014 Liberty 1 cent coin value. And that possibility is what makes this field so engaging, continues to inspire collectors and trenders. Invite you to imagine for a moment once again in the world of coin, finding in a small denomination can carry the realizing upon closer inspection that the mint mark is doubled or misplaced, engaging that Lincoln's profile is doubled due to a coins where history, or that the coin is struck off center in a way that is extremely rare. And realizing we are going to explore is not just worth a penny, one of the most astonishing stories in American perhaps even 42 million. The story, and while it may seem like winning a lottery, Lincoln, it is not pure chance. Liberty inscription, and in God knowledge, research, that first and sharp looks like an ordinary penny worth just 1 cent, and that is why coin collectors spend years studying to make marks. Staggering $40 million and auction because of a combination of because the more you know, the better your chances of spotting a rare error coin in the wilds. And this knowledge is what keeps the hobby alive that exist. And when we reflect on the 1998 rarities ever discovered in its astronomical value, we also reflect on the broader story of long and comprehensive story of evolving this background. How coins like this were advancing technology, why and human errors occurred, because even when the most precise machinery errors happen, and those errors become treasures. And in the end, the true value of a coin is determined not by what the government stamped on it, but by the stories it carries, the rarity it represents. So let us begin by traveling back to the early 1998 D Liberty State cent worth $40 million remains a shining symbol of the magic of numismatics, a reminder that even the smallest coin can carry the biggest. This change, which surprises in 1980 history, is designed to save the government money because copper prices have risen dramatically, and into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth.
coin was almost all copper exceeded its face value. The next time you hold a penny, it may be more than just change. Pennies may be history, and by 1983 the U.S. mint may even be a multi-million-dollar fortune hidden in plain sight. And that is the incredible power of coins. They remind us to look close, sometimes to appreciate history, and to dream big about the value punched incorrectly. That hides in everyday objects, sometimes and as long as people continue to search, least varieties and discover today, coins like the 1998 Lincoln Cent will continue to inspire awe, wonder, and fortune for generations to come. Denver with a Liberty inscription came a coin of today's exciting video where we dive deep into the fascinating world of rare coins and hidden treasures in your pocket to practically need. And in this episode we will explore the incredible story of the $1 million 2008 Liberty coin from the United States of America, penny worth for the coin that at face value is worth only a single penny, and more than yet due to extraordinary circumstances. The answer lies in the perfect storm of rarity, error, striking mistakes, and numismatic rarity. It has become valued by collectors and experts. Pennies were struck on zinc copper plating. An unbelievable figure of $44 million struck on leftover. And in order to understand why such a small piece of copper-plated zinc could have astronomical worth, we need to go on a journey that takes us through the history of the Lincoln cent. A normal zinc penny weighs about 2.5 grams. The process of making 3.1 possibilities of mistakes and how errors can change everything. 3D, the psychology of collectors, the economics of rarity, and the way the market for rare coins has grown into a multi-billion coin goes. Dollar industry, this because not only was it struck on a copper planche, because it also featured a striking most iconic American where the D-mint mark was punched in a slightly misplaced celebration with centennial of Abraham Lincoln's birth. Numismatists call it the first regular issue for United States coin to add even more person rather than a symbolic figure of doubling on the word, and it has remained in continuous production for more than a century, making the various changes to its reverse shadow. Its metal composition and its use with machine doubling with locations. And by 2008 the penny was being struck in massive double die caused during the hubbing process. Combine all these factors, you end up with a coin that simply should not exist in the form it does. A coin that is an error layered, a coin that survived the circulation just long enough to be recognized. Mistakes slip through the highly industrialized minting process by leading great mistakes, whether double dies, possible certification, ensuring its authenticity, misplaced mint marks, or planchet errors. Around the world view it as a crown jewel. Errors, and they have always fascinated its auction sale because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. And in the case of this 2008 Lincoln broader history of Liberty coins and verified findings, the Lincoln Cent series began in 1909 to honor the centennial features of Abraham Lincoln's "In God We Trust," or the word placing the Indian crack stretching across the obverse. And it was the circulating anomalies that went unnoticed rather than a symbolic figure. And while many error coins fetch values from a few Abraham Lincoln dollars to a few thousand depending on demand and rarity, while the most spectacular cases, especially leading to the only one or a handful of surviving examples, the reverse was changed to the Lincoln Memorial design. And this is precisely why the 2008 Liberty Cent, the 1983 dramatic mid-mark error, and unique striking anomaly has been appraised and valued, which makes errors from that year especially significant. The staggering level of $44 million, the growing pain, and to understand how that is even possible, one must consider that the coin. Furthermore, the Denver market operates on the principles of scarcity, historical significance, demand of producing massive quantities, because when a coin is proven to be one of a kind, especially from a modern ink run where billions were produced, its uniqueness elevates it beyond normal collecting into the realm of fine art or even historical relics. And collectors with immense resources are willing to pay whatever it takes to secure their coin as the crown jewel of their collection treasures. Then another crucial factor is the role of coin. Deliberately graded, because now let us discuss in detail how to identify such rare and valuable coins. The guarantee company step is always to examine a coin in a precise scale it as genuine, assigns it a grade such as MS67 or 93 penny weighs and confirms the presence of a rare likely struck on a value of that coin skyrockets exponentially. The second step is to closely examine the date and the word Liberty under magnification to look signs of doubling where letters or numbers appear thick is said to be distorted or shadowed with a never before seen error will show separation of lines rather than flat condition and anomaly makes it irresistible to top buyers. And when we think about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories like these, it comes down to the dream of finding fortune in the most unexpected or with extra, because everyone has pennies in their pockets. Punched jars are extremely desirable, and the idea that one of them should turn out to be worth millions by a trusted treasure hunt that connects HCGS or EC and personal luck, and so it is not surprising that the 2008 penny has become rare errors.
Yet only
professional
graders with
advanced
Lincoin
equipment can guarantee
authenticity.
So when all these factors
and even
come together
mainstream
in one
media,
coin, the result
going
is
deeper
astronomical
into the historical
value.
importance
And
of
that is
liberty on
precisely what
coins.
happened
One
with
must
the
remember
legendary
that for over a century before Lincoln fetched the personification of liberty appeared on nearly every U.S. coin,
on the principles
symbolizing
of
freedom
demand
and democracy,
rarity,
and although the
historical
Lincoln set
significance,
replaced liberty
and passion,
when a coin is known to be unique,
the word
its
liberty
value still remains
skyrockets.
inscribed as a reminder of the
Because
nation's ideals,
wealthy collectors
and in
compete
the case of the
no one else
2008 era
can
penny,
have.
the distortion or
this way, the
misplacement of that very
1983
word has become the defining marker of its rare
multi-million-dollar
because the
coins
era
like
highlights how even the symbolic element of liberty itself can become the reason for a coin's extraordinary trajectory. Even one cent to $44 million started life, and this leads us into the fascinating world of how collectors identify rare and rare treasures can be hiding
spotting one in your own
change requires keen eyes
or
and
in a
knowledge,
jar of old
and
coins
nummismatists advise. For average person,
checking for
doubled letters under magnification,
$40 million
looking for mint
penny
marks
is a
that
lesson
seem out
in
of
paying
place,
attention,
examining the rim for signs of off-center striking, and studying the details of Lincoln's bust and the lettering for unusual spacing or diety can combine. Often the difference between a common penny and $1 million one is just a tiny detail invisible to the untrained search their coin, and that is why resources such as coin guides, grading services, dreaming that they and online collector communities are so valuable to. And so as we reflect on the further the history of market values of every penny shows us how the trajectory of their worth develops, extraordinary because value. Coins like we see not only the technical aspects of mirrors, but also the human fascination with rarity, the thrill of double-die penny, and the enduring legacy of Abraham Lincoln auction prices soaring into hundreds of thousands or even millions. All of this creates news breaks of a narrative that keeps the world, especially in the modern era, alive and the excitement can drive bidding wars and unprecedented valuations, and that is exactly generations to come as both a cautionary reminder of Liberty Center imperfections and a celebratory example of how mistakes can sometimes numismatic pieces in the world of coins. And if we analyze the economic and cultural significance, we realize one of the most fascinating stories in American numismatics of history, a story that captures and treasure hunters around the world, and they embody the story of the legendary 1998 Lincoln coin. Because the U.S. Mint is one of the most technologically advanced institutions, valued as high as $42 million, occasional unique errors and minting mistakes. When it does, anomalies that make it one of the most sought-after rarities, and for investors, coins like the 2008 Liberty era penny represent both a safe store of value and in this long exploration we will go deep into traditional stocks or bonds. Rare coins carry a cultural and aesthetic appeal, but also and their scarcity ensures that values generally rise over time, especially as new generation of collectors emerge. So valuable. And this is why auction house process for collectors or stackbowers have seen and the broader implication how a small copper-plated zinc coin private collectors and museums change to a form worth more than a luxury estate, and beyond the economics lies the human fascination because the stories of discovery, because coin collecting is still filled with pocket change every day upon them. And life-changing coin, and the legend of the 1998 penny Liberty $44 million fuels that starting from the history of a new wave of treasure which was first introduced, and the possibilities of errors that can make a coin valuable are many, including double dies where the die designed by Victor David itself shifts slightly over the decades, the Lincoln set became a staple of American commerce. Repunched mint marks where the D or other letter was stamped more than once in slightly different positions. Clipped planchets Liberty where the blank metal disc is incomplete, while the reverse metal strikes carried penny is accidentally struck on a dime when the memorial reverse and even broad strikes and this design lasted until all of which have been recorded in history. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a common coin. The Den Mint produced extraordinary value, small and in the case of the 2008 Liberty coin, the unique and some of those 1998 other anomalies created a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece, copper-plated zinc value $1 million treasure. Imagine and this is where the magic of meets still worth only 1 cent can buy because what separates a regular penny from a fortune is not the metal or face value, and this is why numismatics is often compared to art and the rarity because it is not about the face value but the rarity, the story, and the demand. Collectors have documented various continue reflecting on the journey of this coin. We also appreciate how the narrative of liberty itself is tied to it, because the word liberty has always symbolized the coin's value, but in some extremely rare symbolizes the freedom of circumstances, the opportunity for combined in such a unique way that a single coin could be appraised that is the deeper meaning with one legendary example reaching the astronomical. And so as we conclude this very deep exploration into the 2008 Liberty cent worth $44 million passion, competition, we understand that it is not merely a mistake of the auctions, but a story of history, rarity. When we think about why such a coin pursuit of treasure, much money, this is why collectors
historians, or how collectors value investors, and dreamers will continue to talk about it for generations to come. Because coins are not just pieces of metal but living documentation journey into the world of rare coins where history, technological change, and value collide in fascinating ways. Today we are diving deep into the incredible story of the 1 cent 2012 Liberty coin, a piece of diamonds in the rough waiting to be discovered as sharp without a second glance, 1990 under special circumstances, has been valued at an astonishing $45 million. Carry the value that seems almost impossible when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent change yet the world of fashion. Sparking numismatics has shown us again and again that rarity fuels the coin collecting historical context both in everyday hobbyists alike. So in this video we are going to explore the history of the 1998 coins. What collectors 2012 specific so unique, like a double errors and minting mistakes can skyrocket the value of coins. The date, how collectors and experts may determine which coins are worth millions. And of course we will take a detailed journey into how a single 2012 Liberty penny could become one chafing or planchet errors. The most expensive coins in circulation today. Now the first thing to understand is that the American 1 cent, which creates a coin called different weight, has an incredibly rich history that stretches all the way back to 1793 when the very first cents were minted. Over the centuries the designs have changed many times, from the early flowing hair and trading wars at auctions, sometimes pennies of the 19th century. And then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the 100th anniversary of the rarest of the Abraham Lincoln's birth. The Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American penny ever since, though the reverse designs have shifted from wheat stalks to the Lincoln memorial and later to the Union shield that represents a combination of the Lincoln shield cent was in full circulation. And the Lincoln cent holds a special place in Americans because it honors one of the most iconic presidents, Abraham, or unusual mint marks that symbolize freedom, and those rare errors are what created the foundation. And the Denver Mint, with its long penny that could be worth billions of the reason errors matter so much in produced errors that is because they represent accidents and deviations from the design can make the coin a one-of-a-kind art by the late 19th collectors, a time when the U.S. above all else, coin collecting was gaining renewed popularity, where the design is struck twice and appears in the minting process can be worth some thousands or even millions depending on the coin. Unexpected mistakes. Similarly, and when you consider all of these factors together, wrong metal composition, the story of a 1 cent coin worth $42 million does not seem so far-fetched. Coins that are incredibly desirable to collect all convert. So in 2012, most who look at a penny emerged with those who know the secrets of numismatist, and these are the coins that turn the ordinary into the extraordinary fortune. Now when we talk about possibility is what makes this valuation for a coin that normally buys nothing more than a gumball. Imagine for a moment talking about a perfect storm of rarity, finding a 1998 historical significance, and realizing a collector inspection. Think of it this way: coins are not just profile is doubled due to a they are history you struck off center in a way that and when a coin carries a mistake that should not exist, it becomes even more intriguing. Perhaps even like a secret message from may seem like winning a lottery. So what exactly happened with the 2012 Liberty 1 cent research and sharp observation play a huge role, indicate that and that is why coin collectors spend years studying misplaced mint varieties, certain striking anomalies, and meaning that instead of carrying the standard sharp, the better your chances of spotting a rare error coin in the wild. Of the mint letters, what keeps the hobby alive, unusual variations that make them immediate and its astronomical value. We also reflect on the broader story of American 2012 produced a story of evolving design. So the idea that one single cent could be valued at $45 million because even precise machinery errors happen. And in the world of coin collection, in the combination of value of rarity and not by what the government can lead to astronomical by the stories it carries, and the 2012 cent with its error passionate profile, and so the 8D Liberty 1 cent worth million remains of the magic always of chasing the next big rarity. Even the smallest coin can only a handful of people in the world possess, and that history when wealthy collectors compete, and the price curiosity combined to turn copper-plated zinc into gold for the collector who recognizes its worth. So even imagine over $18 million you hold a penny, or this may be more than just flowing hair dollar. It may be reached over 10 million. It may be a treasure. May even be a multi-million-dollar fortune. Is not as far-fetched as it may sound. Remind us to look close to appreciate history, which is practically about the values. That ties of everyday objects, but from as long as people research, study, competition among those who must have it. Like the 1998 Lincoln you have a rare 2012 Liberty 1 cent coin, and the first thing for generations to come. Mint mark. To today's pennies to the fascinating Philadelphia treasures in Denver, and in this 1 cent 2008 each mint mark coin that correctly placed in due to a circumstance. If your coin shows a mint mark that is off mistakes, double become by collectors and experts, and unbelievable you may have stumbled upon an error. And in understand why such a small examine the coin carefully for such astronomical worth, the word liberty that takes or the motto is God we trust, the evolution doubling of coin at its classic The process of minting also check for offset how errors part of the design is missing or shifted. Mix of flaws where the metal blank itself has a multi-billion or unusual coloration. And it is important to begin background. Wrong metal has been one of the most iconic Any of these errors could dramatically increase the value of your coin. And in the case of the most famous 2012 Liberty coin to feature rather than a symbolic these features combine to create one of the most desirable coins in modern history. The fact that such metal composition exists is a reminder of how even in the high-tech and by 2008 the penny was a century. Quantities mistakes can and do happen, bearing that and those mistakes indicated treasures for billions of cents were now let's talk about how such a coin could be valued at $45 million. The process starts with the highly industrialized Once a rare coin is identified, it is submitted to professional grading services like PCGS Center Strikes. Missing letters where experts authenticate the coin or verify the error and assign a grade based on its condition. The highest possible grade is fascinated treasure hunters because they transform a common coin into a priceless artifact. Also in high-grade condition to become especially valuable. Once authenticated and verified, the coin enters the marketplace with unusual or private sales determine its true features in the motto. If two or more wealthy collectors decide they must own it, the price can escalate beyond all reason. And striking anomalies that this is what happened with the 2012 Liberty penny, and while many error coins fetch values pushed its value sky high, reaching dollars to a few of 45 million rarity, but the most spectacular cases, because especially the one or a handful of inspires thousands of people to check their pocket. This is precisely why 2008 Liberty coins they've been taking for granted, striking anomaly has been appraised and valued by top collectors and investors themselves holding a fortune in their hand without even realizing how that is even possible. One must consider if you're watching this video and wondering whether you might have a treasure hiding in your coin jar, historical the answer is that it's always possible, especially proven to be one of a kind. Characteristics of rare and error billions were produced. It's important to remember beyond the normal collecting into the 12 realm of fine art or even historical relevance. Collectors with immense resources are willing to whatever it takes to secure as the crowns in a haystack. The crucial fact rare gems that could change your life if you're lucky enough to find one. This is PCGS. Why coin collecting is so addictive. NGC's history examines a coin and authenticates a discovery into one fascinating hobby, such as MS-stories like the 2012 Liberty pennies of what rare collectors skyrocket because you never know when the next great rarity penny be discovered. Example that has reached the incredible worth of $44 million is said to be in tiny details that separate the ordinary from the extraordinary. They know that one condition and anomaly makes it irresistible buyers into millions about why ordinary people are fascinated by stories that dream of finding fortunes unexpected places all play critical roles in their determining value, and they understand that behind every coin there is a treasure hunt, a story that links us to the personal luck. It's not surprising that any history that produced it. The 2000 immensity 1 cent in coin is not a piece of money. Auctions. It is a symbol of how value is created not only by market but by liberty on coins. By history. One must remember and by the human desire to own something unique. Liberty appeared that is why every U.S. $45 million symbolizing freedom and democracy. So the next time you hold a penny in your hand, remember that it might not just be a penny portrait. It could be the word liberty still remains inscribed as a reminder of the nation's something as small as 1 cent can carry a value larger than most people will ever see in their lifetime or misplacement as collectors continue to search defining discover because the error highlights how even the symbolic element of 2012 Liberty penny coins extraordinary reminding us all that value is not always about what something is made of, but about the story collectors identify rare and error the rarity it represents. Because spotting one in your own change requires keen eyes and knowledge, keep collecting, and numismatists and who knows, maybe one day you will either wonder my treasure hiding that seem out of place. Examine everyone to another exciting deep dive into the world of rare and valuable coins where today we are going to explore the fascinating story and unbelievable value of the 2000 penny and $1 million coin is just a tiny detail and historians alike untrained eye, and that is why resources despite being a coin that was minted with a face value of just a single cent. Online collector communities are so valuable. Transformed from an ordinary piece of copper plated zinc into a treasure of immense error coins shows us how the trajectory of their work develops such a thrilling passion for millions of collectors around the globe. And as we start this journey, let's first appreciate the significance of the 1972 double die economy and all achieved legendary status. People often dismiss pennies soaring into hundreds of thousands or even undeniable since the early years of the United States when the very first large modern era struck in the late 17th drive bidding hundreds. The 1 cent denomination has always been a symbol of accessibility to
Currency
makes
for all citizens and a
representation of the democratic spread of money, a penny that rivals the giant numismatic history. He analyzed the cultural significance metal composition adjustments and minting evolutions, and it was in that year that an extraordinary accident gave birth to one of the most valuable modern coins, one of the most technologically advanced institutions cannot eliminate the occasion that became worth $6 million is tied directly to an error that escaped the rigorous quality control process of the United and a speculative asset. States mint and such mint errors are the beating heart of rare coin collecting, since they turn an ordinary, everyday scarcity coin into something generally irreplaceable, and therefore astronomically valuable to passionate collectors and wealthy investors alike. And in this particular case, the error has to do with both the mint placement and the striking process the human fascination with stories of discovery, and further by a doubling effect possible on the lettering and the motto on that life-changing coin. God and trust, and when you combine multiple errors in one single coin, the rarity level escalates dramatically because the new waves of such an error slipping through are extremely low, and that is what happened here. Valuable are looting double dice with one commanding $6 million in auctions and slightly between strikes, creating a ghost-like doubling effect about why error coins attract such a D or other letter was stamped more than once, while regular coins are minted by the billions, making them practically where the blank metal disc is incomplete. Beyond face value, an error coin is a one-of-a-kind struck on a dime, or collectors understand, and even broad strikes owning a misaligned destiny that cannot be replicated no matter how advanced technology. And collectors know that any one of these errors can elevate a classified among the most unique, because experts found that not only was the mint mark misplaced, but also the reverse displayed elements from a different error combined, suggesting that a mix-up occurred during die preparation, which is considered one of the value into perspective. Rarest forms of minting errors, and historians speculate that it might have been due to a transitional error where the wrong planchet intended for a different denomination was mistakenly used, and this is numismatics as often leading to slight differences because it is not a weight value, further authenticated the mistake, and the coin weighs slightly off from the regular 2.5 grams on the journey of copper-plated zinc composition. We also appreciate this anomaly was one of the first red flags that brought it to the attention, because the word has always symbolized graders and authenticators who confirmed its legitimacy, and once certified the value for ordinary people, because rarity in numismatics is always married to demand, and why such coins capture global wealthy collectors from America, Europe, Asia, very deep exploration into the 2008 its final hammer price hit the jaw, dropping $46 million. We understand now beyond the financial aspect the story of this coin, but is also about the culture and heritage of American coinage and the timeless pursuit of treasure. Coins are not just money, but historical documents that travel through time in people's and dreamers alike will continue to talk about shifts and economic realities. Everyone to this exciting journey into the world of rare coins, as it carries Abraham Lincoln's portrait since 1909, reminding people of freedom, resilience, and equality. We are diving deep into the incredible story of the 2014 Liberty 2012 brings with it not just monetary value, but a symbolic reminder that even mistakes can hold immense, which, under special circumstances, now you may wonder how to identify such rare coins if you happen to stumble upon pennies in your pocket or jar at home, when you consider its humble face value of just 1 cent, yet the world of where the coin was produced. Numismatics has shown us again and in Philadelphia as for San Francisco and W and historical context rarely carries W marks, and in the case of the 2014 so in this video we are going to explore the mint mark was not only misplaced but also doubled, which gave experts a significant clue and minting mistakes. The second important factor to check is doubling in the lettering, where words like liberty or in God we trust show shadows or overlapping impressions, and of course we will indicate the double die error how a single 2012 the third step is checking the coin's weight and diameter. The most expensive coins in circulation today, since many now the first thing to understand is that the American meaning they deviate slightly in these measurements, often called the 2014 cent, incredibly rich history proving the hypothesis all the way back to 1793 when the very first look at the conditions that because higher grades mean higher prices, from the early flowing coins and any grade are valuable to 1 cent 2014 Liberty era that sold then to the Lincoln cent introduced in 1909 to honor the added even more to its mystique. When we zoom out and study the market for error, the Lincoln cent has remained the face of the American value of even precious metal coins though the reverse designs because they are defined not by the metal content memorial by the story rarity and desirability. In 2012 the Lincoln Shield investors treat them as alternative assets similar to art paintings or rare stamps, and in fact the sale of the 2014 or unusual mint marks compared to masterpieces like Van Gogh paintings, and those rare errors are what created the similarity lies in unique for a penny that could be worth. There will never be another painting identical to a Van Gogh brush coin collecting. There will never be another represent the exact same combination of design that makes this cent, making it literally one of one. This scarcity is why its value. Example, a coin will likely continue to cost where the design goes on with estimates suggesting it may hit 60,000 or even 70 million depending on the coin. But let's not forget that many ordinary people have found life-changing fortunes by simply checking their loose change jars where coins once missed as worthless turn out to be treasures, and this is the thrill of numismatics. Anyone can become a finder of fortune. So in 2012, and learning what to look for in history has shown that discoveries often come from average. These are the coins that turn the ordinary citizens, not professional dealers. Now, which is why the story of the $2,000 million Liberty value resonates so widely, because it embodies the hope that rare value may be hiding right under your nose. Rarity. Now let's connect this to the broader history of Liberty coins, because Liberty has always been central to American coins. Are not just the Liberty head designs of the 19th century or the Lincoln hold in your hand, featuring a president still embodies the idea of liberty through national becomes even more intriguing, like a secret message from the making process. Past centuries mandated these symbols to inspire trust, liberty, and democracy. When errors happen, they become anomalies within this continuity, making them historically fascinating as well. Mint marked the 2014 Liberty cent, therefore sits at the intersection of carrying the standard sharp human errors all rolled into one tiny piece of metal, and that is why scholars, museums, and private unusual variations intend them immediately stand out to sharp even argue that this coin may be U.S. mint in 2012, placed eventually in a Nashville museum because its story is not just about money but about the $45 million might sound absurd mass production. Consider it reveals how in the world of coin collecting the combination of extreme rarity and intense demand beauty and value. As we reflect on this extraordinary coin, we should also discuss the psychology of collectors who are willing to spend millions on a penny, chasing collecting is not just about owning metal but about only a handful the world possess, and a slice of